Supreme God Emperor Chapter 524 to Chapter 580. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Fighting Lin Qingying. Compared to this, the ultimate skill that Lin Huiying and the others used a few years ago was child's play. Lin Qingying waved his hand, and the tree branches shook, blocking the crescent moon's shadow. Slashing sounds could be heard, and the crescent moon chopped the tree branches into pieces. However, more and more tree branches continued to chop at the giant tree. "Little girl, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Qingying's face turned cold, and the giant tree started to move. The giant tree covered the sky and the sun, and grabbed at Xianxia. "You're my wife. You're the one courting death." At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Two long swords broke through the air. They were the 9 Origins Immortal Sword and the Embittered Emotion Sword. The two long swords broke through the air, but what was shocking was that the 2-meter-long swords were covered with a thick black flame aura. The long swords suddenly rose into the air, bringing with them wisps of scorching aura. At this moment, the long swords were not directly aimed at Lin Qingying, but at the giant tree. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded at the same time, and the 2 void immortal artifacts charged at the giant tree with heavenly fire. At this moment, the giant tree was set ablaze. Lin Qingying's face suddenly turned pale. This sword had forcefully interrupted his wood-controlling art of life. It was simply too painful for him to be forcefully choked back in the middle of his breath. However, this pain did not end. Mu Yan's figure suddenly appeared. At this moment, Mu Yan's hands were clenched tightly, and a faint layer of 7-colored light appeared on the surface of her body. The 7-colored light was like a 7-colored glazed golden body, and there was nothing unusual about it. "Mu Yan, I knew it was you." Seeing Mu Yan's attack, Lin Qingying was unable to restrain his anger. He roared, "You're merely at the 6th stage, yet you want to fight me? I'll let you understand what it means to." However, before Lin Qingying could finish his sentence, Mu Yan's fists had already arrived. Both fists punched out at the same time, and crackling sounds could be heard. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar rang out. A series of deafening blasts burst out from the ground with the 2 at the center. The rumbling sound enveloped the entire land. In an instant, the 2 figures retreated, but the crackling sounds of explosions did not dissipate. Mu Yan punched out with both of her fists. It could be said that she was imbued with the power of the 9 elements gathering qi. Instantly, various powers invaded Lin Qingying's body. Lightning, water, and fire suddenly began to swirl in Lin Qingying's body, stirring up his internal organs. Damn it! Feeling the power in his body twisting, Lin Qingying cursed and hurriedly retreated. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who was behind him, did not get carried away after seeing Mu Yan. Instead, she attacked again. *TCH. Lin Qingying felt the attack at this moment and immediately stood where he was. The Mystic Moon attack flew directly towards Mu Yan. Seeing the Mystic Moon attack coming, Mu Yan did not dare to take it head-on, and immediately flew up. Boom! The Mystic Moon attack reached Mu Yan's back and completely exploded. Only then did the 7-colored grass within a radius of several hundred meters turn into nothingness. Strong, Mu Yan broke out in cold sweat. She shushed and said, "Yun'er, you're trying to murder your husband." Xianxia said with an ashamed expression, "I wanted to help you." "Haha, it's fine." However, Lin Qingying, you're running really fast." As soon as Mu Yan finished speaking, Lin Qingying suddenly appeared in the void before he could even appear. However, Mu Yan directly struck out with her claws. Netherworld Ghost Claw, seeing Mu Yan's Netherworld Ghost Claw inexplicably. Grabbing towards the void, Xianxia was stunned. However, in the next moment, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. "Mu Yan, you're courting death." Lin Qingying's figure was forced to appear from the void again. She directly controlled the grass and trees in front of her and turned them into a wooden wall to block in front of her. With a bang, Mu Yan's ghost claw instantly dug out 5 holes in the wooden wall. "If I'm courting death, then come and kill me." Mu Yan stood on the spot with her hands behind her back, and an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. "How did you discover my figure?" Lin Qingying's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Mu Yan. "What do you think?" Mu Yan chuckled and said, "Because your figure is too easily exposed." You're courting death. Lin Qingying did not expect that he would actually be tricked by Mu Yun. Until now, his body was still faintly trembling due to the effect of that punch. Clearly, his invulnerable glass golden body was stronger than Mu Yun's, and his defense should be stronger than Mu Yun's. After this exchange of blows, Mu Yun should look like she was completely crippled. However, Mu Yun looked fine now. On the other hand, he was the one who suffered considerable internal injuries. How could he know that Mu Yun's 3 invulnerable glass golden bodies had combined into one? Furthermore, it had fused with the dragon membrane. The defense on the surface of her body was heaven-defying. Brat, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill your woman. I'll let you know what despair is. Lin Qingying looked at Mu Yun, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You'll have to be able to kill me first. Mu Yun laughed sinisterly. Idiot, I'm at the 8th level of the Yuxian stage. What's more powerful than you? I can control the power of space. Lin Qingying laughed and scolded, I'll lock onto your figure. Let's see how you attack. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy, but she gradually sneered in her heart. Lock onto, then you'll have to be able to lock onto me first. In an instant, Lin Qingying left Xiao Yuner and charged directly at Mu Yun. He knew that compared to Mu Yun, Xiao Yuner was not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps Xiao Yuner had inherited the inheritance of the Holy Maiden of the Mystic Moon Holy Land, but in his heart, Mu Yun was like a venomous snake, a falcon that was always aiming at its prey. This kind of person gave off an extremely sinister feeling. However, this kind of sinister feeling did not come from the strength of her strength, but from the untamed and unruly nature of her character. You can't run away. Lin Qingying waved his hand and immediately controlled the space around Mu Yun. Although it was only 5 square meters, it was enough to completely envelop Mu Yun's figure. In an instant, Mu Yun felt as if there was an invisible restraint on the surface of her body. This kind of restraint could not be seen or touched, but it really existed. The law of space, this was the strength of a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yuxian stage. The ability to control space could firmly control the opponent until death, and the opponent could not resist at all. Seeing that Mu Yun was completely trapped by Lin Qingying, Xiao Yuner's expression changed, and she hurriedly rushed forward. Little girl, stay here obediently for now. Lin Qingying retracted his hand, and the weeds on the ground immediately grew crazily. Rustling sounds could be heard, and the weeds on the ground were all pulled up, forming a grass wall. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Qingying only needed to temporarily block Xiao Yuner, and this time was enough to kill Mu Yun. You are really naive. What? Lin Qingying was stunned when he heard Mu Yun suddenly speak. Have you ever thought about why Shizhen died in my hands? Mu Yun smiled and said the moment Lin Qingying attacked, isn't he as strong as you? That's right. With that thought, Lin Qingying was completely dumbfounded. Shizhen was also at the 8th level of the Yuxian stage. With his ability to travel through space, coupled with his own strength, his defense could be said to be abnormal. How could he be killed by Mu Yun? Could it be? No need to guess, let me tell you. However, at this moment, the confused Lin Qingying suddenly realized that Mu Yun, who was trapped, actually took a step forward and raised her hand, and a ghost palm suddenly appeared. How could it be? Seeing this, Lin Qingying was completely dumbfounded. Even if it was a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yuxian stage, the Yuanying stage, it was impossible for them to break free from his space bind. Most importantly, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, he had set the spatial shackles to a radius of 5 meters so that he could keep Mu Yun under control. However, now, Mu Yun actually broke free. Formless ghost palm. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's attack had already landed. A ghastly hand slapped forward. Get lost. In front of Lin Qingying, the 2 pieces of wood formed a shield and directly protected his body. However, at the moment when the formless ghost palm was forcefully shaken off, Mu Yun stood on the spot and opened her mouth to shout. Great sorrowful ghost groan. The low and sorrowful groan was like a soul-seeking sound that drove one's soul, and it directly caused Lin Qingying's face to turn pale. And at that instant, Xiao Yuner's attack had already landed on him. However, Mu Yun, who was in front of him, did not stop there. She directly formed 9 origin balls with 9 origin chi gathering chi. The 9 origin balls revolved together and formed a ring, bombarding Lin Qingying. A pincer attack from the front and back. Lin Qingying's face recovered a little, and he sneered, "Both of you are only at the 6th level of the Yuxian stage, and you think you can kill me together? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingying's entire body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. Wood grain-like imprints appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, his body also seemed to have become even more resilient at this moment. This is what I've been waiting for. However, seeing the changes in Lin Qingying's body, Mu Yun hurriedly signaled to Xiao Yuner. The two figures immediately threw out their attacks and immediately retreated. However, Lin Qingying still did not understand what was going on. Two air-piercing sounds were heard in an instant. They were the 9-origin celestial sword and the embittered sword. After the first sneak attack on Lin Qingying, Mu Yun did not withdraw the two long swords. She had been waiting for this moment. Fortunately, Lin Qingying seemed to have completely forgotten that Mu Yun was a powerful swordsman who had comprehended the sword heart. Dong dong. Two long swords shot into Lin Qingying's body, and a dull sound was heard as if they were nailed into a wooden board. Haha. Mu Yun, you have underestimated my Lin family's wood manipulation transformation art. So what if it's a void immortal artifact? With your strength, you still can't kill me, right? Oh? Is that so? Seeing Lin Qingying's guffaw, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. A void immortal artifact cannot unleash its full strength without surpassing the 10th level of the Yuxian stage. In your hands, it's simply a waste, haha. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios The Third War. I really don't know if I should say that you're arrogant and conceited or just too stupid. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun raised his hand, and crackling sounds instantly rang out. Boom boom boom, in the blink of an eye, 3 heavenly fires split into 3 from Mu Yun's feet and flew towards Lin Qingying. Do you know that heavenly fire is the most holy and spiritual existence in the world? It was born from heaven and earth. Fire restrains wood, and my heavenly fire restrains your true soul. Lin Qingying was completely flustered at this moment. The powerful space law that he possessed was unable to control Mu Yun at all. On the other hand, Mu Yun had all sorts of tricks up her sleeves. She was simply a weirdo. However, the 3 heavenly fires were the most terrifying. What terrified him the most was that soul-devouring heart fire. This level of heavenly fire could even completely devour a martial artist's true soul. Once his true soul was gone, he would be completely dead. Mu Yun, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Lin Qingying screamed as he looked at Mu Yun. I can't kill you? Mu Yun was taken aback. Didn't I say that just now? Didn't you still want to kill me? You can't kill me. The floating mountain sect is preparing to attack your blood union and has joined forces with my Lin family. If you kill me, the Lin family will definitely not let you off. Mu Yun waved her hand and sneered. You speak as if the Lin family won't participate if I let you off. Mu Yun could not be bothered to listen to Lin Qingying anymore. She waved her hand and the fire spread. In the endless space, only Lin Qingying's screams could be heard echoing continuously. This time, it wasn't just his body that had been destroyed. Even his true soul had been completely obliterated. Seeing that Lin Qingying had completely disappeared, Mu Yun hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground. Using the 9 elements Qi condensation, primordial blood codex, and sword heart in succession consumed a lot of his energy. On the other side, Xiao Yuner carefully hugged the dragon egg and observed the surroundings. She had not noticed that Lin Qingying was following her when she had entered this place through the tombstone. Fortunately, Lin Qingying seemed to be planning to take both of them for himself, so he did not call for anyone else. Otherwise, if Han Yan appeared here, then they would really be at a loss. After a full 4 hours, Mu Yun finally woke up from her meditation. At this moment, Xiao Yuner seemed to have confirmed that there was no danger in the surroundings. Then, she sat down cross-legged and began to recover. He saw that Xiao Yuner's eyes were slightly closed. Her long eyelashes were erect, her nose was pretty, and her exquisite face revealed a trace of holiness. Holding Xiao Yuner firmly in his arms, Mu Yun could not extricate himself when he smelled the faint fragrance, and his hands became more and more mischievous. In these few years, although Xiao Yuner occasionally came to Fallen Soul Island, he had always been busy with the structure of the Xianming Immortal Slaying Formation and the setup of the large formation. Even if Xiaoyuner came, she would always stand by his side and silently watch him busy. During this time, the desire in Mu Yun's heart increased greatly. Mu Yun roughly understood that it was mainly due to his dragonization. Dragons were lustful by nature and naturally liked to fool around everywhere. Now, the bloodline and power in Mu Yun's body had almost all been strengthened by the divine dragon and had undergone dragonization. Therefore, he naturally had a desire for women. Not to mention, it was on Xiaoyuner. Moreover, he had already decided that Xiaoyuner was his woman. Naturally, he did not have to be afraid. No wonder. Sister Yao and Xianxia both said that you, what did they say about me? Mu Yun giggled and said. They said that you're a big pervert. I saw that you weren't injured at all just now. You deliberately pretended to be injured so that you could take advantage of me when I was unprepared. Xiaoyuner's face flushed red as she snorted. Alright, if you're not willing, then forget it. Mu Yun said helplessly. No, Xiaoyuner lowered her head and said shyly, I also want to be like the two of them. Mu Yun giggled and said, of course. However, if you want to be as skilled as them, you'll have to learn for a while. Learn what? What do you think? As Mu Yun spoke, he had already pounced on her like a hungry wolf. However, Xiaoyuner did not know much about the affairs between men and women after all. However, under the personal leadership of this old fox, Mu Yun, a great battle began between the two of them. On the desolate seven-colored grassland, two figures intertwined and merged into each other. Drops of blood, accompanied by a low roar and a painful groan, quietly fell to the ground. After a long time, accompanied by a low roar, the battle ended. The two figures snuggled up to each other on the grassland and met each other frankly. Xiaoyuner lay on Mu Yun's chest. Her perfect figure was exposed to the world like a picture of the grassland. The two naked figures complemented each other. At this time, the world quieted down. Only the breathing of the two of them could be heard. Xiaoyuner had a sweet smile on her face. Her whole face was flushed from exercise. Tears fell from her cheeks. She had finally given herself to the man she loved completely. Silly girl, why are you crying? Feeling the tears on his chest, Mu Yun rubbed Xiaoyuner's head and said with a smile. I'm not crying. I'm happy. Xiaoyuner pouted. She raised her head and said, from today onwards, I'm your woman. Even if you want to dump me, you can't. Don't worry. I don't want to dump such a beautiful and holy saintess of the mystic moon holy ground. If anyone dares to snatch you from me, I will kill them. Hearing this, Xiaoyuner scolded, the two sisters are right. You have a glib tongue. Glib tongue? Mu Yun laughed and said, I haven't let you experience the power of my mouth and tongue. As soon as his roaring laughter resounded through the air, Mu Yun directly pressed Xiaoyuner beneath him, and the sound of his breathing gradually resounded. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about what was happening in the outside world because it was time that belonged to him and Xiaoyuner, at the same time, in the dragon cave. At the foot of a majestic mountain, a group of figures gradually gathered. The warriors of the sorcerer tribe, the Zhu family, the floating mountain, the gold-embracing tower, and all the martial artists who had entered the dragon cave had gathered here. Looking at the towering mountain, everyone raised their heads. There was a trace of awe and shock on their faces. On the towering mountain, one could vaguely see the skeleton of a divine dragon lying on the mountain. The skeleton of a divine dragon. That was the complete skeleton of a divine dragon. At this moment, everyone's breathing had quickened. They had gone completely crazy. The skeleton of a divine dragon, even if it was just a piece of dragon bone, was a peerless existence when used to forge void immortal artifacts. Not to mention that this was the complete skeleton of a divine dragon that had passed away. Moreover, with the skeleton of the divine dragon here, the dragon egg was probably also on this mountain. For a moment, the martial artists of the major forces looked at each other with vigilance. At this time, no one could truly occupy a divine dragon. However, the competition between them was still unavoidable. As for who could obtain the most, it would depend on their own ability. Xianxia. Sister Yao. Wang Xingya had come with the Thousand Formation sect. She had come with Elder Wanli of the Thousand Formation sect and senior brother Qin Yuan of the Thousand Formation sect. Sister Yao, where is brother Yun? Wang Xingya did not see Mu Yun and was puzzled. I'm not sure either. But he should be with the sorcerer tribe's team. But I don't see him. Qin Mengyao was puzzled. She had been pregnant for 3 years, but the child in her belly had not changed at all. Gradually, the members of the Blood Alliance had even forgotten about it. However, Qin Mengyao was already used to being pregnant for 3 years. Hence, she still came to the dragon cave this time. However, Mu Yun had previously told her that he would enter the dragon cave with the sorcerer tribe. But now, the sorcerer tribe was here, but Mu Yun was nowhere to be found. She could not help but start to worry. This was because the people from the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, the Lin family, the Shi family, and the Jin family were not here. If Mu Yun encountered the people of these 4 forces, it would be difficult for him to fight against them alone. Thinking of this, Qin Mengyao could not help but secretly blame herself for being too careless. She should have gone with Mu Yun. In the past 5 years, she, Wang Xianxia, and Mu Yun had cultivated together, and their strength had improved rapidly. Now, she was at the 8th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. She had comprehended the power of space, and in addition to her understanding and awakening of the Ice Phoenix spirit, her true strength was far beyond what it was now. Qin Mengyao could feel it. If the child in her belly had not been continuously absorbing energy from her body for the past 3 years, she would have reached the 9th level of the Feather Celestial Realm by now. Others were pregnant with children, but she was pregnant with a treasure. Moreover, this treasure required her to protect and provide energy for it day and night. Qin Mengyao even felt that perhaps because of her and Mu Yun's special bodies, this child would take more than 3 years to conceive. Could Brother Yun have encountered the people from the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace and the 3 great families? Wang Xianxia asked worriedly. I don't think so. Qin Mengyao was also uncertain. However, at this moment, there was no time to worry. On the other side, the people from the floating mountain had already begun to move. This time, the people from the floating mountain were led by Xianxia. Bai Qing Tian and Bai Ju, on the other hand, followed the warriors of the Gu clan. The warriors from the Gold Embracing Tower and the Shadow Pavilion formed their own clan. This time, the Tianbao Pavilion was led by Bao Ling Er's second uncle, Bao Ling Er, and the others followed Bao Ling Er. The Tianbao Pavilion had always had an excellent relationship with the Gu clan. This time was no exception. Bao Tianshou followed beside Wu Tianqing. Wu Shanyu, Wu Yu, and the other chiefs of the Gu clan also stood firmly together. At the same time, the 3 great sects, the 10,000 Array sect, the Heavenly Pill sect, and the Armament sect, stood closer to each other. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Xiao Yuners Improvement. None of the major forces present were able to remain calm at this moment. They only regretted that they did not bring more people with them to fight for the dragon bone. Within the crowd, there was a black-robed cultivator who was standing quietly. Clearly, he did not fit in with the rest of the crowd. Wuqing, for the dragon bone, do what you can. In front of the group of black-robed martial artists, a black-robed man with golden edges said in a hoarse voice. Do what I can? Emma Wuqing's handsome face was a little shocked. As the young master of the Limitless Demon sect, he had always kept a low profile in the 3,000 small worlds. This was also related to the nature of the Limitless Demon sect. The Limitless Demon sect practiced magic. Although they didn't kill the innocent, it was still considered evil to the major forces in the 3,000 small worlds. On the other hand, there were even more people who compared the Limitless Demon sect to the demon race. However, the Limitless Demon sect had survived because of their great strength. Therefore, many forces did not dare to provoke them. However, they could not stop the disdain and gossip behind their backs. But this time, it was the dragon bone. How could they do what they could? Emma Wuqing looked at his master with a puzzled expression. He knew that his master had risen in the Limitless Demon sect less than 10 years ago. Moreover, his demonic skills were unfathomable. Even his father respected him. Mo Mia's master had become the vice leader of the Limitless Demon sect with his own strength. In the Limitless Demon sect, strength was the only thing that mattered. Strength was everything. Even the demon race's martial artists were convinced of this. Listen to me. That's right. Mo Mia looked at the martial artists of the major forces and said in a low voice. Yes. As the experts of the floating mountain sect began to move forward, the sorcerer tribe followed closely behind. The martial artists of the other major forces also followed. From the outside, this mountain was only lush and green. It was impossible to see what was inside. Only when one entered the mountain range could they find clues. However, the dragon bone at the top of the mountain could not block the light no matter what. There were more than 1,000 Yuxian realm martial artists from all the factions, and they all walked out in a single file. At the same time, on the other side, after another fierce battle, Mu Yun finally calmed down after Xiaoyuner surrendered. Mu Yun hurriedly instructed Xiaoyuner to start cultivating immediately. Ever since he had sex with Xianxia for the first time, he had noticed something strange about his body. His profound qi was very beneficial to the cultivation of Xianxia and Qin Mengyao. Over the past few years, Mu Yun had been practicing the dual cultivation technique with the two of them. Qin Mengyao was able to reach the 8th level of the winged immortal stage in 5 years because of the ice phoenix spirit and also because of the dual cultivation technique. Xiaoyuner nodded. She was completely naked as she sat on the spot. She could feel a warm current flowing into her body from her lower abdomen. That heat flow turned into pure energy, and with a bit of heat, it flowed into every part of his body. In her heart, a buzzing sound was heard. At this moment, the golden elixir in Xiaoyuner's abdomen had transformed into the nascent soul, the 7th level of the winged immortal stage, the nascent soul stage. She had broken through the bottleneck and reached the 7th level of the winged immortal stage. Xiaoyuner was so excited that she hugged Mu Yun. Brother Yun, I have reached the 7th level of the winged immortal stage. The nascent soul stage has changed. The golden elixir has become the nascent soul. Xiaoyuner was very excited. However, Mu Yun was almost suffocated by Xiaoyuner's hug. Wasn't it just reaching the 7th level from the 6th level? Was there a need to be so excited? You don't know. Xiaoyuner seemed to have seen through Mu Yun's doubts. She giggled and said, many of the secret manuals in the Mystic Moon's sacred ground can only be used after reaching the 7th level. Hence, the Holy Maiden has been asking me to reach the 7th level as soon as possible. Oh, Mu Yun nodded in realization. However, when Mu Yun nodded, he looked at Xiaoyuner. She was looking at him with a seductive gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Yun shrunk his neck. What do you think? Xiaoyuner was a little coquettish. She leaned forward and pressed Mu Yun under her body. Do you know that you are raping me? I want to do it by force. Xiaoyuner was unreasonable. She took the initiative to ask for it. After experiencing the benefits of being on good terms with Mu Yun, this time, Xiaoyuner took the initiative to ask for it, allowing Mu Yun to enjoy it. After a bloody storm, Mu Yun collapsed to the ground and cried out in pain. This round trip had tired him out quite a bit. Yuner, you keep talking about the Holy Maiden. What is the background of the Holy Maiden in the Mystic Moon's sacred ground? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Mu Yun asked. I'm not too sure either. Xiaoyuner frowned and said, the saintess often stays in her small valley and doesn't appear. Ever since she found out that the Qiyao sacred land was destroyed, she stayed in the valley all day and rarely showed herself. However, the saintess is just like me, very young. Brother Yun, will you consider taking the saintess in one day? Taking the Holy Maiden in, seeing Xiaoyuner's mischievous look, Mu Yun shook his head while trembling. I can't even afford to serve the 3 of you, let alone a Holy Maiden. She might be an old monster that has lived for thousands of years. I can't guarantee that she won't eat me. He naturally knew that Xiaoyuner was just mocking him. Alright, we can't stay here for too long. Your sacred emissary Yun is probably worried to death. Okay. The two of them put on their clothes, tidied up their clothes, and rushed out of the space together. After fusing with the past of the dragon's soul, Mu Yun naturally knew where to go. Mu Yun placed the dragon egg in the divine space treasure cave of the painting of extermination of immortality and slowly nourished it with immortal qi. Not only did the dragon egg need the heavenly fire to provide warmth, it also needed the nourishment of immortal qi. Otherwise, it was very likely that the fetus would die in the egg. Although the 7-colored heavenly dragon was dead, the dragon's soul was still extremely powerful. If not for the fact that it had been nourishing the dragon egg for the past 10,000 years, even if there were 10 or 100 Mu Yun, it would not be enough to kill it. The two of them left the mysterious space and appeared in front of the tombstone again. However, as soon as the two of them appeared, they heard the sounds of fighting. "And Yun." Seeing a figure in the fighting, Xiaoyuner hurriedly shouted. "Yuner." When sacred emissary Yun saw Xiaoyuner suddenly appear, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Are you all right?" "That's great." Sacred emissary Yun held Xiaoyuner's hand and there was a trace of relief between his eyebrows. However, when he saw the red marks on Xiaoyuner's neck and the scratches on her chest, sacred emissary Yun's face suddenly revealed a baffled expression. His gaze gradually fell on Mu Yun's body and there was a trace of an inexplicable smile on sacred emissary Yun's face. "Brat, if you let my Yuner down in the future, I will not let you off." "I wouldn't dare." Mu Yun's old face turned red and she cupped her hands. At the same time, the tombstone in front of the grave behind him was secretly stored in the chart of extermination of deity. The secrets in the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet could be said to be more valuable than a dragon egg. Of course, he would not say it at this moment. What's going on? Seeing the disciples of the mystic moon holy land and the martial artists of the Lin family fighting, Mu Yun was bewildered. Previously, Lin Qingying said that you killed Han Yu and Lu Shui. I quietly heard 2 disciples of the Lin family talking. Lu Shui was killed by Lin Qingying. Sacred emissary Yun snorted and said, "Lin Qingying is a sly old fox." "Did you kill Lin Yunji? Is that why he is venting his anger?" "I don't want to kill anyone, but he wants to kill me. I can't just stick my neck out and let him kill me." "Yes, those who kill will be killed by others." Sacred emissary Yun nodded and said, "Yes, as expected of the alliance leader of the Blood Alliance." Sacred emissary Yun was about to speak, but as if he thought of something, he immediately changed his words. "Hateful, these disciples were chased by me for a long time, but Lin Qingying did not appear at all." "That old fox. He won't appear." Xiaoyuner whispered, "Lin Qingying just followed me and brother Yun into the secret area and was killed." "Was he killed?" Hearing this, sacred emissary Yun could not help but take a few more glances at Mu Yun. "Yuner, you entered the 7th level?" It was only at this moment that sacred emissary Yun looked at Xiaoyuner and was surprised to find that Xiaoyuner had actually crossed the 6th level, from the 6th level of the undying body to the 7th level of the nascent soul transformation realm. What was needed was not the accumulation of powerful true essence, but the fusion of the golden core. This fusion could not be changed by battle or cultivation techniques. It required an opportunity and an epiphany. Xiaoyuner had been trapped in this realm for 3 years, but she actually succeeded this time. "Yes. I was lucky enough to advance." Hearing sacred emissary Yun's words, Xiaoyuner blushed and said weakly as she recalled that she had advanced because of Mu Yun. "Senior, since these people are so ignorant, I'll help you deal with them." "Yes." Sacred emissary Yun looked at Mu Yun and said again, "In the future, you can call me Aunt Yun together with Yuner." "Yes, Aunt Yun." Mu Yun cupped her hands and immediately joined the battle. These dozens of people were the remaining warriors of the Lin, Shi, and Jin families. However, Jin Ming and Shi Zhen had died one after another, so Lin Qingying was the leader. At this moment, it was obviously the best time to silence them. Mu Yun naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Like a hungry wolf pouncing into a pack of wolves, Mu Yun used all kinds of methods to start a massacre. These guys would not let her go, so she naturally would not be courteous to them. Sacred emissary Yun looked at Mu Yun and nodded repeatedly. "Aunt Yun, brother Yun is very powerful." "Yes." Sacred emissary Yun nodded as if he was mumbling to himself, "Of course he's powerful." At the same time, a few figures stood outside the bushes. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Dragon Bone Mountain Vice Palace Master, "We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find Lin Qingying." A young man said respectfully, "I'm afraid that the old fox was afraid that we would find trouble with him, so he abandoned these people and ran away." "Humph." Han Yun snorted coldly. "At least that old fox is tactful. Not only did he kill a female disciple of the mystic moon sacred ground, he even killed a disciple of my 9 frost heavenly palace. The Lin family thinks that they have formed a solid alliance with the Shi and Jin families, so they dare to challenge my 9 frost heavenly palace." Then, Vice Palace Master, after we return, should we make things difficult for the Lin family? There's no hurry. Han Yin waved his hand and said, the Lin family and the other two families still need to deal with the Cloud Alliance. Now is not the time to fall out with them. However, the people of the Mystic Moon's sacred ground have helped us clean up these people, so it can save us some trouble. I think that Mu Yun and Xiao Yuner didn't seem to have obtained any treasures other than fooling around inside. Prepare to leave. There are no dragon eggs here. Yes. After saying that, the people of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace gradually left. Sacred Emissary Yun's eyes followed the direction that the people of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace left, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With Mu Yun joining the battle, the remaining 20 to 30 people of the Lin family and the other two families were quickly harvested. Not long after, the battle ended. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief, and her heart calmed down. More than half of the martial artists of the three families had been killed by him in the maze. At this moment, less than 1/10 of them had followed Lin Qingying here. Without Lin Qingying, they were just a motley crew. Big brother Yun, it's been hard on you. Xiao Yuner looked at Mu Yun and said with concern. It's not hard at all. Mu Yun chuckled. Xiao Yuner walked forward, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped away Mu Yun's sweat. Cough cough. Sacred Emissary Yun couldn't bear to watch the two of them being so lovey-dovey and couldn't help but cough dryly. However, Xiao Yuner acted as if she didn't hear anything and continued to wipe Mu Yun's sweat. This scene stunned many of the disciples of the profound Moon Holy Land. They had never seen Xiao Yuner so considerately wipe someone's sweat, roar. However, as the crowd was packing up, a loud roar echoed in the Dragon Cave. That voice pierced through the clouds and into the 9 heavens. It even went beyond the Dragon Cave and spread throughout the entire 100,000 Great Mountains, the entire eastern region, and the entire 3,000 small worlds. The loud dragon cry thoroughly shocked the 3,000 small worlds. In the headquarters of the shamans, the shaman ancestor stood up from his seat in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Shenlong. Is it really a divine dragon? The sorcerer's eyes were filled with shock as he muttered to himself, I, Wu Dingtian, have never seen what a divine dragon looks like in my entire life. Ancestor, why don't you enter the dragon cave? The chief of the Gu dragon tribe, Long Yuzi, asked. Haha, you should know that once I enter the dragon cave, it won't be the experts of the major forces that will come this time, but the top experts. Even the experts of the profound Moon Holy Land, the Floating Mountain Sect, the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, and the Limitless Demon Sect are not honest masters. They are all holding their breaths and waiting. When the situation goes out of control, they will appear. I see. Long Yuzi nodded. He thought that with the shaman ancestors' cultivation, none of these people could obtain the dragon egg. However, if the shaman ancestor entered the dragon cave, none of the top experts of the major forces would be able to sit still. Let's wait and see. The shaman ancestor sat down slowly and said with a trace of worry on his face, I hope you will be safe. The differences in the shaman tribe were too extreme. Originally, the ancestor wanted to test the ruling power of the two sides, but now it had become a drawback. However, the good thing was that he could still control the situation, otherwise, the shaman tribe would become a tool for some people in the future. This kid, I hope he can bring me some good news. The shaman ancestor muttered to himself and there was a trace of nostalgia on his face. Back then, when he was still young, he was fortunate enough to meet Honorable Yun. He was indeed a dragon among men and a proud son of God. At that time, Honorable Yun was in high spirits and he waved his hand with great vigor. After 10,000 years, he seemed to have seen such a powerful young man who was about to rise. Perhaps he would be more dazzling than Honorable Yun. However, who knew, it was not only the entire 3,000 small worlds that were shocked. Almost all the warriors in the dragon cave were stunned. That loud roar came out of nowhere. Many warriors who were climbing the mountain of dragon bones had their hearts and minds shattered by this loud roar, and died on the spot. Sacred Emissary Yun, Mu Yun, and the rest were completely stunned when they heard the roar. What is that sound? Xiao Yuner was shocked. A dragon's roar. Mu Yun said calmly, it seems that the dragon cave is not as simple as it looks. Even a dragon's roar has appeared. I'm afraid there are other existences. Let's go and take a look. Sacred Emissary Yun said calmly. Everyone immediately rushed out of the palace and ran towards the direction of the dragon's roar. At the same time, on the Dragon Bone Mountain, one figure after another was climbing up the mountain. Looking from the bottom of the mountain, people were as small as grains of sand. After entering the mountain range, the lush giant trees climbed all the way from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Everyone climbed towards the top of the mountain from all directions. That loud and clear roar had come from the top of the mountain, and it had directly killed many first and second level martial artists. What a powerful force. White Ju raised his head and looked up, lost in thought. Brother Baiju, do you know what that roar is? Yu Tiansong said with lingering fear. At that moment, he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. If I'm not wrong, it should be a dragon's roar. Baiju had a cautious look on his face. This time, he and Bai Qing Tian were trading partners of the Floating Mountain sect and had joined the Gusek's team. The real experts of the Floating Mountain sect were led by Xianxia to the top of the mountain. A dragon's roar, Yu Tiansong felt his chest trembling. A dragon's roar. That was a real divine dragon. Could it be that there were not only dragon eggs on the top of the mountain, but also real divine dragons? No one could be sure about that. Hearing the dragon's roar, Zhang Xingwei, Zhi Yahui, Tian Wuyan, and the others in the Blood Alliance looked at each other with pale faces. Only Qin Mengyao was expressionless. She had awakened the Ice Phoenix divine soul. Facing such a strong pressure, she was naturally less fearful. That's a dragon's roar. Zhi Yahui's tone was a little sluggish. He could not help but wipe the sweat on his face. It should be. Zhang Xingwei nodded slightly. His face was also very calm. This time, the Blood Alliance was led by Elder Shilong, one of the 4 great elders. Qin Mengyao followed beside him. We have to be careful this time. There are many people who want to kill us. The Floating Mountain sect will definitely be the first to want to kill us. Elder Shilong said seriously. Before the Alliance Master appears, we can't act on our own. The others nodded. Shilong was now one of the 10 great elders in the Blood Alliance. He was also an expert of the 10th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. When he was in the Floating Mountain sect, he was one of the core elders and was very powerful. In the past 5 years after joining the Blood Alliance, Shilong had been deeply impressed by Mu Yun. He thought that he had fulfilled his mission by being in charge of the Blood Alliance's array pavilion. However, in the past 5 years, when he was building the Shenming Immortal Slaying Array with Mu Yun, he really understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than him. In the past, he could say with a clear conscience that he was a genius array master, second only to the old monsters of the 10,000 array sect. However, after meeting Mu Yun, he knew what it meant to be an array master. The Shenming Immortal Slaying Array's defense was top-notch. In the past 5 years, he had learned a lot from Mu Yun's method of building the array. If Shilong had been arrogant when facing the Alliance Master, Mu Yun, then he was completely impressed now. After Shilong finished speaking, he led the Blood Alliance and climbed up the mountain range again. At this moment, Saint Emissary Yun led Mu Yun, Xiao Yuner, and the others to the foot of the Dragon Bone Mountain. That's the Dragon Bone. The crystal-clear dragon bone that was tens of thousands of meters long was clearly visible even though it was standing on the Dragon Bone Mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high. The complete dragon bone could be said to be perfect. If one were to use this dragon bone to be reborn, one's body would be strengthened by tens or even hundreds of times. However, Mu Yun knew that the true essence of the dragon bone was around the heart of the entire divine dragon. The heart of the divine dragon clan had always been extremely strong. Therefore, the dragon bone around the heart was also exceptionally strong. Generally speaking, martial artists called the dragon bone around the heart of the dragon clan the heart bone. The heart bone was stronger than the dragon bone of the other parts of the divine dragon in terms of toughness and spirituality. If one could obtain the heart bone of this divine dragon and change the bone structure of one's body, then dragonization would be equivalent to another level. In the future, as one's cultivation level increased, it would be possible to achieve the ultimate state of dragonization by using various parts of the divine dragon as the construction. Let's go. Looking at the Dragon Bone Mountain, Mu Yun's mind moved, and everyone immediately rushed into the mountain range. At this very moment, it was clear that everyone was attracted by the dragon roar. However, the more it was like this, the more assured Mu Yun felt. At this moment, the floating mountain sect would never dare to attack him. The dragon bone was at the top of the mountain, and everyone wanted to fight for the dragon bone. If anyone killed each other to resolve the conflict, then the dragon bone would undoubtedly be handed over. Moreover, there might not be many complete dragon bones left in this 10,000-meter-long giant dragon. Since there were too many monks and too little meat, everyone's attention would be on the fight for the dragon bone. That would be when the real battle would begin. At this moment, martial artists from various factions entered the mountain range and began to climb the mountain. Fighting on the road, no one knew about all of this. When Mu Yun and the others entered the mountain range, they realized that everything they saw from the outside was just fleeting clouds. The entire mountain range was filled with green pines and green forests. It looked lush and the environment was unusually quiet. However, this silence made Mu Yun's heart turn cold. He could feel that there were pairs of eyes around him, whether in the light or in the dark. It was as if they wanted to see through everyone. This feeling was very strange, but it was real. Everyone, be careful. I'm afraid this mountain of dragon bones is not that simple. As soon as Mu Yun said this, some disciples of the mystic moon holy land curled their lips. Even sacred emissary Yun did not notice anything different, but this guy did. Everyone else can go up the mountain of dragon bones. Why would our mystic moon holy land be in danger? Suddenly, a mystic moon holy land disciple dressed in green said, "Could it be that even they did not notice it, but only you, Mu Yun, noticed it?" Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and did not try to explain himself. It seemed like many of the male disciples of the profound moon holy land harbored resentment towards him for getting Xiaoyuner. However, Mu Yun did not say much. It was just a feeling, and he was not sure. Moreover, there was indeed no danger around. Everyone climbed all the way up. Gradually, they could see figures beginning to appear in front of them. Between those figures, sounds of fighting could be heard. "Someone is fighting," Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Everyone immediately hid and watched the battle above. At the same time, behind Mu Yun and the others, in the place where they had just passed by, figures shrouded in black fog gradually appeared among the trees and bushes. "My lord, we won't be discovered, right?" A man shrouded in black fog asked in a muffled voice. Hearing this, a man who was 5 meters tall in front of the black shadow said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be. It's just that the young man sensed something. It seems that we should be more careful." "Yes. This time, we entered the dragon cave through another channel. Moreover, Lord Demon Emperor gave us a treasure to conceal ourselves. These people won't discover us at all." Demon Emperor. These people were the demon race warriors. Lord Chuck has given the order this time. That Mu Yun must be killed if possible. Understood. That black shadow said proudly, "Mu Yun, that little trash, actually killed 4 demon emperors of my demon race in succession. She deserves to die 1,000 times over. Even the floating mountain sect doesn't dare to be so arrogant. This kid is simply courting death. Demon Emperor Chuck has specially emphasized him this time. If you guys ruin our plans, then just wait for your deaths." Back then, the 4 demon emperors of the Great Demon clan were the elites of the demon clan. They had reached the Feather Immortal realm at a young age, so they were titled as demon emperors. All of the Devil clan warriors present were at the Heavenly Immortal realm, but none of them had been conferred the title of Devil Emperor. The title of Demon Emperor represented the supreme powerhouse of the demon race in the future, and the powerful warriors of the demon race at present. The 4 of them were originally highly regarded as Devil clan warriors who could become demon emperors. Who would have thought that the 4 of them who had just arrived at the Heavenly Fate continent would be killed one by one? In the end, Demon Emperor Chuck personally took action and actually allowed Mu Yun to escape. This was simply a disgrace to the Demon Emperor. This kind of disgrace was something that the Devil clan absolutely could not tolerate. "Follow them." The Demon Emperor let out a low shout, and the black shadows disappeared once again. At the same time, Mu Yun and the others were watching the battle in front of them, hiding their figures. Why are the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace and the Limitless Demon sect fighting? Looking at the battle in front of her, Mu Yun was puzzled. The 9 Frost Heavenly Palace and the Limitless Demon sect, one was close to the western region, and the other was close to the eastern region's north. It could be said that they had no intersection at all. Why were they fighting here? This is something that happened a long time ago. Saint Emissary Yun said, back then, the younger sister of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace's palace master fell in love with an outstanding disciple of the Limitless Demon sect. However, the palace master of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace did not agree. In the end, his sister committed suicide, so the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace resented the Limitless Demon sect. And that younger sister is now Han Qianren's aunt. That outstanding disciple of the Limitless Demon sect is now the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, Mo Lingxue. There was such a thing? So now, Han Qianren is disgusted when he sees the people of the Limitless Demon sect, and the people of the Limitless Demon sect are naturally annoyed when they see the disciples of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the conflict between the two sides has gradually expanded. Hearing this, Mu Yun was speechless. However, the fact that the Limitless Demon sect and the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace were not on the same side allowed Mu Yun to relax a lot. At least, the Limitless Demon sect would not join forces with the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace to deal with the Blood Alliance. Han Yun, we haven't seen each other for many years, but you're still so good. Mo Wuqing stood in front of the Limitless Demon sect's disciples and sneered at Han Yun. Your father isn't dead, how can I die? Han Yun sneered and said, your Limitless Demon sect has been going downhill these years. I think you, Mo Wuqing, can't even be ranked in the top 10 of our Floating Mountain sect's disciples. Oh? Is that so? Mo Wuqing was not angry and said with a smile, I really can't be bothered to compare with your Limitless Demon sect's disciples. Wasn't that Han Tianyu the pride of your Nine Frost Heavenly Palace? Wasn't he still killed by Mu Yun? Hearing Mo Wuqing's words, Mu Yun cursed in her heart. These guys, it was fine if they attacked the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. Why did they have to bring her along? No matter how bad my Nine Frost Heavenly Palace is, it can be considered a righteous sect. At least, we don't do evil things like killing people and taking their blood. Righteous? Mo Wuqing laughed loudly and said, Han Yun, are you too old or too young? In this world, what is righteous and what is evil? Whoever's fist is bigger is the orthodox. Since you feel that my Limitless Demon sect is evil, you can send your so-called righteous sect to destroy my Limitless Demon sect. Do you dare? Han Yun indeed did not dare. In terms of strength, the Limitless Demon sect was on par with the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have fought for hundreds of years and only fought on a small scale. Glib-tongued. Looking at Mo Wuqing, Han Yun's face turned cold and he took a step forward. Han Yun, it's not appropriate to attack a junior. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Mo Wuqing and blocked Han Yun. Mo Mia, you think you can show off just because you're the vice-sect master of the Limitless Demon sect? Han Yun did not put Mo Mia in his eyes at all. This guy had only risen in the Limitless Demon sect in recent years. He did not even know who this person was before. However, the instant Mo Mia attacked, a strange technique was unleashed. Under this attack, Han Yun was actually forced to take a step back. How did you become so powerful? Seeing Mo Mia's method, Han Yun was dumbfounded. In his eyes, Mo Mia was just a small figure who had just risen and made some contributions in the Limitless Demon sect. How could he have known that this person's realm was the same as his? My best is yet to come. Mo Mia's voice was hoarse, and his attack was full of killing intent. In an instant, a bead appeared in his hand. The bead was blood-red and carried an endless amount of blood qi. Blood soul bead. The moment he saw the bead, Mu Yun's heart thumped. At this moment, Mo Mia was already fighting with Han Yun, and Mo Wuqing was leading the Limitless Demon sect to kill the people from the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. It had to be said that the conflict between the two forces was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. At this moment, the two sides were fighting. Xiao Yuno looked at Sage Yun and said, Aunt Yun, what should we do? Let's go around them. It's best if we don't get involved in the fight between these two big guys. Okay. Mu Yun did not intend to get involved, but now, he really did want to interfere. He was very familiar with the blood soul bead. You guys go first, I'll come later. What do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to see the fight between Han Yun and Mo Mia. It'll be helpful for my cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaoyuner nodded suspiciously. She knew that Mu Yun seemed to have a treasure that could hide her body, so she was not worried about Mu Yun's safety. Seijin still wanted to say something, but seeing that Xiaoyuner had agreed, she did not say anything else. She nodded and left with the people from the Mystic Moon Holy Ground. Mu Yun hid on the spot and watched the two sides fight. The people from the Limitless Demon sect were all ruthless and did not care about their lives. On the other hand, the people from the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace were at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was even happier. However, he liked to add insult to injury. The people from the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace had wanted to kill him many times, and Han Yun had participated in the attack 5 years ago. Today, even if Mo Mia could not kill Han Yun, if he secretly attacked, it would be good if he could severely injure Han Yun. Mu Yun was very willing to carry out such a plan. The fight between the two sides clearly did not look like a small fight, and the eyes of the disciples were red with killing intent. Even if they were hit by the saber, they would still slash at their opponents. Mo Wuqing was also very good. Under the hands of the two elders of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, he had a sense of propriety and did not panic. On the other side, the fight between Mo Mia and Han Yun could be said to be perfect. When the two of them attacked, one used the ultimate skill of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, and the other used the supreme demonic skill of the Limitless Demon sect. Most importantly, the two of them were in the 10th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. As they fought, the surrounding people had no choice but to retreat. However, Han Yun seemed to be worried and did not use his full strength, but kept retreating. Mo Mia, you forced me to do this. I originally wanted to fight on the mountain peak, but now it seems that there is no need. Han Yun suddenly shouted, and a layer of ice-blue armor appeared on his body. The ice-blue armor looked extremely sturdy, and it sent chills down people's spines. A peerless sacred artifact armor. A peerless sacred artifact was very rare in the 3,000 small worlds, let alone an armor-type peerless sacred artifact. I am not afraid of you using your full strength. The black aura around Mo Mia's body became even stronger, and it was obvious that he had used his special skill. At this moment, Mu Yun withdrew all of his aura and blended into the environment. He had devoured the dragon's eye, and after dragonification, he had a faint dragon's aura. If one did not sense it carefully, one would not be able to detect it. Even if one sensed it carefully, Mu Yun was confident that no one would be able to find it. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Ambush Strike, do you think you'll be safe just because you're wearing a tortoise shell? Tortoise shell? Han Yun sneered. This is the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace's sacred artifact, the Northern Underworld Frost Armor. It's just lacking the Immortal Chi contract. Otherwise, it would be a void immortal artifact. Even Mu Yun wouldn't be able to refine such a magical armor. Old demon, I'll show you what the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace is like today. The Northern Underworld Frost Armor on Han Yun's body immediately emitted a cold aura. That cold aura combined with his body had a different kind of power. It can become a void immortal artifact? Mu Yun didn't care what kind of frost armor it was. But after hearing this sentence, she was very interested in this armor. This time, she had absorbed a lot of immortal chi from that lonely palace. It was very suitable for refining weapons and pills. This armor was compatible with the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace's cold aura. If it was matched with Qin Meng Yao, it would be a perfect match. Mu Yun was still suppressing the excitement in her heart. She was like a withered tree, without any vitality in her body. At this moment, Mo Mia seemed to feel that the armor's defensive power was extremely high, and his face was also solemn. The blood soul pearl in front of him started to spin rapidly. Gradually, streaks of blood runes began to spread out in all directions. Blood soul rune curse. Seeing Mo Mia's technique, Mu Yun was very certain. It's really you, old thing. I was wondering where you went. The blood soul bead kept spinning, and the blood patterns around it appeared one after another, forming a very complicated rune. That rune looked like an evil spirit with its mouth wide open. Blood soul rune curse, explode. Mo Mia shouted, and the blood soul rune curse exploded. Crackling sounds could be heard, and the blood soul rune rushed towards Han Yun. Along the way, the demonic chi surged, and the aura was strong. How could Han Yun sit and wait for death at this moment? He took a step forward, and a cold aura gathered between his hands. The armor was also emitting a faint blue light, and the cold aura was even stronger. In an instant, an icy blue shield appeared between Han Yun's hands. However, on the other side of the shield, there were sharp spikes protruding from it, emitting an even colder aura. Han Yun's move was both offensive and defensive. There was not the slightest bit of disorder. However, after Han Yun unleashed that attack, Mu Yun carefully discovered that the back of Han Yun's hand was slightly trembling. That was the trembling of his bloodline. It was very subtle, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see it. However, Mu Yun understood what it meant. When Han Yun activated this move, it was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Even he himself was unable to control the icy cold aura. Instead, it was because his blood flow had become stagnant that such a situation had occurred. This is the moment. Mu Yun bellowed in her heart. With the nether ghost claw in her left hand and the formless ghost hand in her right hand, a dragon membrane appeared on the surface of her body to protect her. As for the 9 elemental chi gathering, it condensed into 9 elemental balls that instantly merged into one. After doing all this, Mu Yun was still not at ease. The embittered sword and the 9 elemental fairy sword exploded with lightning speed. As for Mu Yun, she quickly mobilized the dragon blood in her body and activated the Aeon Blood Codex. All these preparations happened in the blink of an eye. After Han Yun's ice shield was unleashed, Mu Yun suddenly unleashed the fastest speed she had ever unleashed in her life. Die! With a bellow, all of Mu Yun's attacks were unleashed in an instant. Han Yun was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. His cultivation was high, and he would definitely know if anyone approached him. Who would have thought that Mu Yun was already lurking below like a wild wolf? What he didn't expect was that he only noticed Mu Yun when she was 10 meters away from him. However, he was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm after all, and he controlled the space and time laws. At that moment, he activated the time laws, wanting to freeze and kill this shameless person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dared to sneak an attack on him. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. His time laws couldn't control Mu Yun at all. Mu Yun's figure was still charging straight at him. At that moment, he finally thought of resisting and counterattacking. However, the move just now had consumed too much of his true origin. At that moment, he couldn't even catch his breath, so how could he resist? Boom boom boom, in an instant, the nether ghost claw, formless ghost hand, 9 elemental chi gathering chi, and 2 void immortal artifacts were unleashed. The earth-shattering roar stunned everyone at this moment. Even Mo Mia and Mo Wuching were instantly dumbfounded. This kind of attack was simply apocalyptic. Mo Wuching had no doubt that with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, he had no chance of surviving such a sneak attack. Even his true soul was completely drowned before it could form. What a terrifying person! The rumbling sound continued, burning all the trees in the area. After about 10 breaths of time, the explosion gradually subsided, and Han Yun's figure was revealed. Mu Yun naturally knew that Han Yun was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Even if she used all her skills, it was impossible for her to kill him. However, it was more than enough to severely injure him. Under this attack, Han Yun stepped out from the explosion. At that moment, the Northern Underworld Frost Armor, a peerless saint artifact, was still hanging on his body. However, there were 2 sword cracks on the Frost Armor. They were caused by the 9 elemental immortal sword and the embittered sword. Even if it was a peerless saint artifact, how could it withstand the attack of a void immortal artifact? His arms and legs, which were not protected by armor, were now covered in terrifying bloody wounds. Those bloody wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Fresh blood dripped out. Han Yun's face was completely covered in blood. His face was full of scars and looked extremely terrifying. Ah! With a loud shout, Han Yun had no choice but to take off the armor on his body. Within the armor, the aftershock of the 9 elemental balls explosion was almost about to shatter his internal organs. After taking off the armor, the damage of the 9 elemental ball gradually weakened. However, at that moment, Han Yun was really in a sorry state. His clothes were torn and blood flowed like a river. "It's you, Mu Yun." Seeing Mu Yun, Han Yun's lungs were about to explode from anger. He never thought that he would be at a disadvantage in the hands of Mu Yun, a brat at the 6th level of the Feather Immortal realm. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. This made him extremely furious. Mu Yun, I will remember you. Although Han Yun had almost lost his mind, he knew that with Mo Mia present, he would definitely die here if he continued to fight. He didn't even take away the armor. Han Yun turned around and instantly stood there. Trying to leave? Mo Mia shouted coldly and slapped out. Endless demonic aura rolled and formed a demonic claw. It directly grabbed the figure of Han Yun who was standing there. In the distance, a muffled groan sounded again. Han Yun had obviously taken the blow and was severely injured. Mu Yun walked in front of the armor and picked it up. She had to admit that the armor was really powerful. Mu Yun had used almost all of her attacks, but she only managed to severely injure Han Yun's arms and legs. Although his lungs were injured by the 9 elemental chi gathering, it was because the 9 elemental fairy sword and the embittered sword had pierced 2 holes in the armor, allowing the 9 elemental chi gathering to attack. Moreover, only the void immortal weapon had pierced 2 holes in the armor. However, the other parts of the armor were still intact. A peerless sacred artifact was indeed a powerful peerless sacred artifact. After putting away the armor, Mu Yun looked at Mo Mia and smiled. This item belongs to me. Seeing this, Mo Wuching couldn't help but say. Although the void immortal weapon had pierced 2 holes in the peerless sacred artifact, it was still in excellent condition. Moreover, the armor clearly looked like the best of the best. Most importantly, it was a trophy that the limitless demon sect could use to mock the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace in the future. However, just as Mo Wuching was about to speak, Mo Mia waved his hand. Of course, I won't take it for free. Mu Yun smiled and looked at Mo Mia. My 9 elemental fairy sword is a grade 1 void immortal weapon. How about exchanging it with you? Hearing those words, Mo Wuching was instantly dumbfounded. A grade 1 void immortal weapon in exchange for a broken peerless sacred artifact? Was Mu Yun an idiot? Haha, Brother Mu, you are indeed as bold and generous as your master. However, at this moment, Mo Mia took off the veil on his face. He took a step forward and gave Mu Yun a big bear hug. The face that was revealed belonged to none other than the myriad ghost old man. I knew it's you. Mu Yun patted Mo Mia's shoulder and laughed. Old one, we haven't seen each other for many years. I knew that the Limitless Demon Sect was the place you wanted to go the most in the 3,000 small worlds. You know that I'm a demonic cultivator. Where else can I go if not the Limitless Demon Sect? Demonic Annihilation laughed and said happily. Master, he is. Mo Wuching was completely stunned when he saw this. Wuching, this is the genius I told you about. He's the disciple of Venerable Yun. You can't tell anyone about this, do you understand? It's him? Mu Yun? Mo Wuching was stunned when he saw Mu Yun. Who else do you think it is? Mo Mia patted Mo Wuching's head and laughed. Let me tell you, if you want to be a qualified demonic cultivator, ask him. This kid knows more than your master. Mr. Mu, I've heard a lot about you. Mo Wuching did not know what to say. According to their age, he should call Mu Yun brother. However, since his master addressed him as brother, how could he call him Brother Mu? He could only call him Mr. Old one, not bad. You even took in a disciple. Mu Yun laughed. Sigh, you know that my demonic cultivation techniques were developed by myself back then. The Limitless Demon Sect mainly cultivates the demonic path. I thought I wouldn't be able to find you for the time being, so I went to the Limitless Demon Sect first. Wan Wuxing said in frustration. This kid is so stupid. He insisted on learning the demonic path from me. Wan Wuxing naturally did not mention what happened back then. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios repairing an artifact in person back then, Wan Wuxing was still addressed as Little Wan by Wan Wuxing. 10,000 years had passed, and Wan Wuxing had been studying the demonic Tao. If he had not been tricked, he would have been the founder of the demonic Tao. Even so, Mu Yun believed that this old man's understanding of the demonic Tao was much stronger than those from the Limitless Demon Sect. She knew Wan Wuxing quite well. Brother Mu, haha, I'll give you this soft armor. Take it as a token of my appreciation. After all, you're that person's disciple. Haha. Wan Wuxing looked at the soft armor in Mu Yan's hand and said happily. In fact, if it had not been for Mu Yan, he would still be trapped in the abyss. More importantly, he believed that Mu Yan's master was Venerable Lord Yun from back then. When he saw Mu Yan, he thought of Venerable Lord Yun from back then. His heart was filled with respect and he had a good impression of Mu Yan. That won't do. This Northern Dark Frost armor is made from Northern Dark Frost iron that has been around for tens of thousands of years. That's why its defense is extremely strong. I can modify it into a void immortal artifact. I won't take advantage of you. Mu Yan shook her head and smiled. Then, she threw a long sword to Mo Wuqing. It was the Nine Origin Immortal Sword. This void immortal artifact is made from a peerless saint artifact that I refined. It's definitely worth it to exchange it for your armor. Mo Wuqing was dumbfounded. He almost missed the Nine Origin Immortal Sword. How could he give away a void immortal artifact just like that? This was a void immortal artifact, one of the few in the 3,000 small worlds. However, this Nine Origin Immortal Sword was obtained by Xian Wuxin at an auction. Later on, Xian Wuxin chased after me and was killed by me. Therefore, this void immortal artifact might bring you some trouble. It's no trouble at all. Mo Wuqing quickly nodded. His limitless demon sect was not that afraid of the floating mountain sect. Brat. Wan Wuxing patted Mo Wuqing's head and scolded, he used a void immortal artifact to exchange for a broken peerless saint artifact, and you're serious about it? If Mu Yun hadn't made a move just now, would Han Yun have been able to take off this northern underworld frost armor? Hearing those words, Mo Wuqing was even more stunned. Speaking of which, it did seem to make sense, he was too embarrassed to take the Nine Origin Immortal Sword. Old one, what are you saying? Mu Yun frowned and said, it's just a void immortal artifact. If you need it, I can refine it for you in the future. Mu Yan's tone was not small, void immortal artifacts were rare even in the 3,000 minor worlds. Most importantly, in order to refine a void immortal weapon, one would need to use immortal chi to draw the inscriptions in order to upgrade the weapon. No matter how powerful a natural treasure was, without the immortal chi, it would not be able to evolve into a void immortal weapon. But where could he find immortal chi in the 3,000 small worlds? Mu Yun did not explain further. He knew that if he didn't show off his skills, Wan Wuxing would feel uneasy if he gave away the Nine Origin Immortal Sword. Now that he had accumulated a large amount of immortal chi, he could not use it for his own cultivation. However, it was an excellent choice for refining void immortal artifacts and void immortal pills. Mu Yun did not say anything else. He sat down cross-legged and touched the dark north frost armor with both hands. He closed his eyes and pondered, carefully sensing the inscriptions in the dark north frost armor. The inscriptions of a saint artifact were extremely complicated. It was not something that could be completed in a day. However, Mu Yan's attack just now had made the inscriptions in the dark north frost sword extremely complete. What he needed was to change it, not reconstruct it. Mu Yun took out several spirit tablets and began to draw the inscriptions in front of Wan Wuxing and Mo Wuqing. Wan Wuxing was completely stunned by his actions. This kid wants to change it now. However, when Mo Wuqing saw Mu Yun's actions, he was shocked. Was this guy putting on an act, or was he really able to do the transformation? It was rumored that the Nine Origin Immortal Sword in his hand was personally modified by Mu Yun. This was because there was no such high-level blacksmith in the Tianbao Pavilion. Mu Yun did not care about what the two of them were thinking. His hands continued to draw the inscriptions. Drops of immortal chi slowly formed on the spirit tablets. This is immortal chi? Wan Wuxing was considered to be knowledgeable. The power that Mu Yun used to draw the inscriptions was obviously not the fluctuation of true essence. The fluctuation of the power was many times stronger than true essence. Only immortal chi could have such a qualitative change. This guy, Wan Wuxing, did not know where Mu Yun got the immortal chi, but he knew that for a heavenly immortal realm warrior to store immortal chi in his body was definitely courting death. A heavenly immortal realm warrior could not withstand the strong power of immortal chi. What Wan Wuxing could not figure out was how Mu Yun got the immortal chi. How did he store the immortal chi in his body? However, gradually, Mu Yun began to make his move. The inscriptions he drew were not to construct the interior of the dark north cold armor, but to make up for the two holes that he pierced. When everything was ready, Mu Yun began to fuse the inscriptions. The dark north cold armor emitted a faint blue light. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had an idea. The reason why the dark north cold armor could be pierced by his 2 void immortal artifacts was because of the void immortal artifact's powerful attacks. On the other hand, the cold armor was too hard. It was too hard and easy to break. Mu Yun had an idea. He quietly mobilized the black prison silver water in his body. The black prison silver water was born from heaven and earth. It was extremely magical. If he could infuse the black prison silver water into the cold armor, it would definitely weaken the hardness of the black prison silver water. This was a real soft armor. If one were to receive a powerful attack, the cold armor would be too tough. One would cause considerable damage to the wearer, and the other would be like Han Yun, pierced through. However, after adding a certain degree of flexibility, the cold armor would become both hard and soft. In this way, when it was attacked, the cold armor would be buffered, and the damage to the warrior's body would be reduced to a certain extent. With a thought, Mu Yun began to act. Only Mu Yun dared to think of such a thing. No saint artifact master in the entire 3,000 small worlds would dare to do such a thing. After all, the slightest carelessness would cause the cold armor to be destroyed. Time trickled by. 2 hours later, Mu Yun suddenly stood up from the ground. It's done. It's done? Wan Wuxing and Mo Wuxing looked at each other and took the dark north cold armor from Mu Yun's hands. At this moment, the cold armor was covered in blue light. However, the blue light was darker because of the addition of the black prison silver water. At the same time, the 2 broken holes also disappeared. The cold armor seemed to have regained its vitality. Mo Wuxing, give it a try. Mu Yun looked at Mo Wuxing and said with a smile, use your 9 origin immortal sword and pierce the cold armor with all your strength. This? Just do as I say. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Wan Wuxing hurriedly said. He knew that Mu Yun would not speak without thinking. He also wanted to see how the cold armor could withstand the 9 origin immortal sword's attack. All right. Mo Wuxing nodded. After being shouted at by Wan Wuxing, there was a trace of unwillingness in his heart. He did not believe that this thing in Mu Yun's hands could become a void immortal artifact just by fiddling with it. If that was the case, the void immortal artifacts in the 3,000 small worlds would be worthless. After saying that, Mo Wuxing raised his sword and attacked. He knew how powerful a void immortal artifact was. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator, but he cultivated the devil sword. With this attack, Mo Wuxing used all his strength. Ding! The longsword pierced the cold armor and made a clanking sound. However, Mo Wuxing's body kept moving forward. A faint blue light appeared on the surface of the cold armor, and the longsword could not move an inch. Even when the 9 origin immortal sword was bent to a 90-degree angle, the cold armor was still intact. Mo Wuxing put away his sword and wiped the sweat on his forehead. This is probably at least a 2nd-grade void immortal artifact, right? Mu Yun smiled slightly and did not answer. This was only the defense of the northern underworld cold armor. The strength of a void immortal artifact was that it had spirituality. If Qin Mengyao wore this cold armor and activated the power of the Ice Phoenix spirit, the defense of this armor would definitely be enhanced again. After all, Qin Mengyao was pregnant with her child. The mother and child were Mu Yun's favorite. With this armor on, the safety of her monstrous child that she had been carrying for 3 years would be guaranteed. Let's go. Mu Yun smiled and looked at Mo Wuxing and the others. She said, Old Wan, I'm not taking advantage of you this time, right? Brother Mu, you must be joking. Who in the 3,000 small worlds can do this? However, I thank you on behalf of the Limitless Demon Sect. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Mo Wuxing hurriedly cupped his hands. Mu Yun was simply too miraculous. Previously, he had always heard that Mu Yun was able to refine peerless sacred weapons, level 10 peerless sacred pills, and 18 patterned ones. This had already exceeded all his knowledge. However, this guy could actually refine a void immortal artifact. This was a void immortal artifact armor. Many people said that it was impossible to refine a void immortal artifact armor without immortal chi. However, who could do it with immortal chi? The structure of the contract within a void immortal artifact was several times more complicated than a sacred artifact. Moreover, a void immortal artifact had spirituality. If one carried it around and used it over time, it could even evolve into an immortal artifact that was one with the owner's mind. Mu Yun's image in Mo Wuqing's heart immediately became lofty, mysterious, powerful, courageous, and knowledgeable. Mo Wuqing immediately thought of a lot of words to describe Mu Yun. However, Mo Wuqing did not know how to say those words when they were at the tip of his tongue. However, Wan Wuxing, who was watching from the other side, had a different understanding of the situation. Although he did not believe that Mu Yun could do this, Mu Yun had indeed done it. However, Wan Wuxing was much less surprised. After all, Mu Yun was the disciple of his former boss. It was not strange for her to be able to do this. Giant black-scaled wolf brother Mu, you've offended Han Yun. Come up the mountain with us and meet up with your Blood Alliance members at the peak. Wan Wuxing chuckled. That's right, Mr. Mu. Come with us. Mo Wuqing said enthusiastically. I can, but my Blood Alliance has always been enemies with the floating mountain. I'm afraid it'll bring trouble to your limitless demon sect. Mu Yun said helplessly. What's there to be afraid of? Mo Wuqing snorted and said, the floating mountain sect claims to be the boss, but my limitless devil sect isn't afraid of them at all. Besides, we don't want to be enemies with them. The Nine Frost Heavenly Palace has always been close to the Floating Mountain sect, and they're practically their lackeys. How dare we offend them? Wan Wuxing slapped Mo Wuqing's head and scolded. Brat, Brother Mu isn't afraid. He's afraid it'll bring trouble to us. Mo Wuqing sighed and didn't say anything else. The people of the demon sect had always been straightforward. They weren't afraid of anything, so they weren't afraid of killing people. It was just that their methods were a little cruel. However, Wan Wuxing's self-created demonic technique was more easygoing. However, Mu Yun was happy to see this scene. Mo Wuqing was the young sect master of the limitless demon sect. In the future, he would inherit the sect and become the sect master. With Wan Wuxing, the limitless demon sect would become a true demon sect. Mu Yun nodded and followed the people of the limitless demon sect up the mountain. However, Mu Yun looked behind him. Logically speaking, all the cultivators in the dragon cave should have been attracted to the mountain. He and Xiao Yuner were the last to arrive. There shouldn't be anyone behind them. However, for some reason, Mu Yun felt as if someone was following them. It was a strange feeling, but Sacred Emissary Yun and Wan Wuxing didn't feel it. He was also very puzzled. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Mu Yun followed Wan Wuxing, Mo Wuqing, and the other disciples of the limitless demon sect up the mountain. The interior of the mountain range looked very tranquil, and it even had a hint of a paradise. On the way up, they didn't encounter any danger. Along the way, Mu Yun and Wan Wuxing chatted happily about their encounters and experiences over the past few years. However, while they were happy, some people were having a headache. Han Yun was the same. After continuously consuming Peerless Grade Saint pills, the wounds on Han Yun's body were finally healed. However, those shallow marks couldn't be removed in a short period of time. Most importantly, he had changed into a new set of clothes. The wounds on his hands and arms could be covered, but the wounds on his face could not be covered. Furthermore, the disciples of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace had suffered even greater losses. Of the 100 or so people they had brought, only 50 or 60 were left. This was simply a great humiliation. As the Vice Palace Master of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Most importantly, he had lost all face in front of the limitless demon sect. Mu Yun, I will definitely kill you. Looking at the dispirited crowd behind him, Han Yun's face was cold. Brother Han Yun, why are you so angry? However, at that moment, a burst of laughter was heard as several figures walked out from the woods. Brother Yuda. It was Xian Yuda. This time, Xian Yuda led the group of people from the Floating Mountain sect. It could be said that they were the party with the most people among the various major forces. Moreover, Han Yun knew that there were definitely more people from the Floating Mountain sect this time. Brother Han Yun, what happened? Seeing the bloody scratches on Han Yun's face, Xian Yuda was stunned. Han Yun was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Who could make him look so miserable? Cough cough. After coughing, Han Yun's face turned pale. He snorted and said, Mu Yun. Oh? I had a dispute with the people from the Limitless Demon sect. Who knew that brat Mu Yun would suddenly appear and almost cause me to fail miserably? Is this brat that powerful? Xianxia said in disbelief. He knew that Han Yun could control time and space casually. Mu Yun couldn't resist at all. How could he be injured by Mu Yun? That brat seems to not only have a treasure that can conceal his presence, but he can also ignore my space and time constraints. That's why I suffered a great loss. After Han Yun said that, Xianxia remembered it in his heart. If Mu Yun could conceal himself and ignore the control of time and space, he wouldn't need to be afraid of the experts at the 8th and 9th level of the Feather Immortal Realm if he was stronger. Xianxia remembered this point. It seemed that it wouldn't work to kill Mu Yun with the space and time laws. Then, he could only kill Mu Yun with his powerful strength. This time, the Floating Mountain sect came to the Dragon Cave with the Dragon Egg as their primary goal. The second goal was to kill Mu Yun. This news was indeed important. Brother Han Yun, since this is the case, let's move forward together. I'm afraid that Mu Yun and the people from the Limitless Demon sect will join forces and harm you. Han Yun knew that this time, he had failed miserably. Only by joining forces with the Floating Mountain sect could he reap the benefits. Moreover, the Floating Mountain sect wasn't alone. In these years, the 4 major clans in the Floating Mountain sect had been in serious disputes. The Bai clan and the Xian clan had always been at odds. However, the master of the Floating Mountain sect was Xiantian and belonged to the Xian clan. Therefore, the Xian clan had the upper hand in the Floating Mountain sect. As the master of the Floating Mountain sect, Xiantian was an extremely ambitious person. The previous masters of the Floating Mountain sect weren't as scheming as Xiantian. Han Xianren once told him that even he was afraid of Xiantian. Han Yun didn't know who the master of the Floating Mountain sect was, who could make the master of the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, one of the strongest existences in the 3,000 small worlds, feel afraid. At this moment, all the major forces seemed to have found their own alliances. However, what made everyone feel strange was that since the Lin clan, the Shi clan, and the Jin clan entered the Dragon Cave, everyone went their separate ways and chose different paths to enter the Dragon Cave. Until now, they hadn't seen each other. Could it be that they had encountered some danger? However, even if they had encountered some danger, it shouldn't have been to the extent of being wiped out, right? How could they have imagined that the people of the 3 major clans would be played to death by Mu Yun alone, Awu? However, as everyone entered the middle of the mountain range, the situation gradually changed. Above them, a low howl began to sound. That sound didn't sound unfamiliar. Black Scale Wolf. All of them had encountered a Black Scale Wolf when they entered the cave abode. At this moment, when they heard this howl, they were naturally very familiar with it. Prepare for battle. In an instant, the martial artists of the major forces were eager to give it a try. This Black Scale Wolf was equivalent to the 3rd to 5th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. It couldn't be that strong. Therefore, everyone didn't take it to heart. However, not long after that howl was heard, in the forest above them, sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard. At this moment, the giant tree that was dozens of meters tall suddenly collapsed. However, when they saw the figure that appeared behind the collapsed tree, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Black Scale Wolf? This was a Black Scale Wolf. Seeing the black pack of Black Scale Wolves, everyone couldn't help but gulp and swallow their saliva. Black Scale Wolves were generally 5 to 10 meters long. The stronger their physique, the stronger their strength. However, the Black Scale Wolves that appeared in front of everyone at this moment were dozens of meters long, or even hundreds of meters long. How was this a Black Scale Wolf? This was a giant Black Scale Wolf. Even the smallest of the black-scaled wolves in the lead was dozens of meters long. Its entire body was covered in shiny black scales, and between the scales, there were streaks of shiny black fur. The scales defended against attacks, while the fur protected against cold. Moreover, its huge claws were simply like a banana fan. No, to be precise, it was as huge as a banana fan that had been enlarged by several times. Its sharp claws directly smashed the fallen trees into pieces. Its mouth of fangs was even more chilling. Were these Black Scale Wolves mutated? Seeing the Black Scale Wolves swooping down, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Defend! At this moment, the leaders of the major forces surrounded the mountain of dragon bones and gave orders one after another. The black scale wolves that were 5 to 10 meters long were already above the third level of the Yuxian stage. What kind of strength did these dozens of meters have? Fortunately, there were only about a dozen of these guys. If there were such giant black scale wolves all over the mountain, they would probably just turn around and run away. Although the dragon bones and dragon eggs were precious, they had to be alive to take them. Suddenly, from top to bottom, the whole mountain range was surrounded by black scale wolves that swooped down. In an instant, the leaders of the major forces used all their skills and began to resist. The force of the swooping down was more than 10 times stronger than a head-on confrontation. If they couldn't block it, they wouldn't even have the chance to run. They would probably be trampled into meat paste before the fight even started. Under such circumstances, it was time for the leaders of the major forces to show their strength. Under the leadership of Xianxia and Han Yun, the people of the floating mountain formed a line of battle. The cold jade directly condensed into an ice wall in front of them. The ice wall stretched for hundreds of meters and was dozens of meters thick. As for Xianxia, he held up his hands and a faint golden light condensed in front of him. The golden light was like a sun that shone on the black scale wolves. On the other side, the warriors of the Heavenly Elixir sect, the Tool School, and the Thousand Spell School leaned against each other. Elder Tianla, Master Lung Ruofeng, and Elder Wanli worked together. All kinds of magic weapons and formations suddenly appeared and blocked in front of the crowd. The warriors of the three major forces, the Gold Pavilion, the Tianbao Pavilion, and the Shadow Pavilion, also used all their skills. The three major trading pavilions were the richest forces in the 3,000 small worlds. Naturally, they didn't lack all kinds of magical treasures. However, the warriors of the wizard tribe were the most shocked of all. At this moment, the warriors of the wizard tribe and the tribes of the witchcraft branch and the Gu branch, under the leadership of Wu Tianxing and Ming Diao, directly formed a human wall. It was a real human wall. The warriors of the wizard tribe stood where they were in a daze. One person clung to another person's arm and formed an unparalleled human wall, firmly guarding where they were. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Black Scale Wolf King. Everyone knew that the physique of the sorcerer tribe warriors was strong enough. However, no matter how strong they were not strong enough to withstand such a huge beast with their physical bodies. Soon, the warriors from the surrounding forces understood the purpose of the sorcerer tribe's actions. The sorcerer tribe warriors formed a line and goo worms crawled out from their bodies. The goo worms were strange. However, when the sorcerer tribe warriors formed a line, they formed a crystal clear protective barrier. The sorcerer tribe warriors' methods were refreshing to the crowd. However, the strength of the defense would depend on the next attack. Even if those black-scaled wolves were only a few meters long, it was still difficult to stop them when they rushed down at such a high speed. I would like to see how strong the defense of these sorcerer tribe warriors is. Han Yin stood in the crowd and looked to the other side with a cold smile. The goo worms were indeed strange and unpredictable. However, the black-scale wolves were even more terrifying. How could they defend against them so easily? Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Those black scale dragons had already charged downwards. This powerful impact caused even the entire mountain range to tremble unceasingly. Some of the disciples from the sects could not help but swallow their saliva. They had never seen such a formation. This was a strong aura like a tsunami. Charge! With a command, the sorcerer tribe warriors did not stay in their original positions. Instead, they charged up against the wolf pack. This charge caused everyone to feel as if a tsunami had erupted. What was going on? They were still charging at this time. The warriors from the various forces were completely dumbfounded. However, what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. The crystal-clear light screen formed in front of the sorcerer tribe warriors that had rushed out suddenly exploded with a strong green light and blasted towards the mountain. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the light screen in front of the sorcerer tribe warriors collided with the black-scale wolves. The deafening explosion caused the entire mountain range to tremble again. With this trembling, some warriors lost their balance and staggered, almost falling down. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was still focused on the sorcerer tribe warriors. However, what made everyone unable to believe was that as the sorcerer tribe warriors charged forward, the green light screen actually firmly protected everyone. On the contrary, the head of the black-scaled wolf, which was dozens of meters long, was directly smashed into pieces. They blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The sorcerer tribe had always lived in seclusion in the 100,000 mountains. Who would have thought that their seemingly stupid method would have such an effect? It was a miracle, amazing. However, at this moment, no one was in the mood to 100,000 sorcerer tribe warriors. The rest of the black-scale wolves had already charged was the sorcerer tribe warriors. Boom 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 boom, in an instant, the sorcerer tribe warriors and the barriers of the barrier tribe warriors. Faintly, many of the defenses began to crack, but in the end, they still managed to block the black-scaled wolves that were flying down. After all, the ancient martial art practitioners of the various forces were all elites. Under the leadership of a powerful cultivator, even though they were not as ferocious as the sorcerer tribe, it was not a problem for them to defend themselves. However, at this moment, just as the leaders of the sorcerer tribe warriors were secretly sighing in relief, a loud roar suddenly rang out. As the loud and clear roar rang out, the black-scale wolves, whose momentum had been blocked, seemed to have taken a powerful pill. Each and every one of their eyes turned red and they actually started to attack ferociously again. Under such circumstances, cracks began to appear in the sorcerer tribe warriors' defenses. However, the sorcerer ancestor warriors' defense was still strong. Bang bang bang. Not long after, a series of explosions rang out. The sorcerer tribe warriors' defenses were completely shattered, and the black-scale wolves charged forward without any regard for their lives. At this moment, the sorcerer ancestor warriors' defenses began to shatter. However, defense was no longer important. The black-scale wolves had already charged into the sorcerer tribe warriors. A battle was unavoidable. However, at this moment, everyone looked forward and saw a figure standing proudly on a protruding rock at a height of close to 8,000 meters. The figure was 100 meters long and covered in black scales that shone brightly under the sunlight. Most importantly, the fur under the black-scale wolf's scales was snow-white in color. There was even a lock of fur on the black-scale wolf's head that was bunched up and fluttering in the wind. This black-scale wolf was different from all the other black-scale wolves. Not only was it in terms of physique, but it also carried a majestic aura. The black-scale wolf king. Seeing this, everyone suddenly understood. The reason why these black-scale wolves could stand here in such a neat formation was because of the black-scale wolf king's command. To catch bandits, first catch the king. This was a principle that everyone present understood very well. Xianxia shouted, "Everyone, we are all here for the dragon bones and dragon eggs. However, I'm afraid that we will have to overcome this crisis together. This black-scale wolf pack is neat and tidy. Clearly, this is the black-scale wolf king's plan. I think we should work together and kill the black-scale wolf king first. Only then can we pass this trial." Xianxia's words were not false. Everyone naturally understood. In an instant, the leaders of the sorcerer tribe warriors rushed out in a single file. Floating Mountain Xianxia. Nine Frost Heavenly Palaces Han Yun. Zhu Family's Zhu Tianqing. Limitless Demon Sex Mo Mia. In an instant, everyone gave up on their differences and sent out a powerful representative each. Alliance leader, should we go? Mu Yun had already met up with the Blood Alliance and the others. Shilong spoke. Of course not. Mu Yun smiled and said, Floating Mountain Xianxia is going. However, the middle-aged man beside Baizu is not simple either. Baizu mixed in with the Gu Technique faction. Who knows what he is trying to do? Moreover, those who are going are all super forces. Our Blood Alliance is at most a second-rate force. Why should we go? When Mu Yun said that, Shilong cupped his hands and did not speak anymore. Should the Blood Alliance send someone over as well? At this moment, Han Yun's eyes were sharp. When he saw that Mu Yun and the others did not take action, he shouted. He knew that Shilong was one of the Floating Mountain's core elders. He had a high position and was second only to the four great guardians of the Floating Mountain. How could he not go? Our Blood Alliance is only a second-rate force. We are only here to fish in troubled waters. We won't go. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said frankly. Regardless of whether the Blood Alliance was a first-rate or second-rate force, he would definitely not do such a thankless task. Alliance Master Mu, you're being too humble. If a force that can openly oppose our floating mountain sect is only a second-rate force, wouldn't our floating mountain sect have already wiped them out long ago? Xianxia spoke at this moment with a faint hint of threat. Forget it. Mu Yun said helplessly, in the end, our blood union is still too inexperienced. Alas, the floating mountain sect seems to be led by Xianxia on the surface, but in the dark, there is another group that is not as shrewd as the floating mountain sect. Oh, that's not right. There might be more than one force in the dark. As soon as Mu Yun said this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. The floating mountain was led by Xianxia this time. It looked like a team, but there was someone else in the dark. Nonsense. Oh? Nonsense? Mu Yun pointed at Yu Tiansong of the Gu Technique faction and smiled. By Ju, shouldn't that senior with unfathomable strength behind you appear? It was only now that everyone paid attention to the Gu Technique faction. No one would have thought that Bai Ju would lead another team to hide here. Mu Yun, you are really amazing. Bai Ju knew that he could no longer hide at this moment. He simply stood up. Thank you for the compliment. However, I am not as amazing as you, Bai Ju. You are proficient in framing others and hiding. In my eyes, you are much better than Xian. Wu Xin. Seeing the smile on Mu Yun's face, Bai Ju's eyes carried a trace of a smile. However, that smile was accompanied by an icy expression. Bai Ju, Bai Qing Tian, why are you here? Seeing the two appear, Xianxia was also stunned. This time, he had accepted the Heaven Master's order to come to the Dragon Cave, but the Heaven Master had not ordered Bai Ju and the others to come. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Wan Wuxing couldn't stand it anymore and snorted. The floating mountain is really scheming. On the surface, they put on one act, but secretly prepared another for everyone. Xianxia, your acting is really good, huh? Sage Emissary Yun sneered. You want us to go up with you to deal with the black-scaled wolves. Then, when we are exhausted, Bai Qing Tian will appear and take over to collect the dragon bones and dragon eggs, right? Everyone present was an old monster. How could they not understand this logic? Once they fought and were exhausted, the floating mountain would be the one to reap the benefits. Misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Xianxia said bitterly. My Heaven Master only sent me this time, not them. Of course it's a misunderstanding. Mu Yun took a step forward and said, because Bai Qing Tian has been hiding in the Gu branch for several hundred years, delivering information about the Dragon Cave to the floating mountain every day. Your floating mountain has been coveting the Dragon Cave for a long time. Mu Yun was just making this up. He didn't know what Bai Qing Tian was doing. However, it was clear that the effect of these words was quite good. The various factions immediately paled. If they had gone up with Xianxia just now, they would have fallen into a trap. However, the most furious of all was Yu Tiansong. Brother Bai Ju, you saved me in the mountain range just to use me? Looking at White Zetsu, Yu Tiansong was no fool. No wonder he had met Bai Ju several years ago, and Bai Ju had recommended Bai Qing Tian to him as the liaison for the floating mountain. After that, Bai Qing Tian had recommended Gold Catcher Pavilion and Shadow Pavilion to become the Gu branch's trading partners. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Their eyes met. Of course not. Bai Ju hurriedly said, this guy is full of nonsense. How can you believe him? Why can't I believe him? Bai Ju, I can tell that you have bad intentions by approaching the sorcerer tribe. No wonder you have been sneaking around and wearing a black robe every day. This time, it was Wu Yu who spoke. He was the one who invited Mu Yun to treat the sorcerer ancestor. Now that the sorcerer ancestor's condition had improved slightly, he naturally had to speak up for Mu Yun and speak up for Mu Yun. Yu Tiansong looked at Bai Ju as if he had become a stranger. Something seemed to be able to be explained clearly now. Get out of my Gu sect team. Yu Tiansong shouted coldly as he looked at Bai Ju. He was the successor of the Gu sect's younger generation. Although he was simple, he was not stupid. Under such circumstances, he naturally knew what was going on. Bai Ju's face instantly turned green. Looking at Yu Tiansong's expression, he immediately snorted, very well, Yu Tiansong. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Get out. Yu Tiansong ignored him and scolded him directly. Bai Ju snorted coldly and left in a huff. Bai Qing Tian also followed closely behind. He had been hiding in the Gu sect to find out about the dragon egg. Now that the mountain of dragon bones was right in front of him, although he had been exposed, it did not affect the changes in the floating mountain. Bai Qing Tian came to Xianyuda's side and said softly, "This is the Heaven Master's plan, so Brother Xian doesn't know about it." "I understand." Xianyuda did not say much and only nodded lightly. In this way, Bai Ju and Bai Qing Tian were pulled out of the Gu sect. Mu Yun took a step back and did not speak anymore. However, Bai Ju's gaze was like a venomous snake as he stared at Mu Yun. "Yaoer, come here." Mu Yun acted as if she did not see it and called Qin Mengyao to her side. She said, "I'll let you wear this Dark North Frost armor. It should give you many benefits." Dark North Frost armor? As a former disciple of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, Qin Mengyao naturally knew about the Dark North Frost armor. This supreme-grade saint weapon armor could be said to be in existence of the highest grade. Its quality was extraordinary. But it seemed to be on Han Yun. How did it appear in Mu Yun's hands? After putting on the Dark North Frost armor, a blue light flashed, and the Dark North Frost armor emitted a faint blue light. Qin Mengyao stretched out his hand, and an icicle appeared. The icicles complemented the Dark North Frost armor even more. "Amazing! Big Brother Yun, this is a Void Immortal armor!" Qin Mengyao exclaimed. "Yes." Mu Yun nodded. Void Immortal artifact. However, upon hearing this, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. What Void Immortal artifact? Wasn't this clearly the armor of the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace's Peerless Saint artifact? Seeing everyone looking at him with questioning gazes, Han Yun's old face immediately turned red. What should he say at this moment? What could he say? Could he admit that it was Mu Yun who took it from him? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. "It has nothing to do with me," Han Yun hurriedly shouted. However, some of the more attentive people still noticed some clues. That frost armor was clearly the frost armor that appeared on Han Yun's body before. But how did it become a Void Immortal artifact now? "Han Yun, why are you being so secretive? Weren't you the one who took off this frost armor?" Wan Wuxing said without restraint. "It was Mr. Mu who repaired the frost armor and upgraded it to a Void Immortal artifact. Why can't you admit it now?" "Mia, don't talk nonsense." Han Yun snorted. "If it wasn't for you, how could I have lost this armor?" As soon as Han Yun said this, everyone's gaze fell on him. Now, it was impossible for him to deny it. However, everyone was not concerned about how Han Yun lost this armor. Everyone was more concerned about how Mu Yun repaired this armor and upgraded it to a Void Immortal artifact. Once a Void Immortal artifact appeared in the world, it would be highly sought after by all the major forces. The previous auction at Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had already proven this point. "Everyone, from today onwards, our Blood Alliance will start selling Void Immortal artifacts. As long as you have enough spiritual crystals, our Blood Alliance can help you refine Void Immortal artifacts. Moreover, we only need supreme-grade spiritual crystals in exchange." Mu Yun walked forward and cupped her hands. "This armor was refined by me, Mu Yun. It's a genuine Void Immortal artifact. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can come to our Blood Alliance and try it. As long as you can afford it, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied within a certain period of time." Yun Mu's sudden promotion left all the big shots present dumbfounded. Since Mu Yun had said this at this moment, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was true. Refining a Void Immortal artifact, how could it be possible? Could it be that Mu Yun had collected immortal qi? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. However, while the big shots were shocked by the Void Immortal artifact, the disciples were completely dumbfounded. Those black-scaled wolves were charging towards them. At this moment, the big shots were not thinking about how to deal with the black-scaled wolves. Instead, they were having a meeting here. Now, even if a real immortal artifact was placed in front of them, they would not be interested at all. Compared to an immortal artifact, they had to be alive to obtain it. "Everyone, now is not the time to discuss this, right?" Xianyuda's face was completely gloomy. If Mu Yun could really refine Void Immortal artifacts, she would be the most popular person in the entire 3,000 small worlds. Moreover, if she could refine Void Immortal artifacts, it meant that she had obtained immortal chi from somewhere. Naturally, she could also refine void immortal pills. This was a huge threat to the Floating Mountain sect. The existence of such a threat made it difficult for him to feel at ease. That black-scaled wolf king is leading these black-scaled wolves. The longer we delay, the more casualties we will suffer. Xianxua's expression did not change as he said, I think everyone should think about how to deal with the black-scaled wolf king. This wolf king is at least equivalent to an invincible existence in the life and death realm. Who dares to believe in the Floating Mountain sect now? Wan Wuxing said, Bai Qing Tian is in one group, you are in another. I would like to ask Elder Xian, is there another group in the Floating Mountain sect? In the Floating Mountain sect, the Xian and Bai family are here. Then, are the Gu and Ji families here too? That's right, Xianxia. Don't tell us that you don't know anything when the Gu and Ji families arrive. Immediately, everyone opened their mouths and shouted. They couldn't help but worry. Dragon eggs were simply too precious, and they naturally had no complaints about the competition between the major powers. However, if everyone worked together to kill the black-scaled wolf king, they would end up benefiting someone else instead. That was definitely not worth it. I guarantee that no one else will appear here. Xianxia snorted, if the Ji and Gu families appear, I, Xianxia, will be the first to kill them. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Xianxia was also forced into a corner by everyone. After swearing the oath, Xianxua's chest heaved as he looked at Mu Yun. If not for Mu Yun, Bai Qing Tian and Bai Ju would not have been exposed. At the crucial moment, they might have played a role in the fight for the dragon egg. However, everything was ruined by Mu Yun. This guy was simply courting death. Hearing Xianxua's oath, the others did not speak. However, Mu Yun frowned slightly. He believed that Xianxia might not have known that Bai Ju and the others would appear here. However, along the way, he had never forgotten the faint sense of danger behind him. If not the Floating Mountain sect's people, then who could it be? Mu Yun really couldn't think of anyone else who would be here. Could it be the demon race? With this thought, Mu Yun was suddenly stunned, and his body immediately tensed up. The demon race was located in the north of the 3,000 small worlds. Over there, demon chi surged all year round, and humans could not live there for a long time. However, the demon race came with great momentum. After a long time, they invaded other regions, causing the relationship between humans and the demon race to be very tense. Even so, there were still transactions between them. However, if the demon race also came this time, the outcome would be completely different. They would definitely not be able to find the dragon egg, but many forces would definitely fight for the dragon bone. At that time, the sandpiper and clam would fight, and the demon race would reap the benefits. It was terrifying to think about it. Mu Yun pulled Qin Mengyao, who was beside him, and said, Yaoer, we don't care if the Blood Alliance doesn't want the dragon bones. Do what you can and conserve your energy. Do you understand? What's wrong, Brother Yun? Nothing, it's just my guess. Just pass down the instructions. Okay. Although Qin Mengyao did not understand why, he still passed it down one by one. At this moment, Mu Yun turned around again and looked down with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. When he was in the Middle State continent, he was especially sensitive to the aura of the demon race. Today, perhaps those demon race people were hiding their auras, and he could not detect them, but the feeling of being tailed had always lingered in his heart. At this moment, all the major forces had let down their guard under Xianxua's vicious oath. The Black-Scale Wolf King had to be killed eventually. Otherwise, they would return empty-handed from the Mountain of Dragon Bones this time. Immediately, the top martial artists of all the major forces moved toward the mountainside. The remaining martial artists focused on dealing with the Black-Scale Wolves. Among them, a dozen Black-Scale Wolves that were dozens of meters long became the focus of everyone's attention. These dozen Black-Scale Wolves had the strength of the 8th and 9th level of the Yuxian realm. The remaining elders of the sects joined forces to deal with the dozen Black-Scale Wolves. As for the martial artists below the 8th level of the Yuxian realm, they killed the ordinary Black-Scale Wolves one by one. The scene instantly became complicated. However, amidst this complicated situation, Mu Yun's eyes were fixed on a figure among the people of the floating mountain. Bai Ju, their eyes met, and there was a spark. At this moment, Baiju was already an expert of the 8th level of the Yuxian realm. He controlled the law of space and was comparable to the ordinary elders of the floating mountain. Most importantly, he was still young. When he saw Mu Yun, a murderous intent appeared in Baiju's eyes. The two of them were already at the point of no return. Previously, when he intercepted Mu Yun halfway, Baiju had tricked Mu Yun. This time, it was obvious that he wanted to get revenge. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Heaven Destroying Death Incantation Void Immortal Artifact, Mu Yun. Master Mu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Looking at Mu Yun, Baiju's eyes were filled with mockery. At least I'm more powerful than you, right? Mu Yun smiled, but she held the bitter love sword tightly in her hand. This time, even if Baiju came looking for him, he would look for Baiju. Baiju was even more terrifying than Xianwu Xian. He was terrifying because he was a schemer. To put it nicely, he was a strategist. Even Xian Wuxin's death was within Baiju's expectations. However, no matter how much Baiju had schemed, he had never expected that Mu Yun would appear and cause him to fail to achieve his goal. Otherwise, with the Void Immortal Pill and the 2 Void Immortal artifacts in hand, Mu Yun would have been killed long ago. Is it fun to bicker with me? It's not bad. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, you're too nervous. It would be better if you could relax. Huh? I say, you're too nervous with that casual look on your face all day long. You should be more relaxed. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, after all, it's uncomfortable to put on that face every day. Moreover, you merged with the Tianyin Xian snake, and your true soul changed, so did your body. Have you been in need of women recently? Are you not satisfied with a dozen a day? How did you know? Why wouldn't I know? Snakes are lustful by nature. Is there anything strange about that? Mu Yun smiled and said, however, you're controlling so many women every day. It's good for your martial cultivation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to reach the 8th level of the Yuxian stage. However, can your kidney take it? He had the heart of a snake, but he had the kidney of a human. You're courting death. Baiju was furious. Mu Yun was too arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. On the other side, Wang Xinyao wanted to help Mu Yun when she saw this scene. However, before she could do anything, Xiao Yuner said softly, it's fine. Wang Xinyao and Qin Mengyao both looked at Xiao Yuner in confusion. He's very powerful. Lin Qingying, Jin Ming, and the others were all killed by him. Don't worry. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Xinyao and Qin Mengyao were also stunned. It was not that they did not know how powerful Mu Yun was, but the two of them did not expect Mu Yun to be able to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Feather Celestial realm. The 8th level of the Feather Celestial stage represented a huge gap. 8th level martial artists could control spatial precepts and control space. This was something that ordinary martial artists could not compare to. Big Brother Yun can ignore the restrictions of the laws of space and time. That white Zetsu can't control him at all. Xiao Yuner said confidently. How was that possible? However, when these words fell into the ears of Qin Mengyao and Wang Xinyao, it was extremely unbelievable. Ignore the restrictions of space and time, Qin Mengyao shook her head and said, because I have awakened the Ice Phoenix Divine Spirit, martial artists at the 8th and 9th level are indeed unable to restrain me. But Big Brother Yun, he can really do it. Xiao Yuner said hurriedly when she saw that the two of them did not seem to believe her. Look at how anxious you are. It's not that the two of us don't believe you. Wang Xinyao chuckled and said, I can see that the places on your neck are definitely the work of that pervert. That guy doesn't know how to be gentle with women. He's already so wild on his first time. No, it's not like that, you're even blushing. I think that bastard can still be so calm in such a dangerous place. He's really magnanimous. You guys. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Xiao Yuner snorted as she blushed. Don't be shy. That guy has a lot of things to be shy about. You'll know in the future that he's a complete baddie. Wang Xinyao chuckled and said seriously, I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. These black-scaled wolves are not easy to deal with. Qin Mengyao said seriously, I'm afraid that the floating mountain sect still has a backup plan this time. Big Brother Yun has already said so don't be too rash. Okay. The three of them immediately spread out and started the massacre. At the same time, Baizu and Mu Yun were completely engaged in battle. Baizu, who was at the 8th level of the Yuxian stage, looked at Mu Yun, who was at the 6th level of the Yuxian stage, with a hint of caution in his eyes. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not Mu Yun at the 6th level, but Mu Yun at the 8th level. This feeling was very strange, but Baizu did not know why. Back then, he had schemed and plotted to get rid of Xian Wuxin. It could be said that he had spent a lot of effort. Even so, Xian Wuxin was just an arrogant guy in his eyes. He was not worth mentioning. Even if Xian Wuxin was stronger than him, he would not be afraid. As it turned out, his conclusion was correct. Xian Wuxin was indeed very weak, but today, Mu Yun, who looked even weaker than Xian Wuxin, gave him a sense of danger. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Neither of them made the first move. At this moment, two roars sounded at the same time. Two black-scaled wolves saw that the two of them were not moving and wanted to launch a sneak attack. Bang, bang, two bangs sounded at the same time. Mu Yun and Baizu attacked almost at the same time. With a palm and a sword, they directly killed the two black-scaled wolves. In an instant, two figures flew out at the same time. But this time, the two of them charged at each other at the same time. The massacre had officially begun. Baizu used spatial shackles almost immediately, wanting to bind Mu Yun in front of him. However, Mu Yun had the dragon eye. The power of spatial shackles was useless against her. While sneering, Mu Yun directly slashed out with her sword. But unexpectedly, Baizu seemed to have known that his spatial shackles would not be able to bind Mu Yun. He directly rushed out and attacked Mu Yun. Even Mu Yun did not expect this change. The sword collided with the palm wind formed by Baizu's palm. The Void Immortal Artifact Embittered Love Sword's attack was naturally powerful. However, the defense around Baizu's palm was even more abnormal. The long sword only pierced halfway through the palm wind before it was completely blocked. Mu Yun, do you think I don't know that you are ineffective against spatial shackles? Baizu sneered. Just now, Han Yun already reminded me. The reason why he reminded me is because he knows that I will definitely kill you. I think that Han Yun will also mention this point. Mu Yun sneered. 9 origin balls instantly appeared around the bound long sword. The 9 origin balls spun rapidly and instantly exploded. Boom, the deafening roar almost completely shattered the ground beneath their feet. The two figures completely separated. However, when the two separated, Mu Yun's long sword instantly slashed out with another sword chi. For him, who was skilled in swordsmanship, he would never give up the opportunity to kill at any time. There was a poochie sound as the two of them separated. That sword had clearly injured White Ju. Mu Yun, you are indeed more powerful than that idiot Xian Wuxin. However, just as the explosion ended, a loud laugh was instantly heard. Baizu took a step forward. The white robe on his body was completely torn, revealing a white soft armor. The soft armor was as smooth as silk and looked exceptionally shiny. There were golden patterns on it, and it was extremely tough. Peerless sacred soft armor. Seeing that Baizu's clothes were only torn and his body was unharmed, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. He naturally knew that it was impossible to kill Baizu with such a small trick. This person was good at attacking the mind. Even in the entire floating mountain, there were many talented disciples. It was considered amazing for this person to be able to reach this step today. If he was killed by him so easily, it would be meaningless. Of course I have to have 1 or 2 pieces of protective soft armor. However, even without the protective soft armor, your attack just now could not hurt me at all. You are very confident. Mu Yun placed his long sword in front of him and looked at Baizu. A peerless sacred soft armor was indeed not enough to defend against the attack of a void immortal weapon. However, with Baizu's own defense, it was hard to say. Moreover, he had used all his strength to launch a sneak attack on Han Yun. However, it only caused some external injuries to this level 10 Yuxian expert. It did not endanger his internal organs at all. However, Baizu was not Han Yun after all. Naturally, he was not that strong. However, he was not like before, where he could lay low at the side and let Baizu stand there for him to launch a sneak attack. It was a little difficult. Baizu was confident that Mu Yan's attack could not hurt him at all. Firstly, he was wearing a peerless sacred soft armor. Secondly, his attack could block part of Mu Yan's attack. Thirdly, and most importantly, he was at level 8 Yuxian realm and could control space. Although he could not control Mu Yan's body, he could control her attack. Under such circumstances, he wanted to see how Mu Yan would be able to kill him. However, he was more inclined to kill Mu Yan in his heart. This person's defense and attack were indeed stronger than an ordinary level 7 Yuxian expert. However, Mu Yan's defense was much weaker in comparison. Mu Yan, I can completely block your attacks. Although I can't control you, I can still block your attacks. On the other hand, it seems like you can't do anything about my attacks. Baizu had a smile on his face. His entire body could not contain his excitement. Today, I will play with you like a little pet until you die. Baizu's smile gradually became sinister. The surface of his body was emitting light that was bright and dark. Mu Yan, Floating Mountain has 4 secret manuals. These 4 secret manuals can be said to be celestial skills. Baizu said arrogantly, you have seen Xian family's coiling heaven scripture before. Today, I will show you. My Bai family's heaven extermination art of death. After he finished speaking, Baizu's figure was completely fixed. At this moment, his entire body was like a huge tree with twisted roots. He was as stable as a mountain. Gradually, the bright and dark shadows that appeared behind White Zetsu formed a Tai Chi image. The Tai Chi image was bright and dark, white and black. It became more and more solid. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, the bright side of the Tai Chi diagram seemed to be filled with the endless power of the heavens, while the dark side was filled with the nightmarish power of hell. The power of heaven and earth gathered in one. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel. Mu Yan stared at Baizu with murderous intent in his eyes. He was almost certain that the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was the force supporting the floating mountain in the 1,000 great worlds. This force was inseparable from Shuizhao's death. With Shuizhao's strength, no one in the entire 3,000 small worlds could kill him, even if there were many talents in the future generation and Shuizhao was no match for them, at least he wouldn't be killed. The only explanation was that there was a big force behind it. Previously, he was already certain that it was the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Now, seeing Baiju's heaven annihilating death spell, he was even more certain that it was the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Heaven annihilating death spell, humph. Seeing the flickering Tai Chi mark behind White Zetsu, Mu Yan's mouth suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Gradually, a faint 7-colored light appeared on the surface of his body, and the 9 origin balls bloomed again. Not only that, a blood wheel slowly condensed behind Mu Yan's body. What kind of technique was that? Not only Baizu, but Qin Mengyao, Wang Xianxia, and Xiao Yuner were also stunned. They didn't know what kind of technique Mu Yan was using at that moment. In the past 5 years, they had never seen Mu Yan use such a technique. As the blood wheel rose, Mu Yan's entire body was filled with traces of blood qi. His aura suddenly increased at that moment. Baizu also completely calmed down at that moment. He looked at Mu Yan and didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness. If all of Mu Yan's sneak attacks and fatal attacks couldn't kill Han Yun, then he firmly believed that he wouldn't be killed either. In terms of defense, he was indeed inferior to Han Yun. However, at that moment, he wouldn't give Mu Yan a chance to deliver a fatal attack. This was a head-on confrontation. It wasn't like Mu Yan's attack on Han Yun that could deliver a fatal blow. Heaven annihilating death spell, life with a palm, death with destruction. Baiju's eyes were filled with crazy killing intent as he looked at Mu Yan. Destroy the heavens and earth. With a roar, Baizu slapped out with his palm. Crackling sounds could be heard. With a low shout, the Taiji chakra behind Baizu suddenly left his body. At this moment, the wheel of life and death actually split into 2. Half of it was as bright as day. With a strong and vigorous aura, it charged towards Mu Yan. As for the black hell-like half, its speed was extremely fast. With an aura that could devour everything, it rushed towards Mu Yan. One on the left, one on the right, one on the left, one on the right. When the 2 collided, they seemed to separate from each other. However, there was still a strong pulling force that caused them to gather towards Mu Yun. They wanted to cut Mu Yun in half. Damn it! As the darkness and light separated and closed again, Mu Yun had already understood White Zetsu's scheme and thoughts. Cursing under his breath, the 9 origin balls formed by the 9 elements gathering chi exploded with a loud bang. The 9 origin balls split into 2. In an instant, there were 18 origin balls. The 18 origin balls split into 2. However, they did not attack the Taiji chakra on both sides of his body. Instead, they attacked Baiju. Even Baiju himself did not expect this move. Do you want to perish together with me? Seeing that Mu Yun not only did not defend but also charged towards him, Baiju sneered. Perish together? You are not worthy. The moment Mu Yun threw out the 18 origin balls formed by the 9 elements gathering chi and charged towards Baiju, the blood wheel behind him actually expanded crazily at this moment. The blood wheel was originally only a meter in diameter. However, under Mu Yun's activation of the secret manual, the blood wheel instantly expanded to dozens of meters. Boom boom, in an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard. The blood wheel expanded and blocked Mu Yun's sides. Crackling sounds could be heard. Under this explosion, Mu Yun's entire body was stunned. However, the black and white Taiji chakra on both sides suddenly shook and was instantly blocked. It was blocked. How could it be? Seeing this scene, Baiju was completely dumbfounded. No one knew better than him how powerful the heaven annihilation art of death that he had used was. However, at this very moment, it was actually blocked by Mu Yun. This was simply the greatest irony. However, the blood wheel did not stop spinning. Instead, it expanded again. Rumbling sounds could be heard. At this moment, the Taiji chakra actually exploded. It was broken. Not only did it not catch the corner of Mu Yun's clothes, it was even torn apart. It was simply too ironic. Baiju, you are dead. Dead. Looking at Baiju, Mu Yun said coldly. However, seeing Mu Yun's look of wanting to eat him alive, Baiju was even more confused. In Mu Yun's eyes, he was as terrifying as a murderer. Mu Yun's eyes looked at him as if she wanted to swallow him up immediately. You should be the one to die. Baiju's face turned cold. With a flick of his palm, the 18 origin balls exploded. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Since the start of the battle, it had never stopped. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two was even more terrifying than the dozens of meters-long black-scale wolves. At this moment, no one dared to approach the two. Immediately, the black and white Taiji behind Baiju slowly rotated. As for the blood wheel behind Mu Yun, it shrank again. The two figures instantly collided. Crackling sounds could be heard one after another. At the same time, on the other side, the leaders of the Floating Mountain, Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, and Mystic Moon Holy Land were attacking the Black-Scale Wolf King with all their strength. Damn it! This guy is at least at the first level of life and death realm. How can this Black-Scale Wolf King be so strong? Saint Emissary Yun looked at the Black-Scale Wolf King that was still standing proudly under the joint attack of more than 10 people and cursed. What's the use of saying this now? Han Yun snorted, no matter how strong it is, it will eventually run out of energy. Attack together and kill it. That's right. If we want to obtain the dragon bone and dragon egg, this beast will definitely die. In an instant, the top experts of the various major forces besieged the Black-Scale Wolf King again. However, the Black-Scale Wolf King's sinister eyes swept past the dozen people and looked at the battle below. Its eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Lowly human, die. The Black-Scale Wolf King's voice was magnetic as it slapped away with its claws. Rumbling sounds could be heard one after another. The strong rumbling sound reverberated in everyone's eardrums. I think you're the one who's courting death. In an instant, the leaders of the various major forces roared and attacked without mercy. The desire in their hearts for the dragon bone and dragon egg was far beyond what the Black-Scale Wolf King could resist. The impetus of this battle shook the heavens. At this moment, over 10 experts at the 9th and 10th level of the winged celestial stage had joined forces and executed their respective ultimate techniques. The scene was truly too vast and grand. Explode! Explode! Below, 2 shouts could be heard at the same time. the battle between Mu Yun and Baiju was still going on. Although Baiju had reached the 8th level of the Feather Immortal Realm and had comprehended the law of space, Mu Yun's various techniques were endless. Especially the Blood Wheel, with the support of the Blood Wheel, Mu Yun's power seemed to be endless. He could not stop it at all. This was not the most hateful thing. The most hateful thing was that Mu Yun was too cunning. Her sword skills were sharp and she did not play by the rules. Her 9 elements chi gathering was fire, water, thunder, and electricity. It was impossible to guard against it. Although 1 or 2 attacks wouldn't cause too much damage to him, he couldn't resist the accumulation of these attacks. With this accumulation, his body gradually became unable to withstand the pressure. I have to end this battle as soon as possible. As time passed, if he waited for the top experts to kill the Black Scale Wolf King, it would not be so easy for him to kill Mu Yun. With this thought, Baiju pushed Mu Yun back with a palm. He stood on the spot and stared at Mu Yun. However, if Baiju had such thoughts, so did Mu Yun. When Han Yun, Xianxia, Bai Qing Tian, and the others rushed down, it would be even more difficult for him to kill Baiju. However, Baiju was patient and did not use the last move of the Heaven Extermination Death Art. Mu Yun was waiting for the last move. It's moving. Seeing Baiju's body move, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. At this moment, Baiju seemed to be preparing his last ultimate move. Mu Yun's body bent slightly, and the bitter love sword appeared in his hand again. The blood wheel behind him was also blood red in color and had become even darker. This blood wheel was a move in the primordial blood codex called the Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel. The Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel relied on the primordial blood codex to operate. When the blood wheel was operated to the extreme, it would start to rely on the blood essence to explode with great power. At this moment, all the blood essence in Mu Yun's body was gathered on the Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel behind him. The blood essence floated faster and faster, and the blood essence in Mu Yun's body was gradually emptied. However, he knew that he could not stop at this moment. This was because Baiju was clearly preparing to activate the last move to kill him. Success or failure depended on this moment. On both sides of the seal of life and death behind Baiju, the white on one side was even more dazzling, like a half-golden crow. With him as the center, the dazzling light seemed to form a small sun. At the same time, a ray of light appeared on the right side of his body. At this moment, the ray of light was like a dark night sky that could devour everything. Everyone in the surroundings gradually felt the danger. However, the black-scaled wolves felt the danger even more than them. The strong energy fluctuation made them anxious and uneasy, and all of them became abnormally irritable. However, under such irritation, there was an even more violent attack. Immediately, the attacks that the martial artists of the various major factions who stayed below faced skyrocketed once again, catching them off guard. At this moment, it was like a butterfly stirring up a storm. The battle between the two of them actually sped up the battle between the martial artists of the various major factions and the black-scaled wolves. Mu Yun, the battle above is about to end, and you're about to die. I'll give you the same words. I hope you have a good journey. Baiju sneered. In that case, I should thank you. There's no need to thank me. Just leave your life behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun took a step forward. On the other side, Baiju's face also turned cold. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Killing White Jew Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel. With a low roar, the blood wheel behind Mu Yun suddenly blasted out. The blood wheel, which was dozens of meters in diameter, instantly dyed the sky red. On the other side, White Jew had a cold smile on his face and his mouth was slightly open. Life and Death Heavenly Seal. Life and Death Heavenly Seal. However, the moment White Jew finished speaking, a voice sounded in front of him. Almost at the same time, Mu Yun actually shouted the same sentence. Life and Death Heavenly Seal. How did he know about the Life and Death Heavenly Seal? However, Mu Yun had already followed the blood wheel and charged towards White Jew. With the anguish sword in hand, Mu Yun seemed to be 100 times more confident and did not pay attention to the Life and Death Heavenly Seal that flew out from behind White Jew. It was as if the collision between the blood wheel and the Life and Death Heavenly Seal had nothing to do with him. However, White Jew's eyes were fixed on the Life and Death Heavenly Seal, as if his life depended on it. How do you know that this is the Life and Death Heavenly Seal? You can't possibly have seen it before. Why can't I know? With a cold smile in her eyes, Mu Yun suddenly stabbed out with the anguish sword. Just as the bitterness sword was about to pierce towards the black and white seals, Mu Yun suddenly turned around. The direction of the seal of life and death, which had been piercing towards Baizu, changed abruptly, and shot towards Baizu. When this scene entered the eyes of the crowd, they were all greatly shocked. Mu Yun was courting death. In the previous battle between the two, Mu Yun's attacks were all repelled by White Ju. Everyone knew that this time would be no exception. However, they did not understand why Mu Yun would do such a stupid thing even though she knew this. However, at this moment, White Ju was completely stunned by the stupidity in their eyes. At this moment, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. There was no other reason. The life and death heavenly seal had almost emptied all the strength in his body. His last gamble was to use the life and death heavenly seal to kill Mu Yun. He had thought that Mu Yun would be the same. However, he did not expect that Mu Yun would actually attack him directly. Caught off guard, he couldn't react at all. However, when he looked into Mu Yun's eyes, he knew that he had fallen into Mu Yun's trap. Mu Yun had long known that the life and death heavenly seal would drain all of his strength. Bastard, you used your blood will to resist my life and death sky seal. How much strength do you have left? Seeing Mu Yun rushing over, White Zu was completely enraged. He could not tolerate being deceived by Mu Yun. In the Hanging Mountain, he had always been a genius. How could he allow himself to be schemed against and led into a ditch? Kill. At this moment, Baiju used his fists to attack Mu Yun. At the very least, he was still wearing a Peerless Saint artifact armor. I'm sorry. I may not understand the ultimate skills of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, but I do understand the Heaven's Annihilation Samsara art. Mu Yun smiled slightly. 70% Sword Heart, along with the aura of Nirvanic Extermination, directly enveloped Baiju. How dare you, madman! However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. A figure was approaching at a high speed. Uncle Bai, save me! Baiju's face was pale. The embittered love sword in Mu Yun's hand was a void immortal artifact. His Peerless Saint artifact armor could withstand it, but it depended on how much strength Mu Yun had left. However, at this moment, Mu Yun looked like a wild beast. He did not look exhausted at all. This was simply unbelievable. The two of them had been fighting for so long. He could completely suspect that Mu Yun did not even have 10% of his strength left. Save you? No one can save you. Mu Yun did not care about Bai Qing Tian who was rushing over. He only rushed towards Baiju. The Nirvana Sword Heart instantly enveloped Baiju. Puff. 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 Baiju's screams gradually disappeared. However, at this moment, Bai Qing Tian had already rushed to Mu Yun's side. All of this happened in an instant. No one could react in time. With a bang, the seal of life and death was slapped out. The seal of life and death slapped straight into Mu Yun's back. With a cry, large mouthfuls of blood were spat out. Mu Yun's entire backbones were almost shattered. Brother Yun! Brother Yun! Alliance leader! Seeing this scene, Qin Mengyao, Shilong, and the others hurriedly rushed over. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Qing Tian took a step forward, intending to kill Mu Yun under his palm. It's not certain who's going to die. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, Shilong had already taken a step forward and blocked in front of Bai Qing Tian. Bai Qing Tian, you're so impressive. Hundreds of years ago, you were defeated by this old man. Do you want to experience it again? Shilong had treated Mu Yun as the alliance leader from the bottom of his heart. Previously, he was already careless. How could he allow Bai Qing Tian to act recklessly now? At this moment, more than 10 figures rushed down the mountain. They were Shan Yuda, Leng Ruofeng, and the other top experts who had besieged the black-scaled Wolf King previously. Everyone's gaze fell and saw that Baiju's figure had already dissipated. Even his true soul was directly crushed. They immediately looked at Mu Yun with their mouths agape. This kid was simply heaven-defying, killing an expert at the 8th level of the law of space with a 6th level undying body. This was simply unbelievable. However, at this moment, Han Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the deaths of Lin Qingying and the other members of the three major families. Mu Yun had already proven that he had the strength to do this. Then, would the members of the three major families also die because of this? At this moment, the scene instantly became hostile. Xianxia and Bai Qingtian looked at Mu Yun with bloodthirsty eyes. Bastard, you killed two of my floating mountains geniuses in succession. How can I spare your life? Xianxia's tone was terrifyingly sinister. For thousands of years, no one could challenge the dignity of the floating mountain. However, in these few years, they were trampled on by Mu Yun time and time again. If Mu Yun was allowed to live, the floating mountain would simply lose all face. Who dares to touch my Blood Alliance leader? Xilong shouted in a deep voice. He looked at Xianxia and Bai Qingtian with narrowed eyes. In the floating mountain, the four major families could be said to control the entire floating mountain's lifeline, while the other elders and disciples formed their own factions. However, Xilong knew that he had relied on his own efforts to walk step by step to the position of Floating Mountain's core elder. However, he did not expect that even he, a core elder, would be used by the four major families for the sake of the Blood Key plan. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. At this moment, Xilong was full of fighting spirit. Zhang Xingwei, Zhi Yahui, and the other elders of the Blood Alliance also tightly surrounded Mu Yun at this moment. The current Blood Alliance was called the top second-rate faction by outsiders. However, only the people of the Blood Alliance knew. In the past 5 years, Mu Yun had repaired the formation and continuously refined divine pills and divine artifacts. Now, any reputable figure in the Blood Alliance would feel embarrassed if they did not bring a few divine pills with them when they went out. If they did not have a divine artifact on them, they would not be able to go out. This was all brought to them by Mu Yun. Divine artifacts and divine pills. 5 years was enough to completely eradicate the sins they had suffered in the Floating Mountain's ancient dragon ruins. In fact, it was even more powerful than before. Only the members of the Blood Alliance knew that the current Blood Alliance did not fear any of the 7 major factions in the West region. Moreover, in the past few years, they had built a good relationship with the 72 islands in the South Sea. They had trade and transportation, especially the current Blood Slaughter Island and Spirit Lion Island, which could be said to be the Blood Alliance's right-hand men. If the entire 72 islands did not have the Blood Alliance's trade and transportation, they would probably be paralyzed. Therefore, the current Blood Alliance might not be much in front of outsiders. However, only the true members of the Blood Alliance knew. The current Blood Alliance was the overlord of the entire 72 islands. Even the 2 major islands, Paluo Island and Ghost Withered Island, had long acknowledged their sincerity and did not dare to resist. They were not afraid of the current 9 Frost Heavenly Palace. As for the Floating Mountain sect, the Blood Alliance had been established precisely to oppose the Floating Mountain sect. Mu Yun stood in the middle of the crowd. Looking at Bai Qingtian and Xianxia, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Qingtian, I'll remember this palm of yours. I'll return it sooner or later. Return it? Alright, I'll wait for you at any time. Bai Qingtian's face turned cold as he snorted. At this moment, he could not do anything to Mu Yun. Not to mention the people of the Blood Alliance, the young saintess of the Mystic Moon Holy Land had a high status and would definitely protect Mu Yun. Not to mention the 3 major sects, the Heavenly Elixir sect, the Equipment sect, and the Thousand Formation sect. Even the Thousand Formation sect might not hesitate to become enemies with the Floating Mountain because of the genius Wang Xingya. Now, even the Sorcerer tribe's witchcraft lineage stood on Mu Yun's side. Moreover, there was also the person from the Bitter Heaven Palace who appeared out of nowhere when they surrounded and killed Mu Yun 5 years ago. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia suddenly realized that at this moment, it was not whether he wanted to do it or not, but whether he could. 5 years, for martial artists above the 5th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm, what was 5 years? It was only in the blink of an eye. However, Mu Yun had risen all the way in these 5 years. Now, even Xianxia did not know what to do. This person must be eliminated. Humph, you guys can cause trouble here. The Sorcerer tribe will not waste time with you. As the leader of the Sorcerer tribe, Ming Diao did not hate Mu Yun. He also knew that he could not be calculative when he was used by the people from the Floating Mountain. Therefore, he simply led Ming Jia, Yu Tiansong, and the 4 major tribes of the sorcerer tribe to the top of the mountain. When Wu Tianqing saw this, he also made his way to the top of the mountain. Wu Yu. However, when she saw Wu Yu leaving with Wu Tianqing and the others, Mu Yun suddenly shouted, "Wu Yu, stay here. The old ancestor wants me to tell you a few things and give you something." "Oh?" Hearing this, Wu Yu immediately stopped in his tracks. He said a few words to his father and grandfather and stayed behind. At this moment, when the other major forces saw the sorcerer tribe warriors making their way to the top of the mountain, they could no longer sit still. Zhu Tianxing was the first to speak. "Elder Xian, Elder Bai, Mu Yun not only killed the disciples of the floating mountain, but she also colluded with the traitors of the Zhu clan and killed the young clan leader of the Zhu clan. This hatred must be avenged, but not now. The demons appear they weren't fully prepared for today's arrival. If it was just the Blood Alliance members around Mu Yun, the 2 of them wouldn't be afraid at all. But if the Mystic Moon Holy Land also joined in, they had no chance of winning." What was even more despicable was that the witch race warrior was already heading for the top of the mountain. If they made a move now, it would be equivalent to expelling the black-scaled Wolf King for nothing. Instead, it would allow the witch race and other forces to take advantage of the situation. "Let's go." After weighing the pros and cons, Bai Qing Tian had no choice but to leave with the floating mountain group. Right now, the dragon bones and dragon eggs were the most precious. Everything else could be put aside for now. Seeing Bai Wuqing and the others retreat, Leng Ruofeng, Tian Lu, Wan Li, and the other elders heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, if the Blood Alliance and the floating mountain really fought, they still didn't know what to do. If they helped the Blood Alliance, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the floating mountain. If they didn't help, Tian Wuyan was still by Mu Yun's side in the Heavenly Pill sect, and Su Xiaoming of the Armament sect was also by Mu Yun's side. Even the most famous disciple of the Myriad Array sect, Wang Xianxia, had become Mu Yun's wife. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't help. And if they helped, they wouldn't dare to offend the floating mountain. Fortunately, Bai Qing Tian was worried about the dragon eggs and dragon bones, so he wouldn't make things difficult for Mu Yun here. However, Mu Yun's brows furrowed even more deeply when he saw this. He was basically certain that the faint aura behind them was definitely not from the floating mountain. Otherwise, those people would have already rushed up when he killed White Zetsu. If it wasn't for the floating mountain, the major forces present basically included all the forces in the 3,000 small worlds. Then it could only be the demon race. Once again, the performance of the floating mountain people confirmed Mu Yun's thoughts. "Mr. Mu, what did the old ancestor instruct me to do?" Wu Yu came to Mu Yun's side and said respectfully. "He ordered you to never leave my side." Mu Yun said seriously. "From now on, I will be responsible for your safety. Do you understand?" "Ah?" Wu Yu was confused by Mu Yun's words. However, Mu Yun did not have the time to explain. This time, since the devil race dared to enter the 100,000 mountains of the eastern region, they definitely didn't just send some ordinary people. Furthermore, their goal was probably even greater. Mu Yun immediately gathered everyone from Blood Alliance around her. "All of you, listen carefully. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own. Do you understand?" Mu Yun's voice was low. It was obvious that she was not joking. "Mu Yun, you must be joking." Shilong cupped his hands and said, "In the Blood Alliance now, who doesn't dare to obey the Alliance Master? For the past 5 years, without a leader, our Blood Alliance would have been crushed by the Hanging Mountain." Yeah. Blood Alliance and the others immediately cupped their fists in response. "Alright, listen to my instructions. Go up the mountain and watch them fight. We won't participate at all. Find an opportunity and go down the mountain directly." Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Don't fight or snatch, then why did the Blood Alliance come here? However, Xiao Yun'er's heart was transparent. The immortal chi that Mu Yun obtained was enough to refine a void immortal artifact. In this aspect, the Blood Alliance had already profited greatly this time. Moreover, with that dragon egg, the biggest gain this time was Mu Yun. However, before the dragon egg hatched, it could not be exposed at all. However, the Blood Alliance didn't know this. It was just that the current Mu Yun couldn't explain it at all. However, what Xiao Yuner didn't understand was that ever since they went up the mountain, Mu Yun's heart seemed to be somewhat uneasy. If it was because of the people from the Hanging Mountain before, then the Hanging Mountain wouldn't dare to attack him at all. However, what was he worried about? The devil race might be here. Once Mu Yun said this, the surrounding people were completely stunned. The devil race. The devil race had always been the nightmare of all the major forces in the entire 3,000 small worlds. The younger generation was still fine, but the old guys who had lived for thousands of years definitely couldn't forget that in the past, the devil race had almost occupied the entire living space of the human race and enslaved them. Later, with the rise of the cultivators in the 3,000 small worlds, the devil race gradually restrained themselves. 10,000 years ago, it was two famous supremacies who took action and defeated the devil race, resulting in nearly 10,000 years of peace. However, even now, when the Hanging Mountain was at its peak, when facing the devil race, they still couldn't say anything to resist. Mu Yun also knew that the devil race that entered the Middle Province back then were only the lowest-level devil race warriors. The so-called 4 devil emperors were also the 4 young devil race warriors that the devil race focused on nurturing. Unfortunately, they were all killed by him. Mu Yun only found out about these things when he gradually understood the current situation of the 3,000 small worlds. Mu Yun also understood why Devil Emperor Chuck would personally take action and capture him from the Middle Province to the 3,000 small worlds back then. It was just that Chuck probably didn't expect him to be able to escape from his grasp at that time. However, thinking of this, Mu Yun understood that Devil Emperor Chuck probably hated him even more now. However, Mu Yun wasn't worried in his heart. If the devil race came to the 3,000 small worlds, then all the forces in the 3,000 small worlds would probably resist with all their might like roosters with their feathers standing on end. After all, the devil race had done too many bad things in this world. Probably no one would want to recall those terrifying days when they were dominated by the devil race. After Mu Yun gave the order, everyone began to move towards the top of the mountain. The Black-Scale Wolf King knew that it was no match for them and had already retreated. Without the obstruction of the Black-Scale Wolf Pack, the speed of everyone climbing the mountain instantly increased. Looking at the sparkling white dragon bones, everyone's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. Dragon bones, that was a real dragon bone, they were the remains of a divine beast that made everyone's breathing heavy. If the dragon bones were here, then the dragon egg must be here too. This was almost everyone's common thought. Before the divine dragon died, how could it let the dragon egg be so far away from itself? This was the thought in everyone's heart at this moment. However, they didn't know that the dragon egg already belonged to someone. Dragon bones. Walking to the front, some of the martial artists from the forces were already breathing heavily. That was dragon bones, the remains of a divine dragon. Almost in an instant, all the martial artists rushed up. Don't move. At this moment, Mu Yun stopped the people from the Blood Alliance. You can't touch the dragon bones. Why? Shilong's breathing was hurried as he said, Alliance leader, with the dragon bones, you can refine void immortal artifacts. Our Blood Alliance can refine a large number of void immortal artifacts with the dragon bones. At that time even the floating mountain sect will have to be courteous. However, after Shilong finished speaking, he saw Mu Yun's calm eyes and lowered his head. This subordinate knows his mistake. Shilong knew that he was too rash just now. Mu Yun had already instructed them previously. You're not wrong. Mu Yun said calmly, no one would be so calm. After seeing the dragon bones. Look at those people, aren't they all crazy? When the people from the Blood Alliance looked over, they discovered that the cultivators from the various factions had bloodshot eyes at this moment. They were like wild cats that had been invited, and no one could stop them. Not to mention the warriors, even the few powerhouses leading the group were completely dumbfounded at this moment. How could they resist such temptation? Divine dragons were a rare existence even in the thousands of macro worlds, let alone the 3,000 micro worlds. A single dragon bone represented great wealth. It was in no way inferior to a dragon scale. In an instant, one figure after another rushed toward the dragon bone. At this moment, all the martial artists had no time to care about others. They were all focused on fighting for the dragon bones. This competition was all about whose hands and feet were faster. However, just as everyone was about to rush out, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, the entire Dragon Bone Mountain was completely shrouded by a swarm of demonic chi. Demons, almost instantly, everyone reacted at this moment. Whoosh! 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 Air-piercing sounds suddenly appeared as the demonic chi churned. No one would have thought that the demons would actually appear here at this moment. As the demonic chi churned, the figures of the demon race warriors landed one after another. Whoosh! 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 Those demon race warriors appeared so quickly that the many cultivators who were fully focused on the dragon bones could not react at all. In an instant, hundreds of Feather Immortal Realm cultivators were killed immediately. But that was all. However, the cultivators from the various factions who were close to the dragon bones were killed or seriously injured. In an instant, the demon race warriors appeared in a dense mass between the dragon bones and the cultivators from the various factions, forming an insurmountable gap. This was really a case of the sandpiper and the clam fighting. The fisherman benefits. The demon race had become the true fishermen. Demon race, how dare you come here? Xianxia roared the moment he saw the demon race appear. The demon race had always been the great enemy of mankind. How dare they appear here? You're Xianxia of the Xian family, right? Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the demon race army and said in a dull voice, Xianxia, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, but you're still so weak. Demon Emperor Luobwa. Luobwa, Demon Emperor Luobwa of the Camel Ox clan. Hearing Xianxia's roar, everyone took a step back. Muyun did not understand what was going on. However, Shilong whispered in Muyun's ear, there are hundreds and thousands of clans in the demon race. Within each clan, there are demon emperors and demon emperors. It's just that the strength of these demon emperors is different. The stronger demon emperors are called high-level demon emperors, and are comparable to life and death realm cultivators. The mid-level demon emperors are equivalent to Feather Immortal Realm cultivators from the 8th to the 10th layer. As for low-level demon emperors, they are equivalent to Feather Immortal Realm cultivators from the 5th to the 7th layer. Shilong took a deep breath and said, Luobwa is the #1 demon emperor of the Camel Ox clan. He is very powerful and is in existence among high-level demon emperors. Moreover, this person once caused a great disturbance in Zhongtian City in the 3,000 small worlds. In the end, the city lord of Zhongtian City, City Lord Feng, took action and blinded one of his eyes. Only then was he defeated. Caused a great disturbance in Zhongtian City. Down the mountain immediately he had been to Zhongtian City before. However, there weren't any top experts from the various factions there. The various factions were only stationed there. Luobwa had the guts to act recklessly in Zhongtian City. Although he was blinded in one eye by the mysterious City Lord Feng, he was still able to escape in the end. He was quite capable. Luobwa stood in front of the crowd and looked at everyone arrogantly. There was a terrifying scar on his left eye. It looked like a spider had crawled on it, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Xianxia, are you not convinced? Luobwa chuckled. His voice was rough. Do you want to have a fight with me? The warriors of my hunchbacked ox clan are all brave men. Luobwa's words were extremely provocative. However, when Xianxia heard this, he didn't have the arrogance he had before. Instead, his face turned green and white. Humans are indeed the most lowly race. They only know how to bully the weak. Weren't you very arrogant when you were talking to that kid? Luobwa didn't stop talking. He mocked and ridiculed, why are you like a coward now? Luobwa, don't go overboard. I'm going overboard. What can you do about it? As Luobwa spoke, he took a step forward. A heavily injured floating mountain sect disciple beside him was instantly stomped into a meat paste. This scene instantly caused everyone to go silent like cicadas in the winter, and they remained silent. Alright, all of you can get lost now. Luobwa waved his hand and said impatiently, these dragon bones belong to our demon clan. When Luobwa finished speaking, everyone's face changed. This was a blatant humiliation, as the high and mighty elders and protectors of the various factions in the 3,000 small worlds, how could they be insulted like this? Since that's the case, goodbye. However, when they heard this, a quiet voice sounded in everyone's ears. Mu Yun, no one expected that Mu Yun, who had always been arrogant in front of the various factions, would actually choose to leave. He didn't want the dragon bones anymore, he didn't want the dragon eggs anymore. Everyone was stunned when they saw Mu Yun cupping his hands and actually leaving with the Blood Alliance. Eh? You cannot leave. However, when he saw that Mu Yun was about to leave, Luo Bo suddenly spoke. The right eye that was looking at Mu Yun also shone brightly. Your bone age is quite high, and your talent is so high. You're also a peerless sacred artifact master and a sacred alchemy master. In the battle between you and Baiju, I saw that you were calm and composed. You didn't cower even because his cultivation was higher than yours. In the end, you even killed him. No, it shouldn't be a counterattack. Instead, it should be that you've already planned how to kill him, forcing him to use his ultimate move, and then taking advantage of his weakness to kill him in one blow. Luobwa looked at Mu Yun's eyes and said with praise, I think highly of you. Moreover, your talent is not bad. Stay and be my demon slave. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. The so-called devil slaves were some human martial artists that the devil race gathered for their use. Furthermore, fiend slaves had a low status in the fiend race. They were responsible for bringing the fiend race information on the various human martial artists' major factions. Therefore, although the fiend race was in the vast northern region of the 3,000 small worlds, they knew the entire 3,000 small worlds like the back of their hands. However, there was no lack of powerful fiend slaves in the fiend race. Their status was also extremely high. And those fiend slaves were no longer called fiend slaves. Instead, they were acknowledged by the fiend race warriors and became the fiend race's companions. However, how could Mu Yun be willing to abandon the blood alliance that he established and enter the fiend race to be a fiend slave? Sorry, I have my own family and friends. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said with a smile. How dare you? How dare you refuse Demon Emperor Luobwa's invitation? A fiend race warrior immediately shouted, do you know how many people want to become Demon Emperor Luobwa's fiend slave, but Demon Emperor Luobwa doesn't accept them? That's because they're despicable. What has it got to do with me? Mu Yun's temper also became bad. She couldn't help but snort. There are countless geniuses in the 3,000 small worlds. You can choose as you wish. Just don't look for me. Hearing Mu Yun's words, a smile appeared on Luobwa's face. On the other hand, the fiend race warrior beside him snorted. He took large strides and charged towards Mu Yun. Attacking my blood alliance's alliance master? What do you take my blood alliance for? Shilong took a step forward. His face turned cold as he struck out with his palm. Bang, a low explosion sounded. The fiend race warrior immediately spat out blood and retreated in a sorry state. Mu Yun also found it funny. Although Luobwa was powerful, if everyone joined forces, he wouldn't be able to handle it. However, this fiend wanted them to leave, but he insisted on staying. There was something wrong with his head. My blood alliance is at most a second-rate faction. We can't win against super factions like you. Farewell. Mu Yun cupped his hands again. He looked at Luobwa and left with the rest. This time, Luobwa didn't speak again. However, when they saw that Mu Yun really left with the Blood Alliance, the various factions were baffled. Was this kid stupid? Didn't he spend so much effort for the dragon egg? Seeing that the dragon bone was here, the dragon egg must be here too, but he actually ran away. However, the crowd obviously didn't have the time to consider this. With Mu Yun gone, they had one less competitor. The most important thing now was how the fiend race warriors were going to defend themselves. Could it be that they were going to watch the fiend race warriors take the dragon bone away? At this moment, Mu Yun led the people from the Blood Alliance down the mountain. Immediately, full speed, get down the mountain. Ah? Hearing Mu Yun's sudden order, everyone was slightly stunned. Alliance Master, are we really leaving just like that? Shilong looked at Mu Yun in confusion. Cut the crap. Leave immediately. Immediately. If you encounter any obstacles on the way, ignore them all. Get down the mountain with the fastest speed you've ever had. Understand? Yes. Although they didn't know why Mu Yun gave such an order, they only needed to follow it at this moment. On the other side, the tall Luobwa stood in front of the fiend race warriors and looked at the warriors from the 3,000 small worlds with a smile on his face. Everyone, I advise you to leave immediately. The dragon bone belongs to the fiend race. Luobwa laughed and looked at the huge dragon bone skeleton behind him. Belongs to the fiend race? Luobwa, you're too arrogant. Bai Qingtian sneered. Why don't you say that the entire 3,000 small worlds belong to the fiend race? In the future, not long from now, it will belong to the fiend race. Luobwa snorted. Bai Qingtian, if it weren't for cloud supremacy and blood supremacy back then, the fiend race army would have already flattened the floating mountain. Would you have the chance to gossip here? After Luobwa finished speaking, Bai Qingtian clenched his fists and a trace of anger appeared on his face. However, everyone was still very happy to see the people from the floating mountain make a fool of themselves. The people from the floating mountain had always been arrogant. When they spoke to others, they couldn't wait to raise their heads to the sky. When had they ever suffered such ridicule? Only the fiend race didn't put them in their eyes. However, when they saw the people from the floating mountain suffer, they were extremely happy. I told you to scram, but you didn't. You're really an eyesore. Luobwa snorted. Luan De, Luan Ming, chase them away. Yes. As soon as Luobwa finished speaking, two people immediately walked out from the fiend race warriors. Dull thuds sounded as the fiend race warriors also immediately charged out. Kill. At this moment, the warriors of the major factions also rushed out. This was no longer a time to pick a fight between the fiend race and the floating mountain. Behind Luobwa was the dragon bone. They couldn't just watch the fiend race obtain the dragon bone. If the fiend race obtained the dragon bone, it would be a nightmare for all the factions in the 3,000 small worlds. It wouldn't just be a nightmare. It would probably be a disaster. The fiend race had always been lacking in the refinement of pills and divine weapons. Humans had a great advantage in this aspect. If every bone of a 10,000-meter-long divine dragon was taken and made into a divine weapon, it would be equivalent to tens of thousands of divine weapons. It would definitely greatly enhance the attacks of the fiend race warriors. Naturally, they couldn't just watch the scene unfold before their eyes. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. This time, Luobwa had clearly come prepared. The number of fiend race warriors was even greater than the warriors of the major factions present. More importantly, this fiend race army was clearly made up of the elites of the fiend race. When the battle began, the warriors of the major factions fell into a disadvantageous position. This time, the fiend race had clearly come prepared. How could they possibly let the humans gain the upper hand? Luobwa didn't make a move at all. He just stood there and watched the battle. The fiend emperors he brought this time were all experts. These humans were simply no match for them. Luobwa's eyes were filled with pride as he looked at the dragon bone behind him. He walked up step by step, looking at the sparkling and translucent bones. At this moment, traces of seven-colored light could be seen revolving around the surface of the bones. It was very beautiful. This is the remains of a divine dragon. Even after 10,000 years, it's still so dazzling. Looking at the bones, Luobwa couldn't help but praise. The remains of a divine dragon. This was the true remains of a divine dragon. As Luobwa spoke, his palm couldn't help but touch the bones. This is an excellent material to refine a saint artifact. With this divine dragon's remains, I can refine a divine weapon. Who in the 3,000 small worlds can resist my fiend race army? Luobwa laughed heartily as his palm touched the sparkling and translucent bones. However, with this touch, the smile on Luobwa's face suddenly froze. He was a life and death expert who had surpassed the feather immortal realm. However, with this touch, the dragon bone was actually safe and sound. He actually couldn't destroy the dragon bone. Damn it. Luobwa didn't believe in heresy. Jet black devil chi rolled out from his hands. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and sharp claws appeared at the tips of his fingers. Those sharp claws directly grabbed onto the dragon bone. Dong, in an instant, a rumbling sound rang out from the top of the mountain. Mu Yun, who was rushing down the mountain, couldn't help but tremble when she heard the rumbling sound. Quick, go faster. Bring out the speed that you don't care about your lives. Mu Yun roared again. Now, just think of the black scale wolf king chasing after you from behind. Do you understand? At this moment, there was no time to explain. Mu Yun could only tell them to run as fast as they could. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Landslide. At that moment, Luobwa grabbed the dragon bone at the top of the mountain, and a deep thud was heard. However, after the deep thud was heard, it seemed to be just the beginning. Crackling sounds followed closely behind. Luobwa's eyes were filled with surprise when he saw the dragon bone in his hand. However, this pleasant surprise didn't last long before it turned into shock. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the dragon bone in his hand at this moment. It had actually exploded with a bang at this moment. It would be fine if that was all. However, when Luobwa raised his head, he was stunned when he saw the changes at the top of the mountain. However, his shock did not last for long. A heart-wrenching voice came from Luobwa's mouth. Retreat! This loud and clear roar directly shook the entire 10,000 feet tall mountain. However, the trembling was nothing compared to the trembling that was coming from the top of the mountain. At that moment, all the martial artists who were fighting were dumbfounded. The body of the dragon bone that was 10,000 meters long suddenly exploded. The crystal-clear dragon bone shattered before their eyes and turned into white powder that filled the sky. However, if that was all, it would only make their hearts ache. However, at this moment, the top of the 10,000-foot tall mountain exploded with a loud bang. Boulders fell from the sky one after another. The mountain was going to collapse. Everyone felt their hearts beating violently when they saw that. Previously, they had climbed the mountain because the mountain had a strong suction force that made it impossible for them to fly in the sky. At that moment, the mountain was collapsing. They had to run down the mountain. Even if they were at level 8 or level 9 of the heavenly celestial stage, it would be impossible for them to get out if they were buried alive under the collapse of the mountain. At that moment, everyone gave up on fighting and ran away with all their might. A loud rumbling sound spread throughout the entire mountain in an instant. Damn it! Xianxia and Bai Qingtian were filled with dissatisfaction when they saw that. The dragon bone was destroyed by the idiot Luobwa. How could they not feel heartache? However, when they thought about it carefully, they looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was not right. Something was not right, something was very wrong. Mu Yun tried her best to come here previously, but when she arrived here and saw the fiend army, she actually turned around and left without a word. If this guy was afraid of the demon race, then it didn't make sense. Although they were no match for the Devil Clan, they would not be utterly defeated. Even if the Devil Clan took more than half of the Divine Dragon's remains, they would still be able to get a share of the loot. But Mu Yun ran away. She ran away. He had long known that the mountain would collapse. Damn it, at this point, Bai Qingtian and Xianxia's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They seemed to have been tricked by Mu Yun again. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to care about what they were thinking. When he heard the rumbling explosion, he understood that the mountain was really about to collapse. What happened? Shilong was dumbfounded as he asked in a daze. The mountain is collapsing. Mu Yun frowned. She looked at the collapsed mountain and fell into deep thought. You guys go first, I'll stay behind. Alliance Master. Brother Yun. Previously, it was Mu Yun who made them flee frantically, but now, Mu Yun actually said that she wanted to go back. Don't worry. Yuner, bring them to that place and wait for me. This dragon cave is not over yet. Not over yet. Hearing Mu Yun's baffling words, everyone was stunned. It was their first time entering the dragon cave, but from Mu Yun's words, it seemed that she was very familiar with the dragon cave. Perhaps in Shilong's eyes, it was indeed not over yet. However, in Xiao Yuner's eyes, she looked at Mu Yun with a puzzled expression. They had obtained the dragon egg and the immortal qi. Why was it not over yet? Xiao Yuner also realized that she was gradually unable to see through Mu Yun. To be precise, she seemed to have never seen through Mu Yun. Sisters, are we just going to let Brother Yun go like this? Xiao Yuner asked worriedly. It's fine. Unexpectedly, Qin Mengyao said frankly. He might have his own plans. We will find out sooner or later. Qin Mengyao had always felt that she understood Mu Yun the most out of everyone. However, she also gradually realized that she did not seem to understand Mu Yun. At least, she did not know what the real him was like. He could be extremely shameless in bed, like a hooligan. He could also give up everything for his family and lover, even his own life. He could also be greedy for life and run away without looking back in front of the dragon bone. He was even willing to openly challenge one of the most powerful forces in the entire 3,000 small worlds, floating mountain sect, for his brothers. All these contradictions made Mu Yun look very mysterious. However, Qin Mengyao felt that this mystery made her even more infatuated with Mu Yun. "Child, your father is an amazing person," Qin Mengyao muttered to herself in her heart. "Everyone, retreat quickly. Yuner, you lead the way. We can't let the other major forces discover our tracks." "Okay." Qin Mengyao made a prompt decision and immediately gave the order. Dozens of figures began to dash downwards once again. At the same time, huge rocks fell from the top of the mountain. The height of the mountain kept decreasing in an instant. Screams and curses filled the rubble. At this moment, the mountain peak was collapsing, and one figure after another was fleeing downwards with all their might. Behind those figures, the huge rocks rolled down faster and faster. What was even more terrifying was that the surface of the huge rocks was stained with the white powder, and it was difficult to break them open at this moment. Normally, it would be easy for them to break open a small mountain with a punch. However, now, they could not even break open a 5-meter square rock. Everyone ran down the mountain as if they had lost their lives. However, at this moment, a figure went against the direction of the crowd and headed towards the top of the mountain. That figure was like a ghost amidst the rubble. What was surprising was that when that figure came into contact with the boulders were like tofu and immediately shattered. Those huge rocks that made them tremble in fear could not withstand a single blow from that figure. "Mu Yun!" Xianxia exclaimed and was stunned when he saw Mu Yun's figure. He could not imagine why Mu Yun would appear here. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Bai Qingtian was also stunned and said in disbelief. How could Mu Yun dare? Moreover, how could he resist those huge rocks? Even he and Xianxia did not dare to resist those huge rocks head-on. They completely relied on their agile movements to avoid them. They really could not avoid them and could only rely on their own defense to resist them. What is he trying to do? Xianxia's face was terrifyingly gloomy. At this moment, Mu Yun was alone. It was the best time to kill him. However, the huge rocks falling from the sky made it impossible for them to track Mu Yun. This guy would directly crash into the rocks without caring about anything else. However, they could not. They still had to avoid those rocks. Even if they chased after him, they could not catch up. Damn it! Xianxia cursed in his heart. This guy must know some secret here. Otherwise, he would not have retreated in time. No wonder he did not even want the dragon bone in front of him. I thought he was afraid of the demon race. This guy is too cunning. Bai Qingtian was even more furious. However, when he heard Bai Qingtian's curses, Xianxia felt a hint of schadenfreude in his heart. When Xian Wuxin was killed by Mu Yun, the floating mountain was prepared to attack the Blood Union and eliminate them. However, the Bai family and the other 3 families were apprehensive of the Bitter Heaven Palace and the Myriad Formation sect and did not agree. This time, Bai Ju was killed. The number 1 genius of the Bai family was also dead. He wanted to see what the Bai family would do when they returned to the floating mountain. There was also the Ji family and the Gu family. This time, Mu Yun could refine void immortal artifacts. If the Blood Union was allowed to continue developing, it would not be the floating mountain but the Blood Union. This time, it was not just the Xian family's hatred. However, the Blood Union today was not the Blood Union of many years ago. Mu Yun was no longer the Mu Yun that they could trample on. This guy's cultivation level was not high, but his management skills were simply top-notch. What could he do in 5 years in the 3,000 small worlds? However, he had people who could refine pills, refine artifacts, and create formations. In these 5 years, the Blood Union could not have grown so fast without Mu Yun. Moreover, he had joined forces with the other major forces and had an inseparable relationship. The young saintess of the Mystic Moon Holy Land had become his woman. The genius of the Myriad Formation sect had also become his woman. In addition, there was also Qin Mengyao, who had awakened his spirit. Even if Mu Yun obtained the mystic moon Holy Land's Holy Land in the future, Xianxia would not be surprised. Let's go down the mountain first. This kid must have come up the mountain to find some treasure. Now that the dragon bones have collapsed, how can there be a dragon egg? The dragon egg must not be here. Bai Qingtian said seriously. All right. At this moment, there was indeed no good way. They could only wait for Mu Yun to come down the mountain before making a decision. However, Mu Yun did not take Xianxia and Bai Qingtian's guess to heart. He did not know that the mountain would collapse at all. However, at the last moment, the power of the dragon's soul suddenly rose from the dragon eye in his abdomen. He could clearly feel a trace of the dragon's soul in the dragon bones. This proved that the dragon soul he encountered in the palace was not a complete dragon soul. The dragon soul was also preserved in the dragon bones. And he found a trace of joy in it. In the mystical dragon race, unless they died in a dragon cave, many mystical dragons would keep their skeletons intact. However, how could it be so easy to maintain a complete skeleton? Once someone coveted it, it would no longer be protected by the dragon race. The skeleton would definitely be used by others. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios discussed this was the dignity of the Divine Dragon clan. Hence, when he saw the Divine Dragon's bones, he understood that Luobwa did not know about the secret manual of the Divine Dragon clan. Actually, he did not know about it before. Fortunately, he had merged with the Divine Dragon's soul and knew about the secret manual. Hence, the moment he saw Luobwa appear, he hurriedly led the Blood Alliance and the rest away from the mountain peak. Demon Emperor Luobwa, he was simply a big, dumb radish. Mu Yun rushed straight towards the mountain peak. Fortunately, his body had undergone dragonification, and he was fearless in the face of the powder of the crushed dragon bones. However, while he was fearless, the martial artists of the various factions were miserable. Naturally, when he saw the floating mountain disciples crushed by the huge rocks, Mu Yun did not mind cutting their throats with his sword to relieve them of their pain and troubles. Gradually, Mu Yun got closer and closer to the collapsed mountain peak. However, when he saw the peak of the mountain peak, Mu Yun was stunned. As expected, according to the memories obtained from the dragon's soul, the Divine Dragon clan was extremely wealthy. Every divine dragon had a large number of treasures. However, no one knew where those treasures were. However, the divine dragons had always valued wealth above all else. Even if they died, the financial reports were not far away from them. At this moment, the mountain peak had collapsed, but the center was still standing firmly. Standing on the mountain peak, Mu Yun could see that there was a straight passage in the center that led to the bottom of the mountain. Almost without hesitation, Mu Yun jumped into the passage. At this moment, everyone was panicking. It was the best time for him to enter the cave. The bottom of the passage must be where the treasures were. This was not Mu Yun's guess, but what he obtained from the dragon's soul's memories. As he dived down, the vertical distance of the 10,000 feet tall mountain was at least 10,000 meters. However, Mu Yun felt that the distance he had dived down was actually more than 10,000 meters. He seemed to have not only reached the bottom of the mountain, but also entered the depths from the bottom of the mountain. Along the way, it was unusually quiet. The traces of the collapse of the entire 10,000 feet tall mountain did not appear in the cave at all. This silence made Mu Yun's heart rise to his throat. In such a huge secret realm, there was actually no sense of danger at all. It was really inconceivable. Huff. 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 However, at the moment when he reached the bottom of the cave, a series of deep breaths could be heard. Mu Yun's ears perked up when he heard the deep panting. His entire body stiffened. He couldn't be more familiar with that breathing sound. Black-scaled Wolf King, Mu Yun's body froze the moment he heard the breathing sound. Previously, the Black-scaled Wolf King had not died. It had only been defeated by the combined forces of the various major forces. And at this very moment, he actually encountered the Black-scaled Wolf King here. Mu Yun Mu Yun, Mu Yun, Mu Yun, Mu. The Black-scaled Wolf King did not descend from the mountain, and on the entire mountain, this tunnel was the only way to conceal oneself. Deep breaths could be heard behind Mu Yun. A huge paw slapped him on the back. However, this slap did not cause Mu Yun to be severely injured, as if his bones had been shattered. Instead, it was very light, It was so light that Mu Yun felt like he was hit by a bear's paw. A loud thud could be heard. At this moment, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel that the black-scaled wolf king behind him seemed to have fallen to the ground. Mu Yun Yang was seriously injured. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the black-scaled wolf king behind him. He clicked his tongue and pursed his lips. You're a wolf king after all. Why do you have to risk your life? Now you're struggling on the verge of death. The black-scaled wolf king was in a sorry state at this moment. Logically speaking, Mu Yun Yang should have the strength of a first-level life and death realm martial artist. However, his opponents were the top experts of the 3,000 small worlds. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Mu Yun raised the bitter emotion sword and looked at the black-scaled wolf king with a trace of killing intent. This guy was here. If he didn't die, he would die. I can help you. However, just as Mu Yun raised his sword, a deep voice could be heard. This sentence came out of the black-scaled wolf king's mouth for no reason. You can help me? How can you help me? Mu Yun smiled and said, you can't even protect yourself now, and you still want to help me? If you want to live, just say it. Without me, you won't be able to enter the Lord's secret treasure. Believe me, young man. The black-scaled wolf king coughed and said in a low voice, I'm an immortal beast guarding this place. So, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand what an immortal beast is. Aren't they just immortal beasts from the thousands of large worlds? What's so great about them? You know about immortal beasts? I know about divine beasts. Mu Yun pursed her lips, but in her heart, she was thinking that when Qin Mingyao's spirit completely awakened in the future, he might become an ice phoenix. He had even been on a divine beast before, let alone a mere immortal beast. You're clearly a black-scaled wolf king, but you're trying to be brave by saying that you're an immortal beast? If you're an immortal beast, then transform into a human and let me see. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a slightly deep voice suddenly sounded. Why would I lie to you? I'm already a dying beast. Seeing the wolf king that was hundreds of meters in front of her disappear and a figure suddenly appear in front of her, Mu Yun was stunned. Standing in front of her was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. The man was dressed in black, and his skin looked slightly tanned. However, his eyes carried a terrifying cold light. The middle-aged man said, even a black-scaled wolf can rely on its own cultivation to advance to the immortal beast level. It's just that it's more difficult. However, when I met the Lord back then, he saw that I was on the verge of death and was very pitiful, so he helped me advance. That's how I became an immortal beast today. Looking at the burly middle-aged man in front of her, Mu Yun was stunned. Are you referring to the seven-colored heavenly dragon? Yes. Mu Yun knew that holy beasts could rely on cultivation to advance to immortal beasts. In the thousands of large worlds, immortal beasts even formed their own lineage. However, compared to divine beasts, immortal beasts were still slightly weaker. True immortal beasts could only become divine beasts when they had cultivated successfully. However, Mu Yun also knew that compared to immortal beasts that had advanced through cultivation, their own strength was actually not comparable to powerful immortal beasts that were immortal beasts themselves. However, this black-robed man was indeed impressive. Are you all right? Looking at the black-robed man, Mu Yun was bewildered. This guy was an immortal beast. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. This guy's dying strike was really desperate to exchange his life for hers. He really could not withstand it. Don't worry. The courage you can kill me with one strike, and I can't do anything to you at all. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. This human in front of him was very interesting. You just said that this seven-colored heavenly dragon saved you. How did he die? Why are you here? I don't know why the Lord died. Previously, the Lord seemed to have engaged in an extremely exhausting battle and was lucky to escape in the end. As for me, under the Lord's protection, I was struggling at death's door. However, the Lord still died here in the end. It's just that I am indebted to the Lord, so I stayed here to guard everything that the Lord left behind, including the dragon egg. After saying that, the middle-aged man stared at Mu Yun. So, you know that the dragon egg is with me? I know everything in the entire dragon cave. the middle-aged man said confidently. You know everything? Seeing the middle-aged man's arrogant look, Mu Yun was speechless. You know everything, but you still got beaten up like a dog. Fine. I don't want to talk to you about this. Everyone in the Divine Dragon tribe is greedy. You just said that you can help me. Now, tell me where the treasures are. I can't tell you now. The Black Scale Wolf King looked at Mu Yun and said calmly. Why? Because you can't guarantee the safety of the dragon egg. The Black Scale Wolf King had a solemn expression on his face. I once promised the Lord to take good care of the dragon egg until it grows up. Unfortunately, before the dragon egg hatched, it was discovered by you humans. And you have fused with a part of the Lord's dragon soul. You should know the Lord's request for you. Mu Yun smiled and said, I naturally didn't get the dragon egg to kill him. But you don't have the strength to protect him. The middle-aged man said bluntly. After thinking about it carefully, Mu Yun realized that she couldn't refute him. If the cultivators of the various forces in the 3,000 small worlds knew that the dragon egg was in her hands, they would probably immediately charge to the Blood Alliance. Even if they had to pay a bloody price, they wouldn't give up. This was the temptation of a divine beast. Even in the thousands of large worlds, divine beasts were noble existences that no one could defeat. You're right. Then what do you want to do? I can help you. The Black-Scaled Wolf King said solemnly, My lord, please think carefully. The one on your body is my lord, and I want to raise him. Therefore, I will follow you. To be precise, I will ensure the safety of the dragon egg. Follow me? Mu Yun laughed and said, Then should I heal your injuries now and let you follow me as my personal fighter and dominate the 3,000 small worlds? You do need to heal my injuries. I think it will only be beneficial to you if you heal my injuries. There will be no harm. The Black Scale Wolf King's expression remained unsmiling. At the very least, when others want to deal with you, I will protect you in order to protect the dragon egg. Mu Yun smiled again. Big brother, can you not be so childish? Mu Yun was speechless. This kind of trick is enough to fool children. Oh, I can only kill you and then let you kill me, right? I won't kill you. The Black Scale Wolf King said seriously, The premise is that you don't have any ulterior motives for the dragon egg. Are you stupid? Mu Yun said angrily, If I wanted to cut this dragon egg, I would have done it when I was in dragon form. You should know about this. Otherwise, would your lord give me the dragon egg? Would he be willing to let me fuse with his dragon soul? When Mu Yun said this, the Black Scale Wolf King was stunned and seemed to be at a loss for words. He really couldn't win against Mu Yun. Translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation struck it rich. Mu Yun was really amused by this stubborn guy who did not seem to be good with words. Then how can I guarantee that you won't suddenly kill me one day and go into hiding again with the dragon egg? Impossible. The Black Scale Wolf King shook his head and smiled bitterly. Because I can no longer incubate the dragon egg. If I don't borrow your power, the dragon egg will not be able to hatch successfully. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun began to think carefully. The Black Scale Wolf King was right. The incubation of the dragon egg not only required the infusion of heavenly treasures but also the source of the force of nature. In fact, this was also why the dragon clan was greedy and liked places with rich spirit energy. The seven-colored heavenly dragon was already prepared for the infusion of heavenly treasures. And he did not lack the force of nature. The 9 elements gathering chi was the best force of nature, heavenly fire, heavenly water, and natural lightning. As he advanced step by step in the future, these things would gradually increase. It was indeed very suitable for him to incubate the dragon egg. I believe what you said for now, but I still can't believe you. Mu Yun shook her head and said, Unless you're willing to sign the seal of life and death with me. Seal of life and death. Hearing this, the Black Scale Wolf King exclaimed. He naturally knew what kind of relationship the seal of life and death would establish between two people. But how did Mu Yun, a warrior from the 3,000 small worlds, know? Good boy, I realized that I've really underestimated you. As the Black Scale Wolf King spoke, he coughed up blood, and his tanned face turned pale. If you're willing, I can sign the contract with you now. Okay. Mu Yun could not be bothered to talk nonsense. This contract could restrain the Black Scale Wolf King. If she brought this guy back to Fallen Soul Island, he would explode. Then, in the entire Fallen Soul Island, only Yichio could stop him. The seal of life and death could firmly bind this guy like a chain. Mu Yun could not help but sigh. She did not expect that the seal of life and death that she learned in her previous life did not have much use. Instead, she used it repeatedly in this life. Mu Yun also knew that it was because she was too weak, but her opponent was too strong. Time passed slowly, and two figures stood up from the ground. From today onwards, you need to protect not only the dragon egg, but also me. Mu Yun smiled and said, if I die, you'll be finished too, let alone protect the dragon egg. I know. The Black-Scaled Wolf King was at a loss. You can call me Hei Lin. In the future, I will guard the dragon egg and prevent you from doing anything out of line. Hei Lin said in a muffled voice. Don't worry. What I want to do is to hatch this guy, a mystical dragon. I won't be like the floating mountain sect, bleeding every day just for the blood key plan. I hope you keep your word. Mu Yun nodded. She took out a bottle of pills and said, these are all peerless grade sacred pills. They are also useful for your injuries. When we return to the Blood Union, I will refine the Hollow Immortal Pill for you and heal your injuries. Void Immortal Pill? Hei Lin was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's words. The Hollow Immortal Pill was not something an ordinary alchemist could refine even in the thousands of great worlds, let alone in the 3,000 small worlds. I'm really starting to doubt your bone age now. You don't have to doubt it. There are geniuses who are more powerful than me everywhere. The 3,000 small worlds are just one small world. Moreover, it's not the most outstanding small world. Mu Yun said casually, it's useless to study these. Let's take out those treasures. This little guy needs a large number of heavenly treasures to be able to survive. Just follow me. Hei Lin smiled and brought Mu Yun along with him. They walked along the underground tunnel and headed forward. The entire path was inlaid with light green jadeite. Such jadeite was also extremely precious in the 3,000 small worlds. Moreover, the surrounding walls were shining with a faint blue light. They were obviously blue crystals. This grade of blue essence crystal stone was even better for refining artifacts. However, at this moment, they were being used as decorations by the Rainbow Divine Dragon. It was truly a waste of natural resources. The two of them walked along the passage for more than an hour. During this hour, Hei Lin swallowed the elixir that Mu Yun gave him, and his complexion recovered a little. However, he was even more surprised. Hei Lin was very clear as he followed beside the Rainbow Divine Dragon. For a powerful existence like him who had evolved into an immortal beast, how could ordinary saint-level elixirs possibly have any possibility of recovering from his injuries? Only the Hollow Immortal Pill or even higher-level immortal pills could have a healing effect. However, the saint-level elixirs that Mu Yun gave him were very effective. Alliance leader Mu, you should have a very powerful master, right? Hei Lin probed. And this master of yours should be an immortal from the thousands of great worlds, right? No. No? How is that possible? Hei Lin smiled. Without a master, how could you be able to refine supreme-level elixirs at such a young age? Although I'm in this cave, I know everything that's happening outside. Do you want to know why? Mu Yun snickered and looked at Hei Lin. Yes. There's a word called talent. Do you understand? Hei Lin had seen proud and arrogant geniuses before, but he had never seen such a shameless genius who could take his own talent for granted. It's in front, but I hope you're mentally prepared. I'm afraid there are some treasures here that you've never seen before. Okay. Mu Yun nodded and followed Hei Lin to the end of the passage. The sound of flowing water gradually sounded at this moment. The two of them came to the end of the passage together. What entered their eyes was a bustling scene. It made Mu Yun feel as if she had come to a paradise. In front of her was a huge square that spanned 1,000 square meters. In the center of the square was a pool with a statue standing in the middle. Water flowed out from the ground, forming an elegant fountain track. With the pool as the center, there were flowers and plants of different shapes around it, growing healthily. Most of those flowers presented a riot of colors, their fragrances contending with one another. Hundreds of flowers bloomed together, creating a unique scenery. Further out, there were pieces of metal and strange stones of different shapes and sizes. Those metals and strange stones of different shapes were made into statues of different shapes and were neatly placed here. Flowers, plants, crystals. Seeing the flowers, plants, and crystals that were placed and cultivated within 1,000 meters, Mu Yun was not completely stunned. However, her breathing gradually became heavier. White froth flower. Meteor shower grass. Green jade fruit. Luotian iron. Heavy lead silver. Seeing those flowers, plants, and crystals, Mu Yun casually recited their names as if she was familiar with them. However, when he heard Mu Yun say these names, He Lin was stunned. Mu Yun actually knew all of them. Among these things, there were even some that he did not know what exactly they were. However, Mu Yun actually recited them one by one. This guy was simply a genius. You know all of them? He Lin was completely stunned. Why wouldn't I know? Mu Yun could not help but say, these things are all rare treasures in the thousands of great worlds. They are heavenly treasures and immortal treasures. Mu Yun's breathing also became heavier as she spoke. The Divine Dragon clan was indeed a clan with accumulated wealth. It was simply a waste to give these things to these beasts. The Divine Dragon knew nothing about refining elixirs. These spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers were just something that they ate after their meals. Needless to say, those crystals were at most used to grind their teeth. It was a waste of God's gifts to leave such things in the Divine Dragon clan. Take them. Take them all. Mu Yun immediately stretched out her hands, looked at all the treasures in front of her, and laughed loudly. It was not that the Divine Space Treasure Cave in the chart of celestial extermination did not have these things. However, if she wanted to get them from there, she would probably have to wait until she returned to the thousands of great worlds, reached the immortal realm, and completed the challenge to obtain them. However, it was as if she had picked them up for free here. Moreover, Mu Yun was confident that these treasures could be used to refine void immortal pills and void immortal artifacts easily. Mu Yun felt that she would probably slap herself twice if she did not achieve a 100% success rate in refining a pill furnace. She could not waste them. Mu Yun made up her mind and began to work. He Lin was speechless when he saw Mu Yun's impatient look. At first, he was worried that Mu Yun would not recognize these treasures and let them go as ordinary goods. However, he did not expect that Mu Yun knew them better than him. Was this guy really just a cultivator from the 3,000 small worlds? What are you still standing there for? Come and help. Mu Yun was speechless when she saw He Lin standing there in a daze. Help! He Lin was even more speechless when he saw Mu Yun casually pick them up and throw them into her interspatial ring. This guy was like a rich man who was afraid that others would snatch his things. Why would she need his help? In a short while, the square of 1,000 meters was looted by Mu Yun. Awesome! Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she felt the spiritual herbs and flowers growing healthily in the space of the Divine Void Treasure Cave in the Immortal Extermination painting. She had not been so happy for a long time. Those idiots from the Floating Mountain sect only stared at the dragon eggs and completely forgot about the power of the Divine Dragon clan. These were the real treasures. Any one of them would be as valuable as a void immortal artifact. She was rich. Is there anything else? With excitement on her face, Mu Yun looked at He Lin expectantly. What else? He Lin looked at Mu Yun speechlessly. The entire cave abode had been emptied by Mu Yun, and he was still here asking her what else she had. No. Suddenly, Mu Yun's gaze fell on a statue in the middle of the square. It was an ordinary statue. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation 7th Nascent Soul Transformation. Mu Yun walked forward and stood in front of the statue. The entire statue stood in the middle of the pool, and the water in the pool flowed out from the crotch of the statue. Who the F***ck made such a prank? It was simply a huge idiot. Such a design obviously did not belong here. It seemed to have been added by someone later on. He Lin, who was so stupid to design such a design? Mu Yun walked forward and asked. He Lin looked a little embarrassed when he heard this. Who else could it be? He Lin said with a hint of helplessness in his tone, besides Supremacy Yun from 10,000 years ago, who else would have such means? Me? Mu Yun walked forward and looked at the statue. She brushed the dust off the statue with her palm, revealing an unruly face. It's really me, Mu Yun was stunned. 10,000 years ago, Supremacy Yin came here and took out the dragon bones around my lord's heart to carve a statue of himself. Hei Lin said helplessly, I can only treat this as my humiliation, so I've kept this statue to remind myself at all times. Cough cough, not bad, not bad. Mu Yun coughed dryly and said, in that case, I'll help you destroy the statue today. Mu Yun walked forward and looked at the statue. She was extremely excited. This was his own design, but who would have thought that his casual design 10,000 years ago would actually become a means for him to strengthen himself now? With a flip of his palm, streaks of heavenly fire suddenly appeared and completely surrounded the statue. This statue was made from the essence of the dragon bones around the heart. It was the most suitable for his dragonization. Moreover, his strength might even rise to a higher level after fusing with the dragon bones. His current cultivation level was really too low. Hei Lin, Supremacy Yan's statue was here 10,000 years ago. Why didn't he take away the treasures here? It had been too long, and Mu Yun had forgotten some things that were not very detailed. He wanted to. Hei Lin said angrily, it's just that when he found the dragon bones, he knew about the restriction on the dragon bones, so he only took the essence of the dragon bones and cast it into his own statue to tell the future generations that Supremacy Yun took a fancy to this place. That person seemed to have planned to learn the way of formations in the 1,000 great worlds and break the restriction on my lord's body, but 10,000 years ago, I haven't seen him return. It's impossible for him to return. What? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Mu Yun muttered to himself, maybe he's already back, you just don't know about it. The heavenly fire gradually covered the dragon bones, Supremacy Yun's body. The dragon bone turned into a crystal-clear 7-colored flowing light and entered Mu's body. I need to go into seclusion. Help me protect me so that I can dissolve the medicinal effects of those pills. All right. Hei Lin nodded and said. Mu Yun was not afraid that this fellow would suddenly betray him and deal with him. The seal of life and death was no joke. If Lin Mu Yun wanted to kill her, he would be the first to die. She sat cross-legged. This time, Mu Yun was prepared to rely on the essence of the dragon's heart to strengthen her dragon transformation. At the same time, she would raise her cultivation level. In fact, from the 5th to the 6th and 7th levels, it did not require time to settle down, but the growth of one's strength. From the 7th to the 8th and 9th levels, it required time to accumulate. Whether it was the space or time laws, they could not be comprehended in a day. The time laws and space laws required constant contact with the laws of space and time. From there, one could rely on the laws of space and time that one could comprehend to find the space and time points that were compatible with the warrior. However, this was not what Mu Yun should be thinking about. Right now, breaking through to the 7th level of the nascent soul transformation realm was the top priority. The so-called 7th level of the nascent soul transformation realm referred to the transformation of a warrior's golden core into a nascent soul. Although this transformation was only a small step, it was a huge leap for the warrior. Compared to the first 6 levels, the 7th level of the nascent soul transformation realm would result in a qualitative change to the warrior's nascent soul and the true essence in the warrior's body. If one strand of true essence was equivalent to 500 kilograms in the first 6 levels, then after entering the 7th level, one strand of true essence was equivalent to 10,000 kilograms. Although this improvement could not be compared to immortal chi, it was a qualitative improvement for the warrior. Sitting cross-legged, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. He needed to rely on his dragon transformation realm to trigger the changes in his golden core. Dragon transformation. This time, he had added the dragon bones again. Furthermore, it was the heart bone of the dragon bones. He wanted to know what kind of changes his dragon transformation realm would undergo. The dragon heart bone gradually dissolved in his body. Mu Yun could feel that the dragon bones turned into streams of light and flowed in his blood. Following the blood, the dragon heart bone finally began to fuse with the bones in his body. This fusion was no different from scraping his bones. First, he would kick out the impurities in his bones and then let the dragon heart bone fuse with them to replenish them. In the end, it would make his bones and the dragon bones become one. The true fusion had just begun. In the square, a low panting sound was heard instantly. Seeing Mu Yan's forehead dripping with sweat, He Lin could not help but smack his lips. He roughly understood what Mu Yan wanted to do, however, how could fusing with the dragon bones be so easy? The true fusion of the dragon bones required scraping off one's bones one by one. That kind of pain was unimaginable to ordinary people. Moreover, the Divine Dragon clan was arrogant to begin with. Coupled with the uniqueness of the Divine Dragon physique, it was undoubtedly more difficult to fuse with the dragon bones. This fellow is really daring. Seeing Mu Yan's every move, He Lin pursed his lips and could not help but exclaim. After a short while, he also sat cross-legged and digested the medicinal effects of the elixir in his body. Logically speaking, a peerless divine elixir was not a problem for an immortal beast like him. However, the peerless divine elixir that Mu Yan gave him had not been completely digested until now. The peerless divine elixir that this fellow refined was simply a freak. Two figures sat cross-legged in the cave and cultivated steadily. However, Mu Yan's body was still in a state of trembling and could not stop. At the same time, the speed at which the mountain was collapsing finally began to slow down. However, looking from afar, the mountain had not even reached a height of 1,000 meters. The surrounding restrictions had also completely disappeared at this moment. Figures were flying around the mountain range at this moment. Damn it. That Mu Yan clearly reached the top of the mountain, but where is he? Bai Qing Tian looked at the empty surroundings and could not help but curse. This fellow must have discovered something. Han Yun snorted. This fellow is sinister and cunning. I have fallen into his trap several times. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared. It was Xianxia who had rushed over with a few people. Did you discover anything? Yes. Xianxia said. Those people from the Blood Alliance did not leave the Dragon Cave. Instead, they left in another direction. Another direction? Han Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He hurriedly asked, where? Southwest. Southwest. Han Yun was suddenly stunned. He sneered and said, I know where it is. At the same time, all the major forces were surrounding the entire mountain range. However, without exception, they could not find any clues at all. The cave that Mu Yan had entered previously had completely collapsed. No one would have thought that Mu Yan had completed his dragon transformation under this mountain range. A layer of black powder appeared on the surface of his body. The powder was mixed with sweat and turned into a sticky black paste that covered Mu Yan's entire body. The black powder was the impurities contained in Mu Yan's bones. At this moment, his body had undergone the preservation of the dragon bone and the impurities in his body had been removed. However, the exhaustion after the pain also made him feel as if he had survived a disaster. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could completely relax, Mu Yan felt that he was about to improve. With a cracking sound, the golden core in his abdomen broke open at this moment. However, Mu Yan knew that this was the transformation of the golden core. Transforming into a nascent soul, startled, Mu Yan sat cross-legged again. He did not care about removing the impurities on the surface of his body. The golden core had turned into a nascent soul. This was a qualitative leap. At this moment, the dragon eye in his abdomen was also quietly changing. Gradually, the dragon eye and the golden core merged together. An inexplicable smell spread in his body. At this moment, Mu Yan seemed to be able to feel that his body had started to undergo a strong change because of the ancient dragon eye. The change was very special. It was as if his body did not belong to this space. However, he was standing firmly here. It was as if the passage of time had nothing to do with him. However, his body could feel the ticking of time. All of these feelings were simply too mysterious. However, Mu Yan was not affected by this feeling. The fusion of the golden core and the dragon eye caused the two to become one. At this moment, the fused golden core began to undergo strange changes. The cracking sounds continued. The golden core broke open, and the figure of a small person suddenly appeared. The small person's shape and appearance were exactly the same as Mu Yan's. The only difference was that this small person was dozens of times smaller than Mu Yan. It looked only the size of a thumb. Nascent soul, 7th nascent soul transformation. Seeing the nascent soul in his body, Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. After the dragon transformation, the great increase in his body's toughness had increased by another level. In the future, when he comprehended the power of the spatial laws, he would not be unable to move freely in space because of his weak body. Gradually, Mu Yun felt that as the nascent soul little person breathed in and out, the true essence in his body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. This was the true power of the nascent soul transformation. The battle begins. Mu Yun could feel such a change. Hey Lin, let's go. Mu Yun cleaned the dirt on her body and stood up, looking refreshed. Okay. At this moment, Hey Lin stood up. However, when he saw Mu Yun's appearance, his expression gradually became strange. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? Mu Yun said with a smile. Nothing. I just feel that you seem to be very different. Hey Lin was a little stunned and said, I can't explain this feeling. Anyway, it gives me a mysterious feeling. Yes, mysterious feeling. When he said this, even Hey Lin himself was surprised. Mysterious feeling, Mu Yun actually gave him a mysterious feeling, it simply made him feel incredulous. Alright, let's not talk about those useless things. Mu Yun waved her hand and said with a smile, now, we can go out. Follow me. Hey Lin led the way in front. The two of them passed through the square and came to the other side, where another passage appeared. They walked along the passage for more than an hour before the two of them saw that the road ahead had become clear. However, at this moment, the sounds of fighting attracted Mu Yun's attention. After walking out of the passage, what entered her eyes was a barren grassland. This is, that palace? That's right. Hey Lin nodded and said, my lord originally hid the treasure here, but it was almost discovered by Supremacy Yun 10,000 years ago. Later on, it was moved, and it ended up in that cave. Don't speak first. The two of them slowly approached the place where the fighting was happening. However, when Mu Yun's gaze landed on the two parties fighting, he was suddenly taken aback. The two parties fighting at this moment were the people from Blood Alliance, Mystic Moon Sacred Ground, and Floating Mountain and Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. Interesting. Looking at the two parties fighting, Mu Yun said with a hint of ridicule in her tone, Nine Frost Heavenly Palace and Floating Mountain are really anxious. They can't help but make a move so soon. What do you want to do? Hey Lin said calmly, from what I can see, the number and strength of those two forces martial artists are extraordinary. Your people don't seem to be able to resist for long. What should we do? Of course we'll kill them. If I was in my best condition, I would have helped you to deal with these small fries. But now, Bai Qing Tian and Xianxia are both at level 10 of the Heavenly Celestial stage. My injuries have been stopped on the surface, but there are still hidden injuries in my body. I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to change the outcome of the battle. Who says we can't? Mu Yun looked at Hey Lin with an inexplicable smile in her eyes. Just relying on brute force to drive away the martial practitioners of Floating Mountain and Nine Frost Heavenly Palace was indeed difficult, but would Mu Yun be that stupid? Of course not. Hey Lin, Elder Shilong can handle one, and Sacred Emissary Yun can handle one. Can you do the same? It won't be a problem to stall for a while. Alright. Mu Yun opened her mouth slightly and said, then hold back Han Yun. This way, he won't be able to help the others. Hey Lin nodded and was about to attack when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. If he attacked, what was Mu Yun doing? When he turned around to look, he realized that Mu Yun was nowhere to be seen. Hey Lin was surprised to find that he could not sense Mu Yun's location at all. How was this possible? With his cultivation level, he should be able to sense Mu Yun no matter where she hid. Dragon form. Suddenly, Hey Lin seemed to have thought of something and was stunned. There was only one explanation for Mu Yun being able to do this. It was because of dragon form. As a result, he could not figure out Mu Yun's whereabouts. This brat, when he thought of this, he seemed to have realized what Mu Yun was going to do. Xianxia, you are really shameless. Xian Wuxing was killed. Are you angry from embarrassment? Sacred Emissary Yun looked at Xianxia and could not help but snort. Sacred Emissary Yun, you are one of the 10 great sacred emissaries of the Black Moon Holy Land. Why do you have to be so sharp-tongued? Xianxia sneered and said, to tell you the truth, the Blood Alliance will be a short-lived existence in the 3,000 small worlds. It will not last long. You better remember what you said. Otherwise, you might die in Mu Yun's hands one day. Don't worry. Xianxia took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from his body. He shouted, "Before he grows up, I will kill him." Immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia rushed out with a loud bang. On the other side, Zhilong and Bai Qing Tian were clashing fiercely, one after another. Under such a collision, the grasslands were turned into pitch-black ashes, and the ground couldn't help but tremble. The killing began at this moment. Han Yun shuttled through the crowd and killed the disciples of the Blood Alliance and the Black Moon Holy Land when they were unprepared. After all, he was at the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. When he attacked, those disciples could not stop him. Hey, doesn't Mu Yun like to launch sneak attacks? Then I will let him know the consequences of launching a sneak attack on me, Han Yun. Dream on. At this moment, Qin Mengyao flew over and a pair of icy blue wings appeared on his back. The wings were more than 3 meters wide and Qin Mengyao looked even more holy under the wings. The power of the Ice Phoenix's divine soul. Qin Mengyao, back then, the palace master had planned to extract the power of your divine soul so that he could refine it into a supreme secret manual of our 9 Frost Heavenly Palace. At that time even the floating mountain sect would be nothing. Unfortunately, all of this was destroyed by Mu Yun. He deserves to die. Qin Mengyao said proudly, "Whether he deserves to die or not, it is not up to you to say. Instead, it is you who deserves to die." I heard that the deputy palace master of the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, Han Yun, is very powerful. He is at the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. I did not expect him to like to bully the younger generation. How about I compete with you? A loud laugh was heard and a black shadow suddenly rushed out. The scales in the black shadow's hand made a clattering sound as he charged towards Han Yun. "Who are you?" Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, Han Yun looked cautious as he stared at Hei Lin and snorted. "Why do you care who I am?" Hei Lin threw the scales in his hand at Han Yun like darts. "Little girl, stop looking. Hurry up and help the people of the Blood Alliance." Qin Mengyao looked at Hei Lin with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had never seen this person before. Could he be someone from the Bitter Heaven Palace? However, if he was really from the Bitter Heaven Palace, then the Bitter Heaven Palace's foundation was really terrifying. The strength of Rengangang and the black-robed man was terrifying, especially the black-robed man who could stop several core elders of the Floating Mountain. Most of the core elders of the Floating Mountain were at the 10th level of the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Each of them had outstanding strength and were old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. Qin Mengyao flew up and no longer cared about him. The number of martial artists from the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace and the Floating Mountain far exceeded the number of martial artists from the Blood Alliance and the Black Moon Holy Land. There were too many disciples who needed her help. Instantly, the scene became even more chaotic. Bai Wuqing and Zhilong were both core elders of the Floating Mountain. However, Zhilong had been harmed by the Floating Mountain. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. On the other side, Sacred Emissary Yun attacked Xianxia without any consideration for his feelings. It was as if there was a feud between the two of them. This made Xianxia feel even more speechless. As for the battle between Hei Lin and Han Yun, it was more like a spar to test the waters. Hei Lin had been severely injured and his injuries were only half healed. He did not dare to be careless when facing Han Yun. As for Han Yun, he was even more terrified of the black-robed man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, this person did not seem to be using his full strength. Otherwise, he might not be a match for him. However, he did not know that Hei Lin did not dare to force him too much because of his injuries. Hei Lin was only waiting for Mu Yun to see what kind of trouble this kid was going to stir up. The battle continued and the two sides became more and more entangled. However, although the Floating Mountain disciples had the advantage, their opponents were from the Blood Alliance and were also former disciples of the Floating Mountain. Swords and sabers clashed against each other. The members of the Blood Alliance were all holding their breaths. Even if they had to risk their lives, they would drag their opponents down with them. The disciples of the Floating Mountain sect felt their hearts tremble at the sight of such a reckless fighting style. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Haha, brother brother Xian, do you need help? The moment the ear-rending sounds rang out, numerous figures had already landed and charged into the crowd of people who were fighting. Zhu Tianqing, you came at the right time. Xian Yuda laughed and said, kill all the remaining members of the Blood Alliance. As for the people from the Black Moon Holy Land, naturally, we can't let any of them go. No problem. The moment Zhu Tianqing rushed down, he had already begun his slaughter. With the addition of the Zhu family's team, the pressure on the cultivators of the Blood Alliance and the Black Moon Holy Land multiplied. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Qin Mengyao cursed in a low voice. His face was filled with coldness. The Zhu family, the Floating Mountain, and the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace were simply too shameless. Zhu Tianqing directly charged towards Qin Mengyao with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. Behind him, a youth stepped out and looked at Zhu Yahui, who was doing his best to kill in the crowd. Zhu Yahui, hee, the Zhu family is no longer your Zhu family. Zhu Yu stepped out and unsheathed his sword, slashing towards Zhu Yahui. At this moment, Zhu Yahui was surrounded by 4 people. How could he take care of his back? Just as the sword was about to slash Zhu Yahui's back and take his life, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Zhu Yu, does your Zhu family like to launch sneak attacks? As the laughter rang out, Zhu Yu only felt a figure appear directly in front of him like a ghost. That figure slashed out with his sword. In the next moment, Zhu Yu felt the entire world before his eyes change. His head left his body and was completely wrapped in flames. His true soul was being tormented and burned by the heavenly fire. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Gue sword formation. The long sword could not penetrate the figure at all. Instead, it pierced the figure and made a clanging sound. It's over. At the last moment before his consciousness disappeared, Zhu Yu felt that he was dead. He was completely dead. Zhu Yu. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. It was Zhu Tianqing, the genius disciples of the Zhu family, Zhu Peng, Zhu Xiao, and now Zhu Yu, were all pillars of the Zhu family. They were the geniuses who supported the Zhu family. Just like his current eldest brother, Zhu Tianqing. Because of the assistance of Zhu Tianqing and his second brother, Zhu Tianyang, the Zhu family was able to lead the Zhu family from the status of the Lin family, Shi family, and Jin family to the current number 1 family in the 3,000 small worlds. Now, every time the geniuses of the Zhu family came out, there would be one less. In the future, they would not be able to select an outstanding patriarch. Even if they were selected, they would not be able to find a suitable assistant. Mu Yun, it's you again, it's you again. Alliance leader. Seeing Mu Yun standing behind him and killing Zhu Yu with one strike, Zhu Yahui hurriedly said, you saved my life again. What nonsense. Mu Yun patted Zhu Yahui's shoulder and laughed. You can't die. If you die, who will assist me? Zhu Yahui nodded when he saw Mu Yun laughing heartily. Some people, whether it was in terms of aura or words and actions, could always bring a convincing admiration to others. These people were destined to become leaders. For example, Mu Yun, no one knew better than Zhu Yahui that when the Blood Alliance was first established, they let Mu Yun be the alliance leader out of gratitude for saving their lives. However, at that time, Zhu Yahui was extremely worried. The disciples of the Floating Mountain sect all thought that they were favored by the heavens. Even if they were imprisoned for decades or centuries, they still had pride in their hearts. If they could not put down their pride while following Mu Yun, it would be difficult for the Blood Alliance to go far. After all, within the Blood Alliance, Mu Yun's strength was too low. Only his disciple, Yi Qiu, had profound strength. However, Zhu Yahui gradually realized that there were too many mistakes in his thinking. The disciples of the Floating Mountain sect were very arrogant. But in Mu Yun's eyes, this kind of arrogance was like dung. The martial techniques that they thought they were proficient in were all criticized by Mu Yun until their faces turned red. In Mu Yun's eyes, the pill formulas and pill refining methods that they thought they were familiar with were inferior to beginners. What they thought of as the theories of weapon refinement and array formation were completely empty talk in Mu Yun's mouth. What was worse was that they couldn't refute him at all. Mu Yun was right. There was nothing they could find fault with. Within 5 years, Mu Yun constructed the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array by herself. On the day this array was completed, everyone in the Cloud Alliance was completely shocked. The 4 great elders of the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm joined forces to attack, but the formation did not budge at all. However, Mu Yun had single-handedly completed this Grandmaster-level array. They could be arrogant and unyielding in front of Mu Yun, but this kind of arrogance and unyielding character was useless against Mu Yun. He was really strong. Mu Yun, it's you again. You killed my Zhu family's disciples. I think you've gone crazy from wanting to die. Mu Yun picked his ears and looked at Zhu Tianqing. He pursed his lips and said, "You don't even know where to fart. I killed your Zhu family's disciples. Those were all vermin. I was getting rid of evil for your Zhu family. It's already good enough that I didn't ask you for money. Do you see that? The true pillar of your Zhu family, the true genius, is here." Patting Zhu Yahue, Mu Yun chuckled and said, "You have eyes but can't see the true gold pearl. You even said that you were assisting your Zhu family head. I think your Zhu family head's brain has been damaged by your assistance. You don't care about your own son and care about the floating mountain sex face. You're courting death." Zhu Tianqing was completely enraged. He shouted, "Today, none of your Blood Alliance members can escape. You're courting death. Today, none of your Zhu family members can escape." However, Mu Yun didn't change Zhu Tianqing's words at all. She returned every single word to Zhu Tianqing. This was no different from a naked provocation. How could Zhu Tianqing tolerate Mu Yun provoking him like this? He took a step forward, and the aura of a 10th tier Yu immortal completely erupted. "Wait." However, at this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand and said calmly, "What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, hand that unfilial son over to my Zhu family, and I can spare your life. Of course, you have to cut off one of your arms." "No, no, no, no. You're mistaken." "What?" "I want to remind you to be prepared." Boom. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly resounded. In an instant, as soon as the rumbling sounds were heard, streaks of sword chi suddenly exploded from all directions. "Enjoy the 99 Guei sword formation." Mu Yun clapped her hands. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of streaks of sword chi slashed toward Zhu Tianqing. The hundreds of streaks of sword chi immediately surrounded Zhu Tianqing's figure, preventing him from charging toward Mu Yun. However, these streaks of sword chi did not pose a fatal threat to Zhu Tianqing. It was just to tie him up. However, the other disciples were not so lucky. Other than the elders and guardians of the 3 major forces whose strength exceeded the 7th level Yu immortal realm, the other disciples were unable to defend against the streaks of sword chi. In an instant, the 4 powerhouses at the 10th level Yu immortal realm, Han Yun, Zhu Tianqing, Bai Qing Tian, and Xianxia, were all trapped by the formation. Although they were not injured, with the attacks from He Lin, Shi Long, and the others, they were unable to protect the other disciples under such circumstances. However, the other disciples were not as strong as them. They were already unable to withstand the 99 Guei sword formation, let alone the attacks from the Blood Alliance and the Black Moon Holy Ground. Suddenly, the situation was reversed. It was not that Xianxia and the others did not think that the power of the formation was indeed a hidden danger. However, they had been defending against Wang Xinya. They did not expect that Wang Xinya would not have the time to set up the formation, but Mu Yun would appear halfway. It was fine that she appeared, but Mu Yun actually set up a formation in such a short period of time. It was simply unbelievable. D***it. At this moment, Xianxia could only watch as the disciples of his sect were killed. There was nothing he could do. What's going on with the Lin family, Shi family, and Jin family? I did not see them along the way. D***it. Bai Qing Tian could not help but snort. They were most likely killed by Mu Yun. Killed, Bai Qing Tian shouted, even if she killed them, Jin Ming, Lin Qingying, and Shi Zhen are all at level 8 of the Yuxian realm. It is impossible for Mu Yun to kill them, right? 200 to 300 people from the 3 big families are all dead? They should all be dead. Han Yun said bitterly. He did not see Lin Qingying die, but according to Lin Qingying, Jin Ming and Shi Zhen were killed by Mu Yun. Lin Qingying did not appear until now. It was very likely that he was also dead. D****. Xian Yuda's fingers were trembling. He defended against the sneak attack of the sword Qi while fighting with He Lin. At this moment, Sacred Emissary Yun, Shi Long, He Lin, and the others knew that with Mu Yun controlling the formation, they only needed to exhaust the three of them. They did not need to use their full strength. We must rush out, or we will be exhausted. Xian Yuda shouted and was about to rush out. On the other side, Bai Qing Tian, Han Yun, Zhu Tianxing, and the others immediately left their opponents and rushed out of the formation. However, at this moment, Mu Yun would not give them such a chance. Rush out, then, as a formation master, he would have lived his life in vain. She flipped her palms. In an instant, giant swords rose from the formation and scattered around the formation. When the four of them approached the edge of the formation, the giant swords slashed out. With this slash, the four of them were forced to retreat. D****. Xian Yuda's face turned pale and he could not help but shout. The hatred he had for Mu Yun in his heart was spreading and spreading throughout his body. She was a grasshopper that he could easily crush in the past. Today, she had forced them into a dead end. Seeing the disciples of the Floating Mountain sect being killed one by one, Xian Yuda could not help but tremble. Those were the elite disciples of the Floating Mountain sect. This was a huge loss. Another time, thinking of this, Xian Yuda's heart trembled. That's right, it's happening again. He could no longer remember how many times it had been. D****. Xian Yuda snorted. His mouth full of bitterness and hatred. They could not rush out, and they could not kill. They originally wanted to deal with the Blood Alliance and teach Mu Yun a lesson, but now, they were the ones being taught a lesson. The battle became more and more tragic. The disciples of the Floating Mountain sect fell one by one. Xian Yuda and the others were helpless. D****, let's fight. Zhu Tianxing could not hold back his anger at this moment. The primordial heaven-nurturing scripture erupted, and a surging power directly charged towards Mu Yun. Qin Mingyao's face turned cold. The power of the Ice Phoenix spirit erupted, and several ice balls exploded in front of him. Under this explosion, Zhu Tianxing's footwork was not obstructed at all. In order to kill Mu Yun, he actually rushed towards Mu Yun at all costs, even if he was attacked by Qin Mingyao. You want to kill me? Do you really think I can't kill you? Mu Yun's face turned cold. She raised both her hands, and the bitter love sword circled above her head. Sword Qi instantly condensed, and the 99 Guai sword formation suddenly exploded. Sword Qi that was hundreds of meters long exploded and appeared in front of Mu Yun. The numerous sword Qis were thick and vigorous. The edges of the swords were straight, and an explosive power was revealed from each of the swords. Most importantly, there were a total of 9 long swords. Each longsword looked like a real longsword, giving people the impression that their edges were perfectly straight. Slash! With a low shout, Mu Yun immediately activated the 9 swords and attacked. Behead? Do you think you're qualified to kill me? At this moment, Zhu Tianxing performed the Zhu family's primordial heaven-nurturing scripture. The power of his meridians was enhanced, and he vaguely had the power of the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Under this kind of power, his entire being became even more berserk. Kill. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You can't take it away. Good timing. Seeing Zhu Tianxing unleashing all his skills, Mu Yun's lips curled up, and killing intent filled her face. She wasn't afraid that Zhu Tianxing would lose his mind, but she was afraid that Zhu Tianxing would be afraid to move forward. The 9 giant sword shadows spread out in order. Suddenly, the first sword shadow blasted out. Bang, the sound of an intense collision rang out. Then, the second sword shadow exploded again, the third sword shadow, the fourth sword shadow, for sword Qi killed Zhu Tianxing directly. Zhu Tianxing's advancing figure finally lost all the momentum of the attack. Then, the fifth sword shadow, a rumbling explosion sounded, and the fifth sword shadow blasted directly on Zhu Tianxing's protective Qi. However, this sword shadow was not only Mu Yun's own attack, but also the attack of the entire 99 Guai sword formation. The sixth sword shadow, with a bang, it smashed onto Zhu Tianxing's attack and neutralized it. However, before Zhu Tianxing could defend himself again, the attack instantly took control of his body. Under this control, Zhu Tianxing was completely awakened. A strong sense of danger came directly at him. Boom, the powerful sword qi came straight at Zhu Tianxing. The impact of the attack made Zhu Tianxing's entire body burst with violent sounds of explosions. The seventh sword shadow, Zhu Tianxing spat out a mouthful of blood. He really wanted to endure it, but this streak of sword qi forcibly broke through his defense. However, at this moment, the eighth sword shadow was already attacking. Zhu Tianxing didn't think too much. He instantly formed a defense and charged directly at the sword shadow. With a loud bang, Zhu Tianxing's figure was sent tumbling backward. Seeing this, how could Mu Yun give up such a good opportunity? She slashed out with her sword. The ninth sword shadow, Mu Yun firmly believed that this sword shadow could directly take Zhu Tianxing's life. Alliance leader Mu, why do you have to fall out with me like this? However, just as the sword qi was about to collide with Zhu Tianxing's body, a chuckle was suddenly heard. As the weather changed, a black shadow filled the sky. In an instant, the entire formation began to fluctuate. A figure stepped through the air, his aura fluctuating. Looking at that figure, Mu Yun's body trembled. She could not help but explode with killing intent. It seems like you want to kill me. The moment the figure appeared, he gently waved his hand, and the ninth ray of sword qi stopped in front of Zhu Tianxing. It gradually turned into specks of light and disappeared. Zhu Tianxing's heart finally calmed down. Ultimate martial wins. Mu Yun growled when she saw who it was. One of the four protectors of the floating mountain, ultimate martial victory. Alliance Master Mu, it seems that you still miss me after not seeing me for so long. Of course. Mu Yun took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. I miss you very much, Protector Ji. I'm always wondering when you'll die. Hearing this, ultimate martial victory was not angry. He chuckled and said, Alliance Master Mu, you must be joking. If you don't die, how can I die? Alright, I'll die. Are you willing to die? Mu Yun sneered. Why don't we both commit suicide? What do you think? Are you willing to give up your life? It's better to live than to die. So what if Xuexiao died heroically? He still vanished into thin air. You're courting death. Mentioning Xuexiao was always a pain in Mu Yun's heart. She could not let it go. In an instant, the 9 rays of sword qi condensed again. However, this time, the 9 rays of sword qi were surrounded by 9 origin balls. With a shout, Mu Yun rushed out. It's just a small trick. Seeing Mu Yun's action, ultimate martial victory's expression did not change at all. He took a step forward and waved his hand. An inexplicable airflow swept out. In an instant, all of Mu Yun's attacks disappeared. The moment they disappeared, Mu Yun felt that she had lost control of the entire formation and was in a sorry state. However, in the next moment, the 9 rays of sword qi swept out, turned around, and directly attacked Mu Yun. Ice Phoenix Seal. At the critical moment, Qin Mengyao took a step forward. In front of the 9 rays of sword qi, an ice phoenix that was hundreds of meters long appeared. The entire ice phoenix was emitting a light blue icy aura. The ice phoenix and the long sword collided. The ice phoenix let out a wail. The 9 rays of sword qi directly stabbed into the ice phoenix's body and exploded with a boom. Qin Mengyao groaned and took a step back. Yao are you alright? I'm fine. Qin Mengyao smiled and said, I have the armor you gave me. N. Ultimate martial victory was a peak life and death realm expert. Even in the entire 3,000 small worlds, there were only a handful of life and death realm experts. The 10th level of the Feather Immortal realm was the limit of experts. As for the life and death realm, it was the peak of existence. The 4 protectors of the floating mountain were all life and death realm experts. The heavenly master Xianxia was probably even stronger. Mu Yun, your wings are not fully grown yet. You're showing off too much. In the end, you'll die because of this. Ultimate martial victory laughed. Heh, I never fight a battle I'm competent in. I might be able to endure other things, but I, Mu Yun, will never forget the enmity of the floating mountain. You still don't know how to endure. Don't know how to endure? Mu Yun smiled. If I didn't know how to endure, then Xian Wuxin and Baiju wouldn't have died at my hands. If you kill the two of them, the floating mountain won't let you off. As ultimate martial victory's words fell, he stretched out his palm. Between his hands, a square spatial barrier appeared. The instant the spatial barrier appeared, it spread out to a full 3 meters. Square. With a buzzing sound, the 3-meter square spatial box formed a sturdy cage. It directly appeared around Mu Yun, firmly trapping Mu Yun. Do you still have the chance to speak now? Ultimate martial victory said indifferently, it's not that the floating mountain can't kill you, it's just that they don't want to kill you. As ultimate martial victory's words fell, he clenched his fist. The spatial barrier gradually shrank and began to press down on Mu Yun. This action happened in the blink of an eye. No one could react in time. By the time everyone came to their senses, they realized that there was nothing they could do. Mu Yun felt a wave of powerlessness. He was too weak, even if he was at the 7th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, he could only look down on the geniuses of the younger generation. However, he couldn't resist the peak experts of the major factions. Weak, too weak, Mu Yun gritted his teeth, and the hatred in his heart increased infinitely. Gradually, traces of black scales began to appear on the surface of his body. The scales appeared extremely fragile, but they covered his arms and legs. At this moment, Mu Yun stood firmly on his body. As his hatred increased, he felt his blood boiling and burning. As his blood burned, the power of the dragon blood was completely activated. Under such activation, dragon scales appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Dragon scales, boom, at this moment, the dragon scales covered his hands. Mu Yun threw a punch. A rumbling sound was heard, and the spatial barrier exploded. Seeing this scene, ultimate martial victory's face revealed a shocked expression for the first time. Dragon scales, how could there be dragon scales on the surface of Mu Yun's body? As for Tian Wuyan, he looked at Mu Yun with his mouth agape. His body contained the power of the purple blood Qilin, and he could also undergo such a strange beast transformation. However, his beast transformation belonged to him, and he could not control it at all. His heart was filled with the desire to kill. But Mu Yun was different. Mu Yun's appearance clearly showed that the power of his bloodline had erupted after being strongly stimulated. But when did he absorb the dragon blood? This question did not only appear in Tian Wuyan's heart, but also in ultimate martial victory's heart. Dragon transformation, you can actually achieve dragon transformation and evolve dragon scales. Ultimate martial victory was stunned. He looked at Mu Yun and said in surprise, very good. My floating mountain blood key plan has been for thousands of years, and there has never been a true success. The most successful was Tian Wuyan, but after Tian Wuyan awakened his bloodline, he lost his mind. It could not be considered a success. And you, Mu Yun, you actually succeeded. You actually achieved the most difficult dragon transformation. Dragon scales, dragon eyes, dragon blood, dragon soul, and dragon bones. You have to gather all of them to succeed. You succeeded. Ultimate martial victory looked at Mu Yun, and his voice became more and more excited. Since that's the case, I can't kill you. I won't kill you. Ultimate martial victory said with a trembling voice, because I want to bring you to the floating mountain. You are the most suitable specimen for research and nurturing. As ultimate martial victory spoke, he laughed out loud. He could not help but stretch out a palm and grab Mu Yun. His arm stretched out infinitely, and like a vine, he firmly controlled Mu Yun's body. Although Mu Yun's dragon scales were cut open and his palm was bleeding, ultimate martial victory did not care at all. Facing him, no matter how strong Mu Yun's resistance was, it was futile in the end. Because he was much stronger than Mu Yun. I will bring you back to the floating mountain. I will study you properly. Ultimate martial victory beckoned with his palm, and Mu Yun's figure was immediately thrown over. No, you can't take him away. But at this moment, a light voice sounded. In the blink of an eye, a graceful figure flew over. The moment the graceful figure appeared, she beckoned with her hand, and a rope-like shadow wrapped around ultimate martial victory's wrist. The speed of the long rope was too fast, and no one could see it clearly. When the long rope wrapped around ultimate martial victory's arm, everyone saw that it was not a long rope, but the shadow of a snake. At this moment, behind the snake's shadow was the figure of a young girl. Her figure was graceful and exquisite, and her long hair spread behind her head. A green belt appeared around her slender waist, and she was dressed in a jade green dress. Her face revealed a trace of anger, and she was extremely cute. Feng Yu'er, the moment he saw that figure, ultimate martial victory's face revealed a look of bewilderment. I said, Brother Yun, you can't take her away. Don't you understand? Feng Yu'er's strength the moment the snake's head fell, it bit down on Jiwu Xingjia's arm. Fresh blood flowed out. Jiwu Xing's expression changed and he tried to shake the snake's head off. However, the snake's head was like a maggot that stuck to the bone. He couldn't pull it off no matter what. Gradually, Jiwu Xing felt his arm go numb. If he didn't let go of Mu Yun, his arm would be crippled. As he loosened his grip, Mu Yun broke free and hurriedly retreated. Only then did Jiwu Xing move one of his arms. His palm turned into a knife and slashed at the snake's head. With a slash, the snake's head was instantly chopped off and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, Feng Yu'er flew to Mu Yun's side with a light and graceful posture. Big brother Yun, are you alright? Uncle Yun, are you alright? Behind Feng Yu'er, Shui raised his head and looked at Mu Yun with concern. Why are you here? Mu Yun was stunned when she saw Shui. I came with Sister Yu'er. Shui chuckled. Uncle Yun, Sister Yu'er has been in seclusion for 5 years. She's very powerful now. As Shui's words fell, Mu Yun's gaze stopped on Feng Yu'er. 5 years ago, after Feng Yu'er arrived at Fallen Soul Island from Zhongtian City, she entered the island where Yiqiu used to be and cultivated in seclusion. Meanwhile, Feng Ziyu had been practicing his pill alchemy on the Fallen Soul Island with the Snake Highness and Elder Dongming. Compared to 5 years ago, Feng Yu'er looked slightly more mature. However, she was more quick-witted and playful. Especially her eyes, which were like the eyes of the sky-eyed black snake. There was a trace of green in her eyes. If one looked carefully, it would make one feel dizzy. Big brother Yun, don't look. Feng Yu'er suddenly exclaimed. My eyes have a hallucinatory effect. If you look too much, you might be dazed and unable to extricate yourself. Okay. Seeing the strange changes in Feng Yu'er's eyes, Mu Yun knew that Feng Yu'er's understanding of the Immortal Blood Codex was deeper than his. Yu'er, how's your cultivation of the first 2 levels of the Indestructible Blood Codex? I basically understand everything. However, the fine details still require time to accumulate. Moreover, in these 5 years, I have been rapidly growing every day. I hope that when I grow, I will be able to protect brother and repay big brother Yun. Looks like a helper has arrived. While the two of them were chatting, on the other side, Ji Wuxing sneered and said, however, Mu Yun, as the leader of the Blood Alliance, the helper you invited is just a little girl. You seem to be underestimating me. Shut up. Hearing Ji Wuxing's mockery, Feng Yu'er snorted and said, Big brother Yun is a good person. You people from the Floating Mountains sect are all bad people. You still want to capture Big brother Yun for some experiment? I'm going to kill you. As soon as Feng Yu'er finished speaking, her figure flashed and she charged towards Ji Wuxing. Yu'er, be careful. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw Feng Yu'er charging towards Ji Wuxing. However, Feng Yu'er's heart seemed to be filled with anger. She did not listen to Mu Yun's words at all. She spread out her hands and 2 long snakes came out from her sleeves. The 2 long green snakes spat out their tongues. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they coiled towards Ji Wuxing. Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Feng Yu'er snorted and said, it's not certain who will teach who a lesson. Feng Yu'er snorted coldly. Her figure became illusory at this moment. The 2 figures of the mysterious sky-eyed serpents were real and fake. They emitted a bloodthirsty cold light as they attacked Ji Wuxing. Seeing Feng Yu'er charging out, Mu Yun felt a wave of worry in her heart. Ji Wuxing was a powerful existence who had surpassed the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm. He had stepped into the life and death realm in one step. Feng Yu'er's mysterious sky-eyed serpent's soul and bloodline were indeed powerful. However, the current Feng Yu'er had only begun to comprehend the bloodline and soul inheritance in the past 5 years. Compared to Ji Wuxing's experience, she was still lacking. However, the next scene shocked Mu Yun. Feng Yuer controlled the two snakes. It was as if a violent energy rose from her body. Even Mu Yun felt a surge of energy from the energy. The powerful energy of the mysterious sky-eyed serpent. Mu Yun was stunned. Yuer seems to have improved by leaps and bounds in the understanding of the mysterious sky-eyed serpent's bloodline and soul in the past 5 years. Qin Mengyao said in a low voice, I have been cultivating the indestructible blood codex. However, the power of the ice phoenix spirit is too powerful. I can only advance slowly. However, looking at Yuer, it seems that her control of the mysterious sky-eyed serpent is quite smooth. Mu Yun nodded. Actually, although the mysterious sky-eyed serpent is a divine beast, it is still weaker than your ice phoenix. However, it is precisely because of this that she can control it so quickly. There is also another reason. Mu Yun suddenly said, not only does she have the mysterious sky-eyed serpent's spirit in her body, but she also has the mysterious sky-eyed serpent's bloodline. Therefore, the indestructible blood codex is the source of power for her to control her bloodline and spirit. However, you are different. Firstly, the ice phoenix is too powerful and difficult to control. Secondly, you have only awakened your spirit and do not have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan. If you can obtain the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan in the future, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Hearing this, Qin Mengyao nodded. At this very moment, the battle between Ji Wuxing and Feng Yuer had attracted everyone's attention. Ji Wuxing was one of the 4 great protectors of the Floating Mountain sect. However, Feng Yuer's name was unheard of. She seemed to be a strange person that Mu Yun had recruited. However, this girl looked too young. How could she gain any advantage when facing a powerful protector of the Floating Mountain sect like Ji Wuxing? However, the truth was that not only did Feng Yuer resist Ji Wuxing's attack, she even resisted from time to time. Everyone present was not a fool. Naturally, they could tell that Feng Yuer's strength was powerful. Moreover, the power that erupted was simply terrifying. The 99 Guei sword formation that Mu Yun had set up gradually began to disintegrate under the confrontation between the two experts. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. The current Feng Yuer looked simply terrifying. Under Ji Wuxing's attack, she did not fall into a disadvantageous position. On the contrary, Ji Wuxing was actually in danger under Feng Yuer's attack. This scene made everyone present dumbfounded. As expected of the divine beast's bloodline and spirit, even Mu Yun could not help but sigh. For example, warriors like Qin Mengyao and Feng Yuer could be said to be favored by fate. Their bodies contained powerful strength. As long as they controlled it properly, their cultivation could be said to skyrocket. As for him, although he was an immortal king in his previous life, his body in this life was indeed not very good. Instead, he relied on himself to refine pills step by step and practice martial skills to continuously improve. However, even so, his more than 10 years of hard work was not as good as her improvement in 5 years. Damn it! After repelling Feng Yuer with a palm strike, Ji Wuxing's face revealed an embarrassed expression. Originally, Mu Yun being able to dragonize and bring her back to the Floating Mountain sect was definitely a great advantage. It was definitely extremely important for the Floating Mountain sect's blood key plan. However, now, another Feng Yuer had appeared out of nowhere. This girl's strength was simply terrifying. Ji Wuxing found it hard to imagine how such an enchanting girl could gather such a vast amount of power in her body. Mu Yun, consider yourself lucky today. However, my Floating Mountain sect will definitely let the matter of dragonizing go. Ji Wuxing shouted angrily. He looked at the people from the Floating Mountain sect and shouted, retreat. Hearing this, Xianxia and Bai Qing Tian did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly followed Ji Wuxing. Want to leave? Feng Yuer immediately shouted when she saw that Ji Wuxing wanted to leave. Yuer. Mu Yun shook her head and said, there's no need to stop him. He's one of the 4 great protectors of the Floating Mountain sect after all. He can't be killed. It's just a waste of time for no reason. Ji Wuxing's face turned pale when he heard this. Mu Yun's words were a blatant insult to him. However, the truth was as such. He was indeed unable to subdue Feng Yuer and take Mu Yun away. Seeing that the people from the Floating Mountain sect were about to leave, the people from the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace and the Zhu family immediately followed. However, when the people from the Zhu family were about to leave, they discovered that the third master of the Zhu family, who led the team this time, was actually dead. Just now, everyone's eyes were focused on the battle between Feng Yu'er and Ji Wuxing, so no one noticed this. However, when everyone looked for Zhu Tianqing, they discovered that Zhu Tianqing's body had already become a corpse. As for Zhu Yahui, he was standing beside the corpse with a cold expression. Go back and tell Zhu Tianjing that my Zhu Yahui's Zhu and his Zhu Tianjing's Zhu will no longer be the same Zhu in the future. If he wants to take my life again, then think about who he'll send. Zhu Tianyang? Zhu Wuning? Zhu Ziyuan? Even if the 4 great elders come, I, Zhu Yahui, will take them on. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar. Zhu Yahui could be said to be a famous top genius in the entire 3,000 small worlds decades ago. Now that he had betrayed the Zhu family, it was simply a huge loss for the Zhu family. This time, when Zhu Tianjing found out about Zhu Tianqing's death, he would probably explode in anger. However, this Zhu Yahui would probably become famous in the entire 3,000 small worlds again. He had personally killed his own third uncle. This tenacity and courage was not something an ordinary person could bear. Under Ji Wuxing's lead, the people from the Floating Mountain sect, the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, and the Zhu family gradually left. Let's go too. Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The harvest this time was quite bountiful. Putting aside the treasures, just the dragon egg alone was enough to make Mu Yun excited. What made Mu Yun the most happy was that Feng Yuer's improvement was much faster than she had imagined. As a result, with the addition of He Lin, Feng Yu'er, and Yi Qiu, the blood alliance was comparable to the 3 great protectors of the Floating Mountain. However, Mu Yun knew that this was still nothing to the Floating Mountain. The master of the Floating Mountain, Xianxia, was recognized as the strongest person in the 3,000 small worlds. Even if the 4 great protectors of the Floating Mountain joined forces, they were still not his match. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The danger of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The master of the Floating Mountain's real name was Xiantian. He was a disciple of the Xian family, one of the 4 great families in the Floating Mountain. It was said that he was born with a disability. His arms and legs were weak and powerless. He should have been a cripple. However, he defied the heavens and changed his fate, creating one miracle after another. He also became an important person in the Xian family. In the competition for the position of the master of the Floating Mountain, he suppressed everyone. No one could surpass him. This person's secret made everyone in the 3,000 small worlds feel terrified. Nearly 99% of the people of the Hanging Mountain had never seen their Heaven Lord before. In fact, even the 4 protectors rarely made an appearance. The existence of such a strong enemy made Mu Yun worried. After leaving the Dragon Cave, Mu Yun went directly to the Witch Tribe's headquarters. The Blood Alliance members returned to the Fallen Soul Island first. Kid, your harvest this time is not bad. How did you know, senior? Seeing that the witch ancestor seemed to have known the news, Mu Yun was stunned. Is there a need to ask? I know from your expression. You forced that old thing, Ji Wuxing, to leave, and the death of Floating Mountains by Zhu. Just this point alone is enough to make you excited. The witch ancestor chuckled. In addition to that dragon egg. Dragon egg, Mu Yun looked at the witch ancestor meaningfully. Only Xiao Yuner knew that he had obtained the dragon egg. How did the witch ancestor know? Kid, you hid it from me quite well. However, it's not wrong. After all, it's a dragon egg. If it were a few thousand years ago, I would definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive before taking the dragon egg for myself. The witch ancestor chuckled. However, now. I'm old. Senior, you must be joking. I'll refine a few more hollow immortal pills for you. The true hidden illness in your body will definitely be cured. Moreover, there's still a long time before your end. Hollow immortal pills. Hearing this, Ancestor Sorcerer was stunned. After a long time, he recovered and smiled bitterly. It seems that I'm still old. Hollow immortal pills, you really have a great harvest in the Dragon Cave. That's good too. Whatever herbs you need, you can give them to Wu Yu. We have some herbs for refining immortal pills. However, I hope that you can stay in the witch tribe for a while. I'm old age, and I love reminiscence. So I want to find someone to chat, huh? Mu Yun was stunned when he heard the sorcerer ancestor. Stay to chat. Mu Yun understood that it wasn't as simple as chatting, however, it would take some time to refine the hollow immortal elixir. Moreover, Mu Yun wanted to open up some channels for business with the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer ancestor thought highly of Wu Yu. Wu Yu would most likely be the next clan leader. Was Lu Wuju's translations Nilu? Mu Yun was not in a hurry to return to the Blood Alliance. Instead, she stayed in the 100,000 Mountains. Every day, she accompanied Wu Yu to the treasure pavilion in the witch tribe to pick some herbs. She even entered the 100,000 Mountains to collect herbs. She discussed with the witch ancestor about witchcraft and gu techniques. Master Mu. On this day, Mu Yun was discussing some matters in the witch tribe with Wu Yu when a shout was heard. It was Bao Ling the young master of Tianbao Pavilion traveled throughout the 3,000 small worlds all year round. She was in charge of various matters in Tianbao Pavilion and was very busy. Today, Bao Ling was wearing a short green skirt. Her long legs were exposed to the air like a beautiful scenery. She stood there and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. Young Master Bao, long time no see. Mu Yun cupped her hands and greeted her. Haha, Master Mu, you're not kind. Bao Ling looked at Mu Yun and giggled. The trade of the 72 islands, my celestial treasure pavilion took a lot of effort from the pavilion of Gold's Embrace and Shadow Pavilion. Now that your Blood Alliance has eaten them up, there's no way they can survive. I was just thinking of expanding my business channels in the witch tribe, but the old ancestor said that the future business will be handed over to the Blood Alliance. Ah? Mu Yun had never heard the witch ancestor mention this. Master Mu, Alliance Leader Mu, the Blood Alliance wants to rise, but you have to leave us a way out. Bao Ling smiled sweetly and looked at Mu Yun with flirtatious eyes. Young Master Bao, don't worry. The 100,000 Mountains is a treasure. Although the Blood Alliance wants to cooperate fully with the witch tribe, we don't have the ability. When the time comes, we'll definitely negotiate with the Tianbao Pavilion. How will you negotiate? Bao Ling teased, Alliance Leader Mu, I'll be waiting for you in the room tonight. You have to come. Bao Ling giggled and left after she finished speaking. Suddenly, a soul power voice transmission floated into Mu Yun's mind. The Heavenly Sword Mountain might be in danger. Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Bao Ling's departing figure with a thoughtful expression. The Heavenly Sword Mountain, how could the Heavenly Sword Mountain be in danger? At night, the stars were like water. Mu Yun, who was dressed in black, came to Bao Ling's room. With a creak, the door opened before she knocked. Alliance Leader Mu, please come in. Bao Ling's soft voice sounded. I'm bathing. Do you mind if you wait for a while? Of course. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Bao Ling was not a quiet person. Not long after, the rustling sound of clothes being put on could be heard. Bao Ling walked out of the room. She wore a light red gauze dress that was draped casually over her body. Her long hair was slightly moist and draped over her shoulders. Her pretty face was red from bathing. Under the light gauze, her snow-white skin was slightly rosy. Mu Yun could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This woman was also of the highest quality. She had always been very domineering for the sake of the Tianbao Pavilion's business. However, no matter how domineering she was still a beautiful woman. Young Master Bao. Don't be so formal. Just call me Ling. Bao Ling stretched, and her enchanting body was fully displayed in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun, you haven't given me a massage for a long time. When I saved you back then, as my personal guard, you often gave me massages. Bao Ling smiled. Give me a massage again. Wouldn't it be degrading to my status if I gave you a massage? Mu Yun wasn't that stupid. If something happened to Raging Inferno, it would be another love debt. It seems that you don't care about the Heavenly Sword Mountain that much. Bao Ling teased. I thought that you would care about the survival of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Survival of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, of course, Mu Yun cared about the survival of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although he did not stay in the Heavenly Sword Mountain for long, he still remembered the care that Tianyuzi and Venerable Snake had given him. However, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly when he saw Bao Ling bending one of her legs and revealing her translucent long legs. Young Master Bao, don't burn yourself by playing with fire. Mu Yan said helplessly. He walked forward, stretched out his hands, and gently massaged her. That's more like it. Bao Ling'er chuckled. It seems that Alliance Master Mu's 3 beautiful wives have become timid at home. Oh, no, no, no. It should be said that the 3 beautiful wives include almost all the women in the world. The flowers and plants outside can't attract Alliance Master Mu anymore. A wife is a responsibility. As a man, I have to be responsible. Mu Yan chuckled and said, if there are any sparks between us today, then you, Bao Ling'er, will become my responsibility. Sure. Bao Ling'er chuckled. I want to become Alliance Master Mu's responsibility. As she spoke, Bao Ling'er wrapped her arms around Mu Yan and hugged him. Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. A strange smile appeared in Mu Yan's eyes. The next moment, he climbed onto Bao Ling'er and hugged Bao Ling'er in his arms. His hands started groping around without restraint. However, at this moment, Bao Ling'er's eyes revealed a trace of panic when she sensed Mu Yan's violent side and this man's abnormal reaction. Seeing this, Mu Yan's hand stopped. He looked at Bao Ling'er and smiled. Young Master Bao, why don't you dare to play with fire? Mu Yan tidied her clothes and suppressed the fire in her heart. Then, she exhaled softly. The 3 women were already very satisfied with the current Mu Yan. How could a fledgling like Bao Ling'er withstand this panic in his hands? Bao Ling'er tugged at the chiffon on her body and said angrily, you are indeed a lecherous wastrel. Only Bao Ling'er's heavy breathing could be heard in the room. After a long time, Bao Ling'er seemed to have stabilized her emotions. Then, she said, I won't tease you anymore. This time, I received news that the alliance between the 7 major forces in the western region seems to be broken. The Lin family, Jin family, and Shi family intend to attack Sky Sword Mountain. Mu Yan was stunned when he heard this. He naturally did not doubt Bao Ling'er's source of information. However, how would the Lin family, Shi family, and Jin family dare to attack Sky Sword Mountain? Among the 7 major forces, there was not much difference in strength between them. If the 3 major forces joined forces, even if they really destroyed Sky Sword Mountain, they would suffer great losses. More importantly, the 7 major forces in the western region were originally weaker than forces like the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace and the Limitless Demon Sect. It was not impossible for these fellows to take this opportunity to directly destroy the 3 major forces. It could only be said that the 3 major forces were taking a huge risk by doing so. Even though Floating Sky Mountain was very powerful, they did not dare to casually say that they would destroy a major force. This had a lot to do with the relationship between the major forces in the 3,000 small worlds. The risk was really too great. If it was just the Lin family, Shi family, and Jin family, perhaps they would not dare to do so. However, what if there are other forces? Bao Ling'er said with a smile. Other forces? Mu Yan was slightly taken aback. Someone wanted to use the opportunity to suppress Sky Sword Mountain to sound the alarm for Mu Yan. I understand. Mu Yan nodded and turned to leave. I told you such an important piece of information so that you can inform Sky Sword Mountain. How are you going to thank me? Are you going to leave just like that? Hearing Bao Ling'er's words, Mu Yan smiled bitterly again. Bao Ling'er was simply asking for trouble. Alright. Translator, Transin editor, Transin heading to the western region. As Mu Yan spoke, he was about to make a move. How dare you? With a shout, Bao Ling'er's face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She did not know much about the relationship between men and women. At this moment, Mu Yan's violence scared her silly. Haha, Mu Yan stood up and tidied his clothes. Looking at Bao Ling'er's embarrassed look, he stood up and left with a teasing look on his face. After leaving Bao Ling'er's room, Mu Yan looked up at the starry sky and felt suffocated. Although he was rising at the fastest speed, some people still couldn't wait to kill him. Looking at the Milky Way in the sky, Mu Yan was in a daze. 10,000 years had passed. He did not know how his brothers and friends were doing. He did not know how the Cloud Alliance that he had personally established was doing now. The crisis before him was only the first step towards the peak. The real crisis was still to come. Wait for me. I will definitely come back. Looking at the starry sky, Mu Yun muttered to himself. Suddenly, Mu Yun thought of a name as the stars twinkled in the sky. Seven Star Sect. He still remembered that Xing Zihong had told him that if he had any questions, he could look for his father, Xing Wuji. He had also said that the fate of Seven Star Sect was closely related to him. Seven Star Sect, Xing Wuji. It seems that I have to make a trip there. The next day, after bidding farewell to the sorcerer ancestor, Mu Yun was about to leave the sorcerer tribe. As for the trade between the Blood Alliance and the sorcerer tribe, there were already people in the Blood Alliance who were in charge of it. However, before the sorcerer ancestor left, he asked Mu Yun to bring Wu Yu along no matter what. He said that he wanted to train Wu Yu's interpersonal skills. This action caused a wave of commotion among the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer ancestor's words clearly indicated that the next clan leader of the sorcerer tribe would most likely be Wu Yu. Bang! In a huge secret chamber, Yu Tiansong smashed the blanket in his hand into pieces. Father, grandfather, the old ancestor's intentions are clear. He wants that brat Wu Yu to be the patriarch. Yu Tiansong was unable to restrain his anger as he shouted, "How can this be? Tiansong, shut up!" Mao Jia could not help but shout. However, Ming Diao waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Tiansong is right. It seems like the old ancestor is ready to appoint the clan leader. However, if Wu Yu becomes the clan leader, I wonder how Wu Shanyu and Wu Tianqing will deal with us. So, I have no choice but to take action first. Ming Diao sighed helplessly. Father, what do you mean? Ming Diao said solemnly, Ming Jia, Tiansong, you two are doing well. Now, it's time for the survival of our Gu sect. The lives of us three, grandfather and grandson, will depend on this. Yes. Yes. Ming Jia and Yu Tiansong nodded solemnly. This time, I have joined forces with the Golden Pavilion and the Dark Shadow Pavilion. They will secretly kill Wu Yu. As long as Wu Yu is dead, there will be no one in the witchcraft sect that the old ancestor favors. At that time, the clan leader position will still fall into the hands of the witchcraft sect. Ming Diao said fiercely, success or failure depends on this. At that time, all transactions with the Blood Alliance will be cancelled. Even the transactions between the witchcraft sect and the Tianbao Pavilion will belong to the Golden Pavilion and the Dark Shadow Pavilion. All right. Ming Jia snorted, we will either succeed or die trying. Father, what you said is wrong. Yu Tiansong sneered and said, this time, we will definitely succeed. Haha. Yes, we will definitely succeed. Wu Yu is just a brat who is with Mu Yun. The Golden Pavilion and the Dark Shadow Pavilion have been wanting to kill Mu Yun for a long time. Their deaths will be the best for us. The three of them laughed heartily in the secret chamber. They only needed to wait for the Golden Pavilion and the Dark Shadow Pavilion to succeed in the assassination. Then, they could replace the witchcraft sect and unify the entire sorcerer tribe. At that time, there would be no more witchcraft sect and the witchcraft sect, only the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe would then be able to walk out of the 100,000 mountain range and become an existence that could intimidate the floating mountain range. At that time, they could even rely on the treasures in the 100,000 mountain range too. Unify the entire 3,000 small worlds. How glorious would that be? How enviable would that be? The three of them could not help but celebrate as if they had already seen that scene. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun and Wu Yu were traveling together towards the west region. From the east region to the west region, they had to pass through the central region. Both of them were only at the 7th level of the heavenly celestial realm and could not travel through space. This journey was equivalent to crossing the entire 3,000 small worlds. Fortunately, there were many sacred beasts in the 100,000 mountain range that were good at flying. The two of them were riding on a 7th level sacred beast. Even so, they would need at least a month to reach their destination. Mu Yun was worried about the Sky Sword Mountain. He had also informed the Cloud Alliance to send a group of people to the Sky Sword Mountain. However, he did not know if and when the three great clans would take action. I hope they don't mess around. Mu Yun exhaled and said in a deep voice. What mess around? Master Mu. Wu Yu said with a smile. Nothing. Mu Yun turned around and said, Wu Yu, you can call me Brother Yun in the future. You don't have to call me Master Mu. Otherwise, I will feel very old. Haha, that means I have lived 100 years longer than you. You should call me Brother Yu. Haha, Brother Yun is too polite. Mu Yun cupped his fists and laughed heartily. Wu Yu was a very simple person. The sorcerer tribe martial artists were much more sincere than the martial artists in the 3,000 small worlds. Without a doubt, Wu Yu had inherited this trait. Along the way, Wu Yu told Mu Yun about the sorcerer tribe every day. He seemed very excited. However, this guy was very talkative and could not stop talking. Brother Yun, you know how to refine elixirs and forge weapons. Also, your Xianming Fairy Destroyer formation was created by you alone. How did you do it? Brother Yun, your bone age is only 30 and you are at level 7 of the Feather Celestial Realm. My bone age is 170 years old and I am also at level 7 of the Feather Celestial Realm. I have lived 100 years in vain. Look, Brother Yun, your Cloud Alliance has absorbed thousands of genius disciples and powerful elders from the floating mountain. I feel that none of the 7 major forces in the western region can compare to you. Now, the floating mountain must be regretting it. Along the way, Wu Yu kept talking and muttering to himself. However, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and helplessly. Who would have thought that this guy was such a chatterbox? However, during this time, Mu Yun was constantly thinking about the law of space. Naturally, he understood the law of space very well. However, understanding and actually doing were two completely different things. The sun shone on the ground. 1,000 meters in the sky, an eagle flew toward the west at lightning speed. 2 figures sat cross-legged on the eagle. Wu Yu seemed to be fiddling with his life goo worm, while Mu Yun was sitting upright. However, his hands were constantly grabbing in front of him, as if he was searching for something. Brother Yun, are you thinking of sister-in-law? Seeing Mu Yun's hands grabbing in front of him, Wu Yu laughed. Looking at Wu Yu's playful expression, Mu Yun was speechless. This guy was simply courting death. Wu Yu, did the sorcerer ancestor tell you about the law of space? He did. Wu Yu recalled his goo worm and lay down on the eagle's back as he earnestly said, the so-called space law, to be precise, is a martial artist's comprehension of the world's primeval essence. Using the world's primeval essence, they open up a space passage that belongs to them. As for this space passage, the old ancestor said that it is actually equivalent to us cultivators flying in the 3,000 small worlds. However, the 3,000 small worlds are space passages that belong to each cultivator. After comprehending the law of space, a cultivator can open up his own space passage. According to my old ancestor, all the spaces in the 3,000 small worlds are shared by all of us. After comprehending the law of space, one can open up his own space passage and share it with everyone. Naturally, the effects won't be as good as one's own. Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, he understood all of these principles. However, the sorcerer ancestor's analogy was correct. Cultivators who comprehended the law of space would naturally be much faster than ordinary cultivators when opening up their own space passage. Moreover, their use of space could prevent others from using the law of space, control their opponents, and even kill them. Mu Yun was very clear about this point. However, over the past few days, he had been constantly trying, but he still felt that something was missing. What exactly is it? Mu Yun muttered to himself. Brother Yun, are you thinking about how to break through level 8 and comprehend the law of space? Yes. Wu Yu chuckled and said, although I am also at level 7 of the Feather Celestial Realm, the old ancestor told me not to be impatient. Therefore, I haven't started comprehending it yet. However, the old ancestor told me a trick. Oh? What trick? Ordinary cultivators would treat themselves as an existence outside the space passage and want to touch the space passage. However, we cultivators exist in this world. Why should we treat ourselves as an existence outside the space passage? It might be easier to integrate into the space passage. However, the old ancestor also said that this was just nonsense. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would still integrate themselves outside the space passage. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to lose themselves and be reincarnated in the space passage. They wouldn't be able to return to the space that we are in. That might not be the case. When Mu Yun heard this, it was as if he had been enlightened. He had relied too much on his previous life's experience and comprehension. Therefore, under such circumstances, he had lost himself. He had completely forgotten that he was no longer the same person he was 10,000 years ago. Everything had changed. Therefore, his previous theory was only suitable for his previous self. However, the current him did indeed need to make some changes. Mu Yun didn't speak anymore. Wu Yu also started to play with his goo worm again. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Comprehending space. As the buzzing sound faded, a square, crystal-clear space restriction appeared on Mu Yun's fingertip. Oh my god! Seeing this, Wu Yu was so anxious that he almost pinched his goo worm to death. He looked at Mu Yun in shock. Although Wu Yu was not an 8th level Yuxian realm warrior and had not comprehended the law of space, he had seen many experts who had comprehended the law of space. It was his first time seeing someone who could condense a space restriction at the first step. Gradually, Mu Yun threw out the thumb-sized space restriction, and an explosion sounded in the air. In the next moment, Mu Yun's palm penetrated the space in front of him. However, the palm that had penetrated deep into the ground disappeared into thin air. Oh my god! Seeing this, Wu Yu was completely stunned. You have comprehended the law of space? Wu Yu was completely stunned. Just a little bit. Mu Yun smiled. Ancestor Wu's words are very pleasant to hear. Think about it and you will understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun flipped his palm, and the arm disappeared in front of him. The law of space. Mu Yun calmed down. Although he couldn't travel through space yet, he had comprehended the profundity of the space law. He could rely on his understanding of space to launch some attacks. This would cause a lot of trouble for his opponents. After calming down, Mu Yun stood up. The western region should be in front of him. Back then, he was saved by Fatty Zhou in the Sky Sword Mountain. By chance, he became an inner court disciple under Baitu Jian and was later introduced to Venerable Snake. He spent all his time with Venerable Snake, the lecher, refining pills and recovering his strength. After that, he was protected by Tianyuzi on the Heaven-Chosen Mountain. Although he was stranded on the 72 islands in the South Sea, the Sky Sword Mountain was the place where he truly settled down after entering the 3,000 small worlds. The western region is in front. This is my first time being so far away from the sorcerer tribe. Hearing Wu Yu's words, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. This fellow was indeed too naive. Back then, at the Tianbao Pavilion auction in Zhongtian City, this guy, dressed in a black robe, dared to bid for tens of billions of dollars. He did not even bring a sorcerer tribe guard with him. Now that she thought about it, Mu Yun finally understood. Wu Yu was inexperienced and would never have thought that someone would try to snatch it from her even if she managed to auction it off. It's the last stretch. Why don't the two of us fly in the air? I can also comprehend the profundities of the laws of space. Sure. Wu Yu chuckled and said, I've been sitting here for more than a month and my body is tired. It's time for me to exercise. The two figures rushed down and slowly moved forward in the air. The mountains and earth veins along the way were different from those in the 100,000 Great Mountains, which made Mu Yun even more emotional. Swish, swish, swish. However, as the two of them moved forward, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Following the sound of something breaking through the air, the smell of blood filled the air. Don't let that woman get away, or else the news will be leaked. Catch up to her and kill her to silence her. Don't be anxious. Catch up to her and torture her before killing her. After a few reprimands, a white-cloaked figure staggered and slowed down as he flew in the direction of Mu Yun and Wu Yu. Baitu Jian. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw the figure covered in blood. Senior brother Mu. Baitu Jian's face was pale, as if he had been holding on to his last breath to reach this place. However, this was all he could reach. The moment he saw Mu Yun, Baitu Jian's eyes rolled back, and he fainted and fell from the sky. Mu Yun reacted quickly and caught him in her arms. After checking Baitu Jian's body, Mu Yun discovered that the meridians in Baitu Jian's body had been broken inch by inch. It was a miracle that he had been able to reach this place. Brother Yun, do you know him? Yes, he's Tian Jianzi of the Sky Sword Mountain. Mu Yun stuffed a pill that glowed green into Baitu Jian's mouth and handed it over to Wu Yu. Keep an eye on him. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she stood in midair and looked at the dozen or so people who had caught up to her. The leader of the dozen or so people was dressed in a yellow jacket and silver boots. A ribbon inlaid with gold and jade was wrapped around his waist. "Who are you?" The moment he saw Mu Yun, the man shouted, "This is a matter of the Jin family. How dare you interfere? Be careful of your life." "Who are you?" Mu Yun asked. "Are you blind? This is the young master of the Jin family, Jin Boyu. He will be the future patriarch of the Jin family. How dare you speak to him like that?" A lackey beside Jin Boyu immediately scolded, "Hurry up and hand that woman over to us. Otherwise, we'll teach you a lesson." "Let me ask you." Mu Yun ignored the lackey and looked directly at Jin Boyu. She said indifferently, "The Jin family, Lin family, and Sher family have already attacked the Sky Sword Mountain? Who do you think you are?" Jin Boyu looked at Mu Yun and shouted, "Let me tell you, the Sky Sword Mountain will be removed from the 3,000 small worlds. You'd better get lost. Otherwise, not only the three great families, but the Zhu family will also not let you off." The Zhu family, unexpectedly, Mu Yun thought that the floating mountain sect would be involved this time. However, it sounded like the Zhu family was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. "It seems like the Zhu family instigated you to attack. Then, who is leading the Zhu family this time? First Elder Zhu Mao? Third Elder Zhu Wuning? Fourth Elder Zhu Jingyan? Or fifth Elder Zhu Ziyuan?" A cold light flashed in Mu Yun's eyes as she stared straight at Jin Boyu. "Who are you exactly?" Jin Boyu did not expect Mu Yun to know so much about the 5 great elders of the Zhu family. A trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. "Mu Yun." Mu Yun said indifferently as she looked at Jin Boyu. "Run." Almost instantly, the few people behind Jin Boyu ran in the same direction as if they were conditioned reflexes. On the other hand, Jin Boyu stood where he was and could not move. "Do you think you can run away?" Mu Yun flipped his palm, and crackling sounds came one after another. The 9-element sphere instantly exploded with 9-colored light, all of it rushing towards the fleeing martial artists. Boom, 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 boom. Not a single one of the people who turned around and left survived. "Can you speak now?" Looking at Jin Boyu, Mu Yun said softly, "How is the Sky Sword Mountain now?" "The Sky Sword Mountain's great formation is about to be breached. Therefore, Tianyuzi might have ordered some of the Sky Sword disciples to flee in different directions. We are only chasing after one of them." Jin Boyu said with a trembling voice, "Now, the Sky Sword Mountain might have already been breached. You can't change the outcome even if you go alone. This time, the Zhu family's 5th elder, Zhu Ziyuan, is leading the team. Tianyuzi is powerless to reverse the situation. Many thanks." Looking at Jin Boyu, Mu Yun suddenly came to his side. With a wave of her hand, Jin Boyu's body turned into ashes and disappeared. "Brother Yun, she's awake." Wu Yu suddenly shouted. "Senior brother Mu." Bai Tu Jian suddenly woke up and grabbed Mu Yun's hand tightly. His eyes were filled with tears. "Hurry up and save the sect master. Save Zhou Zijian. Save the Sky Sword Mountain." Bai Tu Jian's face was filled with tears as he said helplessly, "They are currently attacking the main peak of the Sky Sword Mountain, the Sky Sword Peak. That is the last line of defense. Once it collapses, the Sky Sword Mountain will cease to exist." "Where's Zhou Jia?" Mu Yun asked coldly when she saw Bai Tu Jian's pained expression. Back then, when he had fallen into the Sky Sword Mountain, Zhou Jia had pitied him and brought him back to his place to take care of him. That was how he had survived. Later on, when Mu Yun rose to prominence, Zhou Jia became the great supervisor of Venerable Snakes Mountain. He lived a happy and carefree life. Mu Yun also knew that Fatty Zhou was not a bad person. Based on the fact that he had saved her out of kindness, she could see Fatty Zhou's heart. Such a person might not be suitable for martial cultivation. "Zhou Jia," Bai Tu Jian was stunned. He lowered his head and said, "Zhou Jia was guarding Venerable Snake's mountain peak." However, after Venerable Snake arrived at Fallen Soul Island, Zhou Jia had been managing Venerable Snake's mountain peak. However, the martial artists of the 3 great families targeted the elders of the Sky Sword Mountain. Venerable Snake's mountain peak was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They directly Directly what? Mu Yan's fingers trembled slightly. They directly blew up half of Venerable Snake's mountain peak. Zhou Jia and some other inner disciples were on the mountain and did not come down at all. They did not even have the chance to come down. Damn it. Hearing this, Mu Yan's arms tightened and her hands clenched into fists. I was too careless, Mu Yan said in annoyance. Back then, I should have let Fatty Zhou follow Venerable Snake to Fallen Soul Island. Fatty Zhou was not a qualified martial cultivator. It could even be said that when Mu Yan soared, he used his power to bully others. However, the people that he bullied were the real bullies. However, the world of martial cultivators was so merciless. Mu Yan exhaled, stood up, and looked into the distance. Let's go. Where are we going? Wu Yu was stunned. Sky Sword Mountain, Mu Yan said and directly led the way. Wait. Bai Tu Jian suddenly shouted, Senior Brother Mu, I know you have many tricks up your sleeve, but the Heavenly Sword Peak has already been completely surrounded. Moreover, the sect master told us to split up and flee, so that we can survive. At this moment, Jin family's patriarch Jin En, Shi family's patriarch Shi Pokang, and Lin family's patriarch Lin Dongtian are all outside Sky Sword Mountain. Zhu family's fifth elder Zhu Ziyuan is personally leading the Zhu family's experts to guard the mountain. You can't go now. You have to wait until your Blood Alliance members arrive before you can go. Looking at Bai Tu Jian's anxious look, Mu Yan turned around slightly and looked forward. We can't wait, Mu Yan said helplessly. Man proposes, God disposes. This time, we can't wait any longer. We can't let more disciples of Sky Sword Mountain bleed. After saying that, Mu Yan took the lead and rushed out. Wu Yu hurriedly brought Bai Tu Jian and followed closely behind. This time, if they were late, Sky Sword Mountain might be completely destroyed. Mu Yan only hoped that Tian Yuzi could hold on for a little longer on Sky Sword Mountain's main peak, Sky Sword Mountain. At the same time, Sky Sword Mountain's Sky Sword Peak, Tian Yuzi was wearing a white robe and was sitting upright. However, at this moment, his cheeks were dripping with sweat and his face was terrifyingly pale. Crisis looms, Sect Master. Father. The group of Sky Sword Mountain elders and core disciples all had ugly expressions on their faces. As the sect master of Sky Sword Mountain, Tian Yuzi had comprehended the withering sword heart and was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, the Sky Sword Mountain's protective array was the one protecting it. As for the protective array, it had already been destroyed. However, at this very moment, outside the Sky Sword Peak, many figures surrounded the entire peak. From the four camps, it could be seen that the warriors of the Jin family, the Lin family, the Shi family, and the Zhu family were divided into different groups and surrounded the peak. At the front of the four camps, many figures were moving back and forth in a hurry. Fifth Elder Jin En, the clan leader of Jin clan, shouted, I see that everything is ready. Can we begin? Why is clan leader Jin in such a hurry? I see that Tian Yuzi can still hold on for a while. Let him hold on for a while longer. The one who spoke was the clan leader of Lin clan, Lin Dongtian. That's right. Shi Pokang, the clan leader of Shi clan, also said, Tian Yuzi is so capable to take Mu Yan into his Sky Sword Mountain. However, why isn't Mu Yan coming to help him now that he is in trouble? Shi Pokang looked above and roared, Tian Yuzi, you have a great reputation. Have you ever thought that you would be defeated here today? Have you ever thought that your Sky Sword Mountain would end up like this because of Mu Yan? Shi Song, you old man, you're only fit to show off your power of speech here. Tian Yuzi stood up proudly and shouted from 10,000 meters above the ground, even if I, Tian Yuzi, die today, you, Shi Pokang, can forget about living. Trying to break a rock with an egg. You overestimate yourself. Shi Pokang snorted coldly and no longer spoke. Clan leaders, please calm down. At this moment, a petite figure in a black robe walked forward and lifted her head to look above. Things have not reached the final stage. Tian Yuzi will definitely not admit defeat. The black-robed old man chuckled sinisterly. My Zhu family only acted as a helper for the destruction of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. It was mainly the will of the three great families. I hope the three of you can understand this. Of course, if Heavenly Sword Mountain is destroyed, our Zhu clan will not take any of the spoils of war. Of course. Looking at the Zhu family's fifth elder, Zhu Ziyuan, the three patriarchs sneered. This time, it was indeed the main force of their three great clans. However, once the Zhu clan participated, it was simply impossible for them to renege on their debt. They naturally knew that the Zhu family had cast aside their relationship because they were worried that Mu Yun would crazily seek revenge. However, they were not afraid of the blood alliance. Tianyuzi, you want to die, but you have to ask the hundreds of people around you if they want to die. Jinan said again, don't tell me you want them to die with you? Old dog Jinan. A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was Zhou Zijian. Most of the people in Heavenly Sword Mountain are sword cultivators. As long as they are sword cultivators, they have the heart of an expert. Why would they be afraid of death? Old dog, your Jin clan must pay for today's blood debt. Pay? Jinan sneered and said, who will help you pay? Mu Yun? His blood alliance offended the Floating Mountain sect and can't even take care of himself. How would he have the time to care about Heavenly Sword Mountain? This time, our three great clans have mobilized all of our clans to destroy Heavenly Sword Mountain. You and your father will definitely die. At the foot of the mountain, loud laughter rang out continuously. The combined force of the four great clans numbered in the tens of thousands. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Sword Mountain was completely surrounded. Tianyuzi looked at the crowd below, then looked up at the flames on the surrounding mountain peaks and sighed helplessly. Father. Zijian, I asked you to leave. Why didn't you leave? I'm not leaving. Zhou Zijian said proudly, if I abandon you, what kind of swordsman am I? For the past 5 years, I have worked hard to become the #1 two-handed swordsman in the 3,000 small worlds. What does this false reputation have to do with me? Well said. Tianyuzi patted Zhou Zijian's shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, a sonorous and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Mu Yun. Brother Yun. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in the main hall, everyone was stunned. The foot of the mountain was already completely surrounded. Even a fly couldn't fly in. How did Mu Yun come in? Moreover, there was a peak protection formation on Heavenly Sword Mountain. Even the four great clans couldn't break the formation in a short time. How did Mu Yun come in without making a sound? Sect Master. Zijian. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun cupped his hands. For the past 5 years, Zhou Zijian had been traveling between Heavenly Sword Mountain and Fallen Soul Island. Heavenly Sword Mountain and Fallen Soul Island had a close relationship. It could even be said that Tianyuzi had given Mu Yun too many suggestions on the management and development of the Blood Alliance. In his previous life, although he was in charge of the famous Cloud Alliance, it had to be said that if it weren't for the 4 great guardians and his beautiful master, the Cloud Alliance would have been destroyed by Mu Yun long ago. He was really not good at management. Good that you're here. Looking at Mu Yun, Tianyuzi smiled faintly. At this time, what else could he say? Why are you here? Are you here to die? Tianyuzi's words were very pretentious. What's good about it? Mu Yun smiled faintly with a hint of playfulness. You brat, I'll bring you to the eye of this peak protection. Formation. The array master who can create a great formation like the Xianming Immortal Destroyer formation is probably nothing in your eyes. Sect Master, do you still want to joke at this time? Mu Yun chuckled. You brat, do I look like I'm joking at this time? Little brat. Tianyuzi patted Mu Yun's shoulder and led Mu Yun into the rear hall. For some reason, the moment they saw Mu Yun arrive, Tianyuzi and even the hundreds of figures on the Sky Sword Peak couldn't help but exhale. Zhou Zijian smiled helplessly and followed. Now, under Mu Yun's guidance, his two-handed sword was becoming more and more mature. In the past 5 years, he had killed countless people from the Jin, Lin, and Shi families in the secret struggle. As for him, he had relied on his own strength to rise step by step from Tian Jianzi to an elder, and then to a vice sect master. Along the way, he had his own 2 swords and the bone-forging art that Mu Yun had imparted to him. Once he had an epiphany, the two-handed sword allowed him to walk on his own martial cultivation path, and the martial technique allowed him to explore his body's uniqueness to the greatest extent. However, until now, Zhou Zijian still couldn't understand how Mu Yun could see his extraordinariness at a glance. However, all these were no longer important. What he really needed was to continue walking on his own path. The three of them left directly. In the main hall, the crowd started to chat. Mu Yun's appearance allowed them to gradually relax their tense nerves. Among the many Sky Sword Mountain martial artists, Chou Qian, who was dressed in a black long robe, had his long hair tied up. His hands were behind his back, and there was a sense of relaxation in his eyes. They came at the right time. Chou Qian muttered to himself as he watched the three of them leave. There was a faint smile on his face. This disciple of the Sky Sword Mountain had become one of the Sky Sword Mountain's powerful elders. He and Zhou Zijian could be said to be the twin dragons of the Sky Sword Mountain. However, it was also because of this that the Jin, Shi, and Lin families, the three great families, harbored evil intentions towards the Sky Sword Mountain. The experts of the younger generation of the three great families were either dead or crippled. Many of them had been tricked by Mu Yun. They were lagging behind, while the Sky Sword Mountain was advancing. This difference would be clearly reflected in another 100 years. Hence, they had to start targeting the Sky Sword Mountain now. The reason why the seven great forces could develop steadily in the western region and form an alliance was because of the balance between them. However, the rise of the Sky Sword Mountain and the fall of the three great families had undoubtedly broken this balance. Hence, the three great families had no choice but to form an alliance. At this moment, Tian Yuzi and Mu Yun had entered the back of the main hall. The door of a secret room was opened. Tian Yuzi, Mu Yun, and Zhou Zijian entered the secret room directly. The door slowly closed. Just as they stepped into the secret room, buzzing sounds could be heard continuously. Looking at the scene before her, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. The secret room wasn't very big. It was only 100 square meters. However, the interior of the secret room was like a mountain. On top of the mountain-like wall, there were many long swords standing in the air. Those long swords were either thin swords, broad swords, mother-son swords, or strange-looking tortoise-patterned swords. There were all kinds of swords. At a closer look, there were hundreds of swords. However, among the hundreds of long swords, almost 1/10 of the long swords were broken and full of cracks. At a closer look, there were only 99 long swords left. Mu Yun, the 999 long swords that you see are the formation cores of the Sky Sword Mountain's Mountain Protection Formation. However, these 999 long swords are only 99 after being damaged by most of the mountains. These 99 swords are the supporting points of the Sky Sword Mountain's Mountain Protection Formation. If these 99 long swords are destroyed, the entire formation will be destroyed. That will be the end of the Sky Sword Mountain. Tian Yuzi sighed softly. This time, the three great families came prepared. They launched a surprise attack and even joined forces with the Zhu family to destroy the main formation of the Sky Sword Mountain. This caught me off guard. In just 10 days, we have fallen to this stage. Father, seeing Tian Yuzi blaming himself, Mu Yun smiled and said, "You can't be blamed for this. After all, the 3,000 small worlds have been peaceful for too long. The various major forces seem to be tired." As soon as Mu Yun said that, a glint flashed across Tian Yuzi's eyes. Indeed, for the past 1,000 years, the various major forces had indeed been living a more comfortable life with each other. However, in such a peaceful environment, what if the demon race had the intention to do something that they didn't do 10,000 years ago? Would the floating mountain alone be able to withstand it? However, Tian Yuzi didn't think too deeply about this matter. Right now, the most important thing was how to protect the Sky Sword Mountain. Mu Yun had stayed in the Sky Sword Mountain before. She roughly knew that the Sky Sword Mountain had a total of 1,000 real mountains. Tian Jianzi, core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and so on. From the looks of it, the other 999 great formations had been destroyed. Only the Sky Sword Mountain was left. Mu Yun, are you confident? Seeing Mu Yun standing in front of the 99 long swords, Tian Yuzi asked carefully. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Peak Protection Array. It's over, it's completely over. Tian Yuzi knew that Mu Yun could even build a formation like the mysterious underworld Immortal Destroyer formation. In terms of formations, Mu Yan's attainments were definitely better than the three elders of the Thousand Formation sect. But now, even Mu Yan said that there was no way. It seemed like the Sky Sword Peak could not be defended. However, Mu Yan's next words stunned Tianyuzi. The formations on the other 999 mountains have been completely destroyed. Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, it's impossible to repair them. You can only rebuild them. However, I have a way to repair and even strengthen the Sky Sword Peak's peak protection array. As soon as he said this, Tianyuzi glared at Mu Yan. Little brat, I asked you to repair the peak protection array. Who asked you to repair the entire Sky Sword Mountain's peak protection array? Tianyuzi looked at Mu Yan. He did not know whether to laugh or scold him. Oh, no problem then. Mu Yan nodded and walked to the 99 swords. At this very moment, cracks had appeared on over a dozen of the 99 long swords. Evidently, after the previous attack, the Grand Formation was beginning to be unable to withstand it. Mu Yan walked to the center of the 99 swords. With a flip of his palm, the swords appeared in his hand. The swords were of different shapes and sizes. They were all sacred artifacts that he had refined. At that moment, Mu Yan was obviously planning to use the sacred artifacts in his hand to replace the damaged swords and continue to support the formation. Tianyuzi was aware of this method. However, he could not use it at all. Because the people from the four great families had been attacking from the outside, he did not have the opportunity to exchange for the swords. At that moment, if Mu Yan were to exchange for the swords, the peak protection array would be broken immediately. Brother Yun, the people from the four great families have been attacking. I know. Upon hearing Zhou Zijian's reminder, Mu Yan did not hesitate at all. Her hands shook, and clanking sounds rang out. The dozen or so broken swords were instantly shaken out of their original positions. At this moment, Mu Yan's palm fell, and the dozens of swords around Mu Yan returned to their original positions. All of this seemed to have happened in an instant. There was no gap at all. There was only a loud explosion on the Sky Sword Peak. However, everything returned to normal after a while. Was it over? Success. Seeing this scene, the father and son were dumbfounded. That's it? How did Mu Yan do it just now? Tianyuzi was shocked. He knew that the four great families had not stopped attacking the formation at all. However, this short period of time was more than enough for the four great families to destroy the formation. How did Mu Yan do it? Done. Mu Yan turned around and looked at the father and son duo before she said once more, this grand formation can be considered to have been repaired completely. However, merely relying on this formation to defend against the attacks of the four great clans is obviously very unrealistic. Then, you're thinking of course, it's to strengthen the grand formation. Mu Yan smiled and said, however, I hope that the sect master and deputy sect master can keep this a secret for me. As soon as she said that, Tianyuzi and Zhou Zijian revealed solemn expressions. Brother Yun, if you say so, then I should really take a look at my own hands and offer a gift to repay your kindness. Zhou Zijian said at this moment. That's too serious. Then, you brat, aren't you serious when you say such words? Looking at Mu Yan, Tianyuzi also scolded, you're willing to take the risk to come here. How can Zijian and I be such rascals? If that's the case, then the relationship between the Sky Sword Mountain and the Blood Alliance for the past 5 years would be for naught. I'm being paranoid. Mu Yan smiled bitterly and said, I'm just afraid that the two of you won't be able to take it. You brat, in any case, I'm the sect master of the Sky Sword Mountain. The sect master has seen many storms and waves. What else? Cough cough. However, before Tianyuzi could finish his sentence, a 7-colored dragon egg suddenly appeared in Mu Yan's hand. Tianyuzi coughed violently and choked back his words. Dragon egg. Seeing this scene, Tianyuzi and Zhou Zijian were completely dumbfounded. That's right, a 7-colored dragon egg. Mu Yan nodded and said, I obtained this dragon egg in the dragon cave. The others don't know about it for now, so I'm afraid that the two of you, Brother Yun, this move of yours really caught us off guard. Zhou Zijian was speechless. I thought you would take out some void immortal artifact. I didn't expect it to be a dragon egg. As expected, I knew that you have a boundless future. Xianxia calmed his emotions and stroked the dragon egg with a surprised expression. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a dragon egg before. Hearing this, Muyan only smiled slightly. She still had a lot of faith in Xianxia and Zhou Zijian. Although this protective peak formation has been repaired perfectly, the formation is still a little weak. The four great clans must have a backup plan, and we have to be careful. Therefore, I think that using this dragon egg as the starting point of the attack will be very effective. Good, very good. Xianxia nodded and said, however, will this dragon egg be damaged? Of course not. Muyan said confidently. This dragon egg is the descendant of a mystical dragon. The mystical dragon clan has always had strong defense, and it's the same when protecting their descendants. The defense of this dragon egg can only be broken by the power of an immortal unless it's hatched by a young dragon. That's great. Xianxia nodded and said, Muyan, you've really impressed me. Very impressive. With a smile, Muyan lifted the dragon egg and gradually placed it in the center of the 99 swords. With a flip of her palm, lines of formation runes condensed from true origin enveloped the dragon egg. Not long after, Muyan's palm landed. At this moment, one could see 7 colored runes appearing around the dragon egg. The 7 colored runes were connected to the 99 swords, and it was very majestic. Next, we'll let those bastards attack. Zhou Zijian said hatefully. Wrong. Muyan smiled and looked at the two of them. She said with a smile, what we need is not to wait, but to strike first and gain the initiative. Let them attack with all their might. This time, she used the dragon egg as the core of the formation to withstand the attack. The 99 sacred swords were only a channel to transmit the attack. Under such circumstances, the dragon egg would be able to withstand a large enough attack, and the 99 sacred swords, as the channel to transmit the attack, would definitely not receive too much damage. Next, she was prepared to see what kind of method the 4 great clans had prepared to attack Sky Sword Mountain. Let's go. This formation doesn't need to be guarded? Don't worry, if anyone wants to break the combination of the dragon egg and the 99 swords, they will have to kill me first. Muyan smiled and walked away confidently. Next, she would start to turn the tables and provoke them. She would let the 4 great clans know the price they would have to pay if they wanted to target Sky Sword Mountain and Muyan. At this moment, outside Sky Sword Mountain, the 4 great clans never stopped attacking. However, the moment the 4 great clans attacked, the formation seemed to have completely dissipated. Just as the formation was about to be broken, the formation seemed to have become even stronger in an instant. This strange change caused the leaders of the 4 great clans to be stunned. What's going on? Jinan was stunned. He said, it was clearly about to be broken just now. Why did it suddenly become even stronger? That's right. Lin Dongtian was also confused. He said doubtfully, could it be that someone is not paying attention? When Sherpokang heard this, he suddenly shouted, everyone, get your spirits up. Break into Sky Sword Mountain. Those female disciples who have been captured will be all for your enjoyment. You can choose any of the treasures in Sky Sword Mountain. However, you know the consequences if you fail. Hearing this, the attacking Sky Sword Mountain warriors unleashed all of their abilities. Under such a great temptation, they had no choice but to use all of their strength. This move seems to be very effective. Zhu Ziyuan smiled sinisterly. Although clan leader Shi's method is a little shameless, it will make them fight with their lives on the line. Haha, you flatter me. Sherpokang laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with joy. He knew that the many disciples under him had always been pampered. Although their cultivation levels were very high, their combat abilities were not strong. This time, they had lost many disciples, but it could be considered as increasing the fighting power of the clan. In the future, the next to be destroyed would be Blood Alliance. Time passed slowly. However, at this moment, the 4 great clans also realized that something was wrong. The Sky Sword Mountain formation was obviously showing signs of being defeated. However, it was showing signs of being strengthened now. Under the joint attack of the 4 great clans, the Sky Sword Mountain formation actually showed signs of stabilizing. It was simply too strange. What's going on? This time, the 4 great clans could no longer remain calm. Tian Yuzi, stop resisting stubbornly. Jin En roared. Must you force us to use our ultimate move before you are willing to admit defeat? Ultimate move? A bewildered voice suddenly sounded. Old dog Jin En, you still have an ultimate move? I was wondering why your attack was so weak. Mu Yun. The moment this voice sounded, Jin En was completely stunned. Why are you here? Looking at the figure that appeared in midair, Jin En was dumbfounded. They had already surrounded the entire area. How did Mu Yun come in? Impossible. Lin Dongtian and Sherpokang also revealed an incredulous expression. How did I come in? Make a guess. Mu Yun said mockingly, I was just saying that the combined attack of the 4 great clans is a little too weak. My blood alliance can casually send someone, and that person would be much stronger than you guys. Mu Yun's words were simply a great insult. However, how could the 4 experts of the 4 great clans endure such humiliation? You're angry out of humiliation. Looking at the 4 great clans, Mu Yun chuckled. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Anger will harm your body. You can use the ultimate move that you mentioned and destroy the Sky Sword Mountain formation. Then, kill me. As Mu Yun spoke, she took a step forward. She was only a few meters away from the 4 great clans. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Nirvana War Thunder. You're courting death. That's right. Mu Yun said naturally, I am courting death. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with provocation as if she was telling the 4 of them that she liked people like them. They couldn't stand her but couldn't kill her. Men, Pashan. This time, Jin En had made up his mind. All right. Lin Dongtian and Sherpokang nodded at this moment. They couldn't wait any longer. They had to go all out and break through the last mountain peak as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be in great trouble when the people from the Blood Alliance arrived. As the 3 clan leaders finished speaking, the figures gradually opened up a path. Behind that figure, more than a dozen figures gradually walked out. Those figures were pushing a war chariot that was shining with a faint golden light. It wasn't exactly a war chariot. The war chariot was close to 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. On the square war chariot, there was a huge black ball. The ball had a diameter of 10 meters and was completely black. It flashed with traces of electric arcs and gave people an inexplicable feeling of terrifying explosive power. Boom. 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 Many figures walked out from behind the war chariot. Mu Yun, enjoy the taste of Nirvana War Thunder. I will let you know the fear of death. Jin En snorted. I didn't want you to die too miserably. You're courting death. You don't want us to die too miserably? Mu Yun sneered. I think you don't want to spend a huge amount of spiritual crystals, right? If I'm not wrong, this Nirvana War Thunder should consume spiritual crystals, right? Hearing this, Jin En was obviously stunned. The Nirvana War Thunder was invented by the ancestors of the Jin clan. It used the power of spiritual crystals to condense into a ball of spiritual origin to launch a powerful attack. Although it didn't surpass the attack of an immortal, its destructive power was extremely powerful. The only disadvantage was that it was cumbersome and couldn't attack agile opponents. However, it was extremely suitable for opening the door. Nirvana War Thunder. At this moment, Tianyuzi and the others behind Mu Yun turned pale when they heard this. The Nirvana War Thunder was extremely aggressive. This thing was the most precious treasure of the Jin family. Normally, it was extremely rare to see it. The reason for that was because while the might of this guy's cannon blast could indeed be said to be capable of destroying heaven and earth, the amount of spirit crystals required to fire that cannon blast could be said to be terrifying. In terms of quality, the vital yuan contained in 10,000 upper spiritual crystals was comparable to a piece of supreme-grade spiritual crystal. However, one shot of the Nirvana Thunder required 1 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals, 1 million ultra-grade spiritual crystals and 10 billion upper-grade spiritual crystals. That blast was almost as powerful as a void immortal weapon, therefore, the Jin clan rarely took out the Nirvana Thunder. Even a large clan like the Jin clan would not be able to support many cannons. However, in order to destroy Sky Sword Mountain, he couldn't care less. Bombardment. Mu Yun nodded and sneered, good idea. Good idea? Jinan shouted, Mu Yun, when I break through the Sky Sword Peaks formation, the first thing I'll do is kill you. I'll be waiting. Mu Yun stood motionless on the spot. However, the many Sky Sword Mountain martial artists behind her turned pale. That was the Nirvana Thunder, even a mysterious life and death realm expert would be blasted to death if he stood there. Only the Sky Sword Peaks formation was left in the entire Sky Sword Mountain. How could they withstand it? Sect Master, we're willing to charge out and fight to the death. Please allow us to do so. That's right, Sect Master. Instead of being blasted to death, why don't we charge out? It's not a loss to kill one, and it's a gain to kill two. Sect Master, we can't just sit and wait for death. In an instant, all the martial artists in Sky Sword Mountain began to speak angrily. Tianyuzi looked at the Nirvana Thunder before looking at Mu Yun. Mu Yun, are you confident? Seeing the trace of worry in Tianyuzi's eyes, Mu Yun nodded. Silence. Looking at the crowd behind him, Tianyuzi shouted, Mu Yun is now the Alliance Master of Blood Alliance. He's not afraid of death and has come to help us. If he's not afraid of death, what are you guys afraid of? Could it be that he's willing to take his life as a joke? Hearing these words, the Sky Sword Mountain martial artists lowered their heads. Everyone. Mu Yun knew the worry in their hearts. Today, I've come to Sky Sword Mountain to help. After all, I, Mu Yun, was once a disciple of Sky Sword Mountain. Therefore, I'm standing here today, standing in front of all of you. If I die, I, Mu Yun, will die first. Hearing these words, the Sky Sword Mountain martial artists revealed a guilty expression. Mu Yun's words weren't false. The fact that he was standing in front of them was proof of his determination. Reckless. Seeing this scene, Jinan sneered coldly and said, truly reckless. Lin Dongtian sneered again and again. Mu Yun, you probably don't know about the Nirvana Thunder, right? In the thousands of years of history, the Jin family relied on the Nirvana Thunder to take a breather several times in the face of danger. Do you think you can succeed with your lousy array skills? Clan leader Lin, there's no need to say these to him. Sherpokang laughed out loud and said, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Mu Yun won't turn back until he hits a wall. With one shot, this brat might immediately kneel down and kowtow. Wrong. Jinan said confidently, he no longer has the chance to kneel down and kowtow. The three clan leaders laughed out loud as if they could already see Mu Yun's miserable appearance under this shot. Are you done? What? Everyone was stunned. Mu Yun clasped his fingers and lowered his head, saying, if you're done, then fire. Don't tell me you're reluctant to fire because it's 1,000,000 crystals per shot? If that's the case, then the Jin family's research institute is only here to scare people. It's only 1,000,000 supreme spiritual crystals. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Yun's words were simply vicious to the extreme, it's only 1,000,000 crystals per shot, 1,000,000 supreme spiritual crystals, not upper spiritual crystals. If other people were to say such words, they would be beaten to death on the spot. However, at this moment, Jinan and the other two clan leaders could not help but want to kill Mu Yun directly. Prepare to fire. Jinan was already unable to restrain his anger. Mu Yun's arrogance and ignorance made him lose face. This was the Jin family's inheritance treasure. It was not an ordinary despicable thing. How could he sully it? Clan leader Jin, there's no need to be angry. One shot is enough to kill Mu Yun. That's right. Lin Dongtian snorted, let them see the power of the Jin family's inheritance treasure. The two clan leaders were also holding their breaths. All right. As Jinan spoke, he had already walked to the back of the Nirvana War Thunder. With a wave of his hand, crackling sounds could be heard. Rays of silver light suddenly appeared on the Nirvana War Thunder. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual crystals gathered by the three great clans suddenly appeared in Jinan's hand. The spiritual crystals immediately surged into the Nirvana War Thunder like seawater. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. Gradually, light green true origin power gathered on the surface of the Nirvana War Thunder. The true origin power was so vast that it directly covered the entire surface of the Nirvana War Thunder. A terrifying power exploded from the Nirvana War Thunder. Before the Nirvana War Thunder attacked, the explosive power already made everyone feel as though their hearts were blocked. They could not feel at ease. They were truly unable to imagine how the Grand Peak Protection Formation would be able to withstand such power if it were to explode onto the Grand Peak Protection Formation. They did not know, however, when they saw the figure standing steadily in front of them, there was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They hoped that they could successfully withstand it. Jinan's face was flushed red. Obviously, activating the Nirvana War Thunder consumed a great amount of energy for him. However, he could withstand such a consumption. As long as he could kill Mu Yun, he could withstand it no matter how much energy he had to consume. With this thought, Jinan slammed his palm forward. A loud explosion sounded. In front of the Nirvana War Thunder, a green light ball was formed. The green light ball had a diameter of a few hundred meters. Its entire body was covered in green light. With a violent power, it condensed on the surface of the black ball and charged directly towards the protective peak formation. Boom, a low rumbling sound rang out in an instant. The green light ball collided with the protective peak formation. At this moment, all the sounds in the world seemed to have disappeared. Only the light screen in front of Mu Yun was filled with green light. The entire Nirvana War Thunder pounced on the protective peak formation's light screen. A shattering sound seemed to be transmitted into everyone's ears. Clan leader Jin, thank you for your hard work. Lin Dongtian cupped his hands together and smiled at Jinan. It's not hard at all. Jinan chuckled and said, in order to destroy the Sky Sword Mountain, the three great clans have sacrificed a lot. Naturally, it's not hard at all. The light ball collided with the entire formation. The entire light screen began to tremble. A layer of light appeared on the Sky Sword Mountain. However, the light screen seemed to be in danger. It seemed to be about to be destroyed. As for the people from the three great clans, they looked at the formation and were ready to strike at any time. The moment the formation was destroyed, they would definitely strike immediately. Boys, charge with me. Jinan could not help but shout when he saw the light screen trembling. In an instant, it was as if the light screen had already been broken apart, and the earth-shattering number of practitioners from the three great clans had already charged out. Boom, however, at this moment, the light screen was about to be destroyed. However, in the blink of an eye, a mountain-toppling and ocean-overturning explosive power was sent flying back from the light screen. Everything happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that no one was able to react in time. In fact, some of the martial artists from the Sky Sword Mountain were already prepared to counterattack. They thought that after Mu Yun changed the formation, it was already heaven-defying for the formation to be able to withstand the attack. Needless to say, it could even counterattack. However, at this moment, the formation was indeed counterattacking. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations one-shot million. At that moment, it was as if all the violent energy that had been injected into the array had been rebounded. And the target of the rebounding energy was the martial artists from the three major families. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire Sky Sword Peak was surrounded by a violent energy that swept out. The martial artists from the three major families were the ones in trouble. What they encountered was not the broken array or the remaining martial artists from Sky Sword Mountain, but the energy that was reflected by the array. However, this scene shocked Mu Yun even more. He used the dragon egg as the origin of the energy, but he did not set up the array to reflect the energy. Mu Yun looked at Tianyuzi in confusion. Tianyuzi smiled bitterly and said, the Sky Sword Peak's protective peak array does have the effect of reflecting energy, but that was in the past. I did not expect it to have such an effect after you changed it. Mu Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry when he said that. He did not expect that such a thing would happen under such a coincidence. However, when he saw the tens of thousands of martial artists from the three major families being blasted into pieces by the reflected energy, he felt great. It was so King great. For the past 10 days, Sky Sword Mountain had been resisting with all their might, but the resistance from the three major families and a portion of the Zhu family's experts was too strong, and they could not resist. Today, at this moment, everyone from the Sky Sword Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Why don't we charge out and kill them directly? Someone began to feel his blood boiling. No. Mu Yun hurriedly said, the energy reflected by the array should be less than 1/10 of it. It can cause great harm to the martial artists in front of them, but the real backbone is still there. We only have a few hundred people now. We can't resist at all. What af asterisk king pity. Some Sky Sword Mountain martial artists could not help but curse. At this moment, if they could counterattack, they would definitely be able to kill the 3 major families and force them to flee miserably. Don't worry, they will regret it. Mu Yun smiled as she looked at the miserable martial artists from the 3 major families. Seeing the smile in Mu Yun's eyes, Tianyuzi felt relieved. For some reason, when Mu Yun was here, he actually felt incomparably at ease. He was even glad that Mu Yun had almost died in his Heavenly Sword Mountain instead of the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace or Floating Mountain. Otherwise, Heavenly Sword Mountain would be the one to be exterminated today. Right now, there was still hope. Damn it, damn it. Jinan had been charging at the front, so he was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the counterattack. However, at this moment, when he saw that thousands of people from the 3 great clans had been injured or even killed, his heart sank completely. It actually didn't break. How could this be? Lin Dongtian and Sherpokang were both dumbstruck when they heard this thought. In just a moment, the gazes of the 2 patriarchs landed on Jinan. They would naturally think that this was Jinan's doing. How could a single Nirvana War Thunder fail to break the Heavenly Sword Peak's protective array and even cause a rebound attack? That was 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals, 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Why are all of you looking at me like that? Jinan snorted, 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals, I have used all of them. Used all of them? Lin Dongtian sneered, you have used all of them, how is it possible that you can't even break the protective array? Jinan, do you think that we are children? Patriarch Jin, at this moment, the lives of our 3 great clans are tied together. Don't play any tricks. Sherpokang also said calmly. They were all old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. How could they not see through this? You are suspecting that I have embezzled the spiritual crystals? Jinan was furious. Sherpokang, Lin Dongtian, this protective array is strange. I don't know why it can't be broken, but you are suspecting me. Don't you think that you don't trust me? Sherpokang and Lin Dongtian snorted at the same time after these words were spoken. They really didn't trust Jinan. The 3 of them were experienced people, so how could they be fooled at this moment? 2 patriarchs, you have wronged Patriarch Jin. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. It was Mu Yun. He has really tried his best, but it is useless. Mu Yun mocked, even if you take out 10 million top-grade spiritual crystals, it will be a waste. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Almost at the same time, 3 furious roars sounded. Jinan, Lin Dongtian and Sherpokang couldn't help but snort at the same time. 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals had been wasted, so how could they be quiet now? Okay. I will shut up, but all of you should stop arguing. Mu Yun was speechless. Otherwise, if there is an internal dispute and we work together, our strength might not be that strong. Moreover, the people from the Blood Alliance should be here soon. The 3 patriarchs were startled when they heard this. If the people from the Blood Alliance really came, Yi Qiu, who was powerful in the Blood Alliance, and the elders from the Floating Mountain, would not be easy to deal with. One more time. Lin Dongtian couldn't help but shout. This time, take out all the spiritual crystals. I don't believe that we can't break this protective array with 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Alright. Sherpokang also gritted his teeth. At this moment, they could definitely get back what they had lost after breaking the protective array of the Sky Sword Mountain. Although they had beaten the entire Sky Sword Mountain until only the last peak was left. All the treasures of the Sky Sword Mountain were here. Even the treasures that the Sky Sword Mountain had accumulated over the past 1,000 years were all on the Sky Sword Mountain. If the peak wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't be able to enter the Sky Sword Mountain. As such, they had only killed some of the outer and inner sect disciples of the Sky Sword Mountain. The few hundred core disciples were still alive and well. In this way, it was equivalent to returning empty-handed. The 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals were all wasted. Alright. Jinan also gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and shouted. This time I will let the two of you see clearly. I, Jinan, will not be greedy for any of the 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals. I will break this protective array with all my might. After speaking, the three clan leaders ordered their men to take out the spiritual crystals again. 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals, 50 billion top-grade spiritual crystals. This was a huge expenditure, however, they had already paid a price of 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals. If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to wasting 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals. If they didn't get anything in return, how could they take this lying down? Begin. In the blink of an eye, a mountain that was close to 1,000 meters tall was piled up in front of Nirvana Warlay. However, this mountain wasn't filled with rocks. It was filled with top-grade spiritual crystals. It was a genuine top-grade spiritual crystal. Looking at Jinan, who was standing beside Nirvana Warlay, Mu Yin clicked her tongue and said, "Amazing, amazing. 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals is enough for the Blood Alliance's expenses for 5 years. The three great clans are really generous." "Shut up." Jinan snorted and said, "Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you are courting death now. Break the formation. Mu Yun, I will tear your mouth open with my own hands." Jinan was the most furious one. He had clearly shot 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals into the Nirvana Warlay. However, the protective peak formation didn't break at this moment. It was simply unbelievable. However, it wasn't important now. 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals was enough this time. Shi Pokang and Lin Dongtian stood beside Jinan, one on the left and one on the right. 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals. Even Jinan felt the pinch. Begin. At this moment, Shi Pokang and Lin Dongtian couldn't wait any longer. They didn't believe that 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals wouldn't be enough. 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals would definitely be enough. This time, Jinan was right under their noses. He had no choice but to fake it, Jinan shouted. With a clatter, the 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals suddenly disappeared. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain gradually shrank until it finally disappeared. Green light gathered around the black ball of Nirvana Warlay once again. "This time, break!" Jinan shouted as his face turned red. The light gathered on the black ball of Nirvana Warlay suddenly increased in intensity. A loud explosion resounded. The green ball of Nirvana Warlay had actually reached 1,000 meters in radius. The terrifying explosive force even caused some of the disciples who were close to it to twitch. They were actually killed in an instant. "Back off!" Lin Dongtian hurriedly shouted when he saw the scene. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The disciples had already backed off immediately. However, some of the disciples were slightly slower and were entangled by the green ball of Nirvana Warlay. In an instant, they were turned into a bloody mist. "Break!" Jinan shouted again. He threw out both of his hands and the green ball of Nirvana Warlay hit the protective peak formation. However, when the green ball of Nirvana Warlay charged towards her again, Mu Yin still stood on the spot without moving. However, the people from Sky Sword Mountain behind her weren't so calm. It was different this time. 5 million top-grade spiritual crystals was 5 times the amount. However, in terms of attack power, it wasn't as simple as 5 times. Could she still withstand it this time? Boom boom boom, a deafening roar resounded at this moment. In an instant, everyone felt as though their eardrums were about to shatter. Under the loud rumbling, the power of the green ball of Nirvana Warlay instantly broke through the protective peak formation. Waves of true origin condensed into a violent attack and suddenly increased in power. Under this explosion, it wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as an earthquake. After a full 15 minutes, the explosion slowly stopped. However, the instant the explosion stopped, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The protective peak formation was still intact. "Back off!" However, at this moment, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly resounded. It was the clan leaders of the 3 great families. Previously, the attack of 1 million top-grade spiritual crystals had bounced back with an explosive force. What about now? It would probably be doubled. Under such circumstances, how could they withstand it? How could the disciples of the various clans withstand it? "Back off?" "It's a little late." Mu Yun lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. she slowly thought to herself. With the dragon egg as the origin of the attack, it was impossible for the Nirvana Warlay to cause the dragon egg to explode. Who is ambushing who? However, at this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with a smile when she saw the three great clans leaving in a hurry. Even Jin En, Shi Pokang and Lin Dongtian did not dare to stay at their original spots. The rebound force of 1 million high-grade spiritual crystals was still vivid in their minds. Now that it was 5 million, they did not dare to be careless. Under such circumstances, the three clan leaders hurriedly retreated. However, the rebounding force was at least 10 times or 100 times stronger than before. A pale green berserk force rapidly swept towards the crowd. Even the three clan leaders' faces turned pale when they saw the rebound force. It's over, the three of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Boom boom boom, in an instant, a deafening sound rang out. That majestic power finally exploded at this moment. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas were not enough to describe the violent force. Good, you're very good. When the violent sound rang out, Zhu Ziyuan looked at Mu Yun and snorted with a trembling finger. Thank you for the compliment. Mu Yun cupped her hands together and looked at Zhu Ziyuan. However, Elder Zhu, shouldn't you be concerned about the injuries of your Zhu clan's disciples instead of pointing at my nose and wanting to kill me? At this moment, an explosion rang out and many figures rushed out. The violent force sent those figures flying. Shouts, curses and wails rang out in front of the four great clans. At this moment, all of them were filled with hatred and anger. However, no matter how angry they were, they did not dare to howl and refute. There was still a terrifying fluctuation left on the great array, causing them to not dare to approach it. This explosion had injured nearly 10,000 disciples of the various great clans. Three clan leaders. Zhu Ziyuan looked at the injured people on the ground and said calmly, "We have all suffered great losses. Why don't we withdraw and rest for a while before we plan our next move?" Although Jin En, Lin Dongtian and Shi Pokang were unwilling, the ground was filled with injured people and the scene was chaotic. How could they still attack at this moment? The three clan leaders began to issue orders, and the crowd gradually retreated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the three great clans retreating. Mu Yun, are you all right? Tianyuzi stepped forward and said to Mu Yun. What can happen to me? Mu Yun smiled and said, they are the ones who are in trouble. The three great clans left behind a third of their men and continued to surround the entire Sky Sword Peak. The other third of their men went to take care of the remaining third of their injured disciples. Mu Yun, why don't we take this opportunity to kill our way out tonight? No. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, absolutely not. I have already informed the members of my blood alliance. They should be arriving soon. The three great clans must know about this as well. So it's hard to guarantee that they won't set a trap. If the blood alliance doesn't come and we fall into the trap instead, then we'll suffer a huge loss. Yes. Zhou Zijian knew that Mu Yun had thought it through thoroughly and nodded. The reinforcements of my blood alliance should be arriving today. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she looked at the sky. At night, rays of bright light shone through the starry sky. The stars in the sky twinkled, and the moonlight mixed with them made everyone feel less cold. At this moment, the three clan leaders and Zhu Ziyuan were sitting on chairs in the central tent. Damn it. I didn't expect that little thief Mu Yun to be able to strengthen the protective peak formation to such an extent. Jin En slammed the table and said fiercely. Lin Dongtian said with hatred in his heart, these two attacks were reflected by the protective peak formation. Because of this, 3,000 to 4,000 members of my Lin clan were injured, and nearly 1,000 died. My Shi clan lost 5,000 members. Shi Pokang said in a muffled voice, damn Mu Yun. If this protective peak formation is not broken, how can we obtain the treasures on the Sky Sword Peak? Clan leaders, please don't be anxious. Can you listen to me? Zhu Ziyuan stood up at this moment, looked at the three of them and said, this time, Mu Yun must have tampered with the protective peak formation. Otherwise, the Jin clan's Nirvana Thunder would have been able to break it. I think everyone knows the power of the Nirvana Thunder. In that case, after we wait here for a long time, the members of the Blood Alliance will definitely rush over to provide reinforcements. Why don't we set up an ambush around the Sky Sword Mountain? Ambush. Hearing this, the three patriarchs revealed a cunning look on their faces. That's right, they could ambush. As long as they captured some of the important Qingyuans in the Blood Alliance, Mu Yun would definitely walk out of the formation. As long as Mu Yun was not around, the protective peak formation would not be a problem. That's great. Jinan slapped his thigh and said with a smile, everyone, let's go and prepare now to deal with the reinforcements from the Blood Alliance. Compared to the Fallen Soul Island in the Blood Alliance's headquarters, the floating mountain will directly charge in. Without Mu Yun, the Blood Alliance is like a sheet of loose sand. There was nothing to worry about. In that case, everyone will guard a direction. On the surface, we will continue to besiege the Sky Sword Mountain. In fact, we will prepare the gloves and wait for the members of the Blood Alliance to arrive. All right. No problem. Hearing this, the three clan leaders began to mobilize completely. That night, under the stars, the large army quietly deployed. At night, sitting on the martial arts field in front of the Sky Sword Mountain's main hall, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. I understand the principles of the spatial laws, but it seems like I still need some time to completely master it. Mu Yun sighed. At this moment, there was a fluctuation in the space, and a figure suddenly appeared. Brother Yun. Feng Yuer's figure appeared on the martial arts field. Looking at Mu Yun, she said happily, "You're fine. It seems like I'm not too late." Of course I'm fine. Mu Yun smiled, stood up, and said, "Who came this time?" Mr. He Lin and I are here. Mr. Yi Qiu stayed on the Fallen Soul Island to prevent the Floating Mountain sect from launching a sneak attack. Almost half of the Blood Alliance's warriors are rushing towards the Sky Sword Mountain. Don't. Hearing this, Mu Yun suddenly stretched out her hand and stopped her. Tell them not to come. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Go back now and tell them to change paths immediately." Change paths? Change paths where? Attack the Shi family, the Lin family, and the Jin family that are closest to the Sky Sword Mountain. Mu Yun clenched her fist and snorted. The three major clans have mobilized tens of thousands of warriors this time. Almost all of their elites have come. The three major clans must be empty internally. Go straight to the Shi family, the Lin family, and the Jin family and rob them of everything. Kill whoever resists. With you and Mr. He Lin around, no one is your match. I understand. Since they are attacking the Sky Sword Mountain, we will go and rob them of everything. All right. Mu Yun smiled and said, and this matter must be done thoroughly. Don't focus on killing, focus on seizing treasures. All right. Feng Yuer smiled and turned around to leave. However, Big Brother Yun, what will you do here? Don't worry. Mu Yun smiled and said, they won't be able to break this mountain guardian array. All right. Feng Yuer only trusted Mu Yun. If it weren't for Mu Yun, she wouldn't have been able to control the Sky-Eyed Black Snake's soul and bloodline in a short 5 years. She wouldn't have been able to stimulate the supreme potential in her body, and her cultivation would have undergone earth-shattering changes, reaching the life and death realm. There was a treasure in her body, but she couldn't excavate it at all. It was Mu Yun who told her about the treasure in her body. It was Mu Yun who told her to find the key to the treasure, allowing her to soar into the sky. Be careful on the way. And, don't worry. Feng Yuer smiled and said, it's impossible for those 3 old fogies to find me. Mu Yun believed in this point. Sherpo Kang and the other 2 should also be at the first level of life and death realm, which should be similar to Feng Yuer. From this, one could see the difference between the 3 great clans and the Floating Mountain. Of the 4 law protectors of the Hanging Mountain, extreme martial victory was roughly as strong as the patriarchs of the 3 great clans. As for the other 3 law protectors, as well as the mysterious Sky Lord Xianxia, no one knew how strong they were. Be careful. N. Seeing Feng Yuer leave, Mu Yun returned to the main hall and saw that the 99 saint swords were intact. The dragon egg sat in the center of the 99 saint swords, shining with 7-colored radiance, not moving at all. There wouldn't be any problems with the mountain guardian array. Now, all that was left was to wait. The next day, at dawn, the 3 great clans' martial artists began to attack again. However, the mountain guardian array was still firmly standing around the mountain, and they couldn't enter at all. During this time, the 3 patriarchs decided to fire a cannon, directly firing 1,000,000 spirit crystals. However, the Mountain Guardian array was still motionless, and they could be considered to have given up completely. Patriarchs, why are you so angry? Mu Yun was happy and carefree today. He directly set up a banquet and sat in the array at the foot of the mountain, watching the 3 great clans' disciples attack with all their might, causing dust to fly. However, the array he was in didn't move at all. The scenery was picturesque, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Mu Yun ate while chatting with the 3 patriarchs. However, Jinan and the other 2 weren't in the mood to chat with him. This scene went on for 3 days in a flash. Every day, Mu Yun looked at the 3 great clans' persistent attacks and shook his head. Suddenly, on the 4th day, a hurried figure approached Shirpokang. Patriarch, something bad has happened, something bad has happened. A disciple of the Shir clan hurriedly said. Bastard, what's going on? Look at you. Shirpokang was originally angry because he couldn't take down the Mountain Guardian array. How could there be any worse news at this moment? Our Shir clan's array was directly destroyed by the Blood Alliance. All our treasures were plundered, and our thousands of acres of land were burned down. Now, the women, the elderly, and the young are all homeless and have nowhere to hide. Retreat, the Shir family was attacked. Who was it? Who else could it be? Shirpokang suddenly understood. Mu Yun, you bastard, despicable, shameless, vicious. Shirpokang scolded. On one hand, you feigned an attack, but on the other hand, you sent people to attack my Shir family. Shameless. Am I shameless? Mu Yun raised her head and looked at the people in front of her. She chuckled and said, Clan leader Shir, I advise you to scold less now. Maybe you can save a few more Shir family members when you return to the Shir family. Mu Yun, this matter is not over. Shirpokang almost jumped up and led the Shir family members back immediately. He was anxious, but the Shir family members under him were even more anxious. Their parents and brothers were all in the Shir family. If anything happened to them, it would be unforgivable even if they died 100 times. Not to mention 100 times, even if they died 10,000 times, it would be difficult to salvage the situation. Mu Yun, if anything happens to my Shir family members, your blood alliance will be stained with blood. Shirpokang shouted and hurriedly left. Really, why are you in such a hurry? Mu Yun was speechless and said, this matter is not over yet. Clan leader Shir, if you want to break my blood alliance's formation, you have to open the Sky Sword Peak's protective formation first. Mu Yun shouted at the top of her voice. However, when they heard this news, Lin Dongtian and Jinan also revealed worried expressions. The Shir family, Jin family, and Lin family were not very far from each other. Since Mu Yun sent people to attack the Shir family's headquarters, how could the Lin and Jin families be spared? Retreat, retreat quickly. With this thought, Lin Dongtian and Jin An hurriedly shouted. They were more concerned about their own family's situation than Shirpadian. The 2 of you, what are you doing? Don't go. Mu Yun took a sip of wine and said with a smile, aren't you going to attack the mountain? Mu Yun, you're courting death. Lin Dongtian felt as though his chest was about to explode when he saw Mu Yun's sinister smile. He had never seen such a shameless person. After doing these things in secret, he could still act as if nothing had happened on the surface. This person was simply too shameless. What made Tian Yuzi and Zhou Zijian even more speechless was when did Mu Yun give the order. No wonder Mu Yun had been keeping them in check. It turned out that she already had a plan in mind. No wonder, the strategy of besieging Wei to save Zhao. If the people of the Blood Alliance came to the Heavenly Sword Peak, there would definitely be a bloody battle, and the result might be that both sides would stop fighting, but now, with the Blood Alliance directly attacking, the Shir, Jin, and Lin families had no choice but to retreat and rescue their families. Elder Zhu. Lin Dongtian looked at Zhu Ziyuan and said, this time around, I will first lead the family disciples back to the Lin family in case of any accidents. I will leave 5,000 men behind and cooperate with Elder Zhu to surround the Sky Sword Peak. I don't believe that they can hide there forever. All right. Jinan also said at this moment, I also need to rush back to the Jin family. I will leave 5,000 warriors to Elder Zhu. As long as we surround these guys, we will definitely rush back after we have made the necessary arrangements. No problem. In an instant, there were less than 20,000 people left out of the tens of thousands who had besieged the Sky Sword Peak. Zhu Ziyuan stood at the front and looked at Mu Yun with a deep look in his eyes. Mu Yun, you are really smart. Zhu Ziyuan laughed sinisterly. Let your men besiege the Shi family, followed by the Jin family, and then the Lin family. Force them to retreat, but what? But don't forget, besieging the way to rescue the Zhao is a good idea. But don't you think that luring the tiger out of the mountain is even better? Mu Yun frowned when he heard Zhu Ziyuan's words. You are saying that your Zhu family is preparing to attack my fallen soul island? Mu Yun sneered. You are not the only one who knows how to besiege the way to rescue the Zhao. Let me tell you, when the Blood Alliance's army set off, my Zhu family had already mobilized our men. It is indeed a very smart idea. Mu Yun took another sip of wine and said with a sigh of relief, but Elder Zhu, I want to ask you. What? Tell me, is the Sky Sword Peak's peak protection formation stronger, or is the mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation that I, Mu Yun, personally set up? Zhu Ziyuan was stunned when he heard this. Don't be so smug. Zhu Ziyuan snorted, do you think my Zhu family is the same as those idiots from the three major families? What bullsh *T Nirvana Thunder, it is simply like eating sh *T. I think it has been bragged too much for thousands of years. Hey, you can't say that. Mu Yun comforted him, this Nirvana Thunder is still quite powerful. After all, it is the Jin family's treasure. It is just too cumbersome. It is difficult to aim when it is alive, but it is still very powerful when it is dead. You are still in the mood to joke here. My Zhu family's 5 great elders, 3 of them are rushing to Fallen Soul Island, and the Patriarch is here personally. Fallen Soul Island is courting death. Then what can I do? Mu Yun said helplessly, don't tell me I can charge out of the formation, return to the Blood Alliance, and let your Zhu family people beat me into a sieve? Zhu Ziyuan admitted that he had underestimated Mu Yun. He thought that Mu Yun would definitely panic under such circumstances. But Mu Yun was really too calm, this made him very helpless. Could it be that this guy was really that confident? Was he confident that his mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation could withstand the Zhu family's attack? This Nirvana Thunder, Patriarch Jin left in a hurry, so it was not easy to bring it along. Why don't Elder Zhu take out 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and try it? Maybe this peak protection formation is just short of the last hit and it will be broken? Mu Yun looked at Zhu Ziyuan and joked. The power of the Nirvana War Thunder was indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this time, although the Nirvana Thunder seemed to be hitting the Sky Sword Peak's peak protection formation, it was actually hitting a 7-colored heavenly dragon's dragon egg. Under such circumstances, not to mention the Nirvana Thunder's attack, even an immortal's attack would not be able to break through it. Mu Yun was not worried about this at all. The martial artists from the 3 great families had already begun to retreat. Each family left 5,000 martial artists to assist Zhu Ziyuan and surround the people from Sky Sword Peak to prevent them from escaping. Night fell again. Mu Yun summoned Tian Yuzi, Zhou Zijin, and the rest. Now that the 3 great families have retreated, there are less than 20,000 people left. Now, there are about 1,000 people from Sky Sword Mountain on Sky Sword Peak. Mu Yun said seriously, these 1,000 people can be said to be martial artists who are willing to die for Sky Sword Mountain. All of you are Sky Sword Mountain's Tianjianzi, inner sect elders, core elders, and sword protectors. All of you hold high positions and power. If we kill our way out now, 1,000 people against 20,000 people, an opponent 20 times their number, is very powerful, right? Mu Yun smiled and said, but they only have the advantage in numbers, while we have the advantage in strength. Brother Yun, do you mean that we will kill our way out directly? No. Mu Yun shook her head and said, we will not kill our way out directly. We will launch a sneak attack. Sneak attack. Hearing this, Zhou Zijin, Wu Yu and the others revealed excited gazes. Sect leader, don't hide the secret treasures in Sky Sword Mountain, such as supreme-grade sacred weapons and divine elixirs. Take them all out and distribute them to everyone. We will launch a sneak attack tonight. Hearing this, Tian Yuzi nodded his head. Mu Yan's idea was indeed very good. Sneak attack. For the past 3 days, the 3 big families had been carefully guarding against them. However, it was definitely different tonight. Firstly, Jin En, Lin Dongtian, and Shi Pokang had already left. There were only a few people who were relatively strong left. Secondly, Zhu Ziyuan looked down on the martial artists from the three big families. With the departure of the clan leaders and core elders, there would definitely be conflicts. Zhu Ziyuan would definitely side with the Zhu family. Thirdly, and most importantly, the martial artists from the three big families who had left behind were also worried. They were worried about the safety of their own family members. They would definitely not be at ease. At this time, if they could pick a fight, the effect would definitely be amazing. Everyone, remember that we will only choose the Zhu family's martial artists for this sneak attack. This time, Zhu Ziyuan has brought 4,000 to 5,000 people. They are not weak. You just have to do your best to launch a sneak attack. Kill if you can. If you can't kill, injure them. If you can't injure them, make sure to create chaos. Tonight, I will guard the edge of the array. As long as you do everything, I will open the array and let you in. All right. Zhou Zijian nodded. He had been gone for more than half a month. Tonight, he could finally have a good time. However, you must remember not to forget the time. You only need half an hour. After half an hour, no matter what happens, you must come back. No problem. Brother Yun, aren't you going? It sounds interesting. Wu Yu laughed. I have more important things to do. Mu Yun smiled and revealed a smile on his face. At night, the moonlight was like water, illuminating the world. The myriad sword peak was brightly lit. The martial artists from the three big families who were standing in midair could vaguely see that the Sky Sword Mountain martial artists on the Sky Sword Peak were actually drinking and having fun. Damn it, these people are really careless. Aren't they afraid that we will kill our way in? They are still drinking there. A disciple who was in charge of scouting in the sky scolded angrily. What are they afraid of? Another disciple snorted and said, that Mu Yun is a bastard. I don't know what method she used. Even Nirvana Thunder couldn't break through the array's defense. What are they afraid of? The most despicable thing is that the Shi family has been robbed clean. I don't know what happened to my Jin family. You are still worried about the Jin family? Our Lin family is closer to the Shi family. After the Blood Alliance retreats, our Lin family will be the first to bear the brunt. Sigh, I hope the Patriarch and the others can make it in time. I think it will be difficult. A disciple frowned and said, haven't you heard? Mu Yun had a fortuitous encounter in the Dragon Cave and recruited an expert called He Lin. It is said that he is in the life and death realm. There is also someone called Feng Yu who suddenly appeared in the Blood Alliance. Even extreme martial victory couldn't deal with her. The Blood Alliance and that Yi Qiu are three life and death realm experts. Their peak strength is more powerful than any of our three big families. The disciples who were on night watch discussed incessantly. However, they didn't know that the silhouettes on the brightly lit myriad sword peak had already quietly left. However, the silhouettes who were drinking and eating on the peak were still standing there. It was as if nothing had changed. Little fool, accompany me to take a piss. On the Snake Elder Peak, a tall and sturdy young man patted his companion beside him and said softly. Look at your cowardly appearance. This is the Snake Elder Peak. Those people on the Sky Sword Peak are surrounded like buckets. How would they dare to come out? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A fight broke out. Ever since they conquered the entire Sky Sword Mountain, only 10,000 of them stayed around the Sky Sword Peak to guard it. The others were scattered around the important peaks of the Sky Sword Mountain to prevent anyone from rescuing the people of the Sky Sword Peak. If anyone dared to come, they would attack from the various peaks and wrap the rescuers up like dumplings. Damn it! The young martial artist cursed under his breath as he stood up and walked out of the door. Puff, with a puff, the young man died instantly. Who is it? Someone stood up and asked in a daze. However, before he could react, the dozen or so people lying in the side hall died instantly. Humph, the bastards of the Zhu family always find us, the three major families, an eyesore. Today, they even bullied Junior's sister. I'll kill a dozen of them. Let's see what they can do about it. After leaving these words behind, the figure shuttled through the night and disappeared. At the same time, in the important peaks, one or two of the Zhu family martial artists died, were pushed into a cesspool when they went to the toilet, or were bitten by a snake. Strange things happened all over the place. That night, there was chaos everywhere. Curses and discussions rose one after another. Nearly 1,000 people gathered on the Snake Venerable Peak. Lin Biao, don't go overboard. It was your 3 major families who did it. You better hand over the culprit. Zhu Yang, do you have any proof that it was our 3 major families who did it? Maybe those people on the Heavenly Sword Peak don't like you guys and directly killed your Zhu family's disciples. What did you say? The Zhu family disciple called Zhu Yang shouted, say it again if you dare. Say it again and you'll change. Your Zhu family is always so arrogant. Why blame us for your deaths? Lin Zhui yelled, are you going to blame us for the death of your Zhu clan's internal strife? Zhu Yang's body trembled with anger. Fine, you're good. I'll show you. Zhu Yang immediately asked someone to bring out a young man covered in blood. He shouted, Zhu Yuanling, tell me, who killed your group? It's the 3 major families. At this moment, the young man seemed to be on the verge of death. Although he had been stabbed in the chest, his heart had not been directly pierced, and he was still alive. The young man whimpered, that person thought that he had killed all of us, but he didn't know that I wasn't dead. Before he left, he said that we, the Zhu clan, should die for taking liberties with the women of their clan. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yang was completely enraged. Escort Lin, what else do you want to say? Before Lin Zhui could say anything, a young man stepped out and shouted coldly, maybe the Sky Sword Peak is trying to sow discord. Zhu Yang, don't slander us before we investigate the matter thoroughly. It's still not clear? Zhu Yang was unable to restrain his anger and directly rushed out, Shi Jian, you still say that you haven't investigated clearly? This junior brother of mine clearly heard this sentence, how can it be false? The murderer probably didn't expect to leave anyone alive. Zhu Yang, do you really think that the 3 great clans are easy to bully? Isn't that so? Zhu Yang sneered, the 3 great clans, even if they join forces, are only equivalent to half of our Zhu clan's strength. Especially the Shi clan, what bullsh*** T Nirvana War Thunder, is it even useful? It can't even break through a mere mountain's protective array. You're courting death. As a disciple of a clan, the clan's pride was the strongest. At this moment, Shi Jian heard Zhu Yang's strong sarcasm, how could he tolerate it? Shi Jian let out a low shout and immediately rushed out. Are you angry from embarrassment, or you can't continue lying after being exposed? Zhu Yang shouted, disciples of the Zhu clan, can you swallow the humiliation of being looked down upon by such a stupid clan? No. Follow me and kill. Zhu Yang roared. In an instant, the 3 great clans and the Zhu clan were in a fierce battle. The battle on Snake Master Peak was originally only about 1,000 people, but as the news spread, the disciples of the other peaks could not help but start quarreling, and some even began to join in the battle. However, the cultivators of the 3 great clans had the advantage of numbers after all. Although the Zhu clan disciples looked stronger, they were outnumbered. As the number of people increased, they did not dare to kill in the beginning, but gradually, the death of one person led to the killing intent of the entire crowd. The battle continued, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, on Sky Sword Peak, figures gradually returned. The square in front of Sky Sword Peak was still filled with cheers and laughter, but this time, it was genuine laughter. Alliance leader Mu. When everyone returned and saw Mu Yun, they all cupped their hands. How was it? As you expected, we only did a few tricks, and the 3 great clans and the Zhu clan started fighting. Actually, you can't blame them. In this half a month, the 4 great clans have been together, and there has been a lot of friction. There have been many disputes over the peak, including after killing some of our Sky Sword Mountain disciples and snatching their treasures. This time, someone died and set off the fuse. Thanks to Alliance leader Mu's illusory array, those people automatically excluded us. Amazing. Everyone was talking at once, and their faces were filled with laughter. It was indeed satisfying to vent their anger. Look at those people drinking, and they're still laughing foolishly. Did they become stupid after being trapped by us? Some of the disciples who were on night watch laughed in midair. Who cares about them? They're hiding in their turtle shells. They can't be broken. That's right. They're as timid as mice. A few disciples looked at the people on the mountain peak who were discussing animatedly and sneered. You're still chatting here. At this moment, a figure suddenly sped over. What's wrong? What's wrong? That disciple snorted. You're still asking me what's wrong? The Zhu clan is fighting with us. I heard that the Zhu clan killed a few disciples of our three great clans. Now, they're fighting at Snake Supremacy Peak. Damn it, what's there to watch? Let's go. Those people from the Zhu clan are always arrogant. I've long been unhappy with them. Immediately, the disciples who were on night duty rushed forward one by one. They're fighting. Blood is flowing like a river. On Skysword Peak, everyone was laughing and drinking. They were having a great time. The turbid chi from the past few days had been exhausted. Sect leader, do you want to do something big? Mu Yun suddenly looked at Tianyuzi and asked while drinking. What's big? Mu Yun smiled and waved her hand. With a boom, the entire Sky Sword Peak trembled. Nirvana. War thunder. Looking at the big thing that appeared in front of them, everyone was completely dumbfounded. You brat, you actually stole this thing. Seeing the Nirvana war thunder, Tianyuzi was dumbfounded and did not know whether to laugh or cry. While you were creating chaos, I went to look for it. This big thing, they probably didn't expect me to steal it. But to be honest, it's really heavy. Mu Yun patted the Nirvana war thunder and chuckled. Now, the warriors and the upper echelons of the four families will probably gather at Snake Master Peak. If we give them a shot now, I think it will be absolutely worth it to spend 1,000,000 spirit crystals. No. At this moment, Tianyuzi suddenly stood up and shouted, 1,000,000? That's not enough. This time, I want to repay them tenfold. 10,000,000 spirit crystals. 10,000,000 spirit crystals. It seemed that Tianyuzi was also enraged by the attack on Sky Sword Mountain this time. Okay. Mu Yun nodded. But, can you use it well? Looking at Mu Yun, Tianyuzi asked. I studied this big thing for a while just now. It's not too difficult. Mu Yun chuckled. Actually, this Nirvana War Thunder is more like a Nirvana War Chariot. In the end, it's just a kind of divine weapon. Seeing Mu Yun's appearance, Tianyuzi was slightly taken aback. Mu Yun's calculations, thoughts, and considerations were all taken care of. Tianyuzi realized that Mu Yun was able to reach this stage not because of luck, but because of her ability. Fate was the excuse of the weak. Luck was the humble words of the strong. What was fate? What was firmly grasped in one's hands was fate. Mu Yun was firmly grasping her own fate. Okay, since that's the case, my Sky Sword Mountain can still afford 10,000,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. At least, my former disciples of the Sky Sword Mountain can rest in peace. At this point, Tianyuzi looked up at the surrounding mountain peaks. Outside the array, those mountain peaks were brightly lit at this moment. However, that used to be the place where the disciples of the Sky Sword Mountain lived. Now, it had become the place where the four major families lived freely. After 3 rounds of drinking, immediately take action. When they gather in one place, it's best to take action. Mu Yun said calmly. However, Sect Master, the 999 mountains in the Sky Sword Mountain might be destroyed. It's okay. Tianyuzi looked at Mu Yun and smiled. This time, my Sky Sword Mountain is completely destroyed. I wonder if there are any suitable islands among Alliance Leader Mu's 72 islands? Hearing this and seeing Tianyuzi's serious expression, Mu Yun was stunned. Of course there are. I wonder if Sect Master will dislike it if it's close to the Fallen Soul Island. Mu Yun smiled. Moreover, if it's close to the Blood Alliance, the danger of the floating sky mountain will always be a knife floating above my head. Do you think I will still be afraid? Tianyuzi chuckled. Okay. Mu Yun laughed. The Fallen Soul Island welcomes the Sky Sword Mountain as a neighbor at any time. Cheers. Tianyuzi cupped his hands and smiled. With this, he completely regarded Mu Yun as Alliance Leader Mu of the same level and no longer as a rising star. Time passed by slowly. On the Sky Sword Peak, cups were exchanged, however, at this moment, the sounds of killing were endless on the Snake Elder Peak. Stop. Just as some people's eyes were red from killing, a violent roar suddenly sounded. It was Zhu Ziyuan. What are you doing? Zhu Ziyuan shouted. What are we doing? Immediately, a disciple stood out and shouted, Elder Zhu, although you are the fifth elder of the Zhu family and have a high position and power, you should be reasonable, right? That's right. What does the death of your Zhu family disciples have to do with our three major families? But look, your Zhu family disciples are not reasonable at all. Isn't it too much to blame our three major families? Immediately, someone stood out and criticized the Zhu family disciples. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio counterattack. The light came closer from afar. The strong light made it hard for people to open their eyes. However, the moment he saw the light, Zhu Ziyuan was completely dumbfounded. Disperse, disperse, disperse. After witnessing Xianxia's Nirvana War Thunder, Zhu Ziyuan knew what the light was. Nirvana War Thunder, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The Nirvana War Thunder was aimed at them. How could it be? In that instant, the battle came to a halt. Many disciples began to flee in all directions without a care for the consequences. However, the protective array of the Snake Elder Peak had already been broken by the four great clans. Hence, this cannon shot could be said to be a completely defenseless one. Hence, it was impossible for them to dodge it. However, the ball of light was extremely fast. With such a speed, how could they possibly escape? Boom, in an instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the Snake Elder Peak. The Snake Elder Peak, which was a few thousand meters tall, was completely flattened. Without the protection of the protective array, the peak was like tofu. It could not resist the Nirvana War Thunder. However, the cannon was not over yet. The explosion caused a commotion in the other peaks. However, the commotion did not last long. The second green light appeared. Boom, this time, the earth-shattering roar caused every disciple of the four great clans to be completely dumbfounded. However, the shock didn't last long. The Nirvana Thunder instantly razed the entire mountain to the ground. This kind of explosion occurred a total of 10 times, 10 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 100 billion upper-grade spiritual crystals, were gone just like that. However, the results obtained could be said to be apocalyptic. The 100 billion upper spiritual crystals razed the 10 mountains to the ground. Other than a portion of the men from the four great families who were surrounding the Sky Sword Peak, the rest of the men were on the 10 mountains. This time, they were completely annihilated. One of his arms was blown off. Zhu Ziyuan was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Mu Yun, you son of AB *TCH, you son of AB *TCH. Looking at the disciples of the four great families on the 10 peaks, Zhu Ziyuan could no longer hold back his anger. He coughed up blood and shouted himself hoarse. Although he was a life-and-death realm expert who had surpassed the 10th level of the heavenly immortal realm, the impact of the Nirvana War Thunder was too great. Even though he was hiding in space, he still lost an arm. At that moment, he was filled with anger. Zhu Ziyuan, you still have the strength to shout. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Mu Yun. Mu Yun, you son of AB *TCH, I'll kill you. Zhu Ziyuan, who was covered in blood to save Zhu Yunwen and Zhu family. Is and Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yunwen? Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yunwen. Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yunwen Studio and Zhu Wen Yunwen to Studio. The Studio Studio Sect. Mu Yun really didn't know about it. I didn't know about it before, but now I know. It seems like your Zhu family is also involved in the Blood Key plan. I've always been puzzled. Zhu Yunwen is one of the 5 great elders of the Zhu family, the second elder. Zhu Yahui is the young master of the Zhu family. How could they disappear for no reason? I didn't do anything. Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, you can still survive a disaster from the heavens, but you can't survive a disaster from your own hands. You personally pushed out the most outstanding genius in your family. How can you blame me? Mu Yun said coldly, Zhu Ziyuan, don't worry. The one who destroyed your Zhu family is definitely not me, Mu Yun. It's your Zhu family. You're courting death. Zhu Ziyuan shouted coldly and attacked. Although he lost an arm, Mu Yun was just a 7th level heavenly immortal realm. How could she be a match for him, who was at the 1st level of the life and death realm? She was courting death, clang. However, the moment Zhu Ziyuan rushed out, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. Tian Yuzi, who was dressed in a white robe, looked at Zhu Ziyuan coldly and shouted, "Fifth Elder, are you happy to kill tens of thousands of my Sky Sword Mountain disciples? This is just a little interest. Your Zhu family can wait to repay it slowly." Tian Yuzi's face turned cold as he took a step forward. He was a powerful swordsman who had comprehended the sword heart. The withered sword heart could wither the sword. In terms of sword heart, he was much stronger than Mu Yun's 70% sword heart. More importantly, he was also an expert at the 1st level of the life and death realm. With a sword attack, Tian Yuzi charged towards Zhu Ziyuan with an incomparably sharp aura. Although Zhu Ziyuan was at the same level as him, he was covered in blood and his strength was greatly reduced. How could he withstand his attack? In addition, the attack of a swordsman was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. At this moment, Zhu Ziyuan was careless and was almost stabbed in the abdomen by Tian Yuzi's sword. The two peerless life and death realm experts immediately clashed, neither giving way to the other. At this moment, Zhou Zijin and the other Sky Sword Mountain elders and Tian Jianzi had spread out and were mercilessly slaughtering in the 10 peaks. They had transferred all the hatred in their hearts over the past 10 days onto the martial artists of the 4 great families. Under the bombardment of the Nirvana thunder, there were less than 2,000 of them left from the original 20,000-strong army. What followed next was only a massacre. However, this massacre lasted for an entire night. During the night, the sounds of killing never stopped on the 10 peaks. As the sun rose, blood dyed the horizon red, forming a line with the faint red of the sun. Zhou Zijian and the others led the Sky Sword Mountain people to stand on the Sky Sword Peak. Looking at the hundreds of peaks of the Sky Sword Mountain, their eyes revealed traces of tears. This was their foundation. Yet, at this very moment, it had completely turned into a purgatory. Let's go. Looking at the crowd, Tian Yuzi sighed slightly. Since the matter had already reached this point, they had no way out. If the Jing family, Shi family, and Lin family knew that they had been lured away, they would definitely turn around. Sky Sword Mountain's core members and financial resources were still there, so they weren't completely destroyed. However, if they defended this place to the death, what awaited them was the fury of the 3 great families and the fury of the Zhu family. Zhu Ziyuan was killed by Tian Yuzi last night. Tian Yuzi had also risked his arm. However, his arm could still grow back, but Zhu Ziyuan's life couldn't be saved. The Zhu family would definitely take revenge. Tian Yuzi had to admit that he needed the protection of Mu Yun's blood alliance. Mu Yun was naturally happy to do so. He could roughly guess the shady business between the Zhu family and the Floating Mountain. In any case, he was already on the Floating Mountain's must-kill list, so the Zhu family definitely wouldn't let him go. If the Zhu family dared to come to the Blood Alliance after merging with the Sky Sword Mountain, then so be it. Hundreds of figures felt sad as they looked at the devastated Heavenly Sword Mountain. Everyone, let's go. Tian Yuzi heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the mountains and shouted, "The Sky Sword Mountain hasn't been destroyed. We are going to establish a new Sky Sword Mountain. Honorable Sect Leader. Honorable Sect Leader." Several hundred people shouted in unison. Their voices were solemn and stirring. Swoosh. 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 Everyone had already left the Sky Sword Mountain and headed straight for the South Sea. However, half a day after everyone left, several figures suddenly flew over from the Sky Sword Mountain. It's over. Looking at the devastated Sky Sword Mountain, the dozen figures were instantly dumbfounded. Dead, they are all dead. Hurry up and take a look at the Sky Sword Mountain. Someone immediately started shouting. However, at this moment, they realized that the protective peak array on the Sky Sword Mountain had already been removed. However, the people on the Sky Sword Mountain had also disappeared. Immediately report to the Patriarch that the people on the Sky Sword Mountain have fled. The remaining disciples are all dead. Looking at the corpses that covered the mountain, and most of them were broken limbs, the cultivators that rushed over from the three great families immediately trembled. It's over, it's really over this time, all of them were dead. In the entire Sky Sword Mountain, the three great clans had lost close to 10,000 martial practitioners from the beginning to the end. The most despicable thing was that when they rushed back to their families, their entire families had been burned to ashes. Not even a speck was left. The most despicable thing was that the people of the Blood Alliance had already left before they arrived. The people of the Blood Alliance didn't kill their families. However, those cultivators who dared to resist were all killed. The two first-level life and death experts in the three great families, without their patriarchs, were like wolves in a flock of sheep. Or even tigers in a flock of sheep. The most despicable thing was that apart from the extremely hidden treasures of their families, their treasures were all taken. Now, the ones who benefited from their attack on the Sky Sword Mountain were the Blood Alliance. On the other hand, the Sky Sword Mountain didn't suffer any losses apart from the dead. The 1,000 years of accumulation of the Sky Sword Mountain had all been taken away by Xianxia. With money, they could slowly accumulate, and the Sky Sword Mountain would rise again. But they were short of money. If the three patriarchs knew about this, they would be extremely shocked. What? Inside a luxurious palace, a figure suddenly stood up. Looking at the person before him, he said in a low voice, "Say that again." Reporting to Patriarch, Fifth Elder, he's dead. Killed by Xianxia. 100 meters below the palace, a figure lowered his head and said timidly, "Scram, scram." At this moment, a figure was sitting on a throne in the hall. His voice was low and hoarse. Even though he had used all of his strength to shout those words, his voice still lacked strength and sounded soft and weak. "Patriarch, please calm down." On the main seat below, a figure with a head full of white hair stood up and cupped his hands, trying to persuade him. "Fifth uncle is dead. How can I calm down?" Zhu Tianjing suddenly stood up and shouted, "Mu Yun, it's that bastard Mu Yun again. Does he really want to become enemies with my Zhu family?" His hoarse voice sounded like silk because he used too much strength, making people feel as if their hearts were being ripped apart. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The undercurrent was coming. Go to the floating mountain immediately and prepare to carry out the plan. Annihilate the Blood Alliance. Now, immediately, immediately. Zhu Tianjing's hoarse voice seemed to have used up his last bit of strength. He sat down on the throne and could no longer stand up. The entire hall gradually fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Zhu Tianjing stood up from his seat and looked down. The Xianming fairy slaying formation of the Blood Alliance can't be broken even when the third and fourth elders work together. I'm afraid only the master of the floating mountain can break this formation. Clan leader, the master hasn't appeared for thousands of years. Will he make a move this time? Great Elder Zhu Mao frowned and asked. If he doesn't appear, someone will force him to appear. Who? Mu Yun. Zhu Tianjing sneered and said, no matter where Mu Yun came from, he approached the Blood Slaughter Island, established the Blood Alliance, and roped in a group of elders and disciples of the Floating Mountain who were poisoned by the Blood Key plan. It's obvious that he's an enemy of the Floating Mountain. Moreover, this man has always been meticulous in his actions. His cultivation has advanced at an amazing speed. You may only notice that the opponents he faces are stronger than him every time. However, did you notice how long it took him to reach the 7th level of the Feather Immortal Realm? Zhu Tianjing looked at everyone and said, if I'm not wrong, he only took 9 years to reach the 7th level of the Feather Immortal Realm from the Sky Sword Mountain. Moreover, he's advancing at a speed of 1 level per year. Even the Xiantian, who was known as a genius, didn't have such an amazing speed. Hearing this, all the elders and higher-ups of the Zhu clan nodded. Zhu Tianjing was right. It was indeed so. This kind of advancement could be called a genius who defied the natural order. However, Mu Yan's opponents were stronger than him every time. Therefore, everyone neglected the fact that he was advancing at an amazing speed. Big brother, you mean, the one who spoke was Zhu Tianyang, the second master of the Zhu clan. Will the Xiantian see such a strong enemy gradually grow? Zhu Tianjing said. Hatefully, right now, Yi Qiu, Feng Yuer, and He Lin have gathered around Mu Yun. These three are life and death experts. I heard that not long ago, Blood Slaughter Island's island master, Cold Blood, also reached life and death realm. For life and death warriors, plus Dong Ming and Shilong, the four great elders of Floating Mountain sect. Although Blood Alliance's strength seems ordinary on the surface, it's actually not much weaker than our Zhu family. Zhu Tianjing let out a long sigh. The most important thing is that Mu Yun can refine void immortal artifacts. Even the Hanging Mountain wouldn't be able to tolerate this. As Zhu Tianjing's words fell, the dozens of Zhu clan elders present all felt as if there was a blade at their backs. Zhu Tianjing was indeed worthy of being the Zhu clan's patriarch. With just a few simple sentences, he was able to clearly analyze the current situation of the Blood Alliance. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. It had only been 5 years. If another 50 or 500 years passed, the Blood Alliance would become even more powerful. Most importantly, Mu Yun could refine void immortal artifacts now. What about 10 years later? What about 100 years later? In addition to his rapid advancement this time, what level would Mu Yun reach in 10 years or 100 years? First level or 7th level of life and death realm? Forget it. The Floating Mountain sect should be more anxious than us now. When the Blood Alliance becomes serious, they won't look at us seriously. Mu Yun is arrogant and his target is the Floating Mountain sect. Zhu Tianjing shook his head and said, however, this time, Mu Yun actually dared to kill our Zhu clan's 5th elder in the Sky Sword Mountain. We must settle this score with him. Pass down the order. Recall all the Zhu clan disciples outside. All the elders and disciples above the Feather Immortal Realm are to return to the clan. Yes. Looking outside the main hall, the weather started to turn gloomy. Zhu Tianjing moved his lips. Mu Yun, our Zhu clan can't subdue you. However, someone can punish you. Cassier. A loud sound rang out. Outside the hall, crackling sounds gradually rang out. The rain started to fall. At the same time, in the Floating Mountain sect, the interior of the Floating Mountain sect was filled with cliffs that were connected to each other. Exquisite jade bridges were built between the mountain peaks, making the entire Floating Mountain sect extremely sturdy. At this moment, 4 figures stood proudly on a mountain peak. The 4 of them stood outside a cave and looked at the entrance with humble expressions on their faces. Heaven Master, this time, the 3 great clans and the Zhu clan's operation against the Sky Sword Mountain could be said to have failed completely. The Zhu clan even lost a life and death realm elder. The Shi clan, Lin clan, and Jing clan were emptied. Ji Wuxing stood outside the cave and cupped his hands. This time, they were completely tricked by Mu Yun. Mu Yun, it's this person again. A voice suddenly sounded from inside the cave. Heaven Master, this time, Mu Yun lured the tiger away from the mountain. Most importantly, he can even control the Nirvana thunder of the Jing clan. This is simply unbelievable. The person who spoke was dressed in white. He had an ethereal appearance and a handsome face. His every movement carried a trace of arrogance. This person was one of the 4 great protectors of the Floating Mountain sect, by Wu Shuang. Previously, this kid snatched Han Yan's Dark North Frost armor. He actually took it for himself, repaired it, and turned it into a void immortal artifact. A purple-robed man said in surprise. This proves that he has the ability to refine a void immortal artifact. Gu Yuluan is right. Another green-robed middle-aged man said. This person's talent and methods are indeed impressive. We have to be on guard. The 4 great protectors' words all revolved around Mu Yun. In that case, let's attack. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the cave. However, Mu Yun is hiding in the mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation. That formation is extremely powerful and difficult to break. Ji Wuxing lowered his head and said. Mysterious void. Inside the cave, a shout rang out. Present. The green-robed man bowed. Take the skybreaking shuttle and go. What? Hearing this, the 4 great protectors' figures swayed. The skybreaking shuttle. In order to deal with Mu Yun, the Heaven Master actually took out the skybreaking shuttle. Heaven Master, the skybreaking shuttle is an immortal artifact from above. It can only be used 7 times. Isn't it too wasteful to use it to deal with Mu Yun once? So what if it's an immortal artifact? The indifferent voice sounded again in the cave. Even if it's a divine artifact, it's worth it as long as it can eliminate the future threat of my floating mountain sect. If the immortal artifact is gone, I can ask for more. However, if the floating mountain sect status is at stake, do you think the 33 Heaven Sword sects will still think highly of us? This subordinate is stupid. Heaven Master. Bai Wuxuang spoke again. Heaven Master, the floating mountain sect's blood spoons are in the Blood Alliance this time. What should we do about them? If the Bitter Heaven Palace intervenes, the Holy Master's strength is not weak. Can the blood spoons that leave my floating mountain sect still be called blood spoons? Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The Heaven Master said softly. As for the Holy Master, the Bitter Heaven Palace lost Heavenly Sovereign Misery C back then and was defeated. Since my floating mountain sect can defeat an overlord like the Bitter Heaven Palace, we can naturally defeat his successor. We understand. The 4 great protectors cupped their hands and left. After leaving the entrance of the cave residence on the mountain peak, the 4 protectors all gasped for breath. Phew. Every time I face the Heaven Master, I feel uneasy. Just what level has the Heaven Master's cultivation reached? Ji Wuxing's face was slightly pale. It was hard to imagine what level the Heaven Master was at. Even he, a famous guardian of the floating mountain sect, found it difficult to deal with him. We don't know, and we shouldn't ask. The one who spoke was Xian Jikong of the Xian family. Xian Jikong, since you brought the skybreaking shuttle with you this time, the Blood Alliance's mysterious underworld immortal slaying array has been completely destroyed. However, there are still many people in the Blood Alliance who have deep grudges against us. Elder Zhu Yunwen probably wants to kill us. Zhu Yunwen was indeed one of the most outstanding elders of the floating mountain sect back then. If it weren't for the 4 great protectors, he would definitely have a place in the 4 great families of the floating mountain sect. Xian Jikong chuckled. Unfortunately, after hundreds of years of imprisonment, he's still stuck at the 10th level tribulation of wind and fire. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to break through. Even so, we can't underestimate him. This time, we must take down the Blood Union with the smallest price. At the same time, we must ask the Zhu family and the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace to take action. Bai Wuxuang nodded. Alright, let's begin our preparations. Gu Yuluan cupped his hands and looked at the 3 of them. Perhaps the floating mountain sect hasn't taken action for thousands of years. The people of the 3,000 small worlds might have forgotten how we destroyed the Bitter Heaven Palace back then. There's no point in saying more. Let's begin our preparations. The 4 figures instantly dispersed. An unprecedented battle seemed to be gradually unfolding. At the same time, in the Blood Union on the Fallen Soul Island, the first thing Mu Yun did after returning to the Blood Union was to summon all the members of the Blood Union and make an announcement in the Blood Hall. Elders, the core members of the Blood Union are all here. Looking at the various high-ranking members of the Blood Union standing in the hall, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. This time, I've gathered all of you here to tell you one thing. Mu Yun's expression was solemn as she said, if I'm not wrong, the Zhu family and even the floating mountain sect might make a move against us. Her words caused an uproar in the hall. They had lived peacefully for 5 years, and this day was finally coming, wasn't it? However, with the current strength of the Blood Union, it's impossible to contend against the floating mountain sect. So this time, we'll avoid them. Mu Yun said frankly, immediately tell the people of the Blood Slaughter Island to move to the Fallen Soul Island. From today onwards, the Fallen Soul Island can be self-sufficient. Even if we spend 10 years with them, it won't be a problem. If it was before, Mu Yun was worried about the attack of the floating mountain sect. Then at this moment, he wasn't worried at all. With the Dragon Egg's previous test, he firmly believed that even if the Heaven Master personally came, the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array wouldn't be broken at this moment. However, the only thing he was worried about was the immortal artifact. If the floating mountain sect obtained the immortal artifact from the 33 heavenly sword sects of the upper world, then everything would be unknown. This was what he was most worried about. Everyone, enter the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array today. During these few days, no one is allowed to go out. All business is to stop. After Mu Yun gave the order, she waved her hand and everyone dispersed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 10 cauldrons opened at the same time. They already knew that the two of them had become the research subjects of the Blood Key project, not because the floating sky mountain was daring or forcing the Zhu family, but because the Zhu family had agreed to it. After hearing this news, the two of them were even more heartbroken. There was nothing more painful than being abandoned by one's own family. Elder Zhu, Yahui. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun did not know how to console them. Originally, they thought that the Zhu family had been forced to abandon them. However, now that they knew that the Zhu family had done it of their own accord, the pain in their hearts could not be resolved. This time, if the Zhu family comes, we are willing to be the vanguard. Zhu Yunwen said solemnly, from today onwards, there will no longer be one Zhu family in the 3,000 small worlds, but two. Elder Zhu, I have seen everything that you have done for the Blood Alliance in the past 5 years. This time, we cannot fight the floating sky mountain head-on. We can only hide through the Xianming Immortal Destroyer formation. Mu Yun smiled and said, Elder Zhu, Yahui, don't worry. In the future, the floating sky mountain will be my greatest opponent, and I will deal with it personally. As for the Zhu family, I will definitely leave it to the two of you. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Mu Yun then found Shui and gave him a few instructions. He told Cold Blood to bring the Shui family members to Fallen Soul Island before making any plans. Then, she instructed the rest of them to do some things before it was considered done. After returning to her own living room, Mu Yun lay on the bed and sighed silently. Brother Yun. Qin Mengyao walked over and sat beside Mu Yun, patting his legs. Qin Mengyao knew that Mu Yun had been running around tirelessly ever since the Xianming Immortal Destroyer formation was built. Only now did the Blood Alliance stabilize. Then, he went directly to the Sorcerer tribe to rope them in. Then, he encountered the Sky Sword Mountain and brought the Sky Sword Mountain people back. From start to finish, Mu Yun had not stopped for a single moment. Xianxia has already returned to the Thousand Formation sect. She will discuss this matter with Thousand Formation sect. The Thousand Formation sect will not sit by and do nothing. Qin Mengyao said obediently, Brother Yun, you don't have to worry. Mu Yun nodded. Actually, he was not worried about the Zhu family or the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. What he was worried about was the floating mountain. However, Mu Yun wasn't worried about the 4 great protectors. The one he was most worried about was the Heavenly Master, Xian Tian. Mu Yun was very worried about this person whose identity and background were very strange. Who was it? Who was who? How powerful was this person's? Even if the Floating Mountain sect wants to attack our Blood Alliance, they will need to spend some time. Also, they will need to form an alliance with the Zhu clan and the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace. All of this will take time. Mu Yun said, these 2 to 3 months are enough for me to prepare. What? Give them a big surprise, of course. Mu Yun said confidently. He was very confident that as long as Xiantian did not make a move, the floating sky mountain could not do anything to him. Most importantly, if Xiantian made a move, would the Holy Master of the Bitter Heaven Palace appear? Even if he appeared, would he be Xuantian's match? Although the Holy Master had inherited the Bitter Heaven technique of Heavenly Venerable Misery C, Xiantian had probably cultivated the technique of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. It was hard to say who would win. Mu Yun did not dare to make a comparison. He suddenly realized that the crisis seemed to have accumulated step by step until now. However, the Blood Alliance had not truly been able to resist the floating sky mountain. Most importantly, there were simply too many things he cared about in his heart. There was still no news of his father and mother. Qin Mengyao was pregnant. He did not know when he would become a father. There were too many things that he needed to protect. In these 2 to 3 months, he had to do his best to do everything that he could do. Now, he could refine Void Immortal artifacts and Void Immortal pills. He had even brought back the Jin family's Nirvana Thunder. Everything was not set in stone yet. The next day, after settling all the matters in the Blood Alliance, Mu Yun rushed into the alchemy room and the equipment forging room like a madman. He even went to the Array Dao Pavilion many times. Mu Yun did not sleep or rest. In the alchemy room and the equipment forging room, he continuously refined divine weapons and elixirs. However, this time, he was refining Void Immortal pills and Void Immortal artifacts. How could these 2 things be mastered in a single day? on this day, Mu Yun called all the members of the Blood Alliance in the alchemy room, the equipment forging room, and the Array Dao pavilion. Venerable Snake, Feng Ziyu, Meng Yun, Tian Wuyan, and some other alchemists of the Blood Alliance were all gathered in the alchemy room. From today onwards, you will refine elixirs with me. I am not asking you to refine elixirs, but to let you see my technique, my process, and everything that I can show you. Do you understand? Understood. They did not know why Mu Yun was so anxious. However, watching Mu Yun refine elixirs would give them great inspiration. Meng Yun, in particular, was quite talented. In the end, under Mu Yun's guidance, he had to admit that he was not suitable for equipment forging. In the end, he gave up on equipment forging and started to refine elixirs. Dong dong dong, 10 thumping sounds were heard. 10 elixir furnaces appeared in front of Mu Yun. These 10 elixir furnaces were of different shapes. Most of them were plundered from the Jin family. Most importantly, these elixir furnaces were more than enough to refine void immortal pills. The Jin family had been passed down for thousands of years. They still had such a foundation. Begin. As Mu Yun spoke, he walked directly to the 10 elixir furnaces. The 3 heavenly fires burned separately. Mu Yun raised his hands. The 3 heavenly fires split into 10 and rushed towards the elixir furnaces. What was he trying to do? Seeing Mu Yun's actions, everyone present was dumbfounded. However, Mu Yun's next words shocked them. Time is limited. The floating mountain might appear tomorrow. Therefore, if we refine elixir furnaces one by one, we might only be able to refine a few void immortal pills in the end. Therefore, I'm prepared to open 10 elixirs at the same time. As Mu Yun's words fell, the entire elixir refining room fell silent. Open 10 elixir furnaces at the same time, open what? What a joke, these were void immortal pills, not divine pills. They knew that the divine pills that Mu Yun refined were indeed powerful. However, when refining void immortal pills, would Mu Yun be able to shock everyone like when refining divine pills? Opening 10 elixir furnaces at the same time will consume the martial artist's essence G. However, time is limited now, so I have no choice but to do this. Watch carefully. My 10 elixir furnaces are all different. It's just to let you observe more thoroughly. As Mu Yun's words fell, he had already begun to move. Between his hands, various medicinal herbs were sorted. Mu Yun walked to the first elixir furnace and began to distribute and clean the medicinal herbs. Every step he took was very thorough. It was just so that everyone could see clearly. Controlling the temperature, washing the ingredients, and cleaning the elixir furnaces. Mu Yun did every step at his peak state. Gradually, Venerable Snake and the others were attracted by Mu Yun's technique. If Mu Yun was an alchemy grandmaster, then they were alchemy apprentices. The difference between them could only be deeply understood after seeing Mu Yun's operation. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun's control of every step became extremely meticulous. A full 7 days passed. For 7 days and 7 nights, Mu Yun had been controlling the fire of the 10 elixir furnaces. He also did his best to explain all the problems that needed to be paid attention to with Venerable Snake, Meng Yun, and the others. Mu Yun did not know why he did this, but he could not help but do it. The final result of the 10 elixir furnaces made everyone completely dumbfounded. All 10 elixir furnaces were perfectly controlled. 10 elixir furnaces. And all of them were hollow immortal elixirs. Once Mu Yun came out of the furnace, he refined a total of 100 hollow immortal elixirs. Everyone was already so shocked that they did not know what to say. However, on the 8th day, Mu Yun did not rest. Instead, he came to the weapon refining pavilion. Elder He Yen, Su Xiaomeng, and some other Blood Alliance weapon refinement masters were gathered by Mu Yun again. The same thing happened again. 10 elixir furnaces were opened at the same time. 10 different hollow immortal artifacts were refined in Mu Yun's hands after 10 days. Once again, Mu Yun began to teach some Array Dao masters how to refine Array Dao. Although he was not familiar with Array Dao, with his past experience, it was more than enough to teach the Array Dao masters in the 3,000 small worlds. This went on for an entire month. Everyone in the Blood Alliance seemed to have gone crazy. The news of Mu Yun refining hollow immortal elixirs and hollow immortal artifacts had already made the blood of the entire Blood Alliance boil. Genius, monster, unparalleled genius, these titles could not be used to praise Mu Yun. What kind of monster was this? He could open 10 elixir furnaces at the same time and succeed in all of them. It was as if Mu Yun, a weapon refinement master and alchemy master, did not fail at all. However, after a month of running to different places every day, Mu Yun looked as if he had shed a layer of skin. His face was pale, and his expression was gloomy. However, every time he was refining weapons and pills, he looked completely at his peak state. Big brother Yun, have you made a plan? On this day, Mu Yun returned and lay on his bed. Qin Mengyao looked at Mu Yun's tired expression and blamed himself. What plan? Looking at Qin Mengyao, Mu Yun sat up and hugged him in his arms. There was a trace of affection in his eyes. Are you thinking of sacrificing yourself for others again? Qin Mengyao looked at Mu Yun and said in a daze, I still remember that back in Baiyun City, you used the great life-snatching technique. That life-snatching technique cost you almost all of your life. In the end, you were only in the body-tempering realm at that time, but you almost defeated a spirit ascension realm cultivator. I still remember it. Now, your strength is not what it used to be. You might be facing a Xianxia. If you have no choice, will you use the great life-snatching technique again? Great life-snatching technique. Hearing these words, Mu Yun's heart was indeed bitter. He had learned this secret manual by chance back then. Later, he found out that it required him to consume his life to increase his cultivation. At that time, Mu Yun thought that he was talented and disdained to do so. Therefore, although he had been cultivating, he had never used it. Even at the last moment when he was forced to die, he only self-destructed to perish together with the enemy. The battle begins. He had too many people he cared about and things he had to do. At least for the Blood Owl tribe, he could not die now. No. Mu Yun said firmly as he looked at Qin Mengyao. This time, I won't use the great death-snatching technique. Mu Yun rubbed the head of the beauty in his arms and said with a smile, it's not worth it to waste 10,000 years of lifespan. Mu Yun was aware of the worries of Qin Mengyao and the others. But this time, he really did not intend to sacrifice himself for a cause. Don't worry. If the Floating Mountain sect is willing to pay a huge price to annihilate the Blood Union, I don't mind fighting with them. The premise is that they don't care about the demon race. Mu Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness and madness. For the next few days, Mu Yun kept trying in the mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation as if he was preparing to research something new. Time passed bit by bit. The dark clouds above the Blood Union seemed to be getting denser and denser. Report. On this day, a report suddenly sounded in the unusually quiet Blood Union. The Floating Mountain sect, the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, and the Zhu clan's troops are approaching the Blood Union along the South Sea. The entire Blood Union was in an uproar when this report sounded. It's here. At this moment, Mu Yun, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the Blood Union, suddenly opened his eyes. What was supposed to come was finally coming. However, compared to Mu Yun, most of the people in the Blood Union were filled with fighting spirit. Most of them were former members of the Floating Mountain sect. Even more of them were martial artists and clans who had been forced into a desperate situation by the Floating Mountain sect. They had always harbored a deep hatred for the Floating Mountain sect in their hearts. Everyone, life or death is here. I, Mu Yun, am here. I will not let you lose your home again. Mu Yun stood up, looked at the Blood Union, and said proudly. At this moment, everyone was silent. That figure did not appear to be very majestic. However, it was very firm and resolute. In the 3,000 small realms, the Floating Mountain sect dominated the world, and 5 people dared to defy them. Yet, this person had rallied them to rebel against the Hanging Mountain. Although it had only been 5 years of peace. But in these 5 years, they were very stable. The Blood Alliance was no longer a force, but a home, in one of the 3,000 small worlds. A martial artist family was persecuted by the Floating Mountain sect. This time, they had no way to retreat, but they did not want to retreat either. Blood Alliance will definitely win. Blood Alliance will definitely win. Shouts that could topple mountains and overturn seas sounded out from the mouths of the thousands of martial artists from the Blood Alliance. This time, they did not hesitate to resist, even if they had to throw their lives away. 3 days later, the sun rose. Outside Blood Alliance, the rumbling sounds of the sea being torn rose. Numerous battleships appeared around the fallen Soul Island. In the east, a black warship appeared on the surface of the sea like a whale shark, giving off a cold, man-eating light. From the west, the silver warship was like a swordfish that pierced through the sea, closing in at an extremely fast speed. In the south, a golden warship was shining brightly, looking extraordinarily mighty. On the back, the flags of the 3 great clans were also fluttering on the surface of the sea. The Floating Mountain Sect, the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, the Zhu clan, the Lin clan, the Shur clan, and the Jin clan, the 6 great forces, came out in full force, surrounding them from all directions. Such a grand formation had never appeared in the 3,000 small worlds for 10,000 years. The 6 great forces gathered just to deal with one great force, the Blood Alliance. Everyone understood that this battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Mu Yun stood at the center of the mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation, looking at the people from the Blood Alliance who were eager to fight from all directions, and smiled slightly. When did he become so fearful? It was just a battle. When such a thought flashed through his mind, Mu Yun revealed a self-mocking expression. Boom, all of a sudden, a low rumble sounded in the air. The Nirvana War Thunder had appeared. Looking at the Nirvana War Thunder, the people from the Blood Alliance felt their blood boil. The Nirvana War Thunder was something that even the Jin clan could not transport with spatial rings, and could only rely on manpower. This undoubtedly reduced the flexibility of the Nirvana War Thunder. However, the Jin clan could not do it, but it did not mean that Mu Yun could not. With the Celestial Extermination painting, Mu Yun did not doubt that the space in the Divine Space Treasure Cave could even fit the entire 3,000 small worlds. Not to mention the mere Nirvana War Thunder. The Nirvana War Thunder suddenly appeared and sat in the center of the mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation. 3 great clans, Jin clan, I will let you have a taste of the power of the Nirvana War Thunder. Take the Jin clan's peerless treasure and the 3 great clans' spiritual crystals. After Mu Yun finished speaking, countless spiritual crystals appeared. One shot. With a low roar, Mu Yun controlled the Nirvana War Chariot and shot out a bolt of lightning. It was like a bolt of lightning that suddenly charged towards the ancient martial art practitioners of the 3 great clans. This time, the 3 great clan leaders, Jin En, Shur Pokang, and Lin Dongtian, had led the elite disciples of the 3 great clans to the Blood Alliance for revenge. More than 20,000 ancient martial art practitioners of the clans had died in the Sky Sword Mountain. Even the Jin clan's Nirvana War Thunder had been kidnapped. They had lost a lot of face, hence, this time, they must destroy the Blood Alliance. Most importantly, the 3 great clans had been emptied. If they did not destroy the Blood Alliance, they would not be able to continue maintaining the huge clan's expenses. Their clans might be replaced by other clans. The 3 great clan leaders were on the same warship. Looking at the Blood Alliance that was close at hand, the turbid air in their hearts seemed to be about to be released. However, before they could release the turbid air in their hearts, the green light with a tail suddenly charged towards them. Nirvana War Thunder. Seeing this scene, Jin En's face instantly turned pale. Retreat. It was a heart-wrenching sound that caused the entire sea to ripple. Jin En roared. Because he used too much strength, blood flowed out from his mouth. However, that shock came without any warning. It was so fast that the dozens of warships of the 3 great clans could not retreat in time. Boom, in an instant, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in everyone's ears. That sound was like a mountain collapsing, causing people to lose their hearing. With this explosion, a water pillar instantly rose from the ground of the explosion. That water pillar rose to a height of a few thousand meters, like a blue mountain peak. However, the mountain peak only existed for a blink of an eye before it rapidly descended. However, with this shot, more than half of the warships of the 3 great clans were submerged in the sea. Almost 10,000 of the tens of thousands of warriors were killed or injured. This shot was well worth the price. Mu Yun, Mu Yun. Ah! The deep roar made Jin En look like a devil as he screamed crazily. Quickly disperse. Lin Dongtian also reacted at this moment and hurriedly shouted. However, at this moment, 3 whooshing sounds broke through the air. Before the warriors of the three great clans could react, 3 green light balls exploded in the direction of the fallen Soul Island. This time, although there was a distance between the 3 green light balls, the 3 light balls were extremely fast. Even if they were to disperse, the radius of the explosion was so wide that it was impossible for them to disperse. Boom boom boom, 3 explosions took place once again. The sea was instantly dyed red. There were originally dozens of warships, but now there were less than 10 left, and they were still floating on the sea. The blood-red seawater had a fishy smell that made people go crazy, causing the 3 clan leaders to be completely dumbfounded. 4 shots, Mu Yun had paid the price of 4 shots and almost wiped out the 3 great clans. Mu Yun, you're courting death. At this moment, Jinan's eyes were crimson red, and he had completely gone crazy. If Mu Yun had stolen everything that the clan had accumulated over thousands of years, he still had people who could take it back. However, now, even his people were gone. At this moment, there were less than 5,000 people left of the 20,000 people that they had brought. It was the complete opposite of the previous time. At this moment, they had lost both their people and their wealth. The most hateful thing was that the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, the Zhu clan, and the Floating Mountain were all more powerful than the 3 great clans. However, Mu Yun did not attack them. Instead, he chose to attack the 3 clans. He did it on purpose. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the sound of cannons rang out, and Mu Yun finally changed his target. This time, it was the Zhu clan. 3 green light balls with a diameter of a few hundred meters smashed into the Zhu clan's team. Mu Yun, you're too arrogant. At this moment, a low roar sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared in the Floating Mountain's warship. That person was dressed in a green robe, and his face was handsome, but his expression was cold and arrogant. A light flashed in his hand, and a Dharma treasure appeared. It directly hit the 3 green light balls back the way they came. Boom boom boom, the deafening explosions bombarded the entire Xianming Immortal Slaying formation, but the formation did not move at all. The 3 green light balls instantly dissipated. Xianxia, one of the 4 great protectors of the Floating Mountain. Looking at the figure, Cold Blood said coldly. Cold Blood, I didn't expect your cultivation to increase by leaps and bounds after not seeing you for so many years. It seems that as the descendant of Xue Xiao, you are indeed extraordinary. Xianxia looked at Cold Blood and smiled. Swish swish swish, in an instant, 3 figures appeared once again. A white robe, a purple robe, a black robe, and a green robe. These 4 people stood together with a domineering aura. They were the 4 great protectors of the Floating Mountain. In order to annihilate the Blood Alliance, the Floating Mountain has really mobilized all their forces. Not a single one of the 4 great protectors is missing. Of course. Ji Wuxing said proudly, Mu Yun, our heavenly master has ordered that if you want to die, the Floating Mountain will not touch the Blood Alliance for 100 years. Die? I'll kill your grandmother. Mu Yun scolded, Ji Wuxing, I'll kill you first. Kill me? Ji Wuxing laughed and said, Xianxia, I don't think there's anything else to say, right? I know. Xianxia took a step forward, and a radiant Dharma treasure appeared in his hand. Immortal Dharma treasure. Almost instantly, Mu Yun saw that it was an immortal Dharma treasure in Xianxia hand. Mu Yun, for the sake of the Blood Alliance, the Floating Mountain has even taken out the skybreaking shuttle. Xianxia shouted, the skybreaking shuttle is an immortal Dharma treasure. It is the most suitable for your formation. Break the formation hum. The moment the golden light appeared, a buzzing sound could be heard. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared before Xianxia. That ray of light seemed to cut through the entire mysterious underworld immortal slaying array. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. It's over, this was the question on everyone's mind. The Xianming Immortal Slaying formation was finished, that was immortal qi. How could the Xianming Immortal Slaying array resist it? At this moment, everyone's hearts couldn't help but thump. They were already prepared to make a move. Chi, chi, in an instant, sizzling sounds echoed throughout the entire mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation. However, after a faint mark appeared on the surface of the formation, it completely calmed down and became silent. Not broken. Seeing this scene, the entire place fell silent. The martial artists from the various forces who were originally prepared to charge in were now looking at each other, completely dumbfounded. The people from Blood Alliance were even more speechless than them. The attack of an immortal artifact actually did not break it. Xian Jikong's face was filled with embarrassment. Again. This was already the third time the skybreaking shuttle had attacked. The heaven-breaking shuttle had a total of 7 attacks. If it was used up, then the heaven-breaking shuttle would be scrapped. Chi sounds rang out again, and it was still at the original position. However, the mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation was still unbreakable. The 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, the Xianming immortal slaying array had not been broken even after 6 attacks from the immortal artifact. However, on the 6th time, everyone discovered that a crack had appeared on the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array where the skybreaking shuttle had been attacking. Could it be that it was about to break? Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw the crack. However, this surprise did not last for long. The 7th attack had finally arrived. At this moment, Xian Jikong was feeling uneasy. If they were unable to break through the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array the 7th time, then this time, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't even be able to break through the array, let alone break through the Blood Alliance. Open! With a shout, Xian Jikong bore the brunt of the attack and directly attacked. Boom! When the explosion sounded, everyone's gazes were completely drawn to that direction. Break! It still didn't break. The rumbling sounds gradually came to a stop. The Great Formation still stood firmly above the fallen Soul Island. Voices of disbelief rang in everyone's ears. It didn't break, it actually didn't break. The crack grew larger, but the rune was still intact. With a cracking sound, the heaven-breaking shuttle in Xian Jikong's hand broke apart. Clan Leader Zhu, Palace Master Han, the rest depends on the two of you. However, when the heaven-breaking shuttle broke open, Xian Jikong cupped his hands and left. 2 figures appeared in front of the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array. They were none other than the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace's Palace Master, Han Qianren, and the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Tianjing. It could be said that this was the first time the leaders of these 2 forces had appeared in front of everyone. Han Qianren had a tall and sturdy build. From head to toe, he looked like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice that could not be melted. As for Zhu Tianjing, he appeared to be very thin, and his entire person gave off a sickly feeling. However, these 2 people were second only to the Heavenly Master Xiantian in the entire 3,000 small realms. Thank you for your trouble, Protector Xian. The 2 of them stood at the front and looked at the Great Formation. They smiled and nodded to each other. In an instant, a blue mirror appeared in Han Qianren's hand. The icy blue mirror had a smooth surface and ancient imprints around it. It looked as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. The ancient frost jade mirror. The moment the crowd saw the mirror, cries of surprise rang out from the moment they saw it. The ancient frost jade mirror was the heirloom of the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace. It was said to be an immortal artifact, but no one knew how powerful it was. Zhu Tianjing laughed coldly as a chain appeared between his hands. The chain was completely black and only a meter long. It landed between Zhu Tianjing's hands and made a wheezing sound. The chaotic heaven chain. Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yahui's expressions changed when they saw the chain in Zhu Tianjing's hands. The chaotic heaven chain. I am the clan leader of the Zhu clan. It comes from the upper realm and has extraordinary power. Zhu Yunwen said in a low voice. However, Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yahui's faces turned ashen when they saw Zhu Tianjing take out the chaotic heaven chain. Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Yahui, if the 2 of you are willing to betray the Blood Alliance and return to the Zhu clan, I can spare your lives this time. Zhu Tianjing said coldly as he held the chain in his hands. Betray the Blood Alliance? Zhu Yahui took a step forward and said proudly, Zhu Tianjing, who do you think you are? From today onwards, my Zhu Yahui's Zhu and your Zhu Tianjing's Zhu are 2 different Zhu. You better remember this. Haha. Zhu Tianjing laughed when he heard this. The chaotic heaven chain in his hands suddenly turned into a chain 1,000 meters long. The chain wrapped around the entire fallen Soul Island, and as it extended, it grew longer and longer. In an instant, the entire fallen Soul Island was wrapped up like a dumpling and couldn't relax. Palace Master Han, it's up to you. Don't worry. Han Qianren smiled coldly. He held the ancient cold jade mirror in his right hand and pointed at it with his left hand. Kacha! Kacha! Gotcha. Icicles appeared from the ancient cold jade mirror and landed on the chaotic heaven chain. Gotcha. Gotcha. The chilling aura from the ancient cold jade mirror became more and more oppressive. Qin Mengyao, you are my most valued disciple. If you can repent, I will treat you like my own daughter. Han Qianren said in a rough voice. Oh? Is that so? Qin Mengyao looked at Han Qianren and said coldly, if you can treat me like your own daughter, then Mu Yun will be your son-in-law. What are you doing now? As long as Mu Yun repents and doesn't become enemies with the Floating Mountain sect, I can spare his life. I can even spare the Blood Alliance. However, the thousands of people who betrayed the Floating Mountain sect will be taken back to the ancient dragon ruins. Stop bullshitting. Just as Han Qianren's words fell, Mu Yun sneered and said, at best, you are just a lackey of the Floating Mountain sect. Can you decide these things? Hee hee. Hearing this, Han Qianren only smiled coldly. However, his palm didn't stop this time. Gotcha. 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 The entire mysterious underworld immortal slaying array was instantly filled with cracking sounds. This time, a crack finally appeared at the spot where the skybreaking shuttle had attacked. Although the grand formation had not been completely destroyed, an opening had been opened within it. Kill. Almost in an instant, the martial practitioners of the various major forces charged into the crack through it. Han Qianren, Zhu Tianjing, the three great family patriarchs, and the four great protectors of the Floating Mountain sect. A total of 9 life and death experts instantly charged into the Fallen Soul Island. Kill. Seeing those people charging over, Mu Yun gave the order and charged out. Under this charge, the 9 life and death experts of the Floating Mountain sect, the 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, the Zhu family, and the 3 great families directly charged out. For great protectors, long time no see. Let us, the older generation, have a good chat. However, just as Ji Wusheng, Bai Wushuang, Xian Jikong, and Gu Yuluan charged into the Fallen Soul Island, 4 figures directly charged over. They were the 4 elders of the Blood Alliance, Zhu Yunwen, Dong Ming, He Yan, and Shi Long. Life and Death Realm. Seeing the 4 people's majestic auras, Ji Wusheng and the other 3 were slightly stunned. That's right. You thought that our Blood Alliance was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded by anyone. However, you probably didn't expect that our Blood Alliance has more life and death experts than you can imagine. Zhu Yunwen said coldly. Xian Jikong, back then, you didn't have the qualifications to become one of the 4 great protectors. Have you forgotten that you were defeated by me? Dong Ming shouted, unfortunately, after being imprisoned for several hundred years, I thought that there was no hope for me to enter the life and death realm. Fortunately, Alliance Head Mu gave me hope. This time, our Floating Mountain sect's former elders against their current protectors. What a joke. He Yan said bitterly, I used to think of Floating Mountain as my home, but now, they're treating me like a dog. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. The Floating Mountain sect doesn't see us as people. The Gu clan, the Xian clan, the Bai clan, and the Ji clan are the real people of the Floating Mountain sect. Shi Long said hatefully, no matter how hard we try, we're still nothing but dogs. Isn't that so? Looking at the 4, Bai Wushuang said proudly, facts have proven that you're dogs who betrayed Floating Mountain. Why speak so righteously? Betrayed Floating Mountain? Zhu Yunwen's finger trembled as he said hatefully, Bai Wushuang, if Floating Mountain treated you like a wild beast and tortured you, would you still be able to say such words? Why waste words with them? Just kill them. In an instant, the 4 elders, 4 protectors, and Han Qianren started fighting. Although the 4 elders had just entered the life and death realm with the help of Mu Yun's pseudo-immortal pill, they were holding pseudo-immortal artifacts. The 8 of them had deep grudges against each other. Although they hated each other, the battle was in a stalemate. At the same time, Han Qianren and Zhu Tianjing both looked at Mu Yun. The 2 of them were at the 2nd level of life and death realm, 1 level higher than the 4 protectors. They knew that if they killed Mu Yun at this moment, everything would be over very easily. Stop. Just as the 2 of them were about to charge out, a figure shrouded in ghostly qi suddenly approached. Yi Qiao. Seeing the person in front of them, the 2 supremes stopped in their tracks. They had never seen through this person's cultivation base. They had no idea just how strong this guy was. However, since Xianxia dared to stand in front of them, he must have absolute confidence in himself. Without further ado, the two figures suddenly charged out and attacked Xianxia. First elder, third elder, fourth elder, kill Mu Yun. Yes. Zhu Tianjing's hoarse voice carried an irresistible command as he shouted at the three elders. 7 feathers immortal returning technique, I'll stop them. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared in front of the three elders and blocked their path. Cold blood. The moment they saw cold blood, the three elders all smiled. You? Stop us? A mocking smile appeared on the faces of the three elders. Cold blood, if your father were here, he would say something like that, and we would treat him with respect. But that would be it. Zhu Mao said arrogantly, you don't deserve to stop the three of us. You can give it a try. Cold blood said coldly as he looked at Zhu Mao. Swoosh. 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 3 figures suddenly charged out. At the same time, cold blood stood on the same spot as the dense blood aura around his body suddenly increased. Under the blood aura, the power in his body crazily rose. Under such a rising speed, cold blood looked completely different. Bang! Cold blood took a step forward and a layer of blood mist appeared on the surface of his body. As the descendant of Shueshao, his understanding and learning of the Eternal Blood Codex were much stronger than Mu Yun's. In addition, with the Eternal Blood Codex that Mu Yun had passed on to him, the death curse that enveloped the Shui clan had long been broken. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Cold blood took a step forward and punched out with both his fists. A rumbling sound immediately enveloped the 3 elders in front of him. With this attack, the 3 elders exploded. Zhu Mao, Zhu Wuning, and Zhu Jingyan immediately retreated. What's going on? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the 3 elders were stunned. This explosion had simply caught them off guard. 3 elders, please enlighten me. Cold blood said arrogantly as his body was covered in blood mist. Go. The 3 of them were at the first level of life and death realm. They didn't believe that 3 of them wouldn't be a match for cold blood. At the same time, 3 figures dashed out and charged towards Mu Yun. These 3 were Jin En, Lin Dongtian, and Shi Po Kang. The hatred the 3 of them had for Mu Yun could be said to have surpassed everyone present. Originally, when they besieged Sky Sword Mountain, it could be said that they had obtained a complete victory. They were just waiting for Tianyuzi to be unable to withstand the final attack and directly attack the mountain. However, who would have thought that Mu Yun would jump out at this moment? After a round of torment, the 3 great clans were emptied of all their wealth. How could they bear such humiliation? In addition to Mu Yun's previous actions, it was obvious that he was targeting the 3 great clans. This made them hate Mu Yun to the core. Ding, however, as the 3 of them rushed out, a sword aura suddenly shot out. You 3 old dogs, have you forgotten the hatred of my heavenly sword mountain? Tianyu said hatefully, holding his sword horizontally in front of him. You think you can stop us? Jin En grunted and said, Patriarch Lin, Patriarch Shi, both of you go kill Mu Yun. I'll stop this person. I won't let you hurt Brother Yun. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside Tianyuzi. Feng Yu the enchanting Feng Yu stood beside Tianyuzi and looked at the 3 of them without any fear. Sect leader Tian, your injuries have not healed. I'll leave the weakest Shi Po Kang to you. Feng Yu smiled and said, as for Mu Yun and Mu Yun I'll deal with them. All right. Tianyuzi also knew that this was not the time to be stubborn. Nodding his head, 2 figures suddenly charged out. Feng Yu controlled the 2 snake heads and brazenly charged towards Mu Yun and Mu Yun without any fear. With this exchange of blows, the entire Blood Alliance was in complete chaos. However, it was only at this moment that everyone was shocked to discover that unknowingly, the number of Life and Death Realm experts in Blood Alliance was actually more than the number of Life and Death Realm experts in any of the major forces present. Currently, the Life and Death Realm experts in the various major forces were all blocked by the Life and Death Realm experts in Blood Alliance. However, the next step was to compete with the number and strength of Feather Immortal Realm experts. Compared to Blood Alliance, the Feather Immortal Realm experts in the 6 major forces were definitely superior. In the air, a buzzing sound rang out. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Mu Yun. Extreme Family's Genius, Supreme Saint Zinc. Looking at the person in front of her, Mu Yun opened her mouth and said, "It's my honor to be remembered by Alliance Leader Mu." The figure that suddenly appeared was dressed in a black robe. His face was angular, and his entire person gave off a feeling of being at ease. Actually, in the end, compared to Alliance Leader Mu, I'm really worthless. However, although I admire Alliance Leader Mu, it's a pity that Alliance Leader Mu is standing on the opposite side of Floating Mountain. Therefore, I have no choice but to kill you. Supreme Saint Zinc, 8th level Feather Immortal Realm, right? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're still a little lacking if you want to kill me. In an instant, as soon as her words fell, Mu Yun flicked her finger, and a square space seal appeared. The square-shaped spatial barrier enveloped the Supreme Saint Zinc. 8th level. You've reached 8th level as well. Seeing Mu Yun's actions, Supreme Saint Zinc's expression changed instantly. With a flick of his finger, he also shot out a space seal directly. The so-called space seal was a spatial rule that martial artists above 8th level Feather Immortal Realm could comprehend. They relied on the power of space to compress space and condense it in a small space. When attacking an opponent, the space seal would explode completely and explode with sufficient destructive power. This was something that only martial artists at 8th level Feather Immortal Realm could do. Didn't all of you say that I can't be called a genius, but a demon, a monster? Mu Yun's figure flashed, and she disappeared from her original spot. In the next instant, she appeared in front of Supreme Saint Zinc. As she swung her sword, Mu Yun sneered and said, "Then, anything that happens to a monster shouldn't be strange, right?" As the long sword fell, Supreme Saint Zinc's figure suddenly disappeared. However, the moment Supreme Saint Zinc appeared, Mu Yun's figure appeared again. At the same time, she stretched out her palm, and the 9-element sphere shot out. Supreme Saint Zinc immediately clapped his hands. It was the Extreme Family's secret manual, Still Void Scripture. A void aura shrouded the area in front of Mu Yun. "You're too careless." Seeing Supreme Saint Zinc's actions, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. With a splatter, Supreme Saint Zinc's chest was pierced by a sharp sword without any movement from Mu Yun. Supreme Saint Zinc was dead. All of this seemed to have happened after the two of them had exchanged a few blows. It was so fast that no one could react in time. However, how could something like this happen? Supreme Saint Zinc. Seeing Supreme Saint Zinc's body explode with a bang, and even his true soul was crushed by Mu Yun, Ji Wuxing's face turned red. "Ji Wuxing, take it as a gift for our first meeting." Seeing this, Mu Yun's voice was cold. At this moment, many figures had already rushed toward Mu Yun. These people were the elders of the Floating Mountain sect, 9 Frost Heavenly Palace, and other major forces. All of them were at 8th level, 9th level, and even 10th level Feather Immortal Realm. "Get out of the way." However, at this moment, a deep voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Seeing that figure, the figures that were rushing toward Mu Yun immediately stopped. Gu Feiyang, he was wearing a long green robe, and his long hair was dancing in the wind. He was in high spirits and had a majestic aura. It was Gu Feiyang. It had always been rumored that Gu Feiyang had no background and had relied on his own strength to reach where he was today. However, now it seemed that Gu Feiyang and the Gu clan of the Floating Mountain sect were the same Gu. Gu Feiyang. Mu Yun. The two of them looked at each other with a hint of pride in their eyes. Feiyang. On the other side, seeing that Gu Feiyang had rushed out, Gu Yuluan immediately exclaimed. Gu Feiyang was the genius of the Gu clan. Among the 4 major clans, Xian Wuxing from the Xian clan, Bai Ju from the Bai clan, and Supreme Saint Zinc from the Ji clan were all dead. Gu Feiyang was very likely to become the next Heaven Master. He could not let anything happen to him. "Don't be rash," Gu Yuluan shouted. "I only want to die." However, only Gu Feiyang replied to Gu Yuluan. "I only want to die." These 4 simple words were so bold and heroic. Gu Feiyang's meaning was clear. If he could not kill Mu Yun, then he would only want to die. In the past, he was known as the number 1 on the destiny list. In the entire 3,000 small worlds, no one could surpass him. However, ever since Mu Yun had appeared. What triple chi genius? What number 1 on the destiny list? They had all become empty words. All of this was because of Mu Yun. Today, it was time to truly see the gap between the two of them. As Gu Feiyang's voice fell, a gust of wind and fire burned on the surface of his body. Calamity of wind and fire, Gu Feiyang had already stepped into the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. Seeing this, Gu Yuluan finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm, coupled with Gu Feiyang's talent and strength, this time, Mu Yun would definitely not be able to turn the tables. I'm sorry. Looking at Gu Feiyang, Mu Yun was the first to speak. What are you sorry for? I'm sorry that I took away everything that should belong to you and made you angry out of humiliation. Bang, as Mu Yun's words fell, a low bang was heard. Gu Feiyang's voice carried a hint of anger. He shouted, "You don't have to apologize to me. In today's battle, I, Gu Feiyang, will prove myself. If I lose, I can die without regrets. If I win, Mu Yun, your legend will end here." Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Feiyang's body was full of fighting spirit. At this moment, no one dared to stop Gu Feiyang. His identity as the heir of the Gu family was enough to make everyone retreat. With a clink, the bitter love sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand. One person, one sword, was enough. Even if Gu Feiyang was at the 10th level of the Feather Immortal Realm and had passed the tribulations of wind and fire, he still had to charge forward. There was no way out now. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, 7 colorful feathers appeared around Gu Feiyang's body along with a buzzing sound. 7 feathers immortal returning technique. Seeing the changes around Gu Feiyang's body, Mu Yun blurted out. You actually know it? Seeing Mu Yun's expression, Gu Feiyang was shocked. How can I not know it? The bitter love sword in Mu Yun's hand trembled. She said softly, I didn't expect that the 7 feathers immortal returning technique of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would be passed down to you. Looks like you know quite a lot. You even know about the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Gu Feiyang's expression was still gentle. He smiled and said, originally, Baiju and I were going to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Unfortunately, the 3 of them died. As they were all from the Floating Mountain sect, I could only avenge them. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Zhang Gu Feiyang. At the same time, Mu Yun waved the bitter emotion sword in her hand and attacked Gu Feiyang. Mu Yun, who had 70% sword heart, had great understanding of swordsmanship, and the various fortuitous encounters in the Divine Space Treasure Cave, which allowed her swordsmanship to reach a new level. Seeing Mu Yun's attack, Gu Feiyang pulled out a long sword from his waist. You also use a sword. Perhaps my swordsmanship is better than yours. Gu Feiyang smiled confidently and attacked. The two figures instantly intertwined. At the same time, the entire Fallen Soul Island was filled with fights between martial artists. However, the Blood Alliance had been developing for 5 years, and they were strict in recruiting Qingyuan. Now, there were only a few thousand people. Fortunately, the people from the Heavenly Sword Mountain from the Blood Slaughter Island had joined in, and the situation was barely holding on. However, if this dragged on, the Feather Immortal and Ascension Realm martial artists in the Blood Alliance would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks. Kill. At this moment, sounds of fighting suddenly came from the surface of the sea. The Spirit Lion Island of the South Sea's 72 islands has come to the Blood Alliance's rescue. The Broken Skeleton Island has come to the Blood Alliance's rescue. The Spirit Will Island has come to the Blood Alliance's rescue. Immediately, roars were heard one after another. Those figures charged over from the surface of the sea and directly charged into the crowd. At this moment, people from 54 of the 72 islands in the South Sea had come. As people of the South Sea, almost all of their transactions were handled by the Blood Alliance. If the Blood Alliance was destroyed, there would be a huge gap in their business chain. Most importantly, the spiritual pills and spiritual weapons sold by the Blood Alliance were affordable, but the quality was much better than other places. In the past 5 years, the 72 islands in the South Sea had undergone tremendous changes. They were not helping Mu Yun, but helping themselves. If the Blood Alliance was destroyed, the South Sea would once again become a meal on the plate of the various forces. This was something that they, who had regained their freedom and realized the benefits, would definitely not be willing to do. instead of being called the southern barbarians again and being treated like idiots who sold the treasures in the vast South Sea to them at a low price, it was better to fight to the death at this moment and fight for a chance to survive for Blood Alliance and themselves. Looks like you've won over a lot of people's hearts in these 5 years. Looking at the martial practitioners from the 72 islands, Gu Feiyang smiled faintly and said, even Paluo Island and Ghost Withered Island, who used to be subordinates of Gold Embracing Pavilion and Dark Shadow Pavilion, have come to help you. It's not easy. Correct yourself and win people's hearts. Muyan opened her mouth and said, I do business with the 72 islands fairly and with the hearts of the people. If your floating mountain sect can be so fair, then you won't be the so-called #1 faction in the eyes of others, but in your own heart. Correct yourself and win people's hearts? Gu Feiyang chuckled casually. Muyan, are you still a 3-year-old child? Gu Feiyang sneered and said, the world of martial artists has always been about the strong bullying the weak. The strong have the right to speak, the right to set the rules, and the right to change the rules. Of course, I know that. Muyan waved her long sword and said proudly, so, I will become the strongest and set the rules that I think are the most suitable. As her words fell, the two figures clashed once again. Gu Feiyang was a level 10 heavenly immortal stage elite who had passed the tribulations of wind and fire, while Muyan had just comprehended the profound meaning of the law of space. In the battle between the two, it was obvious that Muyan was being suppressed. However, being suppressed, Gu Feiyang's sword was unable to break through Muyan's sword. With a clang, Muyan blocked Gu Feiyang's sword. The two figures separated as soon as they came into contact. However, this time, looking at Gu Feiyang, Muyan smiled faintly. At this moment, Gu Feiyang opened his mouth and said, Muyan, I have already seen through your swordsmanship. So, the only thing left for you now is to die. What a coincidence. This is also what I wanted to say to you. As her words fell, their eyes met, and the flames of battle burned. However, at this moment, the two of them had completely changed their swordsmanship. In an instant, Gu Feiyang's sword rose and fell, bringing with it a tinge of wild aura. On the other side, Muyan's long sword brought with it an unparalleled radiance. Muyan knew that the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate's 7 Feathers immortalization technique included the cultivation of swordsmanship. This swordsmanship was about looking down on everything. Everything was just air in the eyes of the user. This swordsmanship was indeed domineering and sharp enough. However, if it was against anyone else, Gu Feiyang would definitely win. However, Muyan had already seen through the profoundness of Gu Feiyang's swordsmanship. Naturally, she would not follow Gu Feiyang's swordsmanship. She waved her long sword, and a 9-colored origin sphere suddenly condensed. The 9-colored origin sphere started to spin, and the speed at which Muyan waved her long sword became slower and slower. However, when the 9-colored origin sphere condensed on the embittered sword, it became as if every change was a slow movement. Seeing this, Gu Feiyang sneered and directly attacked with his long sword. Ding! In just a flash, Gu Feiyang's sword was completely stuck to Muyan's long sword the moment it came into contact with it. After the long sword was stuck to Muyan's long sword, its speed also slowed down. What's going on? When Gu Feiyang saw this, he only felt that the long sword in his hand was no longer under his control. Instead, the long sword followed Muyan's sword and kept spinning. He wanted to throw away the long sword in his hand, but he could not. At this moment, Muyan's sword was like a magnet, firmly controlling his long sword. 33 Heavenly Sword Sect's 7 Feathers Immortal Returning Technique emphasizes invincibility. When facing an opponent, one must have the belief of being invincible. You have grasped it very well, and it can be said that there is no flaw at all. Muyan looked at Gu Feiyang and slowly rotated her long sword. She smiled and said, unfortunately, the mistake is that you have grasped it too well. After she finished speaking, Muyan's long sword directly pierced through Gu Feiyang's long sword. At this moment, the speed of the sword in Muyan's hand suddenly increased dramatically. With a pft, Gu Feiyang's heart was pierced by the sword, and fresh blood flowed out. Hee. However, at this moment, a cold laugh came from Gu Feiyang's mouth. Muyan, you are too confident. Muyan's sword directly pierced through Gu Feiyang's heart. At this moment, Gu Feiyang's face did not have any expression of pain, only a cold smile. With another pft, Gu Feiyang directly raised his sword and pierced Muyan's abdomen. He didn't die, how could it be? Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Mu Yun pulled out the bitter emotion sword. The two figures quickly retreated. One was stabbed in the heart, while the other was stabbed in the abdomen. However, Mu Yun knew very well that Gu Feiyang's heart was stabbed by his sword, and he would definitely die. How could he not die? You are very puzzled as to why I am not dead, right? Gu Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. That is because my heart is not on the left side. Gu Feiyang pointed to his right chest with a smug and arrogant look on his face. Right heart, Mu Yun was instantly stunned. Such a physique that was born with the right heart simply made him speechless to the extreme. However, your body's defense is quite strong. As expected of a body that has undergone dragonization. No wonder Uncle Xian and the others are so concerned about your body and don't want to kill you. Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Feiyang threw away the long sword in his hand with a smile on his face. I have to say that your swordsmanship is indeed powerful. I am no match for you. However, in terms of strength, I am still superior to you, so, Gu Feiyang did not finish his words, but his body had already moved. The 7 colored feathers that surrounded him instantly formed a 7-colored lotus. The 7-colored lotus spun and emitted a dazzling radiance. At this moment, Gu Feiyang finally admitted that it was impossible for him to defeat Mu Yun with his swordsmanship, however, he would not admit defeat. His strength was much stronger than Mu Yun's. This kind of strength came from his innate confidence, as well as his confidence in the immortal technique that he cultivated. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun suddenly put away his long sword. Immortal technique? He did not think that an immortal technique would be more powerful than Shui Zhao's primordial blood codex. In an instant, the blood qi around Mu Yun gradually filled the air. You also know Blood Slaughter Island's secret technique? Seeing Mu Yun's situation, Gu Feiyang was stunned. Not only do I know it, but I am also very proficient in it. After saying this, Mu Yun directly clawed out. Nether Ghost Claw. Formless Ghost Claw. Great Sorrowless Ghost Chant. Almost instantly, 3 attacks that were several times stronger than before were clawed out from Mu Yun's palms. The 3 attacks directly chased after Gu Feiyang and were all blocked by the 7-colored lotus. However, at the same time, the 7-colored lotus in front of Gu Feiyang was also dyed with a trace of blood. Get lost. Seeing that the 7-colored lotus was dyed with a trace of blood, Gu Feiyang was completely enraged. He clapped his hands, and a vigorous true origin burst out and surged into the 7-colored lotus. He wanted to directly knock away the blood qi in the 7-colored lotus. However, he did not manage to do so. The blood was like a maggot in one's bones that was difficult to remove. You're courting death. Seeing this, Gu Feiyang's face turned cold. He controlled the 7-colored lotus and directly attacked Mu Yun. 7 Feathers Heavenly Tribulation. With a low shout, the 7-colored lotus immediately turned into 7 streams of light. Without exception, all of them broke through the sky and rushed toward Mu Yun like meteors falling from the night sky. Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel. At the same time, Mu Yun had already made a move to resist. A blood wheel suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. Clang! 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 The 7 streams of light were blocked by the blood wheel. Mu Yun's body was also shaken by the powerful vibrations and was continuously pushed back. Even his hands started to crack, and a trace of blood appeared. Mu Yun was well aware of how powerful his body was after his dragon form. Although he was now at the 8th level of the Feather Celestial Realm, even Gu Feiyang's body's hardness could not be compared to his. However, such a body's hardness could still be shaken by Gu Feiyang's attack and the Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel's defense. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 9 Origin Blood Wheel. Mu Yun's entire body tensed up as he panted heavily. In the past, he naturally didn't care about the 7 Feathers Immortal Returning technique at all. But now, he had no choice but to take it seriously. In Mu Yun's eyes, Gu Feiyang's mastery and usage of the 7 Feathers Immortal Returning technique was much more powerful than those disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. This kid wasn't called first on the destiny list back then for no reason. It seemed that this kid didn't use his full strength when he fought with Yaoer that day. Mu Yun, are you convinced? Looking at Mu Yun, Gu Feiyang said proudly, if I remember correctly, you used the Blood Fate Heavenly Wheel to kill White Zetsu back then. But now, your blood fate heavenly will can't injure me. This is the difference between me and White Zetsu. So, you're certain that the blood fate heavenly wheel was my greatest reliance when I killed White Zetsu? Isn't that the case? Seeing Mu Yan's stubborn expression, Gu Feiyang smiled and shook his head. Why are you so stubborn? With your ability, if you enter the floating mountain, I, Gu Feiyang, will be first. No one will be able to compete with you for second place. It's not impossible for you to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect in the future. Mu Yun sneered. How is that possible? I'm afraid that I, the second place, will become a green-furred monster in an instant? Seeing Mu Yan's mocking expression, Gu Feiyang knew that he couldn't persuade him. The 7 colored feathers condensed again, and Gu Feiyang flew into the air. This time, he didn't plan to hold back anymore. The 7 feathers immortal returning technique was the secret technique of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. If he couldn't cultivate it to perfection, he wouldn't be able to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect in the future. 7 feathers immortal returning technique, I want to become an immortal. Gu Feiyang shouted, and the 7 colored feathers on the surface of his body instantly turned into 7 streaks of light. The 7 streaks of light condensed on Gu Feiyang's hands, legs, abdomen, chest, and forehead. In that instant, Gu Feiyang looked like an immortal, ethereal and Mu Yun. 7 feathers kill. Gu Feiyang's speed skyrocketed. At this moment, his entire being was like a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. His battle intent was high. Who? Mu Yun exhaled slightly in her heart, and a bloody light appeared on the surface of her body. The blood fate heavenly wheel appeared again. You still haven't given up? Gu Feiyang sneered when he saw that Mu Yun was still using the blood fate heavenly wheel even after he had condensed the 7 feathers murder. All these years, he had allowed Mu Yun to be in the limelight, but that did not mean that his heart was as calm as a lake. On the contrary, he was looking forward to Mu Yun creating another miracle. This was because he had already created a miracle. Any more miracles would only numb the geniuses of the 3,000 small worlds. However, if another genius were to appear at this very moment, and this genius had also created one miracle after another, Gu Feiyang would personally cut this genius into pieces. Then, Gu Feiyang's reputation would definitely become a monument in the 3,000 small realms. A monument that no one had been able to surpass for thousands of years. 7 feathers murder. Seeing that Mu Yun did not know whether she was dead or alive, Gu Feiyang bellowed in his heart. After the first murder, he slashed again, directly towards Mu Yun. However, at this moment, the blood fate heavenly wheel behind Mu Yun suddenly took shape. Blood essence condensed, and the blood wheel became bloodthirsty. However, after Mu Yun condensed the blood wheel, her body suddenly trembled. The 9-colored origin ball suddenly appeared at this moment. Gu Feiyang, this is my self-created 9 origin blood wheel. I don't know if you can withstand it. Seeing that Gu Feiyang was rushing towards her, Mu Yun sneered in her heart. She had already thought about it. The primordial blood codex was Shui Zhao's life's work, but Shui Zhao did not rely solely on the primordial blood codex to dominate. Therefore, a thought came to Mu Yun's mind. She combined other powers with the primordial blood codex's bloodline power. Under such gentleness, it unexpectedly produced a shocking effect. Today was the first time that Mu Yun would use this effect. 9 origin blood wheel, 9 origin blood. With a roar, the 9-colored origin ball beside Mu Yun instantly shone brightly. The power of gold, earth, water, and other 9 types of powers fused into one at this moment. The 9 origin balls instantly surrounded the blood wheel. Banging sounds that sounded like someone was knocking on a door rang out, and the 9 origin balls were embedded into the blood wheel. The 9 origin balls around the huge blood wheel exploded and condensed into one. They formed a new attack, 9 origin blood wheel. Kill. Kill. Almost at the same time, 2 figures dashed out in an instant. Gu Feiyang's blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was soaring. He did not expect that Mu Yun actually had such a method. Self-created martial skill, amazing, but this way, it would be interesting to kill. In an instant, 2 figures rushed down. One was like an immortal, while the other was like a bloody azure from hell. He was righteous, proud, and fearless. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, 2 explosions rang out at the same time. That intense collision was comparable to a battle between life and death experts. This violent collision immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who would win and who would lose would be determined by this. Haha. Haha. In the air, an insolent laughter suddenly rang out. Gu Feiyang, this laughter, which caused people's eardrums to hurt, came from Gu Feiyang's mouth. Mu Yun, in the end, you're still not my opponent. As his laughter faded, Gu Feiyang looked at the blood palace below with pride. There, a figure crashed onto the ground, smashing into the stairs. His entire skeleton seemed to have scattered, and his body was covered in blood. Don't you feel that you're too confident? In an instant, Mu Yun struggled to stand up from the stairs and looked at Gu Feiyang. Your attack ends here, but my attack is not over yet. As her words faded, Mu Yun stood straight and proudly. Explode. Her hands clasped together, and a psychic power was generated. That psychic power directly wrapped around Gu Feiyang. In an instant, the 9-colored yuan sphere, which had shattered due to the explosion, actually condensed again. However, this time, the condensation carried an intense explosive power. No. Seeing that the 9-colored yuan sphere actually enveloped his body, Gu Feiyang shouted. Old ancestor, save me. It's too late. As his shout faded, the corner of Mu Yun's mouth rose. Boom, in an instant, the roar shook the entire Fallen Soul Island. This explosion shocked the heavens and earth, however, this scene made even ghosts and gods weep. Gu Feiyang was dead. Previously, Mu Yun could easily kill the Extreme Family's Supreme Saint Zinc, which was unbelievable. But now, Mu Yun killed Gu Feiyang, which was simply unbelievable. Gu Feiyang was the #1 genius of the Gu family, and the #1 genius of the Floating Mountain. Such a person had died in Mu Yun's hands. Most importantly, Mu Yun was only at the 8th layer of the heavenly immortal realm, and had only comprehended the law of space. From the looks of it, only life and death experts could kill Mu Yun. Feiyang. Seeing this scene, Gu Yuluan's heart almost broke. Gu Feiyang could be said to be the existence most likely to become the future heaven master of the Floating Mountain. After Xian Wuxin, Baiju, and Supreme Saint Zinc died, he had no competition. But now, he was also dead. Gu Yuluan's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Floating Mountain elders, heed my order. Kill Mu Yun at all costs. Immediately. Gu Yuluan was one of the 4 great guardians of the Floating Mountain. He rarely appeared, and he was gentle and refined, but at this moment, his face was malevolent. Everyone knew that this guardian of the Floating Mountain was thoroughly enraged. Gu Yuluan vented all of his anger on his opponent. Swoosh! 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 Figures left their opponents and rushed towards Mu Yun. Originally, the Floating Mountain sect and the other major factions had more martial practitioners than the Blood Union. Even with the addition of the 72 islands, the 6 major factions still had the upper hand. At this moment, after hearing Gu Yuluan's order, how could they dare to slack off? In an instant, more than a dozen elders at the 9th and 10th level of the Feather Celestial stage rushed toward Mu Yun. The current Mu Yun could be said to have exhausted too much of her power and blood essence in her battle with Gu Feiyang. Right now, she was truly exhausted. However, this was not the time for him to rest. After swallowing the 3 hollow immortal pills, Mu Yun's aura skyrocketed. Now, it wasn't the remaining 10, swoosh. 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 More and more people charged towards Mu Yun, ignoring the Blood Alliance's obstruction. At this moment, everyone understood that Mu Yun was the core of the crowd. If they killed Mu Yun, all the alliances would be completely destroyed. They understood, but how could Mu Yun himself not understand? After swallowing the 3 hollow immortal pills, Mu Yun didn't have time to carefully comprehend them. The bitter love sword appeared in his hand again. However, at the same time, another sword appeared in his hand. Hollow immortal artifact. 2 hollow immortal artifacts were in Mu Yun's hands. At this moment, Mu Yun's body was stained with blood. He had really turned into a doomsday Azura. Kill. Afraid, Mu Yun never knew what fear was. He had always done whatever he wanted. He also knew that this was the reason for his current situation. A moment of forbearance was to better display his ambitions. However, Mu Yun also knew that there were some things that he had seen and experienced that he simply couldn't tolerate. When someone killed your brother and forced you to kneel and beg for mercy while forcing a smile when your life was at stake, you might as well die. What was the martial path? Mu Yun's martial path was to do whatever he wanted. More and more people gathered around Mu Yun. However, those elders and martial artists at the 8th and 9th level of the Feather Immortal Realm couldn't rely on the power of space and time to control Mu Yun at this moment. After dragonizing, Mu Yun had completely integrated the dragon eye into his body. Unless it was a life and death realm martial artist, it would be extremely difficult for others to control him. Seeing the dozens of people surrounding him, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a trace of mockery. Floating Sky Mountain, you deserve to die. Even if I die here today, Floating Sky Mountain will still be destroyed. Mu Yun sneered. With two swords in his hands, he directly attacked. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. All parties intervened. The commotion caused trouble for the elders who were at the 8th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. They originally thought that Mu Yun was exhausted. However, they did not expect that although Mu Yun looked like she was about to die, she could still raise her dual swords. Her control of the dual swords was simply superb. That was strange. What was even more detestable was that Mu Yun's dual swords were fine, but the power of her sword heart also made them suffer. The most detestable thing was that they could not rely on the laws of time and space to control Mu Yun at all. In an instant, the elders who were eager to give it a try in the beginning became fearful. In the end, only 7 to 8 elders at the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm could catch Mu Yun's trace. However, Mu Yun did not fight them head-on. She just beat around the bush. Mu Yun, can you still run away? However, just as Mu Yun was circling back and forth, two shouts sounded at the same time. It was Zhu Wuning and Zhu Jingyan. Cold Blood was fighting 1 against 3. In a short period of time, he could hold the 3 of them back. However, as time went on, it was very easy for the 2 of them to shake off their hands. At this moment, seeing that Mu Yun was so arrogant, the 2 elders moved aside and let Zhu Mao face Cold Blood alone. The 2 of them came to kill Mu Yun. At this moment, Qing Mengyao, Tian Wuyan, Zhu Yahui, Zhang Xingwei, and the other elites of the Blood Alliance were all held back by the top experts of the various forces. The Blood Alliance was above the top experts and was much weaker than the combined forces of the various forces. These geniuses could only fight 1 against 2 or even 1 against 3. Qin Mengyao relied on his power at the 9th level of the Feather Celestial Realm to control the Ice Phoenix Spirit and fight against 4 elders at the 10th level of the Feather Celestial Realm. At this moment, there was no one who could free up their hands to protect Mu Yun. As the 2 shouts sounded, a figure appeared on Mu Yun's left and right in an instant. Zhu Wuning and Zhu Jingyan did not go near Mu Yun. Instead, they stood on the left and 1 on the right. Attack! In an instant, the 2 life and death elders attacked simultaneously. The Zhu family's primordial heaven-raising scripture, bang, bang, a low bang sounded. 2 vital essence ribbons, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, wrapped around Mu Yun in an instant. Dual sword dragon roar. Zhou Zijian was not the only one who was proficient in 2-handed swords. Mu Yun was also proficient in it. With 2 void immortal artifacts in her hands, Mu Yun's expression was cold. 2 true Yuan flood dragons shot out. Boom, in an instant, the sound of a collision rang out, followed by 2 muffled groans. However, after that muffled groan, the sound of bones cracking suddenly rang out. The groans came from Zhu Wuning and Zhu Jingyan. The 2 of them did not expect Mu Yun's 2-handed sword to be so powerful that they almost suffered a small loss. However, it was a small matter to suffer a loss. It was enough to hurt Mu Yun. The 2 ribbons converged with the dragon-shaped vital essence, producing an explosive sound. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from Mu Yun's arms. It was obvious that his bones were broken. Suddenly, his arms drooped down powerlessly. These 2 old foxes. Mu Yun grinned and sucked in a breath of cold air. She cursed inwardly. They're really cowardly. Mu Yun looked at her drooping arms and said helplessly, even if I'm going to die, I have to drag a few of them down with me. After saying that, Mu Yun looked at Zhu Wuning and Zhu Jingyan and chuckled coldly. If I'm going to die, let's die together. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up, revealing a terrifying smile. I won't let you die. However, at this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Yuner was dressed in a long black dress that wrapped around her beautiful figure. Behind Xiao Yuner, sacred emissary Yun was still standing steadily. However, his eyes, which were exposed by the veil, were looking at Mu Yun with a trace of pity. Xiao Yuner, do you know that you're the young saintess of the mystic moon holy ground? Are you trying to make the mystic moon holy ground an enemy of my floating mountain holy ground by doing this? Seeing dozens of people appear from the mystic moon holy ground, Ji Wuxing shouted. I, Xiao Yuner, am Mu Yun's woman. I came here today for my man. I only brought my family and friends to help the person I love. Xiao Yuner said proudly, even if it's the floating mountain holy ground, I, Xiao Yuner, will stand behind him and support him. After Xiao Yuner finished speaking, sacred emissary Yun, who was behind her, had already rushed out. I, Xianxia, am the same. At this moment, a cold voice followed closely behind. Xianxia, who was dressed in a long white dress, looked at Mu Yun with a trace of pity on her face. Today, I'm the wife of the Blood Alliance's leader. I'm here to help my man. Xianxia's voice was sonorous and powerful. Behind Xianxia, the three elders of the Myriad Formation sect, Wan Jia, Wan Wuxing, and Wan Li, as well as the first disciple of the Myriad Formation sect, Qin Yuan, followed closely behind. Wan Jia, what's the meaning of this? It's meaningless. Wan Jia said with a smile, Guardian Xian, the three of us finally found a good seedling at the age of a turtle. We don't want to lose this good disciple, so we hid it from the sect leader and came here to protect Xianxia. However, I can tell you clearly that this isn't a war between the Myriad Formation sect and the Floating Mountain Holy Ground. We're only here to protect our disciple. Elders, I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia nodded. Swoosh. 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 The three immediately charged into the crowd below. Of the three elders, Wan Li was at the 9th layer, Wan Wuxing was at the 10th layer, and Wan Jia was at the 1st layer of the life and death realm. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, the three of them were masters in the field of formations. As soon as they attacked, the formation suddenly rose, and the scene in the Blood Alliance changed drastically. Good grandson, I sent you to the Blood Alliance to learn. Why are you being hunted down here? At this moment, a hearty voice suddenly rang out. One of the 5 elders of the Heavenly Pill sect, Elder Tianyi, appeared. Grandfather. Seeing Elder Tianyi, Tian Wuyan, bathed in blood, smiled. Listen up, I'm here to protect my grandson. I can't help it. My dear grandson, his parents are no longer here. As his grandfather, I naturally have to do my best. Otherwise, if the Floating Mountain Holy Ground drags him to be a sample for the Blood Spoon Project, I'll be in tears. Old man Tianyi, you're here to look after your grandson, so help me take care of little Meng. Where's Su Xiaomeng? At this moment, a hearty laughter rang out again. Grandfather. As one of the 3 great artificers of armament sect, Su Jingqi naturally represented the entire armament sect. Little Meng, look at you. You're covered in dirt. Stand there and don't move. Grandfather will protect you. Su Jingjin laughed out loud as he charged down. Heavenly Pill sect, Armament sect, 10,000 Formation sect, and Profound Moon Sacred Ground. In an instant, the 4 great forces joined in. Although these 4 great forces said that they were only helping their own people and wouldn't participate in the battle between the 2 factions, they didn't show any mercy when they attacked. Wang Xinyao instantly landed beside Mu Yun. She stretched out her slender hands, and a formation protected Mu Yun in the center. Xiao Yuner looked around vigilantly, not daring to be careless. Big brother Yun, how are you? I'm fine. Mu Yun sighed and smiled bitterly. My arms were broken. I swallowed 3 immortal Huayuan pills. After recovering for a while, I can reattach them. Amen, sorry, I'm late. Wang Xinya said with her head lowered. It's not your fault. Mu Yun ran to touch Wang Xinya's head, but how could she raise her hands at this moment? Big brother Yun. Xiao Yuner looked at Mu Yun. Her heart ached, and her eyes were red. Fool, why are you crying? Mu Yun smiled and said, aren't I fine now? Besides, I still have an ultimate move that I haven't used yet. I forbid you from using your ultimate move. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Qin Mengyao floated down. After using the power of the Ice Phoenix Soul, the icy aura on her body became extremely dense. Okay. I definitely won't use it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Qin Mingyao's expression was cold. She couldn't help but curse, even if you don't think for me, you should think for the child. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Qin Mengyao had been pregnant for 5 years. Now that he had a child, he should shoulder the responsibility of a father. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said no more. At this moment, with the arrival of hundreds of people from the 4 major forces, the situation suddenly changed. Although the number of people from the 4 major forces was small, they were all above the 8th level of the Feather Immortal Realm. In addition, with the addition of several life and death realm experts, the alliance of the 6 major forces was immediately hindered. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the 4 guardians of Floating Mountain immediately cursed in a low voice. Armament Sect, 10,000 Formation Sect, Heavenly Pill Sect, and Profound Moon Sacred Ground had never cared about worldly affairs. This time, they actually took action. Moreover, they clearly knew that Floating Mountain was taking the lead, but at this moment, they still found all kinds of reasons to help Blood Alliance. What should we do? They knew that if this continued, then even if they managed to destroy the Blood Alliance, the Floating Mountain Sect and the other major forces would be completely wiped out. Wait. At this moment, Xian Jikong suddenly shouted in a low voice. Wait for what? Extreme Martial Victory and the other 2 guardians suddenly asked in confusion. Buzz, in an instant, the moment Xian Jikong's voice fell, the scene in the sky changed greatly. Under this change, the sky above Fallen Soul Island seemed to have collapsed and the earth cracked. One after another, floating mountains suddenly flew over. Floating Mountain, seeing this scene, everyone immediately stopped fighting. It was none other than the famous Floating Mountain that had appeared on Fallen Soul Island. Between the ups and downs of the mountain range, figures stood proudly on top of each mountain peak. There were more than 1,000 mountains of different sizes. Between each mountain peak was a jade bridge, and the martial artists standing on the jade bridge were densely packed. This was an actual mountain, not a representation of the Hanging Mountain sect. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield was thoroughly shocked. To be able to move the entire Floating Mountain, how powerful was this person? In the entire 3,000 small worlds, apart from this person, who else could have such a great ability? The Heaven Master versus the Sacred Master. Everyone's heart sank when they saw this scene. Had the Heaven Master, whose name had spread throughout the Floating Mountain range several thousand years ago, finally appeared at this moment, over the past several thousand years, the Heaven Master had never appeared in the Floating Mountain range. But today, because of the Blood Alliance, because of Mu Yun, he had appeared. Kill! A cold voice came from the mountain range that floated in the air. He didn't waste any time and gave the order. Loud roars rang out as the cultivators on the mountain range jumped down and charged into the crowd, beginning the most simple slaughter. There were no other orders to kill, however, this was the Heaven Master's order and they couldn't disobey. You're finally here. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the Fallen Soul Island. He was dressed in a black robe that covered his entire body, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. Aren't you here too? Looking at the black-robed man, the stone door of a cave at the peak of the Floating Mountain suddenly opened and a figure slowly walked out. That person wore a white robe and a white hat. His face was covered by a white veil. The Heaven Master of the Floating Mountain, Xianxia, he was the most famous peerless expert in the 3,000 small worlds and also the most inconceivable and terrifying person. However, who was the black-robed man? Everyone was at a loss. Mu Yun was as clear as a mirror in her heart. The black-robed man was the successor of the Bitter Heaven Palace, Ku Qing. He was also the current Sacred Master of the Bitter Heaven Palace, a Heaven Master and a Sacred Master. Xuantian's footsteps were light and he looked like a celestial being in the heavens, ethereal and indifferent. On the other hand, Ku Qing looked calm and composed. Looking at him from afar, he seemed to carry all the pain and calamity in the world, making people feel pity for him. The 2 silhouettes standing there gave people an illusion. It was as if there were only 2 people left in the world. One represented the most righteous existence in the world, while the other represented the darkest side of the world. Xiantian. Ku Qing. The two seemed to greet each other as if they were old friends. As the Heaven Master, you don't have to go to this extent to deal with a junior, right? Ku Qing was the first to speak with a smile. I don't have to. The Heaven Master stared at Mu Yun. In that instant, Mu Yun felt as if his organs, everything except the picture of extermination of immortality, had been seen clearly by the Heaven Master. Essence of the 5 elements, dragon blood, eye, dragon bone, and dragon soul. Looking at Mu Yun, Xiantian said coldly, this child's future potential could be another supremacy Yun, another supremacy Shui, another supremacy embittered Sea, or another you. The Heaven Master faintly smiled at Ku Qing. Mu Yun Xiao Luo. Mu Yun stood up, looked at Xiantian, and sneered, if you want to kill me, I will definitely pull your floating mountain sect down from the altar. What? Is that so? Xiantian suddenly glanced at Mu Yun. With this glance, Mu Yun felt as if she was about to lose control of her mind. Xiantian, your opponent is me, Ku Qing. Ku Qing waved his hand. Instantly, Mu Yun felt that all the power that had been supporting her body had disappeared. The two peak experts stood in the air and looked at each other from afar. Sparks flew in all directions. In an instant, the sea around Fallen Soul Island churned. Explosions rang out one after another. The sea seemed to be completely turbulent at this moment. The fight between the two peak experts dazzled the crowd. They couldn't see clearly at all. However, the two figures stood in their original positions and didn't move an inch. Finally, following a deep roar, the two figures collided with each other. In an instant, the sky darkened. Everything around them seemed to have disappeared. Even the leaders of the various sects were overshadowed at this moment. Compared to the two of them, they were really too weak. Ku Qing, although you have accepted Heavenly Sovereign Misery Sea's inheritance, your foundation is still too weak. You are not my opponent. Xuantian's voice sounded from 10,000 meters up in the sky. Whether I am your opponent or not depends on the cultivation time. In that case, you won't have to worry about Mu Yun. Ku Qing's low voice sounded. The battle had officially begun. At this moment, the crowd felt that the real battle was between the two of them. Below them, all of their battles were merely decorations. If Mu Yun's guess was correct, Xiantian should be cultivating the Xian family's coiling sky scripture, while Ku Qing cultivated the bitter heaven scripture. Of these two cultivation techniques, one was created by the 33 Heavenly Swords sect, while the other was created by Heavenly Sovereign Misery Sea. Which cultivation method was more powerful? That was something that everyone was waiting to see. Mu Yun's arms gradually moved. She looked at the crowd and said, let's go out and take a look. Alliance leader. Don't worry. Seeing everyone's worried expression, Mu Yun waved her hand and said, if Xiantian wants to kill me, Ku Qing won't be able to stop him. You won't be able to stop him either. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Mu Yun's words were true. I'll go with you to take a look, Master. Yi Qiu walked to Mu Yun's side and remained silent. However, at this moment, the crowd followed him. Mu Yun was the core of everything. Naturally, they had to protect her well. At this moment, the battle between the two camps had come to a complete stop. Even the Heaven Master and the Sacred Master had taken action. They could no longer decide who would win and who would lose. Now, they could only wait and see which of the two above them would be able to achieve unity. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Thousands of meters up in the sky, two figures could be seen. They were so weak that they could not be seen. However, the aura that erupted from their bodies sent chills down everyone's spines. Xiantian, what you're cultivating is the sky-coiling scripture that the 33 Heavenly Swords sect imparted to your floating mountain sect. It said that after mastering this scripture, you can control the heavens and earth and control everything. I wonder how far you've cultivated it. Ku Qing said with a smile as he looked at Xiantian. You can take a guess. Xiantian smiled faintly and said, however, I also want to know how powerful your sky-coiling scripture is. In an instant, Xiantian suddenly made his move. He raised his hands and spread his feet apart. A round plate suddenly appeared under his feet. The disc was several thousand meters long and several hundred meters tall. Furthermore, it was completely condensed from vigorous quintessential essence. Xianxia's entire body stood on the round plate, and his arrogance was unparalleled. On the other side, Kuqing waved his hand. Wisps of black gas wrapped around his body, causing the space around him to collapse. At this moment, even the people below felt as if all the sorrow in their hearts had been vented out at this moment. Some of the weaker cultivators could not help but start sobbing softly. Bitter, in an instant, only the word bitter was left in their hearts. It was as if everything in this world was sorrowful and unbearable. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, the two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. This battle caused the sky to change color and the sun and moon to lose their radiance. I'm afraid that this battle will take at least half a month to determine the winner. Yi Qiao said as he looked at the battle between the two. Yi Qiao. Can you tell who's stronger between the Heaven Master and the Holy Lord? Mu Yun asked. In my opinion, the Heaven Master is comparable to an immortal. His control of power and martial skills can be said to be one. As for the Holy Lord, he's slightly weaker. However, Master, you should know that the sky-coiling art of the Bitter Sea Heavenly Sovereign is more powerful than some immortal skills. The two exchanged true essence as they watched the battle in the sky. However, for some reason, Mu Yun felt a strange feeling in her heart. For some reason, he felt that there was something strange about the Heaven Lord. As for the Holy Lord of the Bitter Heaven Palace, he was even stranger. Yi Qiao, do you feel that the Shantian looks very strange? How is it strange? Mu Yun said. Why would the Heaven Master of the Floating Mountain not dare to show his true face? Just this point alone is strange enough. Actually, Master, I also feel that it's very strange. Yi Qiao said. However, it's not that strange. For some reason, when I look at the Shantian, I think of someone. Who? Mu Lang. Mu Yun's body trembled. She felt as if her entire body had been evoked with a memory that she would never want to recall. Mu Lang, to be precise, he should be called Yun Lang. 10,000 years ago, Yi Qiao could be said to be the disciple that blood supremacy had taken a fancy to. Mu Yun also had a disciple that he had taken a fancy to. This person's name was Yun Lang. He had been an orphan since young. Mu Yun had taken a fancy to him because she thought of herself. She had been an orphan since young. She had lived in the unmarked graveyard, among the mountains and rivers, only seeking survival. Step by step, she had not succumbed to fate and soared through the 9 heavens. When he met Yun Lang for the first time, Yun Lang was only a 13 or 14-year-old child. That was an adventure, a trip to seize treasures. When she first met Yun Lang, his village had been slaughtered by martial artists who had come to seize treasures. As for Yun Lang, he had lived in that village for a few months. The entire village had emitted the corrosive gas of corpses. However, Yun Lang's legs had been crushed within a few months. Despite that, he had managed to survive under the beams of his own house. For a full 3 months, Yun Lang had survived by eating the corpses of his parents and siblings. When Mu Yun saw him, he was already skin and bones. However, at that time, Yun Lang was still holding a bone in his hand and knocking on the fallen beam. He was even gnawing on the bone in his mouth. Even though the bone was already full of teeth marks. At that time, Mu Yun's heart had been moved by compassion. When she saw Yun Lang, it was as if she had seen herself in the past. How many nights had he fought with beasts deep in the mountains and eaten the flesh of those beasts? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios disciple Mu Lang. That kind of pain naturally couldn't hurt Mu Yun, but Mu Yun could see the hatred in Yun Lang's eyes. What kind of hatred was that? Mu Yun was stunned. Then, Mu Yun decided to accept him as her disciple. Because of this, she had many disputes with Xue Xiao. Xue Xiao felt that this child chose to eat his parents and brothers in such a desperate situation. It was simply inhumane. If he accepted him as his disciple, he would be a disaster in the future. However, since Mu Yun insisted, Xue Xiao couldn't object. In the end, under Mu Yun's treatment and guidance, Yun Lang indeed improved rapidly. Later on, Yun Lang simply changed his name to Mu Lang and became Mu Yun's personal disciple, the only one. In the history of 10,000 years, there were too many legends about Cloud Venerable and Blood Venerable. There were also many stories about their disciples. However, as time passed, Reverend Cloud left, Reverend Blood died, and Reverend Cloud were both dead. As a result, some of the secret runes began to disappear. Yun Lang was Mu Lang. However, very few people knew where Cloud Venerable's beloved disciple ended up. This person seemed to have only appeared in the 3,000 small worlds for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. Only Mu Yun, Yi Qiu, and the others knew. Back then, Mu Yun had created a cultivation technique called Aries Technique, which was specially targeted for life and death realm experts. Mu Yun spent 100 years researching this cultivation technique. In fact, it was to pass it on to Mu Lang as a proof of their relationship as master and disciple for 100 years. However, who knew that Mu Yun's cultivation technique was not a problem, but who knew that Mu Lang's heart demon was too strong? After cultivating this cultivation technique, it triggered the heart demon, causing his meridians to be blocked. In addition, when he was young, the meridians in his legs were broken and he suffered a backlash, directly causing Mu Lang to become disabled. Not many people knew about this back then. Everyone only knew that Mu Lang was like a flash in the pan and disappeared in the long river of history. That was because after his legs were disabled, Mu Lang could only walk normally and couldn't cultivate at all. Because of this, there was an indelible gap between him and Mu Yun. Later on, he disappeared and completely left the vast world. Back then, Mu Yun almost turned the entire 3,000 small worlds upside down to look for treasures to cure Mu Lang. At the same time, she was also constantly looking for Mu Lang. However, there was still no news. For this reason, during that period of time, Mu Yun almost went crazy. Unfortunately, in the end, there was still no news was Mu Lang's Mu Yun. This matter became Mu Yun of Mu Yun's eyes. Later on, he had asked Xue Xiao to pay attention to Mu Lang's news, but there had been no news at all. Phew, back then, Second Master seemed to have found some clues, but before he could investigate further, he was killed by the people of the Floating Mountain sect. Yi Qiu said in a low voice, "Perhaps the news about Mu Lang is related to the Floating Mountain sect." Impossible. Looking at the two people fighting in the sky, Mu Yun shook her head. Xiantian. How could he be Mu Lang? He was abandoned by the Xian family. His meridians were broken when he was young. He can't be Mu Lang. Mu Yun shook her head and said, "Moreover, if it was Mu Lang, how could he watch Blood All be killed by Floating Mountain? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Mu Yun kept shaking her head. Her eyes were filled with absurdity. No matter what, Mu Lang was her disciple and Blood Owl was her brother. If Mu Lang was really the current Xiantian, how could he watch his master's good brother be killed? It could even be said that Xiantian was the mastermind behind Blood Owl's murder. Linking these two matters together, Mu Yun would never believe Yi Qiu's judgment. Yi Qiu saw Mu Yun's strange expression and hurriedly explained, "Master, it's just my wild guess. It doesn't count." Brat, if you spout nonsense again, I'll skin you." I won't. Yi Qiu nodded and smiled, indicating to Mu Yun. Boom, however, at this moment, a loud boom suddenly sounded in the sky. After the boom, a figure fell from the sky like a shooting star. Xiantian. Heaven Master. Looking at the falling figure, the faces of the people from Floating Mountain changed. Even the Heaven Master was no match for Ku Qing? Suddenly, everyone's eyes gathered on Ku Qing. Xiantian fell from the sky, but he forcefully stopped his body. He raised his head and looked above. Heavenly Lord Misery sees bitter heaven scripture is indeed overbearing. Even the coiling heaven scripture is no match for it. Xiantian said coldly as he looked at Ku Qing. However, the murderous intent in his words made people's hearts palpitate. Although the coiling heaven scripture was imparted to you by the 33 heavenly sword sects, it's still a little weak. Heavenly Lord Misery Sea's talent was comparable to Venerable Cloud's thousands of years ago. The bitter heaven scripture that he created is naturally powerful. Ku Qing said proudly, "It's a pity that my foundation is too weak. Otherwise, you would have died just now." "Oh? Is that so?" Hearing this, Xiantian smiled and looked at Ku Qing. "What did you just say?" Looking at Ku Qing, Xiantian said mockingly, "You said that Heavenly Lord Misery Sea's talent was comparable to Venerable Cloud's?" Comparable? That means that Heavenly Lord Misery Sea is still lacking compared to Venerable Cloud, right? Although Kuching was the successor of Heavenly Lord Misery Sea, he had to admit that Heavenly Lord Misery Sea was indeed lacking compared to Venerable Cloud. Indeed, he's lacking. Xiantian muttered to himself. Venerable Cloud has always been arrogant and conceited. He thought that he was lawless and looked down on everyone, but what happened in the end? In the end, he died under the joint attack of the 33 heavenly sword sects and the forces of the thousands of great worlds. There was a sinister smile on Xiantian's face as he spoke. This time, the news of Venerable Cloud's death was spread by the Heaven Master in front of everyone. No one doubted this point anymore. Everyone sighed. Venerable Yun was such a brilliant talent back then, but in the end, he was dead. The thousands of great worlds weren't a place that they could hope to reach. What are you trying to say? Kuching asked doubtfully as he looked at Tianxian. Didn't you say that Venerable Cloud is stronger than Heavenly Lord Misery Sea? That guy is indeed arrogant and conceited, but he does have the qualifications to be arrogant. The bitter heaven scripture created by Heavenly Lord Misery Sea is indeed powerful. I wonder how it compares to the God of War art created by Venerable Cloud. Boom, as soon as Tianxian finished speaking, Mu Yun almost fell down. If it weren't for Yi Qiu's quick reflexes, Mu Yun would have fallen into the sea. God of War art, God of War art, God of War art, Mu Yun's eyes were red and her body was trembling. Her face and forehead were covered in sweat. He had created the God of War art for his beloved disciple, Mu Lang. It was said to be superior to an immortal art. In his life, other than himself, he had only told his beloved disciple. He had only told Mu Lang, however, how did Tianxian know about it? How did he know? Did he kill Mu Lang and obtain the God of War art? Mu Yun knew that it was impossible. Even if Mu Lang was killed, it was impossible for anyone to obtain the God of War art. Back then, Mu Yun had set up a restriction and told Mu Lang about the God of War art. My good disciple, I personally created the God of War art for you. Therefore, I will set up a restriction spell. After passing this God of War art to you, you will never be able to pass it on to anyone else. Of course, you will also have to set up a restriction spell. Only you and I know about this God of War art. Even if I change my appearance one day and you change your appearance, only the two of us will know about this God of War art. Even if I am killed, no one will be able to obtain this God of War art because this is the one and only God of War art that I gave to you. The words from back then were still vivid in her mind. Mu Yun knew that it was impossible for anyone to obtain the God of War art from this God of War art. Only heaven and earth, you and I know. However, Tianxian existed today. How could he know? How could he know? Mu Yun only felt that everything from her previous life was surging in her mind. His heart began to beat violently, thumping against every inch of his skin. God of War art. Hearing these three words, Kuching's face showed a trace of caution. He had heard of this God of War art from Heavenly Lord Misery Sea's inheritance. Heavenly Lord Misery Sea had once said that the bitter heaven art that he had created was incomparable except for Supreme Cloud's God of War art. However, he knew that Supreme Cloud had only passed the God of War art to his talented disciple, Mu Lang. No one else knew about it. The God of War art is indeed powerful. The bitter heaven art should be inferior to it. Kuching said frankly, however, only Supreme Cloud and his disciple, Mu Lang, knew about the God of War art in the entire 3,000 small worlds. The others had only heard of it. Later, Supreme Cloud left and Mu Lang disappeared. Although countless people were looking for Mu Lang, no one knew where he was. It is impossible for anyone to know about the God of War art. In this world, there is nothing impossible. All the impossibilities are just what you think they are. As Xiantian spoke, his hands started to dance. Gradually, a layer of invisible aura enveloped his body. Battle Qi. Battle Qi. Seeing the aura around Xiantian stirring, Kuching said in surprise, God of War art. Supreme Cloud used Battle Qi as the foundation to create the God of War art. The God of War art specializes in cultivating Battle Qi. Rumor has it that the God of War art is divided into 7 levels, corresponding to the 7 levels of the life and death realm. With each level, a martial artist can use battle chi to increase his strength by 1, 5, 10, 12, 15, 20, and finally 25 times. Moreover, when battle chi is formed, it is comparable to an attack of true essence. To be precise, it is even more powerful than true essence. However. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Father? Why can't I? Xianxia said proudly. Supreme Cloud thought that he was gifted and created the Aries art. But what happened in the end? In the end, his disciple's legs were crippled. He had no choice but to change his appearance and drag out an ignoble existence. He endured for thousands of years and was reborn. Xianxia was obviously very agitated. He said furiously, can he understand the resentment in his disciple's heart? Can he understand how much pain his own glory has brought to his disciple? You, cut the crap! Xianxia shouted. The bitter heaven art versus the Aries art. Let us see who is more powerful, Supreme Cloud or Misery. To be precise, let's see who is more powerful between the two of us. As Xianxia finished his sentence, the battle aura around him condensed like true essence. The majestic battle aura gathered around Xianxia. The fierce and domineering aura swept out crazily at that moment. Die. Looking at Ku Qing, Xianxia increased his speed and took a step forward. His battle aura surged with fighting spirit. The surging battle aura made Xianxia look completely different. He was mighty, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. However, the crowd was only looking at Xuantian's mighty step and did not notice that his fingertips were silently bending. Although the others did not notice, Mu Yun did. When she saw Xuantian's fingertips silently bending, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Her body started to spasm uncontrollably, and her face started to sweat. Master. Alliance Leader. Big Brother Yun. Seeing Mu Yun's strange actions, the crowd was stunned and hurriedly supported Mu Yun. I'm fine, I'm fine. Mu Yun waved her hand, but her expression seemed to have become 100 times more haggard. Seeing Mu Yun's strange expression, Qin Mengyao frowned. She seemed to have thought of something, and a look of disbelief gradually appeared in her eyes. Aries Art Level 7, Battle the Proud Firmament. In the sky, a shout suddenly sounded. Xuantian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change at that moment. At that moment, Xianxia seemed to have completely transformed into an immortal, the only master of this world. The 7th stage of the Aries art increased his strength by 25 times. The current Xianxia was truly worthy of Zhan Aoxong Qiong. In an instant, Tianxian's speed was like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, even Ku Qing, who had activated the Bitter Heaven scripture, could not resist at all. One punch, Ku Qing did not even have the time to dodge Xianxia's punch. Even the defense around his body collapsed at this moment. One punch, just one punch. Ku Qing's body fell into the sea below like a meteorite. Boom, 1,000-meter-tall wave surged. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Except for Mu Yun. He knew the power of the Aries art better than anyone else. When facing an opponent of the same level, the opponent's power was several times stronger than yours. There was no way to win this battle. If Ku Qing had not cultivated Heavenly Lord Bitter Sea's Bitter Heaven art, but some other martial technique, he would have been a corpse by now. Just as everyone was in shock, a figure suddenly emerged from the sea. Holy Lord! Holy Lord! Seeing the figure covered in blood, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Holy Lord! Mu Yun was no stranger to one of the 2 figures. It was Ren Gangang, who had supported him in the sea 5 years ago. And the other figure, unexpectedly, was Sky Sword Mountain's Cho Chien. Cho Chien held a long sword in his hand and stood in front of Ku Qing, looking up. Chien. Seeing Cho Chien's anger, Ku Qing hurriedly said, "Don't be rash. You are not his match." Cho Chien nodded his head fiercely. At that moment, blood was flowing out from every pore of Ku Qing's body. The veil on his face was also quietly removed. Father. Mu Qingyu. Seeing the handsome middle-aged man, Mu Yun, Qin Mengyao, and the others were stunned. In the past few years, ever since Mu Yun entered the 3,000 small worlds, he had been looking for news of his father, but there was no news. But at this very moment, he actually saw Mu Qingyu. The Holy Lord of Bitter Heaven Palace? Mu Qingyu, how could this be? Father, why are you here? Mu Yun was stunned when he saw Mu Qingyu. In his previous life, as a celestial king, Mu Yun was an orphan from the 100,000 mountains. He had no parents. After his rebirth, he had parents in his previous life. Although his father had abandoned him in Baiyun City, Mu Yun understood later that Mu Qingyu had no choice but to do so in the face of the Yun family's power. He had even asked his younger brother, Mu Linchen, to take on the identity of the Mu family patriarch in Baiyun City to protect him. Therefore, Mu Yun more or less felt a father-son relationship with his father. No wonder. At this moment, Mu Yun suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the Holy Master of the Bitter Heaven Palace would suddenly find him to cooperate with him to fight against the Floating Mountain sect. Back then, he had just established the Blood Alliance. At that time, the Blood Alliance did not have any prospects. Moreover, after the Blood Alliance was established, the Floating Mountain sect had not exerted any pressure on the Blood Alliance for 5 years. Mu Qingyu had played a big role in this. Yu Qingmu, Ku Qing. Father, why don't you just tell me how many aliases you have? Mu Yun looked at Mu Qingyu, the Holy Master of the Bitter Heaven Palace, and smiled bitterly. Brat, are you still in the mood to joke now? Mu Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and scolded jokingly. Xianxia cultivates the Aries art created by Supreme Cloud. This Aries art is extremely domineering. Father will send you away from here now. Leave? Mu Yun shook his head. Father, it's not like you don't know my character. I won't turn back until I hit the wall. It's stupid to do something even though I know it's impossible. But who asked you to have such a stupid son? Mu Yun could confidently say that no one in the world knew the domineering nature of the Aries art better than he did. Brat, I've watched you grow all these years. I'm deeply gratified. Father couldn't protect you in the past because I had my own difficulties. But this time, Father won't let you make any more sacrifices. Mu Qingyu smiled bitterly. Besides, I still want to see your child. When Qin Mengyao was pregnant, Mu Qingyu was so happy that he forgot everything. He had originally prepared a big gift for his grandson, but in the end, she was pregnant for 5 years. Mu Qingyu couldn't help but sigh. The divine beast Ice Phoenix was indeed different. However, just as Mu Qingyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler. Father, have a good rest. Seeing Mu Qingyu's appearance, Mu Yun no longer had a joking expression on his face. He looked up at the overbearing Xiantian in the sky and smiled. I have some things that I want to talk to this heavenly master about. Yun'er. Seeing Mu Yun rush out, Mu Qingyu couldn't catch his breath and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Let me ask you. How did you learn the Aries art? Mu Yun flew up and looked coldly at the white-clothed Xiantian in front of her. Hearing Mu Yun's question, Xuantian's eyes flickered. He looked at Mu Yun with surprise. Let me tell you. Mu Yun looked at Xiantian with a pained expression. The Aries art was created by Supreme Cloud for his beloved disciple, Mu Lang. Unfortunately, Mu Lang's inner demons were too strong. He failed to cultivate it and destroyed his cultivation base instead. This incident also caused a rift between the two of them. When Mu Lang disappeared, Supreme Cloud worked even harder to cultivate. He wanted to reach the myriad parallel worlds as soon as possible to find a cure for his disciple. For this reason, Supreme Cloud studied alchemy all the way because he wanted to refine an immortal pill for his disciple to make up for the guilt in his heart. Unfortunately, everything has changed. Supreme Cloud is dead, and his good brother died in the hands of the Floating Mountain sect. If I remember correctly, Shuizhao's death was caused by the master of the Floating Mountain sect. At that time, you were probably already the master of the Floating Mountain sect, right? Mu Lang. How long do you want to hide it? Looking at Xiantian, Mu Yun suddenly shouted, perhaps I should call you Yun Lang. Back then, Supreme Cloud gave you his surname and treated you like his own son. He gave you the surname Mu to tell everyone in the myriad parallel worlds that he is Mu Yun's disciple. If anyone dares to humiliate him, they are courting death. He said that he treated you like his own son. He even quarreled with Shuizhao to take you in as his disciple. He even went to look for a peerless treasure for you and died. Yunlang, do you know? Mu Yan's eyes gradually turned red as she spoke. The surroundings were silent. Everyone seemed to have an illusion at this moment. The person standing in the air wasn't Mu Yan, but the all-powerful supreme cloud of the past. And in front of him was his beloved disciple who made his heart ache. At this moment, the four guardians of the floating mountain were even more shocked. The master was Yunlang, then where did their real master, Xianxia, the Xianxia who could be called a peerless genius, go? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Xianxia looked at Mu Yan with flickering eyes. Supreme Cloud was arrogant back then. His disciple was just a tool for him to scold. Xianxia said coldly. A tool for scolding and beating? Mu Yan smiled. Yunlang. Suddenly, Mu Yan let out a loud roar. His voice was hoarse and it stunned everyone present. Do you remember that 10,000 years ago, Iron Fan sect slaughtered your entire village in the 3,000 small worlds? They had a part in it. Who was it who took you to take revenge? Do you remember that in order to comprehend sword intent, you endured the tempering of the countercurrent 3,000 feet under the cold pool? Who was it who couldn't bear to let you suffer the cold in the cold pool and used the earth fire to warm the pool water? Do you remember who spent 1,000 years of cultivation to heal your legs and widen your meridians for you? The three words, do you remember, immediately stunned everyone. If they didn't know that Supreme Cloud was already dead back then, and Mu Yan had walked out of Baiyun City step by step. Demanding life again, listening to Mu Yan's powerful words, Xianxia was at a loss for words. He stood on the spot and narrowed his eyes. Tell me, in this world, only Supreme Cloud and Mu Lang knew about the God of War art. Even if they were killed, this deeply buried memory can't be dug out by others. You're Xianxia? Mu Yan sneered. If you're really Xianxia, even if you killed Mu Lang, you can't get the secret manual. Did Supreme Cloud tell you about this personally? Nonsense. Looking at Mu Yan, Xianxia snorted. Mu Yan, I know you have a great relationship with Supreme Cloud back then. You're a Tri-Chi genius, dragonized body, and 9 Yuan Chi. How can a trash like you achieve these? Since Supreme Cloud is dead, you must have obtained his inheritance. Fine, I'll kill you and let Supreme Cloud see how bad his eyesight is. If his eyesight was bad, he wouldn't have taken you as his disciple. After Mu Yan finished speaking, he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, yes, he had bad taste. He didn't expect that the disciple he once doted on the most would become the person who hated him the most and kill the brother he respected the most. Noisy. Looking at Mu Yan's chattering, Xuantian's face was cold and his heart was overflowing with killing intent. Rise of the God of War. With a low shout, Xianxia bent his hands. Vigorous battle chi erupted between his fingers. Be careful. At this moment, Ren Gangang, Chou Qian, Yi Qiu, He Lin, and the other life and death experts rushed out. On the other hand, the Floating Mountain sect, Zhu family, and the other major forces stood on the spot, not knowing what to do. Xianxia was Yunlang. Was this for real? What about their former heavenly master? Was he dead or imprisoned by Yunlang? The four great protectors were at a loss and didn't dare to act rashly. Get lost. Seeing 7 or 8 people rushing towards him, Xianxia shouted with a trace of anger in his eyes. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the Blood Alliance members who were charging at the Xianxia fell to the ground one by one. Xuantian's strength was not something they could contend against even if they joined forces. Did you see that? Xianxia looked at Mu Yan and said with a smile, at this moment, no one can protect you. Everything you have created is just a piece of scrap paper in my eyes. However, looking at Xuantian's proud expression, Mu Yan smiled. That smile was filled with bitterness. Yunlang, back then, I was able to promote you to become a renowned genius within the 3,000 small worlds. Today, I am able to return you to your original state. Looking at Yunlang, Mu Yan said in an almost inaudible voice. After hearing those words, the Xuantian's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Great death-snatching technique. Almost instantly, 3 words came out of Mu Yan's mouth. No. Hearing those words, Qin Mingyao's face turned pale. He looked at Mu Yan with a look of despair. Buzz, in an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the 3,000 small worlds. At this moment, the sun and moon lost their brilliance and the world became dim. It was as if countless laws of heaven and earth were in disorder at this moment. At the same time, at the foot of the great desolate mountain in the eastern wilderness of the Tianyun continent, an old figure flew out and landed on the ground. Great death-snatching technique, one of the thousands of great Daos. Guai, can the person you chose really succeed? For hundreds of millions of years, hope after hope has turned into disappointment after disappointment. Why are you still persevering? The old man looked up at the sky with a helpless expression on his wrinkled face. In this world, there were always some things that even someone as powerful as him could not control. Great death-snatching technique. Hearing those words, Xiaoyuner and the others were stunned. They had never seen Mu Yun have such a remarkable ability. As the wind and clouds changed, it was as if there was only one Mu Yun left in this world. This time, Mu Yun burned a total of 7,000 years of her life. 7,000 years, one realm in 1,000 years. 7,000 years of life. Mu Yun's body suddenly strengthened at this moment. Fifth level of the life and death realm, at this moment, Mu Yun's strength increased by leaps and bounds. It was as if she had exchanged her life for strength with heaven and earth. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was burning with a scorching battle aura. At this moment, she was like a god of war from the divine realm, looking down on the heavens. Seeing this scene, Xuantian's face showed a trace of caution. He could feel that Mu Yun's current strength was real. It was not the kind of strength that could be obtained by swallowing pills. Yun Lang, back then, I helped you. You killed Shueshao. Today, I will deal with you. Looking at Xiantian, Mu Yun shouted with her soul power. You don't deserve it. Although Xuantian's eyes were filled with shock, he knew that he was at the peak of the 7th level of the life and death realm. He was only one step away from being ranked among the immortals. Even if Mu Yun had reached the 5th level of the life and death realm with the help of the great life-stealing technique, she was still no match for him. 9 Origin Blood Wheel. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had already stopped talking nonsense. A huge blood wheel suddenly appeared behind him. The blood wheel covered a range of 10,000 meters. In front of the blood wheel, there were 9 colored origin balls. Each of them had a diameter of almost 1,000 meters. The 9 origin balls were like 9 golden crows hanging in the sky, shining with different lights. Clang, clang, clang. The 9 origin balls condensed above the blood wheel in an instant. The 10,000-meter wide blood wheel flashed as it charged towards Xiantian. God of War Art, proud battle of the heavens. In an instant, Xiantian reacted. He took a step forward and punched out with both fists. His vigorous true yuan was like a vast sea, surging and surging. Retreat. At this moment, Ku Qing suddenly shouted. With a clap of his hand, a spherical light screen shrouded the front of the crowd. Boom, 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 in an instant, the entire sea region was covered by tsunami-like waves. That deafening roar sounded as if the heavens and earth were about to split apart. Some of the weaker cultivators were immediately killed by this tremor. This explosion made everyone stay far away from the two of them. Boom. Boom. 2 muffled sounds rang out as the aftermath of the explosion spread out. Everyone suddenly saw that a crack had appeared in the middle of the 10,000-meter-long 9 origin blood wheel that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Xiantian, who was in front of him, punched out with both fists. The sleeves on his arms were blown to pieces. His hair was also flying. At this moment, the veil covering her face was also shattered, revealing her appearance. Yun Lang. Looking at the face, Yi Qiu was stunned. Yun Lang, some of the people who did not know what happened 10,000 years ago were puzzled. Mu Qingyu, on the other hand, was in deep thought. The people who were most shocked were the 4 great guardians and the core elders of Floating Mountain sect. The heavenly lord that they respected and feared was no longer Xiantian, but Yun Lang, the genius who had met the wind and clouds 10,000 years ago, but when they thought of this, everyone was surprised. Wasn't Yun Lang Supreme Cloud's disciple? The plan to kill Shueshao was also planned by him. Did this guy kill his own senior uncle with his own hands? They had always thought that Mu Yun and the former Supreme Cloud were definitely related. There was a great possibility that Mu Yun had inherited Supreme Cloud's legacy. As for the rebirth of a soul, they did not even dare to think about it. Seeing this, everyone gradually understood why Mu Yun was so sure that Xiantian was Yun Lang. Mu Yun, who had inherited Supreme Cloud's legacy, must have known about what happened 10,000 years ago. That was why she was so familiar with it and revealed all of it. Mu Lang. My name is Yun Lang. Looking at Mu Yun, Yun Lang said righteously, the current me is the reborn me. I'm a different person from the previous Mu Lang. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with a trace of disappointment. I don't care who you are, but today, you must die. Yun Lang looked at Mu Yun with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. I'll ask you one last question. Looking at Yun Lang, Mu Yun said again. But this time, he looked as dejected as a frosted eggplant. Were you the one who killed Xiao? Yun Lang stared at Mu Yun with a sneer on his face. That's right. Yun Lang nodded and said, didn't he think that my inner demon was vicious? I'll show him how vicious I am. I can tell you that when he found out about me, I pretended to be very pitiful. And when he was fighting with the people from the Floating Mountain sect, I killed him with a single sword strike. You don't know how tragic his death was. His flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he was simply a pile of minced meat. His true soul was also endlessly refined by me. Even until his death, he didn't believe that I was the one who killed him. However, Xiao was indeed the blood supremacy. Even the immortals from the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and the 9 Elements Immortal sect couldn't suppress him. If I hadn't launched a fatal sneak attack, he probably wouldn't have died. Shut up! Mu Yun roared with all his might. His entire body began to tremble. He looked at Yun Lang as if he was looking at a monster. This was the disciple he had painstakingly nurtured back then. When did his heart become like this? Shut up? Why should I shut up? Looking at Mu Yun, Yun Lang sneered and said, why? The current you is not even 1/10 of what you used to be. Do you still think you can order me around? Since you're not dead, then I can kill you and take you away. Cloud supremacy? In the future, there will only be cloud supremacy in the 3,000 small realms. Cloud supremacy Yun Lang. Dream on. Dream on? Yun Lang sneered and said, Mu Yun, who can stop me now? You? Or Yi Qiao? Or is it the woman you love? As soon as Yun Lang said this, he raised his palm. Suddenly, the sky and earth lost their color. Silent waves rose behind Yun Lang. Today, I will drown your blood union and your fallen soul island. As soon as his words fell, Yun Lang formed seals with his 10 fingers. The surging waves swept up to a height of 10,000 meters. Standing at the top of the endless waves, Yun Lang looked at all of this with a sinister smile in his eyes. Destroy? Looking up, Mu Yun's eyes were cold and arrogant. Yun Lang, you think too highly of yourself. A low voice sounded. Mu Yun patted his chest with both hands. 2 low thumps were heard. Do you think that Master has spent thousands of years in the small worlds for nothing? Heaven Destroyer 3 styles him? Seeing Mu Yun's strange actions, everyone present was stunned. Even Yun Lang was a little surprised. The great life-snatching technique doesn't just snatch lives in exchange for cultivation, it can also snatch lives in exchange for powerful abilities. Yun Lang, although I can't kill you today, even if I die, I will still severely injure you. The Blood Alliance, Yi Qiao, and Father will deal with you sooner or later. Heaven Destroying 3 styles. With a low shout, Mu Yun's figure rushed out in an instant. In that instant, he seemed to have changed once again. Scram. Seeing Mu Yun's endless trump cards, Yun Lang started to panic. As Supreme Cloud's disciple in his past life, he knew how powerful his master was. He could do things that others could not, what ordinary people didn't dare to imagine, he dared. The longer this dragged on, the more likely it was that something unexpected would happen. Quietly, Yun Lang grasped an ancient token tightly in his hand. That simple and unadorned token was merely the size of a thumb. However, the frightening power that was emitted from it caused Mu Yun's heart to palpitate. Yun Lang had connections with the 33 Heavens Sword sect and the 9 Elements Immortal sect. Moreover, the 2 upper world forces must have known that Xiantian had been replaced by Yun Lang. However, they had acquiesced. This meant that compared to Xiantian, they thought more highly of Yun Lang. Thus, Yun Lang most definitely possessed an extraordinary treasure. However, even though that was the case, Mu Yun knew that she had no way out. With Yun Lang using the Aries art, Ku Qin was unable to withstand even one attack. Qin Mengyao, Yi Qiu, and the others were no match for Yun Lang. The reason why he was able to withstand Yun Lang's attack was because of the great death-snatching technique. However, it was impossible for such a heaven-defying Dao to be maintained for an extended period of time. Since that was the case, he could only fight with his life on the line and heavily injure Yun Lang so that the Blood Alliance members would have time to catch their breaths. He had already burned 7,000 years of his lifespan, but there were still 3,000 years left. What do you want? Guai said in a daze when he saw Mu Yun activating the Great Death Abduction technique again. 3,000 years of lifespan in exchange for the heaven-extinguishing 3 styles. I will make Yun Lang pay the price. You can't kill him. Guai's words echoed in his mind. I know, but if he can't recover for a few decades, it will give Yi Qiu and the others time to catch their breath. Mu Yun said calmly, Guai, I'm sorry. I might not be able to help you fulfill your wish. After Mu Yun finished speaking, a trace of determination flashed across her eyes. He knew that if he continued to waste time like this, Yun Lang might also be injured. He knew that Yun Lang had a treasure from the Celestial Gate. It would be difficult for him to seriously injure Yun Lang with his current strength. However, Mu Yun had absolute confidence in the heaven-extinguishing tri-style. You are always so confident. You were in the past, and you are now. Looking at Mu Yun, Yun Lang shouted coldly, do you know? What I hate the most is your confidence. Who do you think you are? Ah. As Yun Lang shouted coldly, the waves behind him surged and rushed towards the entire Fallen Soul Island. No one doubted that the entire Soul Down Island would be completely destroyed when the waves fell. However, they also knew that at this moment, no one could stop Yun Lang. Even Mu Yun was only at the 5th level of the life and death realm after using the Great Life-Snatching technique. However, Yun Lang's strength was close to the 7th level of the life and death realm. Coupled with the power of the Aries art, who could stop him? Stop. However, at this moment, Mu Yun, who was standing in front of the waves, suddenly raised her palm. She stretched out her palm and turned it into a palm print. The palm print rushed towards the waves in front of her. Puff. 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 The originally insufferably arrogant waves instantly collapsed like a waterfall between the palm print. Immediately after, the palm print did not dissipate. Instead, it rushed towards Yun Lang again. Get lost. Seeing the palm print approaching him, Yun Lang's face darkened. With a low shout, he rushed out. However, at this moment, the scene suddenly changed. The moment Yun Lang rushed out, the originally unstoppable palm print suddenly bent. The palm clenched tightly in the air and directly grasped Yun Lang's body tightly. The sound of bones cracking caused everyone present to feel as if all the bones in their bodies were falling apart. A heart-wrenching roar sounded from the palm print. Aries art. Proud heaven. With a low shout, a majestic battle chi exploded, and the palm print was shattered. However, the current Yun Lang appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were in tatters. Most importantly, his legs. His legs originally had irrecoverable injuries. All these years, he had been carrying out the Blood Key project in order to repair his legs. At this moment, all the bones in his body were shattered. However, under his life and death realm, the bones recovered after being shattered. However, the hidden injuries in his legs were highlighted at this moment. You're despicable. Looking at Mu Yun, Yun Lang shouted coldly. Despicable? There's something even more despicable. Mu Yun had grasped the injuries in Yun Lang's legs. Therefore, the palm print turned into a clenched fist. The most important power was basically attacking Yun Lang's legs. After saying that, Mu Yun looked at Yun Lang and suddenly rushed out. There were a total of 3 styles in the heaven-exterminating 3 styles. However, these 3 styles did not have any clear restrictions or definite affirmation. To be more precise, the 3 moves were 3 attacks, and these 3 attacks relied on the power of the great life-snatching art to extract power from the heavens. Mu Yun knew just how powerful this power was. The second style. This time, Mu Yun relied on the power of the second style to summon the 9 elements blood wheel again. However, this time, the 9 elements blood wheel was only 1 meter in diameter. Compared to the previous 10,000 meters, the current 9 elements blood wheel was simply too weak. However, the terrifying power contained in it was several times stronger than the previous 10,000 meters blood wheel. Kill. In the next moment, Mu Yun held the blood wheel in her hand and rushed out. Godly falling snow needle. However, how could Yun Lang sit still and wait for death? He opened his finger and a fine ice needle rushed towards Mu Yun. Boom, in an instant, the two collided. A loud boom resounded. Yun Lang's body was instantly hit by the blood wheel, and his protective true origin shattered. However, at the same time, the divine needle in Yun Lang's hand pierced into the blood wheel. After a brief obstruction, the godly falling snow needle still passed through the blood wheel and pierced into Mu Yun's heart. Bang and puff sounds resounded at the same time. However, Mu Yun's heart was pierced by the godly falling snow needle as if nothing had happened. She still held the blood wheel in her hand and pressed on Yun Lang. Dong, a dull sound resounded. Yun Lang's figure was directly smashed into the sea by Mu Yun. The terrifying explosive power made Yun Lang and Mu Yun look like they were made of blood. They looked extremely ferocious. Die. Mu Yun directly punched down, heavily hammering Yun Lang's chest. The current Mu Yun was at the 5th level of life and death realm. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Yun Lang's chest slightly caved in. The fist energy even penetrated his body and blasted into the seabed below him. The entire seabed immediately resounded with earth-shaking rumbles. Why did you kill him? Why did you kill him? Why? Punch after punch, Mu Yun had no intention of stopping. Yun Lang's mouth was full of blood, and he seemed to have completely fainted at this moment. However, gradually, as punch after punch landed, Mu Yun seemed to have lost all her strength. Her movements became slower and slower. Aren't you very powerful? Right at this moment, Yun Lang suddenly flipped over and got up, directly kicking Mu Yun in the chest. Blood spurted out from Mu Yun's mouth like a waterfall. Brother Yun. Yun-er. Alliance Master. Master. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people immediately went into an uproar and rushed forward. Come on. Seeing everyone rushing over, Yun Lang chuckled and a jade plate appeared in his hand. The jade plate rose to 1,000 meters in the air. Immediately, rays of light scattered down, isolating everyone's figures. Ku Qing's expression changed. He spread out his palm, and a wave of sorrow spread out with him as the center. In an instant, Ku Qing directly struck out with his palm. Dong, the strong rebound caused Ku Qing's face to turn pale. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It's useless. This is an immortal artifact. Do you understand? Seeing Ku Qing's futile actions, Yun Lang no longer paid any attention to him. He stared straight at Mu Yun. Mu Yun, in this life, my goal is to kill you. Therefore, today, you will definitely die. Shuexiao is dead, and you can accompany him. As Yun Lang's voice fell, he took a step forward. In an instant, the fluctuations in the jade plate space became more intense. The seawater beneath their feet began to boil. I will definitely kill you. As Yun Lang's words fell, he immediately rushed out. He didn't use any techniques, but with this rush, the entire jade plate shone with a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Suddenly, beams of light shot down from the jade plate. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a wooden puppet. She stood on the spot and allowed the beams of light to penetrate her body. Bloody holes appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Even with her dragonized physique, she couldn't withstand it at this moment. Mu Yun, die. In an instant. Yun Lang seemed to have completed Sun Yan's wish. He rushed up quickly, and the sound of killing was like a thunderclap, causing people's hearts to tremble. Bang! 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 Punch after punch, but this time it was no longer Mu Yun, but Yun Lang. Seeing Mu Yun, who was covered in blood, the crowd outside the jade plate space shouted crazily. However, they couldn't do anything. On the other hand, the people from the Zhu family and the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace all looked relieved. If they couldn't kill Mu Yun like this, then they really had to suspect that only immortals could kill Mu Yun. Is that enough? However, Mu Yun, who was constantly being beaten up, suddenly blurted out such a sentence. What? I'll compensate you for what I owe you. Is that enough? Yun Lang. At this moment, Mu Yun looked like a human-shaped monster from head to toe, but her facial features couldn't be distinguished at all. It's enough, but I still want to kill you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations He won't die bang. However, at that moment, Mu Yun grabbed Yun Lang's raised palm with an unknown strength. Enough. It's time for you to repay Xue Xiao for everything, including his life. The moment Mu Yun finished speaking, a puff sounded. In the next moment, everyone watched as Yun Lang's heart was dug out from his chest by Mu Yun. The beating heart was still beating strongly when it left Yun Lang's body. The moment his heart was dug out, Yun Lang spat out a mouthful of blood. Their blood even dyed the surface of the sea beneath their feet red. With a bang, Mu Yun crushed the heart without hesitation. At that moment, Yun Lang seemed to have lost all his strength. However, Mu Yun seemed to have used up all the strength of the third move to block the attack and counterattack. At that moment, she was also gasping for breath. The two of them could be said to be at the end of their rope. Any random Yuxian realm warrior could kill them. However, everyone knew that the matter could not be decided until the last step. What was worse was that the jade plate was above them and no one could break it. Your heart is so dirty. What about your intestines? Mu Yun crawled to Yun Lang's side. She slashed open Yun Lang's body and dug out his intestines. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The people from the Floating Mountain sect, the Zhu family, and the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that even Yun Lang was no match for Mu Yun? Mu Yun crawled above Yun Lang's body. With one hand and one claw, she almost tore apart Yun Lang's entire body. However, in the end, with a bang, Mu Yun was finally exhausted and sat on the spot. At that moment, blood stained his clothes where his heart was. The falling snow divine needle was an immortal artifact. Even if an ordinary immortal artifact pierced his heart, he might not die. However, this time, it was an immortal artifact. Fresh blood filled Mu Yun's chest. This was all he could do. On the surface of the sea, Yun Lang's corpse was almost shattered into pieces. Mu Yun raised her palm, and a flame gradually enveloped the corpse. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain caused Yun Lang to scream. Mu Yun, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Yun Lang's corpse was completely turned into ashes. However, his true soul turned into a dark figure and poured into the jade plate. Do you think you can still live? Yun Lang's corpse was burned. Yun Lang's soul? Why can't I live? Yun Lang sneered, in less than 100 years, I just need to find a good corpse and be reborn again. Xianxia's corpse is very suitable for me. Hearing this, the people from Floating Mountains. Xianxia's St. The heaven god was heaven god. TTS. Can you still kill me now? Mu Yun's body began to age completely at this moment. 10,000 years of lifespan was consumed, and the great life-snatching technique's time was up. Coupled with the injury on his heart, it was a miracle that he did not die immediately. Unfortunately, I still didn't succeed. Brother Xiao, big brother has let you down. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and a trace of determination appeared in her eyes. However, I'll definitely deal with this kid. Mu Yun stood up again with strength that came from nowhere. But this time, looking at Yun Lang's illusory true soul on the jade plate, Mu Yun smiled. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. In an instant, Mu Yun's figure suddenly flew out. You can't kill me. You're not who you used to be. You can't kill me. Yun Lang shouted, and another immortal artifact appeared between his hands. At this moment, 3 immortal artifacts appeared in his hands. At this moment, everyone was already numb. Void immortal artifacts were already rare treasures to them, and immortal artifacts could only be imagined. But at this moment, Yun Lang actually took out a third immortal artifact. The immortal artifact was in the shape of a tripod. It was a pitch-black immortal cauldron. Mu Yun, you still won't live. I think you don't want your family and friends to watch you die of old age. So, I'll send you on your way. In an instant, the immortal cauldron wrapped Mu Yun's body and disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It's over, in the end, Yun Lang still won? I've said that even if I die, I'll still drag you down with me. However, the moment the immortal cauldron disappeared, a voice sounded in the void again. The moment the voice sounded, flames rose from under Yun Lang's feet. 3 heavenly flames burned Yun Lang's true soul. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came out of Yun Lang's mouth. In an instant, Yun Lang's hands directly cut off his own legs. Slashing sounds were heard as his hands directly chopped off his own legs. However, with this chop, Yun Lang completely understood that even if he found a suitable body to reside in, his legs would be considered as crippled. Mu Yun, you're dead. Dead. A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Yun Lang's true soul instantly disappeared from the jade plate. At this moment, the jade plate suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Ku Qing's expression changed. He also turned into a stream of light and chased after Yun Lang. In this great battle, the two could be said to have used all their skills. However, in the end, Mu Yun still died. Yun Lang would probably not be able to recover at least 100 years. The remaining major factions saw that things were not going well and hurriedly retreated. Yun Lang was seriously injured and was basically no different from being dead. At most, he could only rely on his immortal artifact to escape. But now, with the Blood Alliance and Bitter Heaven Palace, the floating mountain's previous advantage was gone. If they did not run now, they would probably not be able to escape. Kill. However, just as the major factions were about to retreat, a cold voice suddenly sounded. As soon as Qin Mingyao's words fell, the large group of people immediately began to fight again. However, this time, Mu Yun's death had made them completely crazy. The sounds of fighting and angry roars continued to sound. The true battle had only just begun. Qin Mingyao stood on the spot, stunned. She thought of what Mu Yun had said to her. Let me tell you, my good wife, your husband was once the immortal king of thousands of great worlds. He created the Cloud Alliance and was admired by thousands of people. He was extremely powerful. At that time, she thought that Mu Yun was just joking. But now that she thought about it, this joke was so real. No wonder he had always wanted to avenge Xue Xiao. No wonder he, who was clumsy in the past, was now like a monster. Qin Mingyao finally understood. She had the Ice Phoenix spirit in her body. This kind of divine beast was much higher than Feng Yuer's sky-eyed mystic snake. She had been reborn 10,000 years later through possession. This point seemed simply unimaginable, but it seemed to have been. Terrified by Mu Yun, looking at the devastated sea, Qin Mingyao was in a daze. If possible, she would rather not awaken the Ice Phoenix spirit. Mu Yun was not so powerful. However, if that was the case, would she and Mu Yun have everything? Qin Mingyao's face was full of tears. Miss Qin. However, at this moment, a figure walked to Qin Mingyao's side. Mr. Black Scale. The Black Scale Wolf King was subdued by Mu Yun in the Dragon Cave. Although Qin Mingyao did not know what method Mu Yun used to subdue the Black Scale Wolf King, this person did not go against Mu Yun at all. There's something that I should tell you. He Lin's face was as white as paper as he said, in the past, Mu Yun signed a seal of life and death with me. The user of this seal of life and death won't be harmed at all if the user dies. However, if the user dies, the user will die immediately. What? Hearing this, Qin Mingyao's eyes were filled with shock. Me too. Tian Wuyan also walked out at this moment. It had to be said that Tian Wuyan was the one who was most worried when he saw the grief and indignation on everyone's faces. He hoped more than anyone else that Mu Yun would not die. At this moment, if Mu Yun died, he would probably die immediately. Most importantly, he did not know how Mu Yun would die under the seal of life and death. If Mu Yun died, how would he die? In the past, when Mu Yun was in the Blood Union, he felt a sense of security when he looked at Mu Yun. But now, only God knew where Yun Lang sent Mu Yun to with the help of an immortal artifact. This way, he would be on tenterhooks every day. Mu Yun was someone who was never afraid of causing trouble. If she died one day, he would probably die while he was having sex. But now, he had no other choice. Looking at Qin Mingyao, Black Scale said, so, he won't die. Actually, Black Scale was not worried about Mu Yun, but the dragon egg. Mu Yun had always carried the dragon egg with her. When the floating mountain sect attacked this time, Mu Yun had originally planned to combine the dragon egg with the mysterious underworld immortal slaying array. However, under Black Scale's opposition, it ended in failure. But now, Mu Yun was gone. Where was the dragon egg? Black Scale had a headache at this moment. Not only did he have to worry about when he might die, but he also had to worry about the safety of the dragon egg. He won't die, he won't die. Qin Mingyao's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at the sky. Brother Yun, I will definitely find you. Above the vast sea, a clear and cold voice gradually spread into the distance. At this moment, the various major forces of the floating mountain sect without Yun Lang and the various major forces without Mu Yun looked completely different. After being chased by the Blood Union and the others, the various major forces' allied forces could be said to have suffered heavy losses this time. Not long after, a figure broke through the air and arrived. It was Mu Qingyu. At this moment, Mu Qingyu's face was pale, and he had an ugly expression. He ran away. Ku Qing said helplessly, that jade plate was extremely fast. I couldn't catch up at all. Uncle Mu, you don't have to blame yourself. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the man in green. Yuner didn't die? Mu Qingyu was even more excited than Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao then recounted the story of He Lin and Tian Wuyan. Good, very good. Mu Qingyu's body trembled slightly as he said, Mingyao, this matter will be kept a secret from now on. From now on, the Bitter Heaven Palace will do its best to assist you in the safety of He Lin and Tian Wuyan. We will ensure that they are safe until Mu Yun returns. Qin Mingyao nodded. Yun Lang is severely injured, but the floating mountain sect has the secret support of someone from the upper realm. I think the 4 guardians of the floating mountain sect won't dare to act recklessly. Mu Qingyu said seriously, so this time, I'm afraid that Yun Lang will not be able to recover without 100 years of time. Yuner is buying time for all of you. During this period of time, your blood alliance must be even more alert. Otherwise, when Yuner returns, as his father, I won't have the face to face him. I know, Uncle Mu. Qin Mingyao understood. Mu Yun knew that even with the Great Death Abduction technique and the Sky Destroyer 3 styles, he still couldn't kill Yun Lang. However, although he couldn't kill him, the Blood Alliance had at least 100 years to recover. This 100 years was enough for the Blood Alliance to grow. Although the Blood Alliance had suffered heavy losses in this battle, they had also gained valuable experience. With his father and Yao around, Mu Yun believed that they wouldn't encounter any accidents. This time, the Floating Mountain Sect, the Zhu family, the Nine Frost Heavenly Palace, and the other major forces had failed and suffered heavy losses. They wouldn't be able to recover without a few decades. The 3,000 small worlds would probably become completely peaceful in a few decades. Looking at the devastated sea and the damaged mysterious underworld immortal slaying formation, everyone was silent for a moment. However, in an instant, a wave suddenly rose on the originally calm sea. Following that, a figure walked out from the ripples. The person was dressed in green and had a handsome face. There was no expression on his face, but he gave off the feeling of being in a mountain range. Enemy attack. When they saw who it was, a hint of wariness instantly appeared on the faces of Blood Alliance and the others, who remained where they were, and they instantly charged out. A great battle had just ended. The appearance of this person was too sensitive, so they had no choice but to be on guard. Who are you? Zhu Yunwen of the Blood Alliance took a step forward when he saw the newcomer. Even he could not clearly see through this person's strength. He could feel that this person's entire body did not have a trace of true essence fluctuation, but it also seemed that the true essence fluctuation was so strong that it made it difficult for him to breathe. There's no need to be nervous, everyone. Looking at the crowd, the green-robed youth cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Xia Qing. I didn't mean to offend you all by coming here. I just felt that there seemed to be a strong fluctuation in the origin energy of this world. Did a great battle happen just now? Looking at the young man who called himself Xia Qing, everyone was speechless. Was there a need to ask such a question? Just look around and you'll know. What do you think? Wang Xinya took a step forward and snorted. You have eyes. Can't you see? At this moment, the battle had just ended. Some of the injured members of the Blood Alliance were screaming in pain. It was obvious with a glance that this person was not tactful enough to ask. How could Wang Xinya feel comfortable? Xin. Qin Mingyao frowned when he heard Wang Xinya's rude reply. The person before him seemed to be of unknown strength and origin. If he were to offend him, he would probably bring another strong enemy to the Blood Alliance. When he heard Wang Xinya's words, the green-robed youth's fingers curled slightly. His killing intent had already risen. Suddenly, the youth seemed to have thought of something. He closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. He remembered that someone once told him that whenever he was unable to endure the anger in his heart, he should take 3 deep breaths. Thinking about how he would be taught a lesson by that person when he made a mistake, he would calm down. Qin Mingyao's expression changed when he felt the intense change in the world. He pulled Wang Xinya behind him. Phew, the youth took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. I just arrived here and felt that the true essence of heaven and earth here was quite strange, so I didn't notice it. I'm really sorry. As he spoke, the youth cupped his hands and bowed. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Everyone, it seems that you've been through the battle. I'm just passing by this place. I just want to ask if someone used any forbidden technique here just now. Forbidden technique? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Seeing that no one knew what a forbidden technique was, the youth was about to explain when a cold voice sounded from the side. That's right. Qin Mingyao nodded and said, a martial technique that uses one's lifespan to exchange for strength. It should be the forbidden technique that you mentioned, right? Great death abduction technique. Hearing this, the youth's body trembled and he looked at Qin Mingyao. When that gaze came, Qin Mingyao instantly felt that his body was unable to move. A strong sense of oppression instantly attacked him. Eh? The spirit of the Ice Phoenix race. And she's pregnant with a child. The youth knew that he was too agitated and lost his composure again. Hence, he looked at Qin Mingyao apologetically. Who exactly are you? Looking at the youth, Qin Mingyao was completely cautious this time. With a glance, he could tell that she had the Ice Phoenix spirit. This person was not simple. I don't mean any harm. I just want to know who used the forbidden technique. The man in green said. I'm the leader of the Blood Alliance, Mu Yun. Boom, as soon as he said that, the entire Fallen Soul Island was filled with an earth-shaking roar. This scene caused the entire Blood Alliance to be instantly stunned on the spot. Just by losing his composure, this person revealed his cultivation level. How strong was this person? I'm sorry. Looking at the chaos around him, the youth said again, it's just a momentary loss of composure. Xianxia laughed at himself in his heart. How could it be him? He had disappeared 10,000 years ago. Everyone, can you tell me more about this person? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Qin Mingyao walked out and talked to the man in green. No matter what, this person's every move was too powerful. If this person had bad intentions, they would have died a long time ago. If this person had good intentions and told them, it might be beneficial for them to find Mu Yun. Qin Mingyao and Xianxia started to talk. As they talked, Qin Mingyao gradually realized that the person in front of her was listening to her talk about Mu Yun as if he was listening to the story of his family. He was sometimes happy, sometimes worried, and sometimes laughed. He was a very strange person. Great death abduction technique. Xianxia looked at Qin Mingyao excitedly and laughed. In the entire great world, only my elder brother, Mu Yun, knows the great death abduction technique. How could anyone else know it? It must be my elder brother. It must be my elder brother. Elder brother? Qin Mingyao was stunned. No, no. Xianxia suddenly reacted. He looked at Qin Mingyao and said again, his appearance is different, and his personality seems to be different too. However, his way of doing things is still the same. How did he become so lecherous? He already has 3 women. If he goes back, Fairy Meng will cut my elder brother into pieces. What's going on? How could this be? Could it be that he was reincarnated? After 10,000 years, I knew it. I knew it. My elder brother is so powerful. How could he die? Haha. Heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found my elder brother. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Looking up at the sky, Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. On the other hand, Qin Mengyao was completely dumbfounded. Although she didn't quite understand what Xianxia was saying, with her intelligence and the understanding she had gained from interacting with Mu Yun, she was naturally able to figure it out. "Where is my elder brother now?" Xianxia looked at Qin Mengyao and asked. Elder brother Yun was sent somewhere by Yun Lang using an immortal artifact. His whereabouts are unknown, but his life is not in danger, Qin Mengyao said dejectedly. Suddenly, Qin Mengyao remembered how powerful this person was. She hurriedly said, "Since you claim to be elder brother Yun's brother, you must have a way to find elder brother Yun, right?" Hearing this, Xianxia's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. "Xiaoya. No, sister-in-law, I'm not bragging. If it were in the past, I could turn the entire small world upside down and find him. However, I can't do it now." "What?" "To tell you the truth, I'm just a soul clone now. The most I can do is pass the message to the various small worlds. I can't reach the large worlds at all. Therefore, even if I get this news, I can't send it back. Then, there are so many people in the Cloud Alliance. Don't you have the 4 guardians? Aren't they very powerful? But I can't contact them," Xianxia said in distress. D***. If I hadn't fallen for the Levitation Sky Palace's trap, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Levitation Sky Palace, including the 9 Elements Immortal Sect and the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, there were already 3 factions targeting Mu Yun. "Sister-in-law, don't worry," Xianxia said calmly. "I won't die. Once I escape, sister-in-law and the 4 guardians will know about this. They are more worried about my brother than I am." "Sister-in-law?" Women were always very sensitive to other women. Cough cough. "It's my brother's master. Fairy Meng, Fairy Meng. We usually just call her that." Don't mind it, don't mind it." "I knew it." Qin Mengyao snorted. "Sister-in-law, my billions of avatars have been searching for my brother in various small worlds. Don't worry, I will continue to search. I will tell you immediately when I find him." Xianxia looked at the utterly dilapidated surroundings and said with a chuckle, "This is just a wisp of my avatar. Coming this time, I also didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Before leaving, take it as helping you all out. But remember, if my brother comes back, you must tell him that I did it. I can't let those 4 guys take my credit." Qin Mengyao found it funny when he heard this. Based on how Xianxia addressed Mu Yun as big brother, Xianxia could tell how important Mu Yun was to Xianxia in the past. 10,000 years of unremitting searching was indeed enough to be called unremitting. After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked around and suddenly flew up. Roar! In an instant, a clear dragon's roar resounded over the entire Fallen Soul Island. Dragon, this was a real divine dragon. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It was his brother. It was a divine dragon. Its body was illusory, and its scales glowed with a faint green light. It looked mighty, and its claws danced in the air. "Let this wisp of my divine clone help you guys improve a little." In an instant, as soon as Xianxia finished speaking, his entire dragon body transformed into specks of green light that dissipated into the heavens and the earth. At that moment, a tremendous change took place on Fallen Soul Island. The specks of green light landed on the bodies of everyone present. Immediately, everyone felt their injuries begin to heal rapidly. Even those who were about to die started breathing more smoothly. The most unbelievable thing was that Fallen Soul Island, which used to be a barren land, gradually regained its vitality after 5 years of management by the Blood Alliance. However, it was destroyed in this battle. But now, the moment the green light fell, the plants and even the animals on Fallen Soul Island began to undergo strange changes. The originally ordinary grass was now growing healthily, and it was even beginning to morph into a spirit fruit. Some of the most ordinary rabbits grew to dozens of meters long, and they were full of spirituality. Amazing, it was beyond everyone's imagination. "Big Sis Xiaoer, who exactly is that person?" Wang Xingyao was dumbstruck upon seeing this scene. She was not the only one who was dumbfounded. No one on Fallen Soul Island was normal. Was this still Fallen Soul Island? He's his brother. Qin Mengyao looked up at the sky and murmured. Brother, the earth-shattering changes on Fallen Soul Island made everyone extremely happy. However, at this moment, the person who was even more delighted than them was Xianxia. In the 1,000 great worlds, a deep voice could be heard from time to time at the bottom of a boundless black mountain. The mountain was called Mount Buzhou. It was a secret place that belonged to a major faction in the 1,000 great worlds, Levitation Heavenly Palace. At the bottom of Mount Buzhou, a green dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long roared at the sky. Its voice was filled with wild joy. Roar, his voice was really full of shame, causing one's ears to rumble. What's wrong with this stupid dragon today? You've been shouting nonstop. Have you eaten Brother Chen? Who knows? We can't kill it, and we can't refine it. It's useless to capture it. I wonder what the elders are thinking. The disciples were discussing among themselves. Not long after, a figure moved like a ray of light, approaching the mountain range. The disciples hurriedly shut their mouths, and that figure directly entered the underground of the mountain range. Xianxia, how can you still be in the mood to shout here? That figure directly landed at the bottom of the mountain and shouted. I'm happy to, old thing. What can you do about it? Xianxia looked at the people in front of him and said disdainfully, you old fellows are only fit to be trapped here. Kill me if you have the ability. Don't think that just because I can't kill you, you can do whatever you want here. The old man shouted, his face full of anger. In just a moment, the old man's gaze fell on Xianxia's dragon body, and his expression changed. Damn it, you actually used the dragon scales as an avatar to sneak into the lower realm. The old man shouted, you still haven't given up and want to find your dead brother? Mu Yun died long ago. Your Cloud Alliance will definitely be destroyed by the joint forces of the major forces in less than 100 years. Your brother is not here. Do you think you can still protect the Cloud Alliance? Nonsense. Humph. The old man looked at Xianxia, waved his hand, and a series of seals appeared. I'll let you use the dragon scales to swim freely. Today, I'll seal you as the only dragon scale divine transformation realm cultivator. As the old man's words fell, the missing dragon scales on Xianxia's body appeared again at this moment. It was obviously subdued by the old man. Yu Huafeng, old Mother Wozni. Feeling that his avatars scattered in tens of thousands of spirit spaces were being taken back one by one, Xianxia cursed loudly. Go ahead and curse. Don't think that you're not afraid of anything just because you're a divine beast azure dragon. The Yuhua Heavenly Palace can't kill you now, but it doesn't mean that we can't kill you forever. The old man snorted coldly, waved his hand, and left. It's over. Seeing the old man leave, Xianxia said in annoyance. Although he was trapped here, the people of the Yuhua Heavenly Palace couldn't kill him at all. On the contrary, he silently relied on his dragon scales and avatars in the lower realm to look for Mu Yun everywhere. In the end, when he learned about Mu Yun, he was so proud that he split out more dragon scales. That was why Yu Huafeng saw through his flaws. It's over now. Where is my brother now? How can I find him? The 4 idiots of the Cloud Alliance, the 4 great guardians, are as if their brains have rusted. How can they be reliable? Xianxia muttered to himself, fortunately, I was quick-witted. Tell sister-in-law that my brother is back and inform me immediately. Inform me immediately. However, when he said this, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. He was too excited and only told Qin Mengyao that if Mu Yun returned to the 3,000 small worlds, she had to inform him. However, he didn't tell Qin Mengyao the method at all. Previously, he still had the dragon scale avatar and could return to the 3,000 small worlds from time to time to see if his brother had returned. But now, the dragon scale avatar was sealed. He hadn't told Qin Mengyao the method to contact him yet. Xianxia slapped his head with his claw and couldn't help but curse angrily, my brother, it turns out that you called me a stupid dragon every day. You were right. At the same time, in the thousands of great worlds above the Milky Way. Here, there was an incomparably powerful force from 10,000 years ago, the Cloud Alliance. However, 10,000 years ago, news of the death of the Cloud Alliance's leader, Mu Yun, spread out. The entire Cloud Alliance instantly sent out all their forces in an attempt to confirm the authenticity of this news. However, in the end they had no choice but to admit that the proud son of heaven of the past had indeed fallen. And the current Cloud Alliance was supported by the immortal master Meng Zimo alone. Fortunately, she still had the 4 great protectors under her command to help her. Otherwise, the current Cloud Alliance would have long been disbanded. Most importantly, without Mu Yun, it was as if the Cloud Alliance had lost its backbone. Some of the core members had lost their will to fight and had fallen into depravity. As for the others, they had chosen to live in seclusion and no longer cared about worldly affairs. In their eyes, without Mu Yun, the Cloud Alliance could no longer be called the Cloud Alliance. They wanted to take revenge, but their enemies were too powerful, so they had no choice but to retreat. The Cloud Alliance of today was no longer the Cloud Alliance of 10,000 years ago. At this moment, above the Milky Way, in the Cloud Alliance's main hall, a beautiful figure leisurely sat on the main seat, looking at the 2 figures below. "Hao Tingfei, have you found Xianxia's whereabouts?" Meng Zimo looked down and said indifferently. "No." As one of the 4 protectors, the leader is the Azure Dragon Protector. I don't have to say how important Xianxia is to Mu Yun. Fairy Meng, please calm down. I understand. I will increase my efforts to search. Hao Tingfei cupped his hands and said respectfully. Meng Zimo nodded. Zhong Hao. How's the negotiation going? The man called Zhong Hao cupped his hands and said, right now, all the matters of our Cloud Alliance are supported by Fairy Meng's pill transactions. However, those sects are insatiable. They actually said that the quality of Fairy Meng's pills is getting worse and worse and deliberately lowered the price. White Tiger. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Protector glared at White Tiger Zhong Hao, indicating for him to stop talking. It's fine. Meng Zimo stood up at this moment and looked ahead. She said, I, Meng Zimo, am known as the #1 alchemy immortal in the myriad great worlds. It's not because of the respect of others, but because of my own strength. If they don't want to buy it, then forget it. Where are Sun Yanzhou and Han Hui? Fairy Meng, the 2 of them, speak. Meng Zimo said coldly. The Levitation Heavenly Palace is pushing them too far. They are fighting over a mine of our Cloud Alliance. The 2 of them are confronting each other. Hao Tingfei said helplessly. Bang, a bang sounded. Meng Zimo looked down and suddenly shouted. Azure Dragon, White Tiger. Here. The Levitation Heavenly Palace has gone too far. How can they humiliate our Cloud Alliance? The 2 of you lead 50,000 troops each and go to support Han Hui and Sun Yanzhou. Our Cloud Alliance's 4 protectors are all out. We want them to understand that even though he is no longer here, the Cloud Alliance is where he has been for his entire life. No one can bully and humiliate us. By the way, send out the news that our Cloud Alliance is preparing to hold an auction to auction the Sacred Heart. 9 Heaven Pill. Sacred Heart 9 Heaven Pill. Hearing this, Hao Tingfei and Zhong Hao were stunned. This pill could be said to be the best of the immortal pills. Moreover, refining it required blood essence to maintain. Fairy Meng. Hearing this, the 2 of them showed an expression of grief and indignation. Go. Yes. In the end, the 2 of them cupped their hands and left the hall. In a magnificent hall, a beautiful figure sighed softly. Bastard, where are you? His sigh was filled with endless grief. Without Mu Yun, everything was different. However, after 10,000 years, was Mu Yun really still alive? Or was she completely dead? She didn't know. However, these things were not what the current Mu Yun could have predicted. At this moment, Mu Yun only felt as if her body was about to explode. Being wrapped by the 3-legged cauldron, everything around her had completely dissipated. Mu Yun understood that she had been brought into the spatial passage by the immortal cauldron. Just like the last time when Devil Emperor Chuck had kidnapped her from the central province. Only this time, it was the immortal cauldron that took her away. What was even more despicable was that the immortal cauldron allowed her to see the outside world. However, she couldn't control the immortal cauldron at all. Instead, the immortal cauldron had brought her far away. She didn't know where exactly she was. However, she saw with her own eyes that she seemed to have left the spatial barrier of the 3,000 small realms. The immortal cauldron brought her along and flew all the way. During this aimless journey, Mu Yun only felt her heartbeat become slower and slower. the divine falling snow needle was still in her heart. This was an immortal weapon, Mu Yun couldn't get rid of it at all. However, the divine falling snow needle was draining her life force bit by bit. She felt as if she had reached the end of her life and was about to dissipate. A buzzing sound rang in her ears. Mu Yun felt that everything around her had changed. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. True soul merging with body at the same time, Mu Yun felt that his soul seemed to have left his body. However, gradually, he began to sense that the scene before him was undergoing an earth-shattering change. Mu Yun could not control such a change at all. An uncontrollable change was the most terrifying change. Mu Yun calmed down and looked at his true soul leaving his body. Am I really going to die? Mu Yun muttered to himself. Are you still afraid of death? Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded when he heard Mu Yun's words. Nonsense, aren't you afraid of death? I am, but you are afraid of death. You even used the death abduction skill. You are seeking death. Why are you still afraid of death? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Mu Yun was indeed afraid of death, but he didn't want to see Yun Lang slaughter everyone in the Blood Alliance without anyone being able to stop him. You are courting death. You are afraid of death now. Fortunately, that old thing left you some means to save your life. However, if you mess around again, you will definitely die. That old thing, just as Mu Yun was about to ask who it was, he saw a faint green color quietly spreading out from where his heart was. That green mark, Mu Yun suddenly thought. The green mark was left on his body by the old man in the underground world in the Dahuang mountain. All along, the mark had only left a faint mark on Mu Yun's body. However, there had never been any special changes. He did not expect it to become like this today. Guiyi, where did that old thing come from? Even now, Mu Yun could still remember the fire dragon from back then. Even though he was at the 8th level of the Yuxian stage, the fire dragon was still sacred and inviolable in his eyes. It was not something he could fight against. You won't know even if I tell you. Only Guiyi's bored voice responded to Mu Yun. But gradually, the green mark began to spread, and a powerful life force began to spread throughout his body. Although his true soul was separated from his body, he could still feel this feeling clearly. Mu Yun did feel that he was about to die. Firstly, it was because of the overdraft of his life. Secondly, the godly falling snow needle had pierced his heart. His blood could not circulate. In addition, he was severely injured. He was at the end of his life. However, under the flow of this green mark, he felt his vitality recovering. What followed was an increase in his lifespan. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. 100 years. In the end, Mu Yun felt that he only had 100 years of his life. Time. This 100 years seemed to be an extra 100 years outside of the laws of heaven and earth. 100 years of life. 100 years of my life. Mu Yun pondered for a moment and said, 100 years is enough for me to recover and advance to the 9th level. At that time, my lifespan will increase. It seems like I won't die this time. Brat, you're dreaming. Guiyi snorted. These 100 years are against the laws of heaven and earth. It will be even more difficult for you to increase your cultivation level. Don't. Mu Yun said confidently. As long as I have time, I can make up for my cultivation. Don't be so smug. Guiyi looked at Mu Yun and sneered. Do you think this is the end? Let me tell you, I don't know if your true soul can fuse successfully with your increased lifespan. You'd better think about what to do. Ah? Hearing this, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. If they could not fuse, wouldn't his body lose his true soul? Wouldn't he still die if he maintained his true soul for 100 years? What should I do? How would I know if you ask me? Guiyi was speechless. It depends on what you want to do. Now, return to your body and carefully sense the changes in your body. See if you can fuse with your true soul. That's the most important thing. Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. His true soul immediately sat cross-legged and returned to his body. In an instant, his true soul and everything in his body felt very unfamiliar. As expected, Mu Yun was secretly anxious. Previously, his body and true soul had a tacit understanding. But now, Mu Yun could clearly feel that his body could not fuse with his true soul at all. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a mess and began to think hard. At the same time, the chart of celestial extermination floated out of Mu Yun's mind and rose outside the immortal cauldron. Mu Yun did not notice any of this at all. The chart of celestial extermination left Mu Yun's mind and flew into the empty space. At the same time, the space in front of the chart of celestial extermination suddenly tore open, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was the skinny old man at the foot of the great desolate mountain. Guai. As soon as the old man appeared, he looked at the chart of celestial extermination and said, "I can only help you this much. Since you've taken this step again, it's your decision. Although I don't dare, I won't do anything to you or stop you. Can you stop me?" Looking at the old man, Guai snorted, his tone was filled with disdain. "Yes, can I do it?" The old man seemed to be talking to himself. "Moreover, you're helping this kid. I'll thank you on behalf of the life origin of the heavenly fate continent. Why do you have to do this? You also know that this life origin originates from me, and it's only a very small part. My duty is to protect the life origin of the heavenly fate continent, but it's fine to use some of it without permission. I didn't expect you to have such a humane side." Hearing this, the old man sighed. It was not that he was not humane, but that he had no other choice. This kid's talent and temperament are indeed good, but he's too far away from that guy. Do you really want to support him? Why not? Guai said indifferently, "I'm willing to do what you don't want to do. I don't want you to interfere. This guy won't die with me. At least, he won't die until the last step. You still haven't given up, right?" "I'll never give up." Guai said indifferently, "All right, I thank you for saving him with your life origin, but I hope you don't interfere with what I want to do." "What do you see in him?" Guai fell silent. "What I see in him is his spirit. He's not afraid of death, and he dares to break the rules." "Spirit?" Hearing this, the old man was stunned. Then, a helpless smile appeared on his face. Now, what use was there for his spirit? Forget it, forget it. With a wave of his hand, the old man's silhouette vanished into thin air. In the vast space, there was only a scroll and a celestial cauldron floating quietly in the air, drifting toward an unknown world. At the same time, in the surrounding space, spatial blades were constantly blowing. Space was not always stable, but there were countless risks at any time. Spatial blades were one of them. These blades were formed by coincidence when space changed. The blades were invisible and were the most deadly. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was inside the immortal cauldron. Those blades clanged against the immortal cauldron, leaving marks on the immortal cauldron. However, as time passed, more and more marks appeared on the immortal cauldron. At this moment, this immortal cauldron was beginning to be unable to withstand the cutting of the spatial blades. "Brat, you're not done yet. If you don't do well, the immortal cauldron will break and you'll die." Guai scolded softly as he looked at Mu Yun in the immortal cauldron. However, Mu Yun could not hear him at this moment. Soul power gradually seeped into every part of his body from head to toe. The true soul leaving the body and returning again was not as simple as eating and drinking. This departure required the true soul to merge with the body again. However, this process was simple, but how could it be so simple when it really merged? Back then, when he was reborn and possessed, it was also because Rinpoche's talent was not good. In addition, he was mocked by the entire Bayun city by his students and mentors. He was also self-sufficient and had nothing to live for. He was basically no different from dying. That was why he was easily transmigrated. But now, it was basically equivalent to him occupying an ownerless body. However, his current body was completely different from that time. Mu Yun's advancement could not be said to be fast. That was because he reached perfection every step to prevent the situation of an unstable foundation. His foundation was indeed very stable now, but his body's defense had also increased by hundreds and thousands of times compared to before. In addition to the effect of dragonization, the current Mu Yun's body could be said to be as tough as a low-grade sacred artifact. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's intestines were green with regret. His body was too strong, but the power of his true soul was not strong enough. At this moment, his true soul wanted to merge with his body. It was really tiring. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up and the immortal cauldron breaks, you'll be dead. I know. Mu Yun gritted his teeth and persevered. He did not know where the space he was in was. However, Mu Yun knew that this space was definitely far away from the 3,000 small worlds. However, even the immortal cauldron could not withstand the destruction of those spatial blades at this moment. His body would probably be shattered immediately without the immortal cauldron. Fortunately, Yun Lang threw out an immortal cauldron when he was on the verge of death. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. Guei shouted, "You brat, I'm not waiting for you anymore. The immortal cauldron is broken. You're dead. I'll break the space barrier now and get out of this sea of space first." Guei immediately shouted. Break the space barrier? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. F***CKU, if you can break the space barrier, why didn't you do it earlier? Why did you have to wait until now? I don't even know where you're floating to. I'm afraid everyone will think that you're dead again. However, Guei's next move made Mu Yun completely dumbfounded. As the immortal extermination painting flipped, the immortal cauldron that he was in seemed to have been drained of all its power. Without the support of the immortal chi, the immortal cauldron shattered with a loud bang. F***CK, your method of breaking the space barrier is to rely on this immortal cauldron? Looking at the immortal extermination painting's actions, Mu Yun was completely speechless. However, immediately after, the overwhelming pressure caused Mu Yun's breathing to stagnate and he completely lost consciousness. However, before he lost consciousness, Mu Yun could feel it. His true soul and body had not reached a perfect integration, so he could not control his body at all. In that case, even if he broke the space barrier and entered an unknown small world, he would become an idiot that everyone would think of. It's over. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 5 Elements Small World 5 Elements Small World. Mu Yun did not know how far away this place was from the 3,000 small worlds. However, it had already been half a year since he had arrived at this place. The 5 Elements Small World was like the 3,000 small worlds, vast and boundless. However, what was interesting was that this was only the 5 Elements Small World. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, they were the main cultivation powers of this world. In this half a year, Mu Yun only had one word for his encounter. Miserable. Guei used the picture of immortal extermination to absorb the power of the immortal cauldron and broke through the barrier, bringing him here. However, the picture of immortal extermination had completely returned to his mind, and there was no more information. As for Mu Yun, it was already considered good that he was not bitten to death by a hungry wolf after landing in a place like the 5 Elements Small World. Fortunately, he landed in a village. Ox Village. It was a very ordinary small mountain village. However, the only difference in this small mountain village was that it was close to a major faction in the 5 Elements Small World, Fire Element Mountain. The 5 Elements Small World was vast and boundless. In such a vast and boundless place, only 5 major factions existed. To be more precise, there was only one. The division of the 5 Elements Small World was rather interesting. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were divided into different categories, forming a circle. Each of them occupied 1/5 of the 5 Elements Small World. Golden Gate, which was good at the metal element, Azure Wood Manor, which was good at the wood element, Heavenly Water Faction, which was good at the water element, and Immortal Rock Pavilion, which was good at the earth element. Finally, the land under Mu Yun's feet belonged to a major faction of the Fire Element Mountain, Golden Gate, Azure Wood Manor, Heavenly Water Faction, Immortal Rock Pavilion, and Fire Element Mountain. These 5 major factions were clearly separated from each other. It could be said that they minded their own business. However, in the core of the 5 Elements Small World, the land of 5 elements, there was a super faction, the 5 Elements Divine Palace. The 5 Elements Divine Palace had a mysterious origin. Moreover, the 5 major factions were all under the command of the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Any super genius that appeared in the major factions would be sent to the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Mu Yun did not know what that place was like. Mu Yun had heard this from the only genius disciple in this small village. Idiot, let's go home. And eat. Mu Yun was sitting on a rock. When she heard the call, a trace of anger immediately appeared in her eyes. The person who called out to him was about 1.8 meters tall and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. He looked to be burly and full of explosive power. This person's name was Niu Hua, his surname was Niu, and his name was Hua. This guy was also the only child in this village who was quite talented. First layer of the spirit cave realm, Mu Yun did not know where the division of realms came from. However, the unified division of realms made Mu Yun speechless. Mu Yun could determine that this Niu Hua was definitely stronger than a martial artist at the second level of the spiritual cave realm in the 3,000 small worlds. He majored in fire elemental cultivation methods and martial skills, and his strength was indeed not bad. However, the way this fool shouted made Mu Yun want to kill this brat. Yo, the fool is angry. You actually know how to glare at people now. Looking at Mu Yun, Niu Hua chuckled and said, "Fool, when I first found you, you were like a stone man. You didn't even know how to move your eyes. Now, your eyes can move. Amazing. You are the fool. Your whole family are fools." Looking at Niu Hua, Mu Yun really wanted to shout. However, it was difficult for him to even walk now. How could he shout? He had already been fusing his true soul and body for half a year. Now, he still lacked time. If his true soul could not completely fuse with his body, his strength could not be perfectly mobilized. It could be said that he was a complete cripple. However, there was nothing he could do. However, this Niu Hua saved him and called him a fool every day. It really made him very unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only endure it. "Fool, let's go. Let's see what delicious food mother made today. In 3 months, I will participate in the Fire Element Mountain's Inner Disciple Assessment. I hope I can pass." Niu Hua excitedly carried Mu Yun on his back and walked in the direction of the village. In the past half a year, every time Niu Hua cultivated, he would directly carry Mu Yun and walk. On the long path of a martial artist, he cultivated in the forest every day. Facing rocks and trees, having an additional living person would always be an additional source of vitality. In any case, Mu Yun did not know how to speak. She would only stare blankly at the sky or close her eyes to meditate. Niu Hua was not afraid of revealing his cultivation method. Moreover, every time Mu Yun looked at him cultivating, Niu Hua felt even more satisfied. It was as if he had an admirer. However, he did not know that in Mu Yun's eyes, his martial techniques and moves looked as clumsy as an old cow plowing the ground. It was really too horrible to look at. "Fool, do you think I will be able to enter the Fire Element Mountain in 3 months? Niu Hua said dejectedly, "I am only at the first level of the Spirit Cave realm. When the Sky Element Mountain recruits Outer Mountain disciples, they need to be at least at the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm. Unless they are very close to the power of the fire attribute, I don't seem to meet the standards for both." "Of course you don't meet the standards. Kid, if you go to the Immortal Rock Pavilion, you might be a genius. You are so big." Mu Yun criticized in her heart. "Sigh, forget it. The path of a martial artist has always been to go against the heavens and seize treasures. If I don't try, how will I know? Within 3 months, I will work hard to break through to the 5th level of the Spirit Cave realm." "In your dreams," Mu Yun said in her heart again, "in half a year, you broke through from the 10th level of the body tempering realm to the 1st level of the Spirit Cave realm. You want to break through from the 1st level to the 5th level in 3 months? You are really daydreaming." "Mother, I am back." In a clean and tidy farmhouse courtyard, a middle-aged woman wearing a scarf and an apron around her waist smiled when she saw Niu Hua. "Niu Hua, you brought little heir back again." The middle-aged woman was Niu Hua's mother. The woman in front of him didn't have it easy either. When Niu Hua was very young, his father died in the deep mountains and was eaten alive by wild beasts. She raised Niu Hua by herself. And it was precisely because of his father's stimulation that Niu Hua decided to enter the Fire Element Mountain. "Mother, he is not called little heir. He is called fool." Niu Hua chuckled and looked at Mu Yun. "Right, fool? I am your mother." Mu Yun snorted in her heart. Little heir must have encountered some discomfort and needs to exercise more. Maybe he will get better. What's so good about it? Niuhua bit off a steamed bun and said, Zhang Banxian already said that he is paralyzed. It is good enough that he can walk slowly. Zhang Banxian is full of nonsense. You are going to the fire element mountain later. Bring little heir along. The middle-aged woman was kind-hearted. In the past half a year, she had taken care of Mu Yun tirelessly and treated her as her own son. Back then, Niuhua had a younger brother. Unfortunately, this woman had no heir to raise 2 children. Niuhua starved a little and survived, but little heir died. Therefore, Niuhua's mother had always called Mu Yun little heir. Now that Niuhua had grown up and his strength was not bad, he often went to the mountains to hunt in exchange for silver. The mother and son's life was not difficult to support. With one more person, Niuhua's mother felt happy. Niuhua did not say much and was even more happy to see this scene. Mu Yun felt closer to Niuhua's mother. After all, she took care of her for half a year without asking for anything in return. Without the mother and son, she was afraid that even if she did not starve to death, she would be eaten by the wild beasts in the mountains. Mother, I am preparing to make a few more trips to the mountains recently. I will hunt some prey and exchange them for some silver. I will buy some ointment and apply it to increase my strength. Okay, but be careful. Okay. In fact, Niuhua was a very filial child. He did not have the confidence to enter the fire element mountain, but for his mother, he really wanted to enter the fire element mountain. That was why he worked so hard. Ayo, Niuhua, it's time to eat. At this moment, the wooden door of the small courtyard was opened. A few figures walked into the small courtyard. Li Fugue, what are you doing here? Niuhua said in a muffled voice as he looked at the middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks. Little brat, don't interrupt when the adults are talking. Li Fugue chuckled and walked to Niuhua's mother. He smiled and said, Niuhua's mother, Boss Chen has taken a fancy to you and wants to take you as his concubine. This is your fortune. Boss Chen is the head of our Ox Mountain town, and his nephew is an outer mountain disciple of the Sky Travel Mountain. If you marry him, Niuhua might be able to enter the Sky Travel Mountain. In your dreams. Niuhua snorted and said, I entered the Fire Element Mountain with my own ability. I don't need Chen Luan's help. My mother will never marry that rotten old man. It had to be said that although Niuhua's mother was middle-aged, she still looked charming. Niuhua, think carefully. Li Fugue, go back. I won't remarry. Niuhua's mother said righteously, I raised Niuhua alone. I can rely on Niuhua now. I don't need to rely on anyone else. You don't know what's good for you. Looking at the mother and son, Li Fugue sneered and said, Village Chief Niu, aren't you going to say something? After Li Fugue said that, a 56-year-old old man walked out from the back of the group. Niuhua's mother, Niuhua, Mr. Chen Luan said that as long as you are willing to marry him, he will give our ox village 100 cows, 100 sheep, and *ck your mother. Niuhua shouted, Village chief, you want my mother too? Jump into a fire pit for 100 sheep and 100 cows? Back then, when my brother starved to death, who in the entire ox village helped my mother? Huh? Now, you want my mother to marry an old man and suffer, just for 100 cows and sheep? Niuhua. Hearing this, the village chief's face turned ugly. Don't forget. You can live here because the ox village gave you this place. I don't *king care. Niuhua shouted angrily, I will leave here today and take my mother away. Let's see who dares to stop me. Leave? You want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Hearing this, a few figures stood out from behind Li Fugue. They were the adults of Ox Village. All of them were tall and sturdy, and all of them were martial artists. Every one of them was in the 2nd or 3rd level of the spiritual cave realm. I'll fight it out with you. With that, Niuhua shouted and rushed into the middle of them. Niuhua, don't be rash. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios forced marriage. However, Niuhua's mind was filled with anger at how these people insulted his mother and did not treat them as humans. How could he take this lying down? In addition, he had been training hard these days, but it was difficult for him to improve. He was even more frustrated. At this moment, he threw a punch at the people in front of him. These people were all strong middle-aged men in the village. They were much stronger than Niuhua. It was just that Niuhua often exercised, and it was not for nothing. The wind from the punches whistled. Niuhua actually withstood the attacks of 3 to 4 martial artists. However, those with discerning eyes could clearly see that Niuhua was only holding on with anger. It would not be long before he was defeated. Li Fugui chuckled. He looked at Niuhua's mother and said, "Why are you doing this? If you marry Boss Chen, you will live a good life in the future. You can even find a good future for your son. Now, if you don't agree, hee." When Li Fugui saw the change in Niuhua's mother's expression, he felt even more proud. He did not know why Boss Chen would fancy this woman. Although she was still charming, there were many women in Niushan town who were prettier than her. Li Fugui casually moved a stool and sat beside Mu Yun. "Idiot, what are you looking at?" Seeing Mu Yun's eyes staring straight at him, Li Fugui scolded. "Idiot, stop looking. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Li Fugui walked to Mu Yun and glared at Mu Yun as he shouted. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud bang. Niuhua. Seeing Niuhua vomiting blood and looking haggard, Niuhua's mother's face showed a trace of heartache. She quickly rushed over. However, Li Fugui was a spiritual cave realm martial artist. He grabbed Niuhua's mother and did not let her get close. Niuhua's mother, look carefully. If you don't agree, Niuhua will be beaten to death. Mother! You can't agree. Niuhua struggled to stand up and shouted, "This old fox definitely has no good intentions. Even if your son dies, I won't let you marry that old man. Niuhua, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless." Hearing these words, Li Fugui took a step forward, and with a bang, he stomped on Niuhua's chest. He spat and said, "Kid, if your mother doesn't agree, I'll cripple one of your arms first." "How dare you? Why wouldn't I?" Hearing the angry roar, Li Fugui's face hardened. He lifted his leg and stomped towards Niuhua's chest. Poochie, in an instant, a p sound rang out. Niuhua had already closed his eyes in despair. However, when he heard the sound of blood spraying onto his face, before he could even react, he was already stunned by the scene in front of him. Fresh blood flowed down Li Fugui's leg and dripped onto the ground. The entire courtyard was red with blood. Poochie Poochie! Poochie Poochie! Poochie Papa Flu Studio. Seeing this scene, everyone in the courtyard was completely dumbfounded. Poochie Yi Lu Pui Puppy Up of Puff Nyo 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 of Poochie. Pun Pun Nyo near Poochie Poo. However, they were not the only ones who were stunned. The entire courtyard instantly became deathly silent. That puppy actually knew how to speak and even broke one of Li Fugui's legs. "Damn it, you call me a puppy every day. Do you think you can call me a puppy?" Looking at Li Fugui, Mu Yun said in a low voice, "Do you really think you're a pushover? You're just at the spiritual cave realm. How dare you talk big in front of me?" It was not that Mu Yun was conceited. To her, the spiritual cave realm was indeed trash. Li Fugui screamed continuously. At this moment, looking at Mu Yun, Li Fugui's face turned pale. Was she still a puppy? Li Fugui was in disbelief as he looked at Mu Yun. "You, help him stop the bleeding." Mu Yun pointed at village chief Nyo and ordered. "Ah? Oh. He did not see clearly how Mu Yun broke one of Li Fugui's legs. However, he was the village chief after all. His eyesight was still quite good. He knew that this time, it was over. This person who had been called a puppy by Nyo village for half a year was definitely not a puppy. It was very likely that he had been severely injured previously and had recovered in the past half a year. Could it be that this person was at the 5th tier of the spiritual cave realm? Or the 6th tier? Or a mighty prowess cultivator? You. Mu Yun pointed at the three of them and snorted. "Go to Nyo town and call that Boss Chen over. Remember, call him over. Kneel all the way here. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Kneel all the way here? Bear the consequences." It was over. It was over. Hearing this, everyone in the house went crazy. However, the remaining few people did not dare to refute when they saw that the most powerful Li Fugui had become like that. They were scared out of their wits and hurried in the direction of Nyo town. If they did not run now, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. However, they knew that no matter how powerful this puppy was, once they reached Niu Town, there would be martial artists at the 7th, 8th, and even 9th tier of the spiritual cave realm. Boss Chen would definitely be able to invite those people. This puppy was dead meat. Village Chief Niu immediately stopped Li Fugui's bleeding. There's no need to be so meticulous. Looking at Village Chief Niu's serious expression, Mu Yun said impatiently, just bandage him a little. Don't let him die so quickly. Hearing this, Li Fugui's face instantly turned pale. Now, he could only pray for Boss Chen to save him. Waiter, are you still a waiter? Niu's mother looked at Mu Yun in a daze. Aunt Lin, of course I'm a waiter. However, my real name is Mu Yun. Are you really the puppy I brought back? Niu stood up and looked at Mu Yun in a daze. Puppy, hearing this, Mu Yun directly walked in front of Niu. With a snap of his finger, he knocked Niu's head and scolded jokingly, who told you I'm a fool? If you say I'm a fool again, I'll skin you alive. Hee hee. This time, Mu Yun only knocked him lightly. It did not hurt. Niu chuckled. He did not expect that the puppy he casually picked up turned out to be an expert. Oh no. At this moment, Niu's mother's expression suddenly changed. Boss Chen's real name is Chen Luan. He's the richest man in Niu Town. He has many martial artists under him. A few of them are above the 5th tier of the spiritual cave realm. Moreover, Chen Luan's son is called Xianxia. He's an outer mountain disciple of Tianheng Mountain. It's said that he has reached the 7th tier of the spiritual cave realm. Niu's mother suddenly exclaimed, Quick, Mu Yun, Niu, leave quickly. Otherwise, when those people come, you won't be able to escape. Mother, I'm not leaving. I'm not afraid of those people. Niu said in a muffled voice, If I leave, what will you do? You child. Aunt Lin. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped forward and supported Niu's mother. She pressed her down on the seat and said with a smile, I haven't exercised my limbs in a long time. Today is considered an exercise. Get ready to watch the show. Moreover, I haven't properly repaid you for eating and drinking at your house for half a year. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Niu's mother said angrily, even if it's a stray dog or cat by the roadside, you can't leave it to die, let alone a living person. Moreover, we didn't help you much. Looking at Aunt Lin and Niu, Mu Yun smiled slightly. He did have many sage-level elixirs on him now. They were all stored in the Divine Space Treasure Cave. However, Niu and Aunt Lin were too weak. They could not afford sage-level elixirs. However, Mu Yun could not help but awkwardly realize that he did not have any low-level elixirs on him. That was very awkward. Originally, he wanted to take out some elixirs to let Niu recover, but Mu Yun had to admit that he really could not take them out now. Helpless, Mu Yun could only take out a cauldron from his Divine Space Treasure Cave. He took out a few simple medicinal herbs and prepared to refine a cauldron of elixirs. However, after tossing and turning, Mu Yun realized that the elixirs on him were at least enough to refine a 4th-grade elixir. 4th-grade elixir, Qingyuan elixir. In the end, Mu Yun had no choice but to refine this elixir. Idiot, no, Mu Yun, you know how to refine elixirs? Just a little. Mu Yun replied casually, Niu, you are now at the 1st level of the spiritual cave realm. Can you withstand a 4th-grade elixir? 4th-grade elixir? Niu was completely stunned. Usually, even a 1st-grade elixir was a luxury for him, let alone a 4th-grade elixir. The reason why he wanted to enter the Tianheng Mountain was that it was said that the outer mountain disciples and inner mountain disciples of the Tianheng Mountain could receive elixirs every month. However, the outer mountain disciples seemed to only receive some 1st-grade and 2nd-grade elixirs, while the inner mountain disciples received 3rd-grade elixirs. 4th-grade elixirs seemed to only be obtained by some high-ranking disciples in the Tianheng Mountain, right? Can't withstand it? Mu Yun frowned and said, Sigh, unfortunately, the lowest grade elixir that I can refine with the medicinal herbs on me now is a 4th-grade elixir. The lowest grade. Hearing this, Niu could not help but want to rush out and beat Mu Yun up. Even if you want to show off, you don't have to do this, right? Forget it, I'll try. Mu Yun said helplessly. Can you really do it? Looking at Mu Yun, Niuhua felt his breathing gradually become stagnant. Mu Yun smiled and said, "They need at least an hour to go back and forth." "An hour is enough." After saying that, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground and began to control the heavenly fire. Boom, boom, boom. The soul-destroying black flames gathered by the three heavenly fires directly heated up the cauldron at this moment. What kind of fire is this? Niuhua was completely stunned. The Fire Mountain could be said to be the most powerful force in the Fire Mountain region, and they mainly cultivated fire attribute power. Therefore, there were also many fire attribute spirit beasts in the Fire Mountain region. However, no matter how many there were, he had never seen such a flame. It was not a spiritual fire, nor did it look like an earth fire. Could it be a heavenly fire? Thinking of this, Niuhua was completely dumbfounded. Heavenly fire. If it was really a heavenly fire, it was simply unbelievable. As far as he knew, it seemed that no one in the entire Tianheng Mountain had obtained a heavenly fire. Gradually, Mu Yun began to use it. Time was not slow, and wisps of fragrance floated out from the cauldron. Qingyuan pill, 4th grade elixir. 10 pills. Looking at the 10 Qingyuan pills in his hand, Niuhua was completely stunned. It was the first time in his life that he saw a 4th grade elixir, and it was actually obtained from a fool that he picked up. This was simply inconceivable. "Take it and try it." Mu Yun did not say much and said with a smile, "Okay." Niuhua opened his mouth and swallowed a Qingyuan pill. Immediately, it turned into a stream of energy and spread in his body. It really worked. Blown away, at the same time, Mu Yun took out a translucent pill from her bosom. "Aunt Lin, take this pill." Mu Yun smiled and said, "This pill can preserve one's youthful appearance and prolong one's lifespan. It can also ward off diseases and poison." Aunt Lin was completely stunned at this moment. She never thought that the fool her son picked up would become like this in the blink of an eye after half a year. Okay, I'll take it." Aunt Lin's eyes were filled with tears. If Shower was still alive, would he be the same? After taking the pill in her mouth, Aunt Lin immediately felt a strange change in her body. It was a special kind of power that was able to remove all the hidden illnesses in his body that he had been suffering from for years. Gradually, Aunt Lin became even more dumbstruck as she looked at her own hands. "My hands." At this moment, cracks appeared on her palms. When the wind blew, the thick skin fell off. On her face, the layers of old skin gradually disappeared. "I'll go wash it." Aunt Lin's eyes were filled with embarrassment as she hurriedly turned around and entered the house. After a while, Auntie Lin walked out. Village Chief Miao and Li Fugui were stunned. Aunt Lin was a woman in her 40s. However, she worked hard all year round and her body was exhausted. She looked haggard. However, even so, she still looked very charming. Now, Aunt Lin looked like a woman in her 30s. Even her figure seemed to have become fuller in a short period of time. Her jade-like hands were delicate, and her skin was delicate. Niuhua was stunned when he saw this scene. "Mother, are you still my mother?" Aunt Lin was embarrassed when she was stared at by them. She scolded, "Little bastard, if I'm not your mother, whose mother am I?" "Niuhua, you've improved?" However, Aunt Lin felt that her son was different from the others when she looked at him. "Yes, 2nd level spiritual cave realm. I don't know why, but I opened the 2nd aperture after swallowing that pill." Niuhua chuckled. "Why are you still laughing? Hurry up and thank Shower." "No, thank Mu Yun. If it weren't for him, you would have been beaten to death just now." Aunt Lin. Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "If it wasn't for Niuhua, I'm afraid I would have died long ago." "I still have to thank you," Aunt Lin said seriously. "Thank you? Who are you thanking?" "Me? Lady Lin." However, at this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard outside the gate. Before the person arrived, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. A figure came down from the luxurious carriage that was 3 to 5 meters long. He was dressed in a silk robe with golden edges. His hair and beard were all white, and he gave off the feeling of an old man. Most importantly, as soon as this person got out of the car, his eyes fell on Aunt Lin. He was immediately dumbfounded and almost drooled. "Lady Lin, you're Lady Lin? Oh my God. I haven't seen you for a long time. How come you've become even more beautiful? Looking at Aunt Lin, the old man in his 60s or 70s was stunned. The numerous martial artists who came along were also extremely surprised. It was not that they had not seen this person who made their master worry deeply, but they did not expect her to become more and more beautiful. Chen Luan, watch your position. Looking at the old man, Aunt Lin snorted coldly. The hidden illness in her bones had disappeared, and she spoke with more confidence. However, looking at the warriors behind Chen Luan, Aunt Lin was a little worried. The strength that Mu Yun displayed just now was indeed extraordinary. However, Chen Luan was the richest man in Ox Mountain town, and his son, Chen Jiayu, was a genius disciple in the outer mountain of Sky Travel Mountain. If they offended this person, their lives would not be easy. Old thing, where are you looking at? Seeing Chen Luan's eyes sweeping over his mother, Niao Hua took a step forward and stood in front of his mother, snorting. Niao Hua, why are you so angry? At this moment, Chen Luan chuckled and said, soon, I will be your future father, and that child, Jiayu, will be your big brother. When you enter Sky Travel Mountain in the future, your days will be more comfortable. Bah! Niao Hua spat and scolded angrily, if you were to be my son, I would find you too old. As soon as he said that, Chen Luan's expression turned ugly. After all, he was the #1 figure in Ox Mountain town. When Niao Hua saw him today, not only was he not afraid, but he was also very confident. Chen Luan was shrewd. He did not even look at Li Fugue, who was lying on the ground. His gaze landed on Mu Yun. This person looked to be in his 20s. He was young, and his long hair was tied up. A strand of hair floated in front of his forehead. He did not look like a warrior, but more like a scholar. Who are you? Looking at Mu Yun, Chen Luan said coldly, you were the one who crippled one of Li Fugue's legs, right? It was me. Good, you have the backbone to admit it. Now, break one of your arms as compensation for Li Fugue. Seeing that you are in Aunt Lin's house, I will not kill you. Chen Luan stood back. Someone had already placed a chair in front of him. Sitting on the chair, Chen Luan chuckled and said, kid, break one of your arms, and I will spare your life. Today is the big day that I am here to welcome Aunt Lin to my Chen mansion. So, you better hurry up and don't waste my time. Originally, Chen Luan did not plan to bring Aunt Lin to his mansion today. However, before he came, he did not expect Aunt Lin to become so beautiful. At this moment, how could he care about the 8-person sedan chair? He could not wait to capture the beauty in front of him and enjoy her. I'm sorry, I can't do something like self-mutilation. Mu Yun smiled and shook her head. Oh? You are not willing? Chen Luan looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Don't think that you can go against me just because you broke one of Li Fugue's arms. If you let me attack, I will not only break one of your arms, but your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Luan gave a signal with his eyes. Immediately, a few people behind him rushed out. Let me help you. Niao Hua shouted when he saw the few people rushing out. All of them were above the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. Then you go. Seeing Niao Hua rush up, Mu Yun suddenly said. Ah? Niao Hua did not expect Mu Yun to say that. He was stunned. None of these guys were his match. Watch carefully. I will teach you a set of fist techniques. As Mu Yun spoke, he smiled faintly before disappearing in a flash. In the next moment, banging sounds were heard. The few people who rushed up did not even touch the corner of Mu Yun's clothes before they were completely silent. All of them were killed instantly. Did you see it clearly? Mu Yun returned to her original position and looked at Niao Hua with a smile. What did you do just now? This was not Mu Yun's fault, and it was even more so Niao Hua's fault. In the past, Mu Yun was at the 8th level of the Feather Immortal realm. Now, it was really difficult for him to perform some low-level martial techniques and slow down his speed. It was even more difficult for Niao Hua to see this Almighty's techniques. Alright, I will teach you when I have time in the future. Looking at Niao Hua, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, in the past 6 months, I have really had enough of watching you practice your fist techniques. Your fist techniques, isn't it especially majestic? They are really too lousy. As soon as she finished speaking, Niao Hua was completely listless. However, I can teach you a few sets of fist techniques. With the Qingyuan pill, it is not impossible for you to step into the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm within 3 months. Really? Hearing this, Niuhua was pleasantly surprised. That's great. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the mother and son, Mu Yun also nodded. She had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness. If not for Niuhua and Aunt Lin taking care of her for more than half a year and treating her like a family, Mu Yun would be nowhere now. Have you guys said enough? At this moment, Chen Luan finally could not hold it in and shouted. What does it have to do with you? Seeing Mu Yun's superb strength, Niuhua was no longer afraid. He snorted and said, Old man Chen, hurry up and get lost. Let me tell you, if you want to marry my mother, you will have to wait until your next life. No, you won't have the chance in your next life. Brat, you are courting death. Hearing Niuhua's words, Chen Luan's face suddenly turned cold, and he took a step forward. Get lost. However, before Chen Luan could make a move, a cold shout sounded. Mu Yun took a step forward, and a powerful aura directly crushed Chen Luan. Immediately, Chen Luan's figure disappeared into the sky like a shooting star accompanied by curses. Oh my god, seeing this scene, Niuhua was completely agitated. Brother Yun, you are my brother from now on. Looking at Mu Yun, Chen Luan's face was full of admiration. She was too powerful. She could blow someone to the edge of the sky with just one breath. Could Mu Yun be an illuminating god elite? Don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid you can't stay in Oxtown any longer. Let's go directly to Mount Huixing. Mu Yun said, Niuhua, you want to enter Mount Huixing? Along the way, I will give you a few pointers. I guarantee that you can enter Mount Huixing. Okay. After saying that, Aunt Lin began to prepare the things. There's no need to prepare. Mu Yun said with a smile, when we reach Mount Huixing, there will naturally be a place to stay. You can prepare the things when the time comes. Ah? Aya, mother, what are you off for? Listen to Brother Yun. You can't go wrong. Niuhua laughed loudly, looking very happy. The 3 of them immediately drove the carriage and left Ox Town. Only the village chief and Li Fugue, who were already in a daze, were left behind. Blown away with just one breath, Li Fugue could not help but pinch his thigh. Was this King real? What the hell was this guy? Wasn't he just a fool? Why did he suddenly become like this? In the small courtyard, only the 2 of them were left in a mess in the wind. Brother Yun, Mount Huixing has been established for tens of thousands of years. But in terms of history, the 5 Elements Divine Palace has the longest history. On the way, Mu Yun and Niuhua drove the carriage while Aunt Lin sat in the carriage. The 2 of them kept chatting. Oh? Tell me about it. Although she heard Niuhua muttering about these forces when she could not speak previously, in reality, Mu Yun did not know much about these forces. The 5 Elements Divine Palace has a long history. No one can explain it clearly. Moreover, this place is located in the center of the entire 5 Elements small world. It has the advantage of time and place. Every year, disciples with talent from the 5 major forces are selected and brought to the 5 Elements Divine Palace to become the most outstanding targets for training. Oh? Then why are the 5 major forces willing? Do they dare to refuse? Niuhua said proudly, even if the 5 major forces of the 5 Elements Divine Palace joined forces, they would not be able to withstand a single slap. How would they dare to resist? This situation has been going on for tens of thousands of years. The 5 major forces have long lost the ability to compete with the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Niuhua continued, moreover, this 5 Elements Divine Palace is not for all geniuses. Oh? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fire Travel Mountain Hehe, the 5 major forces all gather geniuses of a single attribute. Fire Travel Mountain mainly nurtures fire attribute geniuses, and so on. However, the 5 Elements Divine Palace gathers geniuses from the entire 5 Elements small world who have more than one attribute. Niuhua chuckled and said, the 5 Elements small world has existed for tens of thousands of years, but in these tens of thousands of years, there are many geniuses with a single attribute in their bodies. For example, the Fire Emperor, the Water Emperor, the Wood Emperor, the Gold Emperor, and the Earth Emperor were all outstanding geniuses who founded the 5 major forces. They were proficient in a single attribute. As for the 5 Elements Divine Palace, it was founded by the famous 5 Elements Great Emperor. The 5 Elements Great Emperor was a genius who appeared out of nowhere in the 5 Elements Small World. This person had the physique of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He was proficient in all of them. In the 5 Elements Small World, he founded the 5 Elements Divine Palace and instantly became the strongest force in the 5 Elements Small World. From then on, the 5 major forces had no choice but to submit. Moreover, the 5 Elements Great Emperor was extremely ambitious. Every year, he made the 5 major forces contribute their most outstanding geniuses, hoping to find peerless geniuses who were not only proficient in a single attribute. He wanted to truly utilize the 5 elements. As Niuhua spoke, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even his face was filled with admiration. 5 Elements Great Emperor, he really dared to call himself that. However, these words were not worth mentioning in Mu Yun's ears. In the entire great world, there were not many people who could call themselves emperors. Brother Yun, you are so strong. Why don't you join Fire Travel Mountain with me? Join Fire Travel Mountain? Mu Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he did not know what the entire Fire Travel Mountain was like. Would there be anyone who could teach him? Niuhua, do you know if there are any teleportation portals in the 5 Elements Divine Palace? Mu Yun asked. Teleportation portals were very common in the Great World. After all, among the Great Worlds, hell was vast. Even immortals had limited flying speed. However, teleportation portals could teleport cultivators directly to their destination. Compared to flying, it was much faster. However, there were none in the 3,000 Great Worlds. To build a teleportation array, the first reason was that the 3,000 small worlds did not have such a powerful figure. Secondly, it would take a huge amount of money. Perhaps even the power of the entire 3,000 small worlds would only be able to build one. However, Mu Yun knew that there were indeed teleportation arrays in some powerful small worlds. However, these small worlds were extremely powerful among the tens of thousands of small worlds. Mu Yun was not sure if there was a teleportation array in the 5 Elements Small World. If there was a teleportation formation in the 5 Elements Small Worlds, even if he couldn't directly return to the 3,000 small worlds, he could still use the teleportation formation to reach the small worlds he knew. Perhaps he could obtain information about the specific location of the 3,000 small worlds. Otherwise, he would be like a headless fly right now. Even if he wanted to go back, there was no way for him to do so. What's a teleportation array? The moment Mu Yun said that, Niuhua was stunned. Helplessly covering her face, Mu Yun was speechless. It seemed that it was not reliable to get information from Niuhua. It's fine. Let's talk about it when we reach Sky Travel Mountain. Mu Yun waved the horsewhip in her hand and sighed. With the existence of He Lin and Tian Wuyan, Qin Mingyao and the others did not think that he was dead this time. However, even so, he had severely injured Yun Lang, causing Yun Lang to be unable to recover for at least 100 years. However, Yun Lang was related to the thousands of small worlds. If those people helped him, he might be able to recover in less than 100 years. If he had not recovered by then, who could stop Yun Lang? At the moment, not only did he have to find a way to go back, but he also had to think about how to improve his cultivation. However, at the moment, his real soul and his body had not completely merged. It was equivalent to the first level of the Yuxian stage. However, this was not a problem. With the completion of the merging this time, it would only take time for the rest to accumulate. Gradually, it would not be a problem for him to recover to the 8th level of the Yuxian stage. The subsequent improvement was not within the range of Mu Yun's worries. This was the 5 Elements Small World, and his 9 Elements Qi gathering contained the 5 elements. As he continued to absorb the power of the 5 elements, his 9 Elements Qi gathering would become more powerful. In this way, his strength would naturally be improved. However, at this moment, Niuhua seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Oh right, I don't know about the teleportation formation, but I know that there seems to be a big formation in the 5 Elements Divine Palace." It is said that it can teleport people from the five elements small world to the neighboring small worlds. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. However, I only heard about it. I don't know. I guess that only the mansion master of the five elements divine palace can use that formation. It is said that it costs millions of supreme spiritual crystals to use it once. Amazing. Hearing this, Mu Yun was energized. It seemed that the five elements small world was not like the 3,000 small worlds, which could not communicate with the outside world. The hope of going back could only be dealt with from the five elements divine palace. Five elements divine palace. Let's go. Mu Yun spurred his horse and gave the order. Where to? To the fire element mountain. Mu Yun smiled slightly, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Since that was the case, he would first join the fire element mountain and then enter the five elements divine palace through the fire element mountain. After he grasped the secret of the teleportation formation in the five elements divine palace, he would find an opportunity to see if he could find the 3,000 small worlds. As for how to break the space barrier in the 3,000 small worlds, although Mu Yun did not have the strength to do it, he believed that the old man, Guai, would definitely have a way. Otherwise, he would be in the endless space now and not the five elements small world. In 3 months, the Outer Mountain Disciple recruitment examination of the Fire Element Mountain was about to begin. At this moment, the Fire Element Mountain gradually became busy. The Fire Element Mountain was located in the center of a part of the Five Elements Circle. The entire sect was built in the Mars Mountain Range, which was rich in fire energy. This place was hot all year round. However, this kind of heat was unbearable for ordinary people, but for the disciples of the Fire Element Mountain, it was the best place to cultivate. They cultivated the fire element vital core power, and when they spoke, it felt like there was fire energy. At this moment, outside the main gate of the Fire Element Mountain, groups of disciples were busy. The Outer Mountain Disciple recruitment examination of the Fire Element Mountain could be said to be a grand event of the Fire Element Mountain. This was because not only were they recruiting Outer Mountain disciples, but if they found 1 or 2 exceptional geniuses, they could even directly become Inner Mountain disciples. In the Fire Element Mountain, the Outer Mountain disciples were at least level 5 spiritual cave realm, and most of them were at level 5 to level 10 spiritual cave realm. As for Inner Mountain disciples, they were at level 1 to level 10 spiritual cave realm. Ranked above the Outer Mountain disciples and Inner Mountain disciples was the Holy Sun, who had a high position and authority. The Holy Sun's bone age was below 100 years old, and his strength was at level 1 to level 5 of the Feather Immortal realm. As for the Holy Sun who had surpassed level 5 of the 10,000 years realm, he was no longer called the Holy Sun, but directly promoted to an elder of the Fire Element Mountain. And he was a core elder. Just this division was enough to see that the overall strength of the 5 elements small worlds seemed to be much stronger than the 3,000 small worlds. The reason why the Fire Element Mountain held the Outer Mountain Disciple recruitment examination as a grand event was because of an incident many years ago. That year, a young man with a bone age of over 50 years old came to participate in the Fire Element Mountain's examination. He passed the Outer Mountain Disciple examination easily and created miracles time and time again. In the end, it alarmed the Fire Element Mountain's master. In the end, through the examination, it was discovered that the young man had a bone age of 50 years old, and his understanding of the fire element vital energy was monstrous, and he was a rare genius with a single element. The Fire Element Mountain would not be so excited if they encountered a genius with 2 or 3 elements. This was because when such a genius was discovered, he would be immediately taken away by the people of the 5 elements divine palace. They could not keep such a genius. Therefore, the Fire Element Mountain was naturally shocked and excited when such a genius with a single element appeared. However, although this young man was at level 9 of the Spirit Realm and not at the Feather Immortal Realm, the Fire Element Mountain's master made an exception and directly conferred the title of Holy Sun. This person was the current master of the Fire Element Mountain, Fire Kylan. Therefore, because of this matter, after Fire Kylan became the master of the Fire Element Mountain, he issued a new rule. During the Outer Mountain examination, if there were outstanding talents, they could also be directly promoted to Inner Mountain Disciple, or even Holy Sun. As long as one had the ability and strength, the Fire Element Mountain would give everyone a fair and public opportunity to perform. Moreover, the fire element mountain was not worried about spies sneaking in. In the entire fire domain, there was only the fire element mountain, and in every city in the fire domain, there were fire element academies. It was impossible for other forces to exist, let alone spies. And in the hundreds of years that followed, it indeed proved that Fire Kylan's move was correct. In the hundreds of years, every time the Fire Element Mountain's Outer Mountain Disciple Recruitment Examination was held, there would always be a few geniuses who not only surpassed ordinary Outer Mountain disciples in strength, but also had a very strong understanding of the fire element. Although the Fire Element Mountain might not be able to keep all of these geniuses, they could keep geniuses with a single element. This was because the Five Elements Divine Palace did not care much about geniuses with a single element. At that moment, among the many busy youths, there was a figure with his hands behind his back. He stood in the middle of the crowd in an arrogant manner, constantly giving out orders. Be quick with your actions. This is for the sake of our Fire Element Mountain's reputation. The 5 major factions are currently recruiting disciples. We cannot let others say that we are inferior to the Azurewood Manor. The youth was dressed in a pale golden robe. He had an extraordinary bearing and there was a faint arrogance on his face. He could not help but shout with a frown when he saw the crowd's lazy actions. Chen Jiayu. Translator, Transin editor, Transin unyielding rule. As soon as she finished speaking, a fragrant wind blew into the young man's arms. Mayor, there are too many people here. I'm working. Feeling the fullness in his arms, Chen Jiayu said awkwardly. I don't care. The woman was wearing a pink dress. She was really delicate, as if she was born with a seductive bone. Her entire person looked delicate and weak. Hearing her voice made one's body go soft. Seeing her in person made one unable to move. At this moment, the woman's chest was split open, revealing a scene that made one's nose bleed. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Chen Jiayu snorted when he saw the surrounding people looking at him. The disciples became even more cautious and lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Let them look. You're so busy every day and don't have time to accompany me. I'll find a few pleasing ones to accompany me later. Huamei's voice was sweet, making Chen Jiayu's chest burn. You little vixen, you're getting more and more clingy. Don't you like it when I'm clingy? As Huamei spoke, she reached down and smiled charmingly. You're still trying to be brave. Your body has already betrayed you. You're the one who attacked me first. How could Chen Jiayu endure it? He grabbed Huamei's hand and ran towards a wooden house. Not long after, unrestrained shouts came out from the small wooden house. All the Outer Mountain disciples who were working back and forth raised their heads to pay their respects. This Chen Jiayu is a lucky bastard. If he didn't hook up with Huamei, he wouldn't be so arrogant with the Hua family of Fire Mountain behind him. Shu, be careful. The last time an Outer Mountain disciple said that, he was killed by Chen Jiayu. I'm not afraid of him. He's just an Outer Mountain disciple, but he's more arrogant than an Inner Mountain disciple. That's right. Without Huamei, he's nothing. Hey, don't say that. He's good at martial arts and Huamei likes him. If you're so good, go ahead. When I become the Sacred Flame Sun, I'll definitely let Huamei vent her anger. Damn it, I can't stand hearing her scream every day. The group of Outer Mountain disciples discussed animatedly. Clearly, they were already dissatisfied with Chen Jiayu. Chen Jiayu, your letter. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang out. Logically speaking, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the outer mountains of Fire Travel Mountain. It was impossible for the mountain gate to inform everyone about a small matter like a letter from home. They would only inform the disciples to collect it. However, the relationship between Chen Jiayu and Huamei was not shallow. In order to curry favor with Chen Jiayu, some Outer Mountain disciples took the opportunity to send letters to curry favor. You've interrupted my business. Bring it in. Chen Jiayu stretched out an arm from the window and cursed. Through the crack in the window, the disciple who delivered the letter saw the beautiful figure lying on the table in the room. Suddenly, his heart swayed. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Chen Jiayu snorted and closed the window. At that moment, Huamei was already impatient. She snorted and said, What letter? Can't I read it later? It's from my damned father. Qin Jiyu impatiently opened the letter. That damned old man of his had given him nothing but good looks. However, he had to thank his old man. Without his good looks, the current him was no different from those outer mountain disciples. Not only could he win the heart of a beauty, but he could also abuse his power. Look. Huameyer urged. Don't worry. Let me see what's written in the letter. However, when he saw the letter, Qin Jiyu was instantly stunned. What's wrong? My father was killed. Qin Jiyu's fingers trembled as he said fiercely. Niuhua from Ox Village and someone called Mu Yun. Good, very good. They even dared to kill my father. They're courting death. Qin Jiyu shouted in a low voice, they still want to enter Fire Travel Mountain. Dream on. Ox Village? They're just unruly people from a small village. Why bother with them? When they come to Fire Travel Mountain, I'll help you kill them silently. Huameyer said indifferently. I don't need you. Qin Jiyu sneered and said, 2 ignorant villagers from the countryside dared to kill my father. I'll play them to death. Hearing this, Huameyer said unhappily, what about me? Don't worry. I'll play you to death even more. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice gradually sounded in the small wooden house. Qin Jiyu was the son of Chen Luan, who was blown away by Mu Yun. He was an outer mountain disciple of Fire Travel Mountain. Unfortunately, Chen Luan was blown away by Mu Yun's cold snort. He was lucky enough to be thrown into a tree. Although he did not die, he was severely injured. He was also famous in Ox Town. His breathing was not smooth, and he was angered to death. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not know that he was being targeted. However, even if he knew that someone was targeting him, he would not care about a mere 7th-level spiritual cave realm disciple. Although he was not in his best condition now, he really did not care about a mere Qin Jiyu. It was thousands of miles from Ox Village to Fire Travel Mountain. There was more than enough time to travel by horse carriage for 3 months. Originally, Mu Yun could have brought the 2 of them directly to Fire Travel Mountain. However, when she thought of Niuhua's realm, which was 2nd-level spiritual cave realm, Mu Yun still chose to take the horse carriage and teach Niuhua along the way. On this day, the horse carriage stopped in the middle of a mountain forest. Aunt Lin was busy roasting some rabbit meat by the bonfire. On the other side, Niuhua was performing a set of fist techniques, tiger steps and dragon movement fist. This fist technique was obtained by Mu Yun in the Divine Space Treasure Cave. It was of the intermediate profound level and was suitable for Niuhua to practice. This fist technique came from the Divine Space Treasure Cave in the picture of extermination of Celestial. Naturally, it was much more profound than the thousands of fist techniques that Mu Yun knew in her previous life. Niuhua had been practicing diligently along the way without taking a break. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His mind was firmly guarded. Now, he was recovering his strength every day. His true soul was separated from his body. It was easy to leave, but difficult to enter. In the past month, Mu Yun had only slightly increased the fusion rate. He roughly judged that the strength that he could unleash was around the 1st level of the heavenly immortal realm. It seems that to recover strength, not only does it require continuous fusion, but it also requires some treasures that can recover soul power. Mu Yun muttered softly. Brother Yun, it's time to eat meat. In fact, although the strength that Mu Yun could unleash was limited, he was still at the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm. It was not a problem for him to not eat or drink. However, if he really did not eat or drink, Mu Yun was really afraid that he would scare the mother and son. Coming. Mu Yun stood up and looked at Aunt Lin and Niuhua. He smiled slightly. How is it? Mu Yun looked at Niuhua and asked. Tiger steps and dragon movement fist is really mysterious. I have only learned 3 of the 9 moves. Hee, 3 moves? That's not bad. Yes, I feel that after swallowing the Qingyuan pill, I might break through again. Niuhua laughed loudly. Break through again, that was the 3rd level of the spirit cave realm. Don't be so proud. Niuhua's mother curled her lips and said, if it weren't for Mu Yun, you would still be trapped at the 1st level of the spirit cave realm, right? Mother, Aunt Lin, you're wrong. Muyan smiled and said, actually, Niuwa's talent is not bad. However, I feel that perhaps it would be more suitable for him to join the Immortal Rock Pavilion. Hee. At first, I just thought that it would be amazing if I could join any of the 5 major forces. I didn't think too much. Forget it, there's not enough time for us to go to the Immortal Rock Pavilion now. Moreover, Brother Yun, your fire attribute talent is so strong. It would be a loss for you to go to the Immortal Rock Pavilion with me. Looking at Niuwa's smiling appearance, Muyun really wanted to tell him that he actually cultivated the 9 elements chi gathering technique and had the earth element treasure in his body, the heaven mending stone. This thing was even more precious than the heavenly fire. Perhaps, his comprehension of the earth element power was even stronger. However, telling these things to Niuwa and his mother would only increase the fear in their hearts. Now that the 2 of them had already treated her as their benefactor, Muyun did not want them to feel that they owed her even more. In the next 2 months, the 3 of them hurried along and rested. It was as if they were on a scenic tour. It was also quite carefree. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The 3 of them also arrived at Fire Mountain. At this moment, the Fire Element Mountain was already filled with people, both inside and outside. Almost all the genius disciples in the entire fire domain had come here for the Grand Fire Mountain Outer Mountain Disciple Selection. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Niuwa could not help but reveal a trace of timidity. Don't be afraid. As long as you learn the Tiger Steps and Dragon Movement Fist, no one will be your match if their realm is not higher than yours by 2 levels. Muyun comforted. Yes. Once upon a time, Muyun had also felt this way. However, that was a feeling from a long time ago. At that time, he was an orphan. Now, seeing that Niuwa had Aunt Lin's company to cheer him up, Muyun's heart was slightly relieved. In his previous life, he did not know where he came from. Since he was young, he had lived in the 100,000 mountains. The days of eating raw meat and drinking blood had created his spirit that was like a wild wolf. He was never afraid of danger and never feared a strong enemy. However, at that time, where were his parents? After his rebirth, there was a different feeling with Mu Qingyu, Yun Xinyao, and Muyun. However, just as Muyun was immersed in her memories, the gates of Fire Mountain suddenly opened. Outer Mountain disciples of Fire Mountain in gray robes filed out one after another. Those figures looked dignified and mighty, causing the genius disciples who came from all over the fire domain to feel a trace of pressure in their hearts. Welcome to my Fire Mountain Disciple Selection. Old Me, Huolu Yun, the head of the Outer Mountain Elders, is in charge of this selection. Next, I will state my requirements. An old man walked out from the lofty mountain gate of Fire Mountain and said in a grand manner. Muyun could tell at a glance that the head of the Outer Mountain Elders was at the 10th level of the Illuminating Spirit Realm. Firstly, those whose bone age is over 100 and whose realm has not reached the Illuminating Spirit Realm are not allowed to participate in this selection. Secondly, those whose bone age is over 15 and who have not reached the Spiritual Cave Realm are not allowed to participate in this selection. Those who are over 20 and who have not reached the 5th level of the Spiritual Cave Realm are also not allowed to participate in this selection. When these 3 rules were announced, there was an uproar. It was not that they did not know the selection rules of Fire Mountain, but this year, the rules were changed. Those who were over 15 and who had not reached the Spiritual Cave Realm were not allowed to participate in the selection. In the past, it was 20 years old, some people immediately began to clamor in dissatisfaction. Moreover, those who were over 25 and who had not reached the 5th level of the Spiritual Cave Realm were not allowed to participate in the selection. Such a rule could be said to be harsh. Talent test: those who dare to cause a ruckus will be kicked out. None of the younger generation will be allowed to enter the Fire Element Mountain. Huoluyun shouted coldly when he saw the crowd jumping up. As soon as the words were spoken, most of the surrounding disciples immediately fell silent. Muyun was speechless when he heard that. The Fire Element Mountain's requirements for recruiting disciples were ridiculously high. It was like the super forces of the 3,000 small worlds selecting inner disciples. The Fire Element Mountain is not a place to raise trash. If you have the ability, you will be able to obtain better cultivation resources and conditions. Otherwise, you can only get out of the Fire Element Mountain. Huoluyun shouted again. As soon as he said that, the crowd fell silent. Some of them left the place gloomily. They did not expect that the requirements for this test would change. Even so, there were still over 10,000 people who remained in the same place. Obviously, these people had met the requirements. Looking at the 10,000 people, Huoluyun nodded and said, "Good. Now, the participating disciples will follow me into the fire element mountain. Their family members will wait outside. Once the test begins, the fire element mountain will not be responsible for your life or death." There was no need for the elder to tell them this. They already knew about it. As one of the 5 major forces of the 5 elements small world, the fire element mountain was located in the fire element mountain range. Stepping into the fire element mountain, Mu Yun immediately felt the fire attribute energy rising. Gradually, his 9 elements qi condensation began to circulate. As he continued to absorb the fire attribute energy, he could feel the fire attribute energy in his 9 elements qi condensation increasing. As expected of the fire element mountain, Mu Yun was surprised. If he were to cultivate here for a few decades, just the fire element of the 9 elements alone would be able to grow to a terrifying level. It seemed like coming to the fire element mountain was a good choice. Next, you will be receiving your number plates. Prepare to go through the 3 tests according to the order. Huoluyun stood in front of the group. His voice was neither soft nor loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. There are 3 tests. The first one is the attribute test. It tests a martial artist's fusion with the fire element Xinyuan. The first grade is the worst, and the 10th grade is the strongest. If you surpass the 3rd grade, you will pass the first test. The second stage is a test of strength. The mountain gate will choose a puppet of a corresponding level for you to train your strength. As for the 3rd trial, it is the heart of martial arts, the illusory formation trial. Let's see how long you can last. Huoluyun looked at the eager participants below and said in an indifferent voice, "After passing the test, you will officially become an outer mountain disciple of the fire element mountain." As Huoluyun's words rang out, the front began to distribute the number plates. Below the stage, the numerous disciples had already begun to discuss heatedly. Only a 3rd grade talent is qualified. In our flaming cloud city, a 3rd grade talent is already considered a genius. That's right. Moreover, it's actually a puppet this year. In the past, it was a fire beast. This puppet is much more ferocious than the fire beast. At least the fire beast knows pain, but the puppet doesn't know pain unless it's repelled. What do you know? I heard from an outer mountain disciple that the first 2 stages are nothing at all. The 3rd stage is the most important. Do you think the illusory array is a test of your martial heart? What else? What else? Hurry up and say it. The illusory array is also divided into different levels. It tests a cultivator's martial heart from various aspects, including killing. If you forcefully endure it, you might lose your life. Instantly, the faces of some of the participating disciples turned pale when they heard these words. Nyowa also became nervous. Big brother Yun, your fire-controlling technique is so strong. I reckon it must be a 3rd grade talent or even a 4th grade talent. I'm in trouble. My fire element absorption is at most a 2nd grade talent. Nyowa said in a daze as he looked around. That might not be the case. Mu Yun said as she patted Nyowa's shoulder. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, you're at least a 5th grade talent." How was that possible? However, the moment Mu Yun patted him, Nyowa suddenly felt that his body and his perception of the surrounding fire element vital energy seemed to have improved. Sigh, big brother Yun, now that you mention it, I really feel that I'm more sensitive to the fire element vital energy. Look, be more confident. You can definitely do it. Yeah. While the 2 of them were talking, the test in front had already begun. The number plate that Nyowa received was 9,900, and Mu Yun was 9,901. The 2 of them were at the back of the queue. They simply stood at the side and waited. However, while standing at the side and waiting, Mu Yun suddenly felt a gaze like a poisonous snake clinging onto her and Nyowa. Following that gaze, Mu Yun discovered a cold smile staring straight at Nyowa. Who is he? Nyowa obviously noticed that gaze too. Chen Jiao. Chen Luan's son? An outer mountain disciple of the fire element mountain? That's him. Niuhua said hatefully, this guy is very despicable. His father relies on him to do business in the fire element mountain. He is unreasonable and exploitative. This guy, it is said that he hooked up with a woman in the fire element mountain and abused his power. Niuhua seemed very angry as he spoke. It seems that we are being targeted. Muyun smiled and said, sit down and cultivate. Ignore this kind of person. Okay. Along the way, Niuhua knew how powerful Muyun was. In his eyes, Muyun was like a god. It seemed that there was nothing that Muyun could not do. Moreover, along the way, in 3 months, he had broken through to the 5th level of the spiritual cave realm. This Xianxia did not seem so scary now. Muyun was right. Fear was not because the opponent was too strong, but because one was too weak. Now that he had become much stronger, Xianxia did not seem so scary anymore. Humph, 2 ant-like things. Looking at Muyun and Niuhua, Xianxia also snorted coldly. In his eyes, the 2 of them were just trash from a mountain village. This time, they were at most here to broaden their horizons. No matter what, Chenluan was still his father. As his son, he naturally had to take revenge. However, he could not let Muyun and Niuhua play him to death so easily. It would be more fun to have fun. The first round, the fire element talent test, the disciples in the queue were all eager to give it a try. However, after the first 100 completed the test, everyone was dumbfounded. Among the first 100 who participated in the test, there were only a few dozen who passed. Moreover, these 10 people were basically all 3rd-grade talents. It was simply inconceivable. That's not right. How is it possible? I was tested as a 4th-grade talent in Flaming Cloud City. How did I become a 3rd-grade talent here? Ah? That's impossible. How is it impossible? You still don't know that the talent stone of Fire Element Mountain has been improved. The test difficulty has increased. Hearing this, there was a burst of exclamations from the long queue. Could it be that it had increased? Some disciples who were originally ambitious were instantly dumbfounded. Brother Yun, the difficulty has increased. I'm finished. Niuhua said dejectedly. That's not possible. Muyun smiled slightly and did not explain. These days, under his guidance, Niuhua's body had undergone a fundamental change. With his strength of the Yuxian realm, it was not a problem for him to change the physique of a spiritual cave realm warrior like Niuhua. It was just that he did not know what level the difficulty had increased. However, a 3rd-grade talent was definitely not a problem. However, Muyun was now conflicted about whether he should display his supreme-grade talent. With the 3 heavenly fires and his 9 elements chi gathering, Muyun knew that his fusion of the fire element had definitely exceeded the 3rd grade. As for what grade it had reached, Muyun did not know. However, as long as he continued to cultivate the 9 elements chi gathering, his compatibility with the fire element would definitely increase. He had not reached the 10th grade now, but he would definitely reach it in the future. It's your turn, Niuhua. Do your best. Okay. Niuhua walked directly to the throne of the testing stone with a nervous heart. This testing stone was connected to a stone chair. The tester sat on the stone chair. As long as he opened his heart and fused with the testing stone, his affinity with the fire element could be tested. Niuhua sat on the stone chair and took a deep breath. His face revealed a nervous expression. Don't be afraid. Muyun cheered Niuhua on in the next moment. The test began. In this testing stone, the tester could not see his talent during the test. Behind the back of the stone chair was a vertical fire pillar. Above the fire pillar, 10 grids were evenly distributed. Gradually, a flame rose from the fire pillar behind Niuhua. The flame rose to the 1st grid and gradually climbed. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, the flame had already exceeded the 3rd grade. Niuhua's current results seemed to have passed. However, the flame was still rising. 4th grade, 5th grade, finally, the flame rose to the 5th grade. When it approached the 6th grade, it stopped. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. Close to the 6th grade. This was the first time that someone close to the 6th grade appeared after more than 9,000 people. The previous best was only a middle grade 5th grade. This was simply the peak of the superior 5th grade. Niuhua felt that the test was over and opened his eyes. However, he was stunned when he saw everyone staring at him with their eyes wide open. What was going on? Could it be that his talent was too low and he had no grade? Seeing everyone's stunned look, Niuhua was shocked and dumbfounded. It can't be? What can't be? Mu Yun said with a smile. Niuhua trembled and said, Brother Yun, please don't tell me that I don't even have a first grade. See for yourself. Mu Yun said with a slight smile. However, at this moment, the elder reacted and said, superior 5th grade talent. Hearing this, Niuhua almost fell to the ground with a plop. Superior 5th grade talent, who was the superior 5th grade talent? This was simply the best result so far. Number 9900, Niuhua. As the elder's voice fell, Niuhua was completely dumbfounded and lost in thought. Me? Superior 5th grade talent? You must be kidding. Niuhua said in disbelief. End of chapter 580. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.